Chapter 1. The Dawn Family and the Arrival of Bai Jing. In the Shambadi Archipelago, with only a few days remaining until the meeting with the Straw Hat crew, Brooke was in the midst of a grand concert. Before him lay a sea of countless spectators, a veritable throng of humanity. They chanted in unison, calling out his name, the King of Souls, the King of Souls, the King of Souls. Amidst the multitude, a solitary, unfamiliar face stood apart, untouched by the surrounding clamor. He emanated a chill akin to the depths of the underworld. Bai Jing, an orphan. On a tempestuous night, he was engrossed in the latest episode of a pirate saga. But then, a thunderous clap resounded from the heavens, and a bolt of lightning struck, illuminating his path to another realm. Uncertain if it was due to the lightning, he soon realized something was amiss in his new existence. It appeared he had acquired the powers of the Rumble fruit. Not only had he flawlessly inherited Enel's abilities, but it seemed he could also awaken the fruit's latent potential. He had even mentally rehearsed the form he would take upon awakening. Most intriguingly, he possessed the powers of a devil fruit, yet remained impervious to seawater and kairosaki, not suffering the usual detriments. This peculiar endowment rendered his life akin to one on a winning streak. As the concert concluded and the crowd dispersed, only Bai Jing remained, rooted in place. Brooke stood upon the stage, flanked by his nefarious managers. Casting a curious glance at Bai Jing, his voice resonated from his skeletal form. "Yo-ho-ho, young man, would you like an autograph?" Bai Jing nodded, producing a sheet of white paper and extending it towards him. Brooke bent down to accept it. At that moment, Bai Jing's hand brushed against Brooke's, and a faint smile graced his lips. Objective accomplished now, it remains to be seen if it can be realized. A subtle aura of immortality began to emanate from him. The frigid breath of the underworld surged forth. Brooke was taken aback. The aura mirrored that of his own fruit, yet it seemed to possess an even more terrifying intensity. After achieving his goal, Bai Jing uttered a cryptic remark that left Brooke perplexed. "I have filled the void left by your captain." Upon his arrival in this new world, Bai Jing discerned that his constitution was markedly different. An enigmatic message echoed in his mind. The ability to trace the origins of fruits, perfectly replicate their powers, without truly consuming them. Just a touch of a devil fruit user is sufficient. By merely touching a user of a devil fruit, he could flawlessly duplicate their abilities, all without having ingested the fruit himself. This meant that the limitation of one person consuming only a single devil fruit was rendered moot, granting him access to a multitude of powers. In essence, he could wield the abilities of various devil fruits, and he was not afflicted by the usual limitations. With a spirit of experimentation, he pondered whether the Hades fruit could indeed grant him the power to resurrect the deceased. Months later, Bai Jing successfully awakened the Hades fruit. It appeared that the revival of the departed was not beyond his grasp. In the East Blue, in the Goa Kingdom, atop Mount Kolbo, this was the genesis of the tale, the very place where Luffy and his brothers were nurtured under the care of the bandit, Dawn. The bandit Dawn played a maternal role in the brothers' upbringing. Bai Jing, alone, approached the dwelling of the bandit. His figure was slender, yet his posture exuded an unwavering resolve. He pushed open the grand door, revealing a dozen bandits gathered around a cauldron, fiercely vying for the stew within. Don't fight, that's mine. Get lost, it's mine. Hey, you all squabble, they'll just take the meat first." They jostled and shoved, each vying for a morsel. As the door swung open, all eyes turned towards the entrance, the half-eaten meat hovering in midair. A slight figure strode in. Bai Jing surveyed the interior, his gaze landing on a portly woman indulging in drink. She was broad-shouldered, her orange curls tied back, adorned with golden earrings and perpetually clutching a cigarette. Dressed in a white shirt and deep green plaid trousers, with brown boots and a red beaded necklace. Who else could this be but Dawn? Who, upon learning of Port Gasti, Ace's demise, wept inconsolably, striking down the one she had feared most in her life. To this day, Bai Jing vividly recalled the moment Dawn struck Carp. With a single punch, she sent Carp sprawling, confronting the man she had dreaded her entire life. In her anguish, she clutched Carp's collar, relentlessly questioning. He was right there in that battle. In their sight, what did you do? What did you do? Tears streamed, down her face as her voice cracked, demanding, "Why? Why? Why?" With each inquiry, her fists rained down upon Carp's face. One punch after another. Her cries echoed, "Why? Why did you let Ace die? Is your duty more important than family? Carp, what kind of naval hero are you? You're nothing but scum." Now, she sat in a drunken stupor, still engulfed in sorrow. Turning to the black-haired boy, she paused momentarily. Then, with impatience, she exclaimed, "You little brat, this is a bandit's den. Are you seeking death?" It had been over 2 years since Ace's passing. Bai Jing had come here merely to offer Dawn a glimmer of hope, to alleviate her suffering, if only a fraction. His gaze firm, he spoke, "Sabo is alive. He has become the second in command of the Revolutionary Army." Dawn's plump face registered disbelief as her drink slipped from her hand, shattering on the ground. At that moment, she was oblivious to the news of Sabo's survival. Nor was she aware of the rumors surrounding his capture and presumed death. "I have a strong feeling Sabo is still alive. The rumors are false." In any case, he was convinced that Sabo's demise was a fabrication. Even if he had perished, Bai Jing could exert effort to bring him back to life. She rushed forward, her towering figure dwarfing Bai Jing. She loomed over him, clutching his collar, demanding, "Is that true?" Bai Jing nodded, "It is true." He bore no resentment towards Dawn for her actions. After all, as an avid fan of the sea, he understood the significance of Dawn's role in the upbringing of Luffy's trio. It was evident that Dawn remained skeptical. She pushed him aside with force. Though Bai Jing's body was but 18 years old, he possessed his powers. With the arcs of the rumble fruit crackling around him, he transformed into a flash of lightning, darting aside. Dawn's emotions spiraled further out of control as she screamed, "I don't believe you, you little brat. Living so long just to deceive me. While I'm still in a good mood, you better get lost." As she spoke, the surrounding bandits glared at Bai Jing with ill intent. Bai Jing paid no heed to Dawn's outburst and continued speaking. "When Luffy and the others were building their treehouse, you would sneak in at night to tuck them in. Upon learning that Ace and his friends had crossed paths with the Sapphire pirate crew, fearing for the trio's safety, you took the Dawn family to the endpoint of uncertainties to rescue them. After you were gravely injured, it was Ace who carried you home." Dawn stood frozen, deeply rooted in place. Bai Jing's words were a vivid recollection of her past. She gazed at Bai Jing in disbelief. How could this child know everything she had done? Bai Jing smiled gently at Dawn. His handsome face radiated an abundance of warmth. Beneath Dawn's fierce exterior lies a heart of kindness, loyalty, and deep emotion. His form transformed into a crackling bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a lingering phrase. "Ace is not dead, there is hope, and one day we shall reunite." Inside the dwelling, silence enveloped the space. Dawn stood motionless, her eyes vacant, lost in thought. The surrounding bandits dared not move, standing vigil with Dawn. After a while, Dawn's expression turned complex as she mumbled softly, "Can I truly trust you?" Ace, he was so clearly. And Sabo, he was so evidently. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Hades Fruit, the 9 Underworlds. The following day, Bai Jing departed the mountains and returned to Windmill Village. He visited the tavern run by Makino, ordering a drink before taking his leave. He also took a jug to go. Makino observed this unfamiliar face with curiosity, but chose not to inquire further. Such peculiar individuals were not uncommon. After Bai Jing left, he kept the jug of alcohol secured at his waist. After all, when they meet again, one ought to have fine wine, should they not? He murmured softly, "Then let us find a secluded place." The Hades Fruit, a conduit to the 9 underworlds. Ace, Luffy's brother. Who would have thought I too would one day fill the void for everyone? Of course, it is also one of my regrets as an admirer of pirates. He arrived at a desolate area, an uninhabited forest. Due to the awakening of his fruit, his soul had left his body, and if left unattended, his corporeal form might suffer untold damage. Yet he cannot trust those pirates or bandits, so he relied solely on himself to in the world of pirates. It is far from the idyllic portrayal found in anime. Pirates epitomize brutality and slaughter. There are both virtuous and nefarious among them, yet the majority embody the former. They engage in rampant arson, murder, and plunder, leaving no stone unturned in their ruthless pursuits. Over the course of these few short months, he has witnessed countless instances of pirates ravaging villages and seizing resources. A chilling aura emanates from him, perpetually radiating, causing the surrounding trees to freeze into solid ice beneath this terrifying cold. His soul slowly sheds its mortal shell, leaving only his corporeal form behind. A dark golden soul glimmers with light, gradually merging with the fabric of this realm. Before him, a guiding breath of the nine nether floats gently behind him, moving with astonishing speed, crossing a frigid spring and a shattered ancient bridge. Above the ancient bridge, countless gray souls hover, yet he glides past unnoticed. Cloaked in the essence of the yellow spring fruit, he knows that as long as he does not reveal himself, he remains imperceptible to all. This is the secret to his ability to resurrect others, taking their souls across this ancient bridge. The bridge serves as a conduit between the mortal realm and the nine nether, representing the duality of existence, the world of the living and the realm of the dead. Who could have imagined that the awakening of the yellow spring fruit would truly grant passage to the yellow spring and allow the transport of lingering souls? Bai Jing murmurs quietly as he drifts nearby, unseen and unheeded. Following the continuous guidance of the nine nether aura, he crosses the ancient bridge and arrives at a hazy expanse. Below lies an endless, chaotic black sea. The waves of this black sea surge violently, with some souls being cast into its depths, utterly consumed, unable even to reincarnate. Bai Jing feels a pang of concern. Do you think Ace might also be submerged in this black sea, unable to be reborn? He continues to follow the nine nether's guidance, gradually descending into the depths of the nine nether. This must be the fabled yellow spring. Lo and behold, a massive city lies ahead. Bai Jing is taken aback, gazing at the terminus of the nine nether yellow spring, where several vast cities stretch before him. He slowly enters the first city, where the streets remarkably resemble those of the living world. Countless lingering souls drift about, maintaining their appearances and memories from their former lives. However, such beings constitute merely a fraction of the populace. Only those who were extraordinarily powerful in life can achieve this state. Ordinary souls are mostly absorbed into the yellow spring, their memories eroded, as they await reincarnation within this city. This information has surfaced in his mind following the awakening of the yellow spring fruit. He, too, will be treated as one destined for rebirth. As the aura of the nine nether gradually dissipates, his true form is revealed. The surrounding souls merely glance at Bai Jing before resuming their own paths along the streets. Ignoring them, Bai Jing seeks the presence of Ace within this vast city. Along the way, he encounters several familiar faces, minor characters from the pirate world, those who have met their demise. These figures are not worth his effort to save. Their deaths are inconsequential. Suddenly, Bai Jing spots a familiar silhouette. The mountain bandit, Sig, weak in strength but audacious enough to provoke Shanks. In the narrative, Shanks disregards Sig's taunts, leading Sig to mistakenly believe he is too powerful for Shanks to retaliate. Consequently, Luffy seeks vengeance for Shanks, only to be captured by Sig. This, of course, prompts Shanks to intervene. He cannot abide attacks on his crew, leading to the annihilation of Sig's pirate crew. Sig, with Luffy in tow, escapes to the sea, only to encounter the Sea King, who swallows him whole, resulting in Shanks losing an arm. Although he perished in the end, this minor character's actions significantly impacted Shanks' future. Yet, Bai Jing is not inclined to entertain any fondness for him. Stealthily, he approaches Sig, enveloped once more by the aura of the nine nether, as though he were never meant to exist in this realm. He delivers a forceful kick to Sig's backside, yelling, "Get lost!" Feeling unsatisfied after this initial act, he capitalizes on the concealment provided by the nine nether aura to deliver another powerful kick, exclaiming, "How dare you threaten Luffy? How dare you strike Shanks down with a bottle? He'll be the one to finish you." Bai Jing relentlessly kicks Sig 3 times before spitting contemptuously on the ground and departing. "Ha, spit!" Sig, now sprawled on the ground, is bewildered, shouting, "Who did that?" Which scoundrel dares to ambush your grandfather, Sig? Do you not know he has a bounty of 8 million berries? Well, still have the audacity to stand and shout. Bai Jing's spirits are lifted. He momentarily sets aside his quest for Ace after all. The ghost city is vast, and finding him will not be a swift endeavor. Instead, he resolves to give this arrogant mountain bandit a proper thrashing. Sig, who had felled Shanks with a bottle, now finds himself at the mercy of Bai Jing's kicks. The method of syllogism, in which one can claim to have vanquished Shanks that he retaliated with a flying kick, sending him sprawling a considerable distance away. Following this, he assumed a posture reminiscent of a soccer shot, delivering a heavy kick towards his head, all while shouting, "Damn you!" On the street of the Netherworld, an odd scene unfolded. Sig was relentlessly kicked about, akin to a performer in a one-man show, his head being struck in one direction while his body was propelled in another. "Ah, for heaven's sake, which scoundrel dared to ambush you, Sig? How dare you strike a man's face? I was mistaken. Esteemed one, please spare me." Alone on this street, he continued to shout amidst the kicks, drawing the bewildered stares of passers-by. Upon witnessing Sig's surrender, Bai Jing leisurely clapped his hands and departed with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 3. Encounter with Little Oars. Clue to Ace. Boom. Boom. Once again, that fellow. How did he arrive here? With such a colossal stature, is he of the giant race? In the northeastern corner of this street, the thunderous sounds captured Bai Jing's attention. He murmured softly, "The first awakening of the underworld fruit. My time in this netherworld is undeniably limited. The underworld energy within me is dwindling that if I cannot find Ace within a day, I must return my soul to the realm of the living, lest I remain trapped in this abyss of the netherworld forever." Due to his brief acquisition of the underworld fruit and its limited usage, he could not fully harness its energy, necessitating a gradual accumulation while in the realm of the living. Only by storing the endless deathly and icy energies could he prolong his existence in this netherworld. There was movement in that direction. He should investigate. Bai Jing dissipated the underworld energy enveloping him and made his way toward the northeastern corner of the street. Upon reaching the corner, he beheld a peculiar figure, a man with two horns awkwardly surveying the destruction he had wrought upon the buildings. Long fangs protruded from his mouth, his skin a pale green, and his long red hair cascaded down. Towering above, he belonged to an ancient giant race, significantly taller than the typical giants. Adorning his neck was a skull pendant, and he wore warrior armor while wielding a massive sword. As Bai Jing approached, he recognized this giant's visage. It was Little Oars, the captain from Whitebeard's ship. On his back rested the straw hat woven by Ace, which further confirmed his belief in Ace's kindness. He disregarded Whitebeard's warnings and ventured to Marineford, knowing that his immense size would render him a target. Thus, Whitebeard had prohibited Little Oars from coming. Yet, in a bid to save Ace, he charged toward the execution platform alone, only to be grievously injured by the three members of the Warlords of the Sea, Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Gecko Moria. His right leg was severed, and his body was pierced, ultimately leading to his collapse from his severe injuries. As the Navy set a trap to ensnare Whitebeard and his allies, Oars' enormous body caused his blood to seep into the Navy's encirclement system, disrupting its mechanisms. Furthermore, as he approached the execution platform, he prevented the encirclement from fully obstructing Whitebeard and his crew, aiding in the transfer of the notorious ship, the Moby Dick, into the trap, only to be struck down by cannon fire in the end. Thus, he met his demise. Many souls in the vicinity cast malevolent glances at Little Oars, a reckless giant who had laid waste to so many structures. Fear not, soon the enforcement team will arrive to drag this ghost into the underworld, denying him the chance of reincarnation. Such is the fate of those who defy the rules. What a bizarre creature. Who knows? With such a fearsome appearance, perhaps his former self was something monstrous. Little Oars, already irritable, felt a flush of anger rise in his green visage at these remarks. However, bound by the laws of the underworld, he could do nothing. Gripping his sword tightly, he stood frozen in confusion, his eyes betraying a hint of panic that he could perish. But what of Ace? Bai Jing had intended to rescue Ace, yet upon encountering Little Oars, he could not simply turn a blind eye to his plight. As the captain of the 16th ship, Oars possessed strength at the level of a rear admiral. Hearing that he was to be sent to the underworld, unable to reincarnate, was unacceptable that he unconsciously released an overwhelming aura of underworld energy, enveloping little Or's. The majority of this energy wrapped around Or's massive form, and his figure gradually vanished from sight. Bai Jing felt a pang of regret. He could have remained here for 24 hours, but now he could only linger for 18, already pushing his limits. However, his essence remained in place, albeit invisible. The surrounding souls, witnessing little Or's sudden disappearance, were left bewildered. Where has he gone? Where could he possibly be? I don't know. He was just here. It's truly uncanny. Clad in underworld energy, Bai Jing approached little Or's, tilting his head to gaze up at him. Since little Or's was present, it was plausible that he held some connection to Ace. He spoke. Do you know where Ace is? Upon hearing the voice, little Or's looked down, his cautious demeanor shifting to one of ferocity. If it were for another, he might have restrained himself, but for Ace, he would never divulge a single piece of information. Moreover, the individual before him seemed to know Ace. He could not discern whether he was friend or foe. His voice heavy, he inquired, How do you know Ace? Who are you? Thanks to the underworld energy enveloping them, their presence and voices remained undetectable to others, allowing for a private conversation. Bai Jing offered a gentle smile. Not only do I know Ace, but I can also reunite him with his brothers. You need only to understand that I harbor no ill intentions towards you. See, I am currently assisting you in overcoming this predicament, am I not? If you take me to Ace, all will become clear. He struggled to articulate his identity, realizing it would be folly to claim he was a traveler from another world, merely a pirate enthusiast seeking to rectify the narrative of the series. Would a ghost believe such a tale? He feared that this giant might cleave him in two without a second thought. Little Or's caution remained, unyielding despite Bai Jing's assertions, as he reiterated his inquiry, tightening his grip on the sword. This was Little Or's nature. He would protect Ace, his sworn brother, even at the cost of his own life. During the Marineford War, he had borne the brunt of gunfire in a bid to save Ace. Seeing that his approach was futile, Bai Jing sighed softly. He pointed to the straw hat on Little Or's back and said, That hat was crafted by Ace, wasn't it? You stood against countless bullets for Ace, ultimately sacrificing yourself. How truly sentimental and foolish you are. Do you not wish to return to the realm of the living? Do you not long to see Ace, Luffy, and Sabo reunited? And do you not miss your comrades from the Whitebeard crew? Marco the Phoenix still walks among the living, burdened by guilt and sorrow. Do you not wish to return and witness him? Bai Jing's barrage of rhetorical questions gradually eroded Or's wariness, igniting a simmering anger within him. It was the accursed Navy that had slain Ace and their father during the war. Little Or's lowered his guard, his gaze softening as he regarded Bai Jing, though he was unsure how Bai Jing possessed such knowledge. Particularly regarding his hat, he felt compelled to trust him. He too wished to return to the living world and yearned for the moment when he could see Ace's smile once more. It must be said, Little Or's was indeed a big-hearted fool, deeply loyal to his brothers, that he finally spoke, Come with me. Bai Jing observed that this approach was effective, nodding in agreement as he followed closely behind Little Oz. Enveloped by the aura of the Nine Nether, his movements and all sounds were completely obscured. Chapter 4. The encounter with Ace and his reluctance under Oz's guidance. The two traversed the streets, arriving at a secluded corner of the northeastern city. This dilapidated manor, overgrown with weeds, was uninhabited precisely due to its ruinous condition. The spacious estate could easily accommodate Oz's massive frame. Inside the open courtyard of the manor, a young man stood anxiously outside, scanning his surroundings as if searching for something. A look of distress etched upon his face. Upon seeing Little Oz return, the tension in his expression gradually diminished. Releasing a heavy sigh of relief, "Ah," he exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. "I was worried about your whereabouts. With such a large frame, if anything were to happen, it could disrupt the rules of this underworld city." Bai Jing stepped out slowly from behind Little Oz. Upon confirming the identity of the young man before him, he allowed himself a relaxed smile. He had finally found him. The young man wore an orange cowboy hat adorned with badges of both joy and sorrow. His black hair framed his freckled cheeks, a trait inherited from his mother, as familiar as ever. He stood bare-chested, with a tattoo reading ASC on his left arm. The letter S was crossed out. an emblem not belonging to his name, but a tribute to his sworn brother, Sabo. The back of Ace was emblazoned with the insignia of the White-Beard Pirates. Little Oz spoke up, "This man wishes to see you. He was the one who helped me through my predicament. Due to my destruction of property, I was bound to be apprehended by the enforcers, but thanks to him, I managed to avoid a troublesome entanglement." Ace paused, noting how Bai Jing's gaze softened, and he bowed deeply to Bai Jing. This gesture was a form of courtesy he had learned since Sabo's death, a means to care for Luffy. It was this very reason that he exhibited such tenderness that "I owe you my gratitude, brother. Come, let us sit inside and converse as a token of my appreciation." Bai Jing nodded in agreement, as it aligned perfectly with his intentions. After all, discussing matters outside was hardly appropriate. The trio entered the manor, with Little Oz standing in the center of the courtyard due to his immense size to accommodate him. Ace and Bai Jing erected a simple gazebo in the middle of the yard. Ace poured 2 glasses of fine wine for Bai Jing, raising his glass high. "To you, brother. This toast is for your kindness." Bai Jing accepted the toast, lifting his glass and downing its contents in one go. He then proceeded to the crux of the matter, stating, "I can take you back to your original world." This proclamation left Ace momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the revelation. After a brief pause, he erupted into laughter. Seemingly in disbelief, "Is what you say truly genuine?" He scrutinized Bai Jing's face, searching for a hint of insincerity. Had it not been for his intervention on behalf of Little Oz, most would have dismissed him outright. "Is this not utter nonsense? Entering the realm of the dead, and you wish to return? Do you take me for a child?" Bai Jing replied earnestly. It cannot be more truthful. As he spoke, the aura of the Nine Nether gradually enveloped him, and his presence began to dissipate entirely, suspended in the ether. Ace, witnessing this, could not help but express his astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head. Having lived a full life, a good reincarnation would suffice. Establishing a serene existence, attending to the burdens of life, would leave no regrets. Return? Who would I encounter? Father perished saving me, and many from the White-Beard Pirates sacrificed themselves for my sake. Upon my return, who would even recognize me? What face do I have to show? A self-deprecating smile crossed Ace's face, revealing a profound sense of loneliness. The weight of his entanglements with the entire pirate crew had plunged him in an endless remorse and anguish. Even as a spirit, he remained unable to escape the depths of his torment, which buried him deeper in sorrow. Little Oz interjected, "You are not at fault. We are all family, and that is what Father would have wanted." This prompted Bai Jing to recall a poignant moment from the world of pirates. One of Whitebeard's sons, Spider, had been deceived and turned against him, ultimately stabbing Whitebeard. Yet, rather than retaliate, Whitebeard embraced him tenderly, gazing at him with kindness, declaring, "Even so, I will love you, my son," tears welling in the eyes. However, this was not Ace's reason for evasion. He was currently fleeing from reality and his past. Bai Jing continued, his tone unwavering. "What if I could bring Whitebeard back to the original world? What if I could revive the deceased?" Upon hearing this, Ace slowly shook his head again. "As spirits, we once sought to find Father's soul. Yet we spent 2 long years searching throughout this underworld city without success. Moreover, in this realm of death, our abilities remain at our disposal." As he spoke, flames of the soul flickered to life in his hands, representing the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi, albeit in a different manifestation. This was the balance of yin and yang. Logically, with Sabo having consumed the Mera Mera no Mi, Ace's abilities should have vanished. Yet here he was, still capable of wielding them. However, no one dares to cause trouble, for the enforcers can entirely suppress our powers. Regardless of how strong one was in life, here, dragons must crouch and tigers must lie low. The soul snare can strip away all your abilities and imprison you in boundless darkness, leading you to the underworld, never to reincarnate. Bai Jing was hearing of such forces within the realm of death for the first time. And it was no wonder Little Oz had exhibited such trepidation regarding the enforcers. Bai Jing countered, "Is this realm of death limited to just the underworld city? Have you searched other cities?" Upon his arrival, Bai Jing had encountered numerous cities scattered throughout the underworld. His presence in this particular city seemed a matter of chance. Thus, It was understandable that Ace and Little Oz had not ventured to other cities. Other cities? Upon Bai Jing's inquiry, both men appeared puzzled. They had indeed never visited other cities, as they were unable to even exit the gates of their own city. Bai Jing asserted confidently, "I can achieve that. For now, I will take you back. Once my 9 nether aura is restored, I will explore other cities and can bring back Whitebeard." A rare silence enveloped the two, lost in profound contemplation. Bai Jing chose not to disturb them. Pouring himself a drink from the bottle at his waist, downing it in one gulp, he had anticipated that this news of revival would invigorate Ace and Little Oz, yet Ace slowly shook his head once more. Ace's expression was one of guilt and pain. He could not forget how his existence had plunged others into unfathomable predicaments. Lowering the brim of his hat, tears glimmered in the corners of his eyes. Being a spirit, those tears could not fall. It seems that throughout my life, bearing the title of the son of the devil has cursed me. Anyone who draws near me is destined for misfortune. Sabo was so, father was so, and others are as well, that I am the devil's child. Anyone who approaches me shall find themselves in despair. Chapter 5. Bai Jing's inquiry. Fire Fist. Ace weeps. Bai Jing sighed softly. Initially believing that the prospect of revival would elate the two, only to find himself facing this disheartening scene, that it was precisely this turmoil that had ensnared Ace in mental knots, leading him to retreat into a shell. Evading reality. Little Oz, of course, stood by Ace's side, mirroring his sentiments. That it was hardly feasible to persuade Ace for the sake of a stranger. However, Bai Jing harbored his own contemplations. Today, it was certain that Ace would be resurrected. No one could change that. As Bai Jing himself declared, in his eyes resided a profound depth, a contemplative demeanor. Like many other admirers of the sea, after the battle at the summit, he believed that Luffy had saved Ace, that everything had come to a conclusion. That he thought, no, we, the followers of the sea, thought that we believed that in this conflict, we had emerged victorious. Yet ultimately, the death of Ace and Whitebeard made it abundantly clear that everything was but an illusion. Rising to his feet, he let out a hearty laugh. He had once imagined Fire Fist Ace to be a formidable individual, only to discover that he was, in fact, a coward, a man of broken trust. Ace remained silent, offering no rebuttal. Little Oz, too, refrained from speaking. Bai Jing thundered, "You, Ace, are nothing but a coward, who claims that Sabo is dead. Do you not know that Sabo lives on and has become a part of the Revolutionary Army?" This revelation ignited a flicker of light in Ace's previously vacant eyes, that he could hardly believe it, exclaiming in excitement, "Really? I thought that kid had ascended to heaven. I never imagined he was still alive." Bai Jing pressed on relentlessly. "Do you know how long your brother Luffy has wallowed in despair due to your death? Are you aware of how many have mourned and suffered because of your demise? Yet you, with the opportunity before you, choose to wallow in self-pity and despair." His gaze was piercing, drawing nearer with each word. "Did you not once promise Luffy that you would reunite at the pinnacle? Was that merely empty rhetoric? In Impel Down, you fought alongside Jinbei, entrusting him with the care of your brother Luffy. Was that insincerity? And what the promise made to Yamato and Wano? Now she lies dead. Was that also a lie? And what of Yamato, with whom you once shared drinks? Have you forgotten her? So many cared for you, so many you cared for, yet you now choose to evade. Ha! Fire Fist Ace. Is that all you are?" Bai Jing slammed the table in anger, arcs of lightning crackling around him. His fruit powers permeated this world of death. This moment, Ace was no longer the despondent figure he had been. A shift began to stir within him. Indeed, so many cared for him, and there were many he cherished, all waiting for him. What reason did he have to languish in despair here, though he had indeed passed away? With such an opportunity, could he truly be so fearful of life? Did he not dare to venture forth? Was he still Fire Fist Ace? At worst, it was merely death. He had faced that before. Witnessing this, Bai Jing stoked the flames further. You know that after Whitebeard's death, Blackbeard seized his powers, acquiring both the Dark Fruit and the Tremor Fruit. He has now become the Emperor of the Sea. The man who killed Whitebeard and took his powers roams free. Can you truly stand idly by and watch? Do you know how many have perished in the battle led by Marco? The Phoenix against Blackbeard? Diamond Jozu also fell in that conflict. Will you not seek vengeance for them? Do you not desire retribution? At this, Bai Jing paused, feeling a kinship. He, too, felt rage. Moreover, do you know how much pain Garp endured after your death? He was pinned down by Sengoku, unable to move, burdened with the weight of justice that lay upon him. The responsibility of those 2 words crushed him with multiple layers of agony. This is your grandfather. When you were younger, he wished for you 3 brothers to follow the path of the Marines, to avoid being hunted by them. Yet fate had other plans. He endeavored to protect you in the only way he knew how. Through love, do you not realize that had you merely called out grandfather in your final moments, the outcome would have been vastly different? Let me ask you, do you harbor hatred for Garp because he did not save you in the end? Ace's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet as a spirit, no tears fell. However, the weight of his profound sorrow had long since been replaced by an overwhelming sense of guilt. His voice trembled, a sight rarely seen from the indomitable Fire Fist Ace. His voice hoarse, he spoke, I do not hate, I only resent my own recklessness. When my father advised me against pursuing Blackbeard, I ignored him that I despised my cowardice in fleeing once more, and I loathe that I discovered the truth too late. I hate Blackbeard for betraying his own family and violating the spirit of the Whitebeard pirates. As he spoke, his eyes burned with uncontainable fury, flames blazing around him. Observing this, Bai Jing nodded in satisfaction. Delivering one final remark, there is still one more to whom you owe a debt. Have you not yet realized? The fire in Ace's gaze gradually diminished as he stared at Bai Jing in confusion. The number of people he owed was overwhelming. He could not discern whom Bai Jing referred to. Bai Jing's expression turned serious. His eyes calmed. It is Dayton, the adoptive mother of you, Sabo, and Luffy. Though she was fierce, she protected you in her own gentle, loving manner. She raised the 3 of you to adulthood. You know how deeply your death has grieved her, how much pain your demise has caused. She even struck those she had never dared to harm in her life. She feared Garp, recoiling from him like a mouse before a cat. Yet upon hearing of your death, Garp did nothing to save you. She charged at him, grabbing his collar and bringing him down, delivering blow after blow. Her anguish was profound, her tears scalding, scorching the hearts of us all. Here, us refers to the followers of the sea, of course. Ace could no longer contain himself. The boundless sorrow within him surged forth. Even as a spirit, his essence transformed into molten tears, falling drop by drop upon his face. They trickled over his freckles, each droplet heavy as it splattered onto the ground. Fire Fist Ace, he wept. Chapter 6. The Return of the Freckled Boy. The Body Stolen. Bai Jing observed without intervening, allowing this cathartic release. The emotions that had been suppressed for far too long erupted, ultimately serving him well. Meanwhile, little Oars remained unusually silent, not uttering a single word. His gaze toward Bai Jing had shifted. Where there had once been animosity, there was now gratitude. He understood the immense psychological burden Ace had carried during their time in this realm of death. Now, Bai Jing had helped alleviate that weight. Not to mention that Bai Jing possessed the extraordinary ability to resurrect others. After a quarter of an hour, Ace slowly regained his composure. The look in his eyes as he regarded Bai Jing was entirely transformed. He inquired, "How do we escape? This city is heavily guarded by enforcers, firmly blocking the gates. Exiting will not be an easy task." Bai Jing sighed lightly within, relieved that he had been able to persuade Ace. It seemed that facilitating their escape was indeed feasible. Furthermore, his 9 nether chi was sufficient to sustain them for nearly 10 hours, making it entirely possible to escort both individuals out. He replied, "The 9 nether chi enveloping me can muffle your body and sound. I will carry you and allow you to float away from this realm of death, returning you to the real world. Are you prepared? If so, we must act swiftly." The 3 exchanged glances, fully ready. Ace and Little Oars had no lingering attachments in this world of death. They turned to Bai Jing and said, "We are prepared." "We rely on you, brother." Bai Jing said little more, allowing the 9 nether chi to slowly envelop them. This icy, chilling energy cloaked both individuals. Due to Oars' immense size, it took some time to envelop him completely. They looked at each other in astonishment. Under the cover of the 9 nether chi, neither could see the other, had it not been for the chi allowing them to sense each other's presence. They might have thought the other had vanished into thin air, Bai Jing announced, "Next, we shall depart this realm of death. Your bodies will soon levitate. Please refrain from any movements or emitting any breath." After speaking, Bai Jing's expression turned grave. It was his first time engaging in such an endeavor. The three bodies gradually ascended into the air, following the trajectory dictated by the ethereal energy of the nine nether. They were gently drawn along, and their speed of flight increased, swiftly departing from the city of Huangquan, crossing the endless yellow springs until they arrived beside an ancient bridge. Yet, their velocity did not wane. Rather, it surged even faster. Beyond the ancient bridge lay a radiant light, a portal leading back to the realm of the living. Once they traversed this passage, Ace and Oz would successfully return to life. The two figures crossed the threshold of light first, re-entering the world of the living. While Bai Jing's form inexplicably paused at that very spot, an ancient voice resonated within his mind, questioning. This may disrupt the balance of yin and yang and alter the course of fate. "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" The source of this voice was unknown to Bai Jing, yet it possessed the power to intercept him. Cold sweat drenched his back, despite being a soul entity. The gravity of the situation left no room for hesitation or regret. He must act decisively. Ignoring the voice, he intensified the release of his nine nether energy, propelling himself through the portal of light and into the realm of the living. Returning to the world of pirates in that instant, as he re-entered, the voice echoed once more, "Very well. The choice is yours." The voice abruptly ceased. To the moment of Bai Jing's departure, a lingering sigh resonated through the realm of death above the yellow springs. Was this a blessing or a curse? The natural order of the world had been altered by his actions. How could he traverse the realm of the dead? Even the awakening of the Huangquan fruit could not achieve such a feat. This individual emanated the aura of a higher civilization. Could he hail from another realm? As the words faded, the world of death fell once again into an abyss of silence. One knew that two soul entities had vanished from the city of Huangquan. Nor did anyone comprehend the manner of their departure. Within the deeper layers of the death realm, several familiar figures to Bai Jing lingered, particularly a massive elder, his body riddled with countless bullet holes. His gaze was profound as he murmured, "There are no family members here. My children are all gone." Meanwhile, Bai Jing's soul gently returned to the world of reality, accompanied by the souls of Ace and the young Oz. The moment their souls touched the sunlight, they solidified instantly, their flesh and blood miraculously restored to their original forms. The two stared wide-eyed at each other. Young Oz appeared incredulous. Clenching his fist, the tangible sensation affirmed to him that this was no dream. He and Ace had truly returned to the realm of the living. They had indeed been resurrected. Ace and young Oz gazed at Bai Jing, who still floated in the air. They were momentarily taken aback, questioning why he remained a soul entity rather than a corporeal form. Bai Jing, equally astonished, exclaimed, "What? I'm still not in physical form." Glancing downward, he gasped, "What the hell, where has my body gone? Which rascal has stolen my flesh?" His soul searched frantically, yet he found no trace of his corporeal body nearby. The awakening of the Huangquan fruit harbored a significant drawback. If no one safeguarded his physical form, it could easily be taken by others. Concern flickered in his eyes. Ace gradually summoned the flames of the Mera Mera no Mi, reigniting his entire being. A slight smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Fire Fist, Ace has returned." Behind him, a cross of flames slowly emerged, followed by the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ablaze, he emerged from the flames, reborn anew. The Mera Mera no Mi returned to the world, and it was not only Ace who possessed this power in the pirate realm. Sabo also held it, with their abilities harmoniously coexisting. Moreover, Bai Jing shared this capability. The resurgence of the Mera Mera no Mi, coupled with the thought of Sabo and Ace's collaboration, filled Bai Jing with exhilaration. "For now, we must locate your physical forms. Let us first investigate the nearest area. We must ascertain whether wild creatures or humans have taken them." Bai Jing nodded, his soul traversing the vast, uninhabited forest toward the coastline. Chapter 7. Alliance, Fire Gun. Lightning on a distant pirate ship. A multitude of pirates gathered around a body, their expressions filled with curiosity. What is wrong with this kid? How can he endure so many knife wounds without a reaction? Could he truly be dead? Upon closer inspection, The body was that of Bai Jing, marred with numerous cuts and gashes, the handiwork of the pirates. Fortunately, Bai Jing's soul had not yet returned to his body. Otherwise, the excruciating pain would have undoubtedly afflicted him. Due to his soul's absence, his body could not automatically elementalize. Thus, when small knives struck him, they inflicted damage. However, when a fatal blow was imminent, his body's instincts would kick in, automatically protecting him by elementalizing. Bai Jing sensed something amiss on the distant pirate ship, feeling the presence of his corporeal form nearby, causing him to grow anxious. "I found my body. We must hurry." His soul began to drift toward the ship. Ace and Young Oz exchanged glances. They were determined to assist, for Bai Jing had resurrected them. Such a profound debt of gratitude felt akin to being reborn. It was Bai Jing who had awakened Ace, preventing him from sinking into despair. He could see this moment. Ace fixed his gaze on the distance, transforming his hands into blades, severing branches from a massive tree, which he hurled with force. The T then stepped onto a floating log, paddling through the sea with branches as oars. Being a devil fruit user, he could not touch seawater, for he was a landlubber. Young Oz, however, was different. Not being a devil fruit user, his massive frame plunged into the sea as he swam towards the pirate ship. On board the red gold pirate ship, a pirate remarked, "Haha, let us search for the next village to plunder. Our treasure is running low." Another chimed in, "Indeed, we are eager to do so. Those villagers from the last village dared to resist us, and we slaughtered countless of them in one go. Their expressions of despair before death were truly delightful. Ha ha ha, what a pity. These paupers had so little berry. They deserved to die." The pirate ship was home to around 100 pirates, who indulged in drink and merriment, laughing heartily as if murder were but a trivial matter. Bai Jing's body lay discarded, neglected until curiosity prompted them to examine it. Bai Jing's soul drifted closer to the pirate ship. One pirate, rubbing his bleary eyes, muttered, "Am I drunk? Why is there a soul in the air?" Upon realizing it was indeed a soul, he shouted, "A ghost! A ghost! What ghost? Have you lost your mind? What are you shouting about in broad daylight?" Other pirates turned their attention towards him. That moment, Bai Jing's soul gradually merged with his body as he lay on the ground. His eyes suddenly opened wide, and the scars on his body began to heal under the elemental influence of thunder and lightning, restoring him to his former state. Now standing, Bai Jing surveyed the 100 pirates before him, having just overheard their previous conversation. The brutal slaughter of innocents and the massacre of villagers revealed the harsh reality of the pirate world, where honor and valor were mere illusions. This is the real world, where killing is done without a second thought. Yet, since fate has brought this upon them, let it be their misfortune. Least within my heart, there exists a scale of judgment. He has witnessed far too much, his face now a mask of indifference, utterly extinguished. Ace turned to Bai Jing and said, "Shall you take the lead, or shall I? Let us divide the task between us." A slight smile graced Bai Jing's lips as he beheld the relentless tide of pirates flooding onto the deck. The members of the pirate crew all donned red bandanas. "You bastards, do you know who we are? We are the infamous red gold pirate crew. Are you aware of our captain? Captain Ma Chi of the 5-7, with a bounty soaring to 6 million berries." From within the cabin, a man with a red bandana emerged slowly, a massive scar stretching from the corner of his mouth to his forehead. His upper body was bare, muscles bulging, and he regarded the two on the deck with a malevolent glare. "They come seeking death. How dare they act so brazenly aboard my red gold pirate ship? You lot, seize them, kill." Around them, dozens of pirates raised their blades. Charging at the two, they aimed to scale the pirate flagpole and bring Ace down. Bai Jing could not help but laugh heartily. "A bounty of 6 million berries, and you dare flaunt it? Do you wish to be the cause of my laughter?" Observing the throng of pirates rushing toward him, arcs of lightning began to crackle around Bai Jing's hands. Ace, witnessing the red gold pirates advancing upon him, could not suppress a smile. "A sea of flames awaits. I have not uttered a word despite my bounty of 550 million berries. And yet you boast of a mere 6 million. With that, he formed his fingers into the shape of a gun, using his index and middle fingers to mimic a firearm, unleashing a series of small flame attacks upon his foes. The force was akin to that of a pistol. Pew! Flames coalesced, one shot after another, striking down the red gold pirates as they attempted to climb. Instantly, flames ignited upon their bodies that a few among them writhed in agony, trying to extinguish the fire, yet it consumed them entirely. One by one. They fell from the air, having barely ascended before Ace effortlessly dispatched them. Damn it, the captain of the 5-7 red gold pirates mused, feeling an unsettling familiarity with Ace's visage. That it seemed he had encountered this face before, yet the memory eluded him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the deck, numerous pirates were relentlessly advancing towards Bai Jing. They perceived him as a soft target and aimed to eliminate him first. They had learned to be cunning, brandishing handguns as they surrounded Bai Jing with malicious grins. The guns were cocked, and with a press of a trigger, bullets were unleashed, and no matter how skilled one may be, one must fear the kitchen knife. Bai Jing sighed deeply. How foolish you all are! Do you not realize that I, too, am a wielder of extraordinary abilities? With that, arcs of electricity danced across his body as he proclaimed, "Lightning." Emitting bolts of lightning from his form, he transformed the electrical energy into light or heat to nullify any physical assault. An endless cascade of electric sparks surged forth, intercepting the incoming bullets, which dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 8. The grace of the fire fist Bai Jing unleashed a torrent of lightning, muttering swiftly, "Discharge, 1,000,000 volts." This could release an electric attack upon a target, with the voltage manipulable from 1 to 200 million volts at the user's discretion. In this instance, he harnessed 1,000,000 volts. 20 million volts, 100 million volts, and max 200 million volts. The arena was alive with crackling electricity, the sound echoing like thunder of a red gold pirate, upon coming into contact with the electrical arc, became instantly rigid, his body stiffening, eyelids fluttering before he collapsed. Electrocuted, Bai Jing regarded the fallen with a resigned sigh. Why do they insist on robbing my body? Meanwhile, Ace continued to unleash fiery projectiles downward. Each blazing bullet struck with lethal precision. The captain of the red gold pirates observed his crew falling one by one, panic rising within him. Today, they had encountered formidable foes. These two were utterly monstrous. Realizing that his crew was nearly annihilated and that he possessed no means of resistance, he decided to flee without hesitation, diving into the sea. Yet from the depths, a colossal figure emerged. Little oars, towering at 38 meters, loomed over the waves, and without a moment's pause, he swung his sword downward. The captain of the red gold pirates barely had time to react before he was cleaved in two, dead before he could utter another word. In his final moments, he recognized Ace. Fire Fist. Ace, you're alive. Ace's fiery weapon continued its relentless harvest of the red gold pirates' lives, their cries of despair echoing above. Spare me. Brother, spare me. We were wrong. We were wrong. But Ace, having taken countless lives before, remained unyielding to their pleas. The world is thus merely a place for killing. In mere moments, all the pirates lay lifeless. He snapped his fingers, and flames engulfed their remains, reducing their bodies to ash. Bai Jing turned his gaze toward the ship's interior, discovering a chest overflowing with gold and silver treasures, an entire small chest filled with jewels. Yet Bai Jing was unsatisfied, curling his lip in disdain. What a miser! There is hardly any wealth here. These treasures, if sold, might fetch about 10 million berries at most. He then directed his attention to little oars still on the surface, saying, "Retrieve his head. He should be worth 600 berries, at least a bit of coin to exchange." With a giant finger, little oars pinched the captain's head and tossed it onto the ship. Ace leaped down from the flagpole, gazing out at the infinite ocean, remarking, "What a familiar feeling. Being a pirate brings such freedom." He turned to Bai Jing and inquired, "Do you have any plans? Shall we accompany you?" Their motives were twofold: to await Bai Jing's resurrection of their father, and to repay him for the favor of reviving them. Following Bai Jing for a time would allow them to assist him in his endeavors, whether in becoming a pirate or pursuing other ambitions. Bai Jing understood this sentiment and smiled, asking, "Why not seek out Luffy or Sabo? Wouldn't it be heartwarming to reunite with your brothers?" Ace slowly approached the deck, gazing at the vast sea as he softly stated, "The sea embodies freedom, and one can shatter the wings of liberty. Luffy has his own adventures and companions, and I, as his brother, have long since passed away. It is best that I do not intrude upon him. Point one day, upon this boundless sea, we shall meet again, shall we not? He turned his head, offering a gentle smile. Bai Jing nodded. Indeed, that is the way of it. How about this? You two accompany me, and together we shall navigate the seas once more. Ace did not refuse. Then let it be so for now. We shall discuss future matters later. With that, they exchanged knowing smiles. Bai Jing finally unfastened the flask of liquor from his waist and tossed it to Ace. Taste this familiar flavor. Ace uncorked the flask and took a hearty swig. Exclaiming, "What fine liquor!" He then tossed the flask to little Oars, who downed it in one go, laughter lighting up his face. Above the EC, three men roared with laughter. By the way, what are your intentions? To be a pirate or a marine? Ace inquired. Bai Jing gazed out at the endless ocean, his spirits soaring. That I shall assemble my own fleet, one comprised of the mightiest pirates of this generation, or perhaps the last. Upon the sea, I aim to be the most carefree pirate. As for the title of Pirate King, I care not. Let Luffy and the others handle that. I wish to savor the splendid vistas of this pirate world. Be it pirate or marine, I shall steadfastly uphold my desires, and that shall suffice. He turned his head and spoke, his expression exceedingly grave. That I once heard a remarkable man utter a profound statement. Is it not admirable for a man to perish in the pursuit of his beliefs? A glimmer of nostalgia danced in his eyes. Ace and little Oars were momentarily taken aback. Such words could only be articulated by someone exceptional, perfectly resonating with their innermost thoughts. Observing Bai Jing in this state, they could not help but inquire, is he still alive? Bai Jing slowly shook his head, confirming his passing. But fret not, for I possess the ability to resurrect him. Although our positions may differ, I wish to persuade him to join my crew. This vessel requires not only pirates but members of diverse identities. With that, a slight smile graced Bai Jing's lips as he turned to Ace and declared, as the first step in your revival, I shall present you with a fireworks display to celebrate your rebirth. He leaped gracefully into the sky, his right hand forming a fist. Flames began to blaze fiercely. Ace was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, how is this possible? This is the power of the Mera Mera no Mi. His surprise bore no traces of jealousy or ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Bai Jing paid no heed to Ace, who remained on the deck. The collision of the Mera Mera no Mi with itself was undoubtedly immune to one another. Transforming his arm into a colossal inferno of extreme heat, he elongated it to launch a fiery punch towards his target. The speed was swift, the range extensive, and the impact tremendous. This was also Ace's most frequently employed technique, capable of sinking 5 ships with a single blow. The endless flames continued to burn as Bai Jing bellowed. Fire Fist, a blazing fist spanning dozens of feet, hurtled towards the red-gold pirate ship. Upon contact, the fire fist cleaved through the ship's hull, igniting flames that blazed fiercely. Ace was taken aback by this display and quickly leaped from the deck. Landing on Little Oar's shoulder, the two marveled at the sight of the slowly burning pirate vessel. Having accomplished this feat, Bai Jing clapped his hands in satisfaction and perched himself on Oar's other shoulder. Chapter 9. The Emergence of Sea Kings, the voice of all things, the divine judgment, he spoke, gazing at Ace. What do you think of this bonfire? Are you satisfied? Ace regarded Bai Jing with eyes akin to those observing a monster. He had never anticipated that Bai Jing would also possess the power of the Mera Mera no Mi. From what Bai Jing had just demonstrated, it was evident that he wielded the Goro no Mi. And now there was yet another fruit to contend with. This completely shattered his understanding. However, neither inquired further. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and this was Bai Jing's. Moreover, he had saved the two of them and was set to rescue Whitebeard. They had no grounds to question him about such matters. Acknowledging this, they fell silent. Beside Little Oars, they drifted slowly towards Windmill Village. It was time to reunite with some old acquaintances and, coincidentally, exchange the bounty of 6 million for some coin. The aura of the 9 hells dissipated from Bai Jing's form. To quickly replenish this energy, 2 methods existed. One was to kill, thus acquiring the death energy from the fallen. The other was to seek a cold domain, using its chill to condense the 9 hells energy, albeit at a painfully slow pace. Slaying one person would yield a wisp of 9 hells energy. When he amassed 100 wisps, he could remain in the underworld for 10 minutes. This was the most effective means of obtaining 9 Hells energy. Previously, the energy he acquired had come from vanquishing other pirates, those who had slaughtered the residents of the island. In light of this, Bai Jing resolved to repay them in kind. As they had ravaged the inhabitants, he would do the same to these pirates. Only by doing so could he maintain sufficient 9 Hells energy, allowing him to descend into the underworld and resurrect others. The two stood upon Little Oar's shoulder, gradually steering towards Windmill Village. Meanwhile, the tranquil sea surface began to churn, as if something was brewing beneath. Suddenly, a massive eel's head surged forth from the whirlpool. Its colossal body emerged from the depths, its mouth lined with jagged teeth, and it was estimated to measure around 30 meters in length. Its head alone was a staggering 3 to 4 meters wide. As seawater splashed nearby, it inadvertently drenched Ace, causing him to weaken and slump upon Little Oars. With a calm gaze, he uttered, "A Sea King." The seawater that splashed onto Bai Jing had no effect on him, but he gazed at the enormous eel's head, astonished. This resembles the Sea King that bit Shank's arm, that I never expected to encounter a Sea King here. The creature's eyes gleamed with greed as it fixed its gaze on the 3, akin to a top-tier predator surveying its prey. IT plunged its head back into the ocean, only to reappear with its massive jaws agape, ready to bite down on them. The single chomp could undoubtedly leave significant wounds on Little Oars. The roar emanating from its mouth echoed, a primal growl, as it sought to devour them whole. At that moment, Ace, affected by the splashing water, felt utterly drained. He glanced at Bai Jing, and upon seeing him unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. If even Bai Jing were affected by the seawater, their predicament would be dire. He regretted being overly impulsive and incinerating the ship in one go. While it looked impressive, the consequences were severe. Bai Jing was taken aback. He had just comprehended the words spoken by the eel. Translated, it was a death wish for humanity. It seems I, too, possess the ability to hear the voices of all things. Bai Jing was profoundly astonished. Moments later, he rubbed his chin, contemplating the enormous eel. Softly, he murmured, "I wonder if it's better braised or grilled? Such a large piece of eel meat should last quite a while." Little Oars raised his long knife, poised to strike down the massive eel. But at that moment, Bai Jing made his move. Lightning crackled around his hands, arcs of electricity dancing. The power of the Goro no Mi surged forth. He refrained from employing the Mera no Mi, as its limitations were too great in this environment. Instead, the Goro no Mi thrived in the water, making it an ideal tool. Ace observed the lightning surrounding Bai Jing and hastily warned, "Be careful. The seawater conducts electricity. If you shock us," Bai Jing, fully aware, offered Ace a reassuring smile. Little Oars, witnessing this, relinquished his long knife, placing his trust in Bai Jing's abilities. The Sea King before them seemed insignificant. Dispatching it would be a trivial task. With the power to resurrect others and extraordinary capabilities, dealing with a Sea King was well within his grasp. Were it not for the constraints of the ocean, the two of them could easily slay a Sea King. Bai Jing unleashed the lightning with ferocity, an infinite torrent of electricity swirling in the air. His expression solemn, he bellowed, "Divine judgment," transforming one's wrist into a conduit of lightning. One can unleash it at will. Ultimately, the released bolt manifests as a colossal pillar of thunder descending from the heavens to obliterate its target. This technique can also be executed laterally, not solely from above. When infused with the ability of observation hockey, the precision of this attack is significantly enhanced, allowing the user to accurately aim at their intended target. As fate would have it, he possesses the gift of observation hockey. In his gaze, this power gradually unfurled, flawlessly locking onto the head of the sea creature. He raised his right hand high, where arcs of lightning flickered with utmost intensity, before he forcefully thrust it downward into the void. Above the sea creature, the lightning manifested ominously, forming a massive pillar even larger than its head, just as the sea creature's fangs were about to gnash at the gathered crowd. The thunderous column descended from above. Piercing straight through its skull, a tremendous surge of high-voltage electricity seized its body, rendering it momentarily rigid, extinguishing its consciousness instantaneously. Moreover, the immense heat generated by the electrical discharge emitted a scent of charred flesh. Bai Jing, satisfied, clapped his hands, reveling in the spectacle. The thunder fruit is indeed formidable, and these techniques are merely minor skills. He harbors many more powerful abilities yet to be revealed. As for the observation hockey, he just unleashed. It is a natural attribute of the thunder fruit that it allows one to keenly sense the surrounding energies, enabling the detection of foes beyond the line of sight or even anticipating their movements. Referred to as the heart network during their time in the Sky Island. This ability can also be regarded as a form of telepathy or the power of listening. Function 2. The cardiac pacemaker. This is the domain of the thunder god Enel, who, by harnessing the abilities of the thunder fruit, can receive electrical signals, significantly amplifying the heart network's capabilities and range, allowing him to hear the voices of everyone on the Sky Island. Bai Jing possesses this ability as well. He turned to Oz and Ace, saying, "You two should head back, that I will drag this sea creature to shore, and we shall feast." The two stared at the monstrous Bai Jing, nodding in dazed agreement. That a dual fruit user, how utterly domineering, Ace exclaimed in astonishment. Though he was puzzled as to why Bai Jing was unaffected by the sea, the presence of such a peculiar individual who could resurrect them without suffering from the ocean's influence was no longer surprising. However, they remained unaware that Bai Jing's fruit abilities extended far beyond a single one. Chapter 10. Ace meets Dayton, setting sail on the outskirts of Windmill Village. Three figures sat together, savoring drinks and indulging in grilled eel. The aroma intoxicating. These three were none other than Ace, Bai Jing, and Little Oz. They raised their cups high, crashing them together in the air, exclaiming cheers before downing their drinks in unison. Bai Jing glanced at the two beside him, reminiscing about the childhood of Ace, Luffy, and Sabo. Recalling the moment they forged their brotherhood over a bottle of wine beside a tree stump, he looked at Ace, teasingly remarking, "Doesn't this resemble the brotherhood wine you shared with Luffy and Sabo back in Windmill Village?" At this statement, Ace was momentarily taken aback. Memories that were once shared only among Sabo, Luffy, and himself flooded back. How did Bai Jing know? He gazed at Bai Jing in puzzlement. Bai Jing merely smiled. Draining his cup without further elaboration, an hour later, the trio set off, a suggestion put forth by Bai Jing that it was only fitting to pay a visit to Dayton, Ace's adoptive mother, especially since Bai Jing had indeed fulfilled the promise he made to her. Upon arriving at Dayton's residence, the familiar sight left Ace frozen in place for an extended period. It had been ages since he had sailed alone and returned to Windmill Village to see Dayton. Standing before the door, a tumult of emotions swirled within him, rendering him unable to take a step forward, paralyzed by the fear of what to say upon their reunion. Bai Jing and Oz chose not to intrude on this moment. Understanding its significance, they remained silent, while Oz, with his colossal frame, sought out a shaded spot to rest. Unable to fit through the door, suddenly, the door swung open. Two bandits emerged, intending to attend to some matters outside. However, upon seeing the familiar yet foreign figure before them, their eyes widened in disbelief. They rubbed their eyes vigorously, stammering, Ace! Ace is alive!" This exclamation drew attention from within the house. Dayton burst forth from the bandit's dwelling, her gaze locking onto the young man who had grown significantly, his appearance altered beyond recognition. Tears welled up in her eyes. Despite the many changes, the freckles on Ace's face remained. The moment Ace laid eyes on Dayton, his nose reddened and his throat tightened, tears brimming in his eyes. Without a second thought, he rushed into Dayton's embrace, holding her tightly. Dayton, taken aback by Ace's sudden action, embraced him fiercely. "You brat, do you have any idea how much you've worried me these years? And the news of your death terrified me. You three brothers, each more reckless than the last, have been gone for so long without a word." Dayton's voice nearly erupted, rough yet laced with concern and tenderness, which Ace felt deeply. Tears streamed down his face, washing away his previous composure, as he wept inconsolably. In that moment, he was like a helpless child, returned to the embrace of his mother. Between sobs, he choked out, "I am sorry, Dayton, it's my fault. I'm back now. This time, I truly have returned, and I've made you worry." The two held each other tightly, both crying unabashedly, devoid of any semblance of adulthood. Meanwhile, the bandits hiding within the house watched the scene unfold, equally moved to tears, lamenting heartily. Wah, Ace is alive. I knew that brat wouldn't he die so easily. He's really back. Bai Jing, unable to contain himself, felt his own eyes moisten, on the verge of tears as he witnessed Dayton's emotional outburst. The two remained locked in their embrace for what felt like an eternity before gradually regaining their composure. Finally entering the bandits' dwelling, Dayton then noticed Bai Jing standing nearby, the very boy who had come to their hideout and proclaimed Ace's survival. Now, his words had proven true. He had indeed brought Ace back. Dayton cast a grateful glance at Bai Jing, a silent exchange of gratitude encompassing years of unspoken experiences. Only those who have been apart can truly understand such sentiments. The two conversed for a long while within the bandits' hideout, while Bai Jing listened quietly. Almost like an outsider. 3 days later, Ace, Bai Jing, and Little Oz slowly prepared to depart. As the trio's figures faded into the distance, Dayton's eyes glistened with tears once more, and she sobbed heartily, covering her eyes to shield her emotions from others. She cursed under her breath. "You troublesome boy, you come for a few days, and then leave again. Go. Just leave, and who knows if you'll return alive." Despite her harsh words, tears continued to flow down her cheeks. Turning back into the bandits' hideout, she murmured softly, "The child has grown up. They must have their adventures. Luffy and Sabo are safe, and Ace is alive. Everything is truly wonderful." As the trio arrived in the town, many were taken aback by Ace's familiar visage. "This young man looks so familiar. Have you noticed how much he resembles the pirate Ace?" "Ace? Who is that?" "Fire Fist Ace. You know, he really does bear a striking resemblance." Surrounded by a multitude of whispering onlookers, Ace did not seek to conceal himself. After all, the news of his resurrection would soon spread across the globe. As for Little Oars, he awaited them by the shore. His imposing stature, standing at a towering 38 meters, made him prone to causing unnecessary misunderstandings and panic. Ace made his way to the tavern run by Makino to indulge in a drink and reminisce. Meanwhile, Bai Jing ventured to the naval base to exchange a bounty for currency and procure a small boat in town. The trio was now ready to set sail. After a brief search, Bai Jing found a boat barely capable of accommodating him and Ace, yet he could not find one suitable for Little Oars. His immense size rendered it impossible to find a fitting vessel, at least not in Windmill Village. Thus, Little Oars would have to endure a few days of swimming in the As night fell. Ace emerged from the tavern, escorted by Makino, who wore a smile in her eyes. It was a joyous occasion that Ace had returned to life. Surely, Mr. Garp and Dayton would be pleased as well. Darkness enveloped the sky. The three embarked on their journey aboard a modest 10-meter boat, setting sail for adventure. Chapter 11. The Floating Restaurant. Under surveillance that night, Ace, Bai Jing, and Little Oars officially commenced their voyage across the vast ocean. The two were uncertain of their destination, simply drifting along the currents. The sturdiness of their small vessel was questionable, yet if they encountered any pirates, they would make good use of it. If not, they could rely on their wits and strength. Bai Jing, having traversed dimensions, understood the concept of virtue. Let us allow fate to guide us, or perhaps we could directly confront other pirates. Little Oars' colossal form submerged beneath the waves propelled the boat forward with remarkable speed. He yearned to resurrect others swiftly, intending to assist in vanquishing pirates to gather some 9 nether energy for Bai Jing. However, Ace gently shook his head, for Little Oars had misspoken. The lives of pirates were still lives. It was the butchers who deserved their fate. Such matters should unfold naturally. Mr. Bai Jing had his own contemplations. Ace's address of Bai Jing had shifted from brother to sir, reflecting true respect for strength, for their resurrection, and for the enlightenment Bai Jing had provided. Lying in the boat with his head resting on his hands, Bai Jing smiled softly at the myriad stars above the sea, savoring the essence of freedom that he had already identified his next target. Have you ever heard the saying, "A true man is but a little foam, gentleness personified in Corazon, and deep affection in Senior"? Regrettably, one among them was a subordinate of Doflamingo, making it unlikely to recruit him. However, filling this void in love would suffice. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the sought-after individual resided among them. They would let things unfold in due course. Their first stop would be Marineford. Before long, they would reunite with Luffy and the others. By this point, they should have reached Big Mom's territory. Ace listened quietly, then inquired about the distance to Marineford, which was indeed quite far, likely taking several days. Indeed, we could seize a naval warship. It would be swifter and more efficient than our rickety boat, Bai Jing exclaimed, a glint of ambition in his eyes. Ace nodded in agreement. It was a feasible plan. The trio drifted at sea for 3 entire days without encountering a single pirate ship, not even a trace. Bai Jing lay idly at the bow. Having consumed all their provisions, with nothing left to eat, they could only dive into the depths to catch sea kings, though these elusive creatures rarely appeared. Little oars, having tirelessly propelled their small boat for 3 days, had lost some weight. Despite having a considerable sum of 15 million berries from bounties and treasures exchanged for cash, they found themselves with no means to spend it on food. Look, a floating restaurant ahead. Let us rest there. Little Oar's deep voice rumbled, capturing the attention of Ace and Bai Jing. As they approached the restaurant, Bai Jing felt an unsettling familiarity. Isn't that the floating restaurant owned by Red-Leg Zeph? The very same who trained Sanji, he exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Bai Jing's soul, detached from his body, floated towards the restaurant, leaving his physical form behind. The floating restaurant bustled with patrons, with hundreds of pirates dining. The moment Bai Jing's spirit entered, he called out, "Boss, 50 orders of seafood fried rice, please. Goodness gracious!" A ghost, echoed the frightened voices of the pirates, eyes wide in terror at the sight of the floating green soul. Ace, holding Bai Jing's body, entered the restaurant, allowing Bai Jing's spirit to gradually return to his physical form. Little Oars remained at a distance, his size too unwieldy for the establishment. They would simply prepare a massive portion of seafood fried rice to share with him later. As Bai Jing regained his corporeal state, the patrons slowly returned to their seats, eyeing the youngest among them with mischievous intent. A few had already taken note of Bai Jing's appearance, lurking outside the restaurant, plotting revenge. How dare that little brat embarrass me in broad daylight? It seems he has more than one life to spare. One pirate sneered. Boss, everything is set. Our ship is already circling outside, with 100 crew members waiting to ambush this little brat. Another reported, excellent. As soon as he steps out, we shall make an example of him for daring to tarnish the reputation of the Caribou pirates. Outside, the pirates stealthily gathered. Bai Jing and Ace found a spot to sit and awaited their seafood fried rice, oblivious to the brewing tension outside, all while Bai Jing observed the unfolding events. With his observation hockey and the powers of the thunder fruit, he could perceive the heartbeats and movements of everyone in the restaurant. A cold smirk formed on his lips. Trouble has come knocking. These pirates are truly foolish. Just over 200 of them shall graciously provide me with some 9 nether energy. I could tea that moment. Red-Leg Zeph was in the kitchen, curious about the order for 50 servings of seafood fried rice. He wondered who could possibly require such a large quantity. He began to cook with great expertise. 2 bowls of fried rice soon emerged, and as Bai Jing beheld the golden, fragrant dish before him, he wasted no time. With a spoon in hand, he devoured mouthful after mouthful, savoring the exquisite flavor. His eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "What culinary skill! No wonder he is Sanji's mentor. This seafood fried rice surpasses my expectations. The flavors meld perfectly, creating a true feast for the senses." "Bring me more," Bai Jing shouted, fully engrossed in his meal. His eating habits starkly contrasted with Ace's refined demeanor, who had learned proper etiquette and savored each bite gracefully. Hearing Bai Jing's enthusiastic praise from the kitchen, Zeph hobbled out. His limp was a remnant of the injury sustained while saving Sanji, thus earning him the moniker Red-Leg Zeph. Chapter 12. The mysterious Bai Jing. Red-Leg Zeph's astonishment. Red-Leg Zeph scrutinized Bai Jing curiously, his gaze roving over the young boy. How could this adolescent possibly know Sanji? It seemed improbable. Sanji had been at sea for several years, and there was little overlap between their ages. "Oh, you truly know Sanji?" Zeph inquired skeptically. Bai Jing smiled gently. "Of course I know Sanji. Not only do I know him, but I am also well aware of his exploits. He has recently garnered quite a reputation as the second son of the Germa family, and his devilish attire has significantly augmented his strength. Moreover, Sanji is soon to be wed, though this final outcome may not be entirely pleasant for him." Bai Jing recalled the appearance of Luffy and his companions at Sanji's wedding. along with the ensuing series of conflicts that mar the occasion. Fortunately, Brulee's love for Sanji runs profoundly deep. She is the first woman to have taken the cigarette from Sanji's lips, which has endeared this couple to Bai Jing immensely. Alas, on that tempestuous night, Brulee bestowed a kiss upon Sanji, encapsulating a series of memories from those days, leaving her alone to bear the pain. Hearing that pirate romances are often fraught with tragedy, he found it to be true. Yet, he was determined to reunite Sanji with his memories, guiding him back to Brulee so they could marry. Redfoot Zeph's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he remarked, "How do you know this? You are in the East Blue, while they are in the New World." Ace, nearby, busily savored his meal, prioritizing the enjoyment of food above all else. Bai Jing continued, "How about a wager? If I can provide evidence that substantiates my claims, then you shall treat me to these 2 bowls of seafood rice, and I shall owe you nothing." In truth, he was not motivated by the cost of the seafood rice, for they had no shortage of wealth. He merely wished to engage in a bet with Redfoot Zeph, instilling in him the certainty of Sanji's recent happenings. Bai Jing's mind, Luffy's brothers were raised by Dayton, while Sanji's adoptive father was none other than Redfoot Zeph. Just 2 bowls of seafood rice. I can certainly afford that. Speak your mind, Zeph replied, his long whiskers twitching animatedly as he spoke. Bai Jing responded slowly, "How I came by this information is of no consequence. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. However, there is one thing you undoubtedly know, and you will certainly grasp what I am alluding to." Bai Jing took a leisurely bite of his seafood rice and murmured, 13 years ago, upon returning to the East Blue, you led the chef pirate crew to the front of the orbit, where they plundered the ship's treasures. Sanji charged forward but was swiftly kicked aside. Clinging to your right leg, he declared he would find all blue. This touched you, who harbored a similar dream. That day, amid a fierce storm, Sanji was swept away, and you plunged into the sea to rescue him. You both washed ashore on a deserted island, where you shared a bag of provisions that would last 5 days with Sanji. While you took the bulk of the treasure to the other side of the island, awaiting rescue. To survive, you crush your right leg with a rock to sustain yourself. This is from the manga. In the anime, it is modified to depict Zeph breaking his leg with an anchor chain to save the drowning Sanji. Bai Jing whispered the final sentence so softly that only he and Zeph could hear. Upon hearing Bai Jing's words, Redfoot Zeph's pupils widened in shock, and the look in his eyes shifted dramatically. In a low voice, he asked, "Who are you? How do you know all this?" He pondered, aside from Sanji. No one else knew of those days. The fact that Bai Jing recounted it all word for word instilled in him a half-hearted belief in the information just shared. Bai Jing waved his hand with a smile. "You need not know who I am. You only need to understand that it was by chance that I arrived at this floating restaurant, and it was likewise by chance that I came here to share with you news of Sanji. After all these years as a father, watching your child venture forth must be quite bittersweet. No? Now, Sanji is in pursuit of his dream, all blue, and has become a renowned pirate with a hefty bounty. They have set sail into the Grand Line. Redfoot Zeph found the young man before him increasingly enigmatic, and he could not help but laugh heartily, finally at ease. "Huh, you are quite the amusing lad. In that case, I shall treat you to the remaining 48 bowls of seafood rice you desire. Today, I am in such a good mood that I shall add another 50 bowls." He lowered his voice, his gaze intentionally drifting towards the outside. "There are 200 pirates outside, watching you closely. That if you wish to flee, you may enter my back kitchen." Bai Jing chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. "There is no need. These mere 200 pirates are but a snap of my fingers." With that, he returned to his seafood rice, while Zeph nodded, saying nothing further, and retreated to the kitchen to prepare more seafood rice. Within the kitchen, his laughter reverberated throughout the floating restaurant. "Hey, what's up with Zeph? Why is he laughing for no reason?" one pirate queried. "This old man must have lost his mind today. Let's just enjoy our meal." I must admit, the flavor is quite delightful. Bowls of seafood rice kept coming, and both Ace and Bai Jing savored every bite. After finishing their meal, Ace stood and shouted, "Pack up 200 bowls of seafood rice." "Who are these two? How can they eat so much? Are they here to hand out money?" Another pirate wondered. "If they are here to give us money, then." Around them, several pirates exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with interest. "Hey, doesn't that guy in the red hat look familiar? I feel like I've seen that face somewhere. Do you feel that too?" Yes, I also have that feeling, but I can't seem to recall where. The murmurs spread among the crowd, as they kept their gazes fixed on Ace's face, curiosity piquing. Because Ace had been deceased for over 2 years, the legendary Fire Fist Ace had faded from public consciousness. Once the 200 bowls of seafood rice were packed into a large parcel, they paid several thousand berries before departing. Naturally, Redfoot Zeph would not accept the money, but Bai Jing insisted on leaving it behind. After packing the enormous parcel, they made their way outside. Chapter 13. The Car Cow Pirates, Bai Jing and a frenzied kid, you finally emerged. Was it enjoyable inside? You scared us half to death. A throng of several hundred pirates surrounded the entrance of the floating restaurant. Do you know how famous my Car Cow Pirates are around here? Go ask anyone. Who doesn't know about us? And now you dare to provoke us? You have two choices. Bow your head in apology. Or bow your head in apology, or still, bow your head in apology. The leader of the pirates, bare-chested, had a flag draped over his right arm, depicting an old cow pushing a cart. The others from the Car Cow Pirates bore similar flags on their arms. Bai Jing couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, looking at the surrounding pirates with resignation. What is it with you filthy pirates? All sharing the same mindset. I haven't done anything to you. Why are you bothering me? Very well, I shall give you three choices. 1. Kneel and bow in apology. Point 2. Kneel, bow, and sing a song while doing so. Point 3. Collectively leap from this floating restaurant and swim 10 kilometers back. Then kneel and bow in apology. The pirates' faces grew increasingly ferocious upon hearing this. You little brat, daring to toy with us. Bai Jing turned to Ace. You take these back to Little Oars. He must be starving. I'll handle these little pests. Ace nodded and leaped high into the air, soaring over them. You think you can run, kid? The dozens of pirates pursued him, and at the end of the restaurant lay their anchored pirate ship. With only a short distance left before the ocean, they were certain Ace had nowhere to escape. Ignoring them, Ace leapt again, landing on the edge of the floating restaurant. Bending slightly, he launched himself upward, completing a full 360-degree flip in the air. Just as everyone thought he would plummet into the water, a smirk crossed his lips as he shouted, "Fire Fist!" A colossal flame coalesced above his hand. The fiery fist unleashed a tremendous shockwave towards the ocean below. His body was propelled backward, rebounding hundreds of meters before landing precisely on the small boat anchored in the distance. Meanwhile, the enormous form of Oars floated nearby. Ace, ever considerate, gathered all the food and brought it to young Oars. The pirates pursuing them, upon realizing Ace was a devil fruit user, were drenched in cold sweat. Fortuitously, they had refrained from chasing moments earlier. Otherwise, their fate would have been sealed. Soon after, they returned, their eyes fixed on Bai Jing, intent on seizing the moment. You little brat, your companions have fled, yet you dare to boast and command us to kneel? You certainly possess audacity, they sneered. Brothers, charge! Let us eliminate this brat and show him the consequences of provoking the Chain Yo pirate crew. Armed with long blades, they swung their weapons toward Bai Jing, with a sigh. Bai Jing lamented, Why do you not believe me when I say I am powerful? I too am a user of a devil fruit. You little punk, mere words are meaningless that I claim to possess the Mara Mara no Mi as well. The captain of the Chain Yo pirate crew laughed menacingly. Bai Jing, choosing to avoid conflict, gradually summoned flames that enveloped his hands, forming tight fists. An infinite torrent of fire erupted from the shape resembling a figure eight, striking the pirates that charged at him. Before their blades could reach Bai Jing, they were already engulfed in roaring flames. A fireball pierced through their bodies as if real bullets had been shot. Bai Jing sighed, Why do you not trust me? It is too late now. Shooting time, showtime. His hands transformed into blazing firearms, firing in rapid succession. The flames transcended the boundaries of bullets, erupting with a relentless barrage that swiftly claimed the lives of nearly 100 pirates. The lifeless energy from their bodies morphed into pure nine-nether chi, invisibly merging with his own essence. How is this possible? Run. This brat is a devil fruit user, beyond our capacity to contend with. Run, it is already too late. Next time, keep your eyes wide open. Bai Jing's voice echoed like a whisper from the Grim Reaper. His hands morphed into searing fire guns, unleashing a relentless stream of fireballs that harvested their lives with merciless efficiency. Within the seaside restaurant, numerous patrons peered out, gasping in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. This young man was masquerading as a fool, yet he was a devil fruit user, and the fruit resembled the Mara Mara no Mi. Wasn't this Ace's Mara Mara no Mi? Indeed, the individual who had just sat across from this young man bore an uncanny resemblance to Ace. Could it truly be Fire Fist Ace? Wasn't he said to be dead? How could he possibly be here now? Uncertainty loomed. Perhaps the earlier rumors were unfounded. Keep your voices down. We don't want this young man to hear us. Otherwise, we may not escape unscathed. He does not seem like a benevolent soul. The diners within the seaside restaurant were left in stunned silence. Harboring bold conjectures, they began to believe that Fire Fist Ace had not perished, and this revelation would soon spread throughout the East Blue. Big brother, please spare me. I was blind to your greatness. Now that I have offended you, just let me go. Treat me as if I were nothing, and I shall never dare to cross you again. The captain of the Che Nyo pirate crew, realizing he could not escape, knelt down, tears streaming down his face. Surrounding him were the lifeless bodies of his crew. Bai Jing remained cold and aloof, gradually dispersing the flames that enveloped his hands. Just as the pirate thought he had found salvation, a short dagger suddenly appeared in Bai Jing's hand. The pirate lunged forward, aiming for Bai Jing, who had seemingly reverted to his former self. The entire performance had merely been a facade for Bai Jing's benefit. As he shouted, "You little brat, for making me lose face, you shall pay with your life." The dagger plunged directly into Bai Jing's body. Yet, contrary to expectations, no blood flowed. The dagger and his fist passed straight through Bai Jing's abdomen, which had transformed into pure flame, incinerating the pirate's entire arm in an instant. The intense heat melted the flesh away, and the pirate screamed in agony, withdrawing his right hand, which was now entirely consumed by fire. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Bai Jing had never been naive enough to believe this man would bow in repentance. He had remained vigilant throughout. Even now, a smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth. His right thumb pointed slowly, and a bolt of lightning surged through the pirate's forehead, leaving a gaping wound. The pirate's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. After finishing this grim task, Bai Jing turned his gaze towards the interior of the seaside restaurant, smiling as he said, "Thank you for your hospitality." With that, he deftly leaped aside, commandeering the Che Nyo pirate cruise ship and sailing away into the distance. Chapter 14. Silver Fox Foxy, the slow fruit user. Now that he possessed a pirate ship, the small boat was no longer necessary. Young oars, too large to board, remained floating in the sea. Ace looked at him with concern. Realizing that this situation could not persist, "Oh, not worry. It will not be long before we acquire a larger pirate ship for our voyage." Young Oars grinned, his massive tusks appearing somewhat fearsome. "It's all right. With the physique of a giant, if I cannot withstand this little seawater, how could I possibly be of any worth?" Ace and Bai Jing exchanged a knowing smile as they adorned the pirate ship's flag with their own artistic flair. The previous design, resembling a small calf in a cart, was undeniably unappealing. This led Bai Jing to reminisce about a peculiar technique from his past life, evoking a sense of unease. The trio once again set sail upon the vast ocean. Having learned their lesson and stocked the ship with ample provisions, coupled with the bread and wine already stored on the pirate vessel, they had enough sustenance to last them for quite some time. As night fell, the three engaged in lively conversation over drinks, eventually succumbing to slumber in the deep of night. Along their journey, they encountered several small islands, allowing little Oz to disembark and dry off. A few days later, they spotted a colossal island, one that Bai Jing recognized, Long Chain Island. This island was the territory of Silver Fox Foxy, known for his spectacular contests against Luffy and his crew. Bai Jing's interest was piqued not by the competition itself, but by Foxy's fruit abilities. Foxy's fruit, the slow fruit, was grossly underestimated, primarily due to the ineptitude of its user. It could reduce the flow of time for surrounding entities, effectively altering their temporal experience. Such a formidable ability was squandered to such a trivial extent. If Bai Jing were in Foxy's shoes, he would prefer to meet a swift demise that he stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the island with keen curiosity. The slow photons, an undiscovered particle in this world, had the capacity to decelerate anything illuminated by its rays, be it living beings, liquids, or gases. without altering their energy states. Simply put, contact with this light would render objects sluggish. Within the illuminated radius, all entities would experience a reduction in speed, regardless of their initial velocity, including the pace of a fall, in such a state. Affected objects would appear to float. A S reaction slowed. Any incoming attacks would accumulate, culminating in an explosive release once the photon effect dissipated. The photons could linger for 30 seconds before restoring normal speed. Moreover, these emitted photons could be stored within weapons, showcasing the fruit's extraordinary potential. Just imagine, when Bai Jing commanded a legion of subordinates, unleashing slow light would render their adversaries incapacitated. Yet, the fruit bore a critical flaw. Photons would reflect off mirrors, adversely affecting the user as well. The pirate ship gradually approached Long Chain Island, but Little Oz remained absent, his massive form too conspicuous. Only Ace and Bai Jing disembarked, primarily due to Bai Jing's desire to explore, with Ace accompanying him. The moment they set foot on the island, a resounding cannonade echoed around them, booming in succession. Boom, bang, bang. A crimson carpet unfurled beneath their feet, leading into the interior. Beyond this carpet, Foxy made a flamboyant entrance. Clad in glistening shoes, striding toward them with theatrical flair. With his distinctive red nose and slanted, triangular eyes, there was no mistaking it. This was indeed Silver Fox Foxy. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he eyed the duo, particularly their pirate ship, a smile creeping onto his face. "Welcome to Long Chain Island," he proclaimed. "Join us for a competition, and you shall be rewarded handsomely. Should you lose, merely stake your pirate ship. Rest assured, our contests are utterly fair, devoid of deceit." He rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating their acceptance of his challenge. After all, with their slender physiques, how could they refuse? Surely, they couldn't pose a threat to his considerable numbers. Bai Jing, filled with unexpected joy, had never anticipated an opportunity to encounter Foxy so fortuitously. As for the absurd game and Foxy's claims of fairness, pure nonsense. Had he not witnessed the unscrupulous nature of pirate abilities, especially one that could diminish another's speed? Without further ado, Bai Jing surged into action, his speed transforming him into a streak of lightning as he appeared before Silver Fox Foxy in an instant. Before Foxy could react, Bai Jing's hand rested upon his shoulder. In that fleeting moment of contact, Bai Jing assimilated Foxy's fruit ability, perfectly replicating it. Foxy felt an unsettling void within himself, while Bai Jing experienced the sudden acquisition of the slow fruit's powers. Foxy's expression shifted into one of indignation as he shook off Bai Jing's hand, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Bai Jing, undeterred, placed his hand back on Foxy's shoulder and replied, "Thanks to you, my friend is doing splendidly. As for this game, I shall decline. Until we meet again, farewell." With that, he turned to leave. In less than 15 minutes on the island, he had encountered an adversary willing to bestow a fruit ability upon him. Meanwhile, Little Oz, still damp from the island's waters, prepared for another departure. "Damn it! Do you think Long Chain Island is a place one can come and go as they please? Do you take me for Silver Fox Foxy?" He roared in fury, his hands clenched into a delicate pose as he unleashed a torrent of slow light. Yet Bai Jing had anticipated this. His form once again transformed into elemental lightning, vanishing from sight. Suddenly, he reappeared before Silver Fox Foxy, seizing him by the neck and lifting him effortlessly, his gaze cold and unyielding. "Silver Fox Foxy, valued at 24 million berries. Tell me, wouldn't it be splendid if I were to present your head to the government in exchange for a bounty?" Lightning and flames danced around him, his grip crackling with energy as he continued, "Your hair might just catch fire." With a sudden surge of electricity, Foxy's hair frizzed wildly, igniting in a blaze that left him bald. Foxy's face flushed with rage as he glared at his onlooking subordinates. "What are you waiting for? Attack! Can't you see he's threatening me?" Chapter 15. Firefly Fire Dama. A man is but phone-like. The surrounding henchmen, initially poised to act, hesitated as Ace stepped forward. An immense wall of flames erupted around him, encircling everyone within. Amidst the inferno, Ace himself blazed brightly, his voice casual yet firm. "You'd best not move. Otherwise, you may find yourselves reduced to ashes beneath this fire, and I cannot promise your safety," he murmured. Firefly, Fire Dama, conjuring numerous glowing, greenish fireballs resembling fireflies that floated ominously around them. These could coalesce upon an enemy, detonating in a single, devastating blast, though they also posed a risk to all present. Foxy's pupils dilated as recognition struck him. He identified the man before him, the flames and the familiar hat. This was none other than Port Gasti. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, that he was supposed to be dead. How was he still alive? Clearly, the others recognized Ace as well, their bodies trembling in awe. This was the fearsome Fire Fist Ace, who had previously rebuffed an offer from the 7 warlords of the S.E.I. In disbelief, Foxy questioned, "Ace, why are you still alive?" He cast a wary glance at Fire Fist Ace, his eyes filled with trepidation. Fire Fist Ace remained silent, awaiting the next command from Bai Jing, who had subtly begun to assume a leadership role within the group. Strength commands respect, and those endowed with greater power invariably find themselves in positions of reverence. Bai Jing gently lowered Silver Fox Foxy and turned to depart. The members of the Silver Fox pirate crew fixated their gazes on Bai Jing's retreating figure, not daring to utter a word or take a deep breath. After all, they were encircled by an inferno, and a moment's carelessness could spell their doom. Once Bai Jing had slowly vanished from their sight, Fire Fist Ace turned to leave, following closely behind him. The two ascended the pirate ship and called for little oars. The ship set sail once more, drifting further away, while the immense wall of flames that had ensnared them gradually dissipated. Silver Fox Foxy felt as though he had just emerged from the depths of hell. The indifferent gaze of Bai Jing, along with the overwhelming powers of lightning and flame, left him trembling. Having been a pirate for many years, he had never experienced such a sensation. That gaze resembled that of a divine being looking down upon mere ants. Cold sweat drenched the backs of the crew. After all, it was Fire Fist Ace, the renowned pirate, whom they had encountered. Furthermore, the news of Fire Fist Ace's supposed demise years ago turned out to be a fabrication. This shocking revelation would undoubtedly ripple through the entire pirate world in no time. While the Silver Fox pirate crew was still reeling from Ace's unexpected appearance, Foxy found himself astounded not by Ace's presence, but by the young man's ability to wield the powers of 2 devil fruits. Moreover, Fire Fist Ace had acknowledged him as the leader. The two aboard the ship couldn't help but indulge in a drink. Bai Jing appeared to be in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune. Yo-ho-ho, 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 I bring you the long-awaited Bink Sake, the fragrance reminiscent of the sea, a scent often associated with men of the ocean, wafted through the air. This melody instantly captivated Ace's attention, that he listened intently to the beautiful song. After Bai Jing finished his tune, Ace turned to him and inquired, "What is the name of this song?" Bai Jing replied with a smile, "Ah, this song is the creation of a remarkable musician, but it's called Bink Sake, and this musician has a connection to your brother." Ace took a sip of his drink and fell silent. The two men silently admired the nocturnal seascape. Bai Jing estimated that he had only taken the lives of a little over 300 individuals in recent days, and his accumulation of the ethereal energy of the 9 hells had barely coalesced into 30 strands. Even after 5 hours' time, venturing into the underworld to locate individuals remained unrealistic. He would need to seek out more ruthless pirates, gather sufficient 9 hells energy to traverse the underworld, and resurrect some souls. On this vast ocean, only he and Ace occupied the pirate ship. Little oars couldn't board and was left floating in the water, feeling somewhat lonely. Once he had successfully revived individuals, he intended to recruit more crewmates, preferably musicians or chefs, to facilitate cooking at sea. Observing Bai Jing's contemplative demeanor, Ace couldn't help but ask, "Are you pondering whom you wish to resurrect?" Bai Jing nodded. "Whitebeard should be in one of the other cities of the underworld, but I am unaware of his exact location, so it will take considerable time to find him. The same goes for others I wish to revive. To be safe, I need to gather enough 9 hells energy to ensure I can remain in the underworld for at least 3 days. During that time, I will endeavor to locate those individuals in the 9 hells and see if they can be brought back." He turned to Ace, his expression earnest. "Do you know that in my world there exists a saying?" Before Ace could respond, Bai Jing continued, "Family is but a fleeting moment. Regrets are merely deserota. Man is but a verkle. Love is but a sin. Tenderness is but a corazon, and a gentleman is but a sanji." Ace found this intriguing, especially the mention of desero. he was filled with curiosity about Bai Jing's origins. Sensing Ace's unfamiliarity, Bai Jing rose to his feet and gazed into the distance, recalling the flamboyant figure clad in a swan dress. His eyes reflected nostalgia as he spoke. A man is but a vehicle, and it's not mere words. For your dear brother, he was imprisoned and impelled down to allow the Straw Hat Boy to escape and reach the Navy headquarters to rescue you. He disguised himself as Magellan. He ventured to the underground control room and opened the gates of Impel Down, allowing the Straw Hat crew to escape. Beyond this favor toward your brother, he also braved the endless snow at Impel Down, where the Straw Hat Boy was on the verge of freezing to death. It was he who carried the Straw Hat Boy across the snowy expanse to find the Okama King, granting the Straw Hat Boy his salvation. Ultimately, he was left alone in that forsaken place. This is why I say a man is but a vehicle. Ace listened with growing seriousness, his silence profound. To sacrifice so much for his brother was indeed commendable, he lamented. This is a true man. I genuinely wish to meet him and express my gratitude for all he has done for my foolish brother. Chapter 16. The most arrogant pirate. Raiding a naval warship, the trio was making their way toward the Sabeti archipelago. Bai Jing was eager to seek out Rayleigh first to learn hockey, at the very least the Busashoka hockey. Initially, he had intended to consult Ace, but he felt Ace might be somewhat unreliable. Rayleigh, being the former first mate of the Pirate King, would undoubtedly impart valuable knowledge. Presently, he deemed himself insufficiently powerful, if he were to become truly formidable with a plethora of devil fruit abilities. He would venture to the Navy headquarters to meet with Garp and Sengoku. He was particularly intrigued by Sengoku's Hito no Mi model, Buddha. Naturally, if he acquired an abundance of abilities, he would visit the celestial dragon's dwelling and eliminate those wretched beings, all the while collecting supreme swords. What a delightful prospect! The journey ahead remained long. After drifting at sea for another 10 days, a massive naval warship appeared on the horizon, slowly approaching them. The familiar seagull flag of the Navy adorned the blue warship. Bai Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Ace, look! Little Oars has found his place." The enormous naval vessel was indeed large enough to accommodate Little Oars's colossal frame. Bai Jing was undoubtedly the most audacious pirate. Typically, pirates would flee upon sighting a warship, yet here was Bai Jing, intent on commandeering one to and let us not forget about that simpleton Jack, who fearlessly charged at the naval ship, only to be left battered and broken. Fire Fist Ace adjusted his hat, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The Navy, it has been a while since I've seen them. While Bai Jing had intentions of seizing the warship, he did not harbor a desire for excessive bloodshed. If the Navy proved obstinate, he could hardly be blamed. As someone who had traversed into this world, he was most reasonable, adhering to the principle of barter. Surely the Navy would understand. It seemed only logical to exchange his modest pirate vessel for their grand, fully automated warship. That seemed quite reasonable, didn't it? Major Moles, it appears there is a pirate ship ahead. Should we engage it? A Navy soldier reported to Major Moles, who was well known in the pirate community. He peered through his telescope and, upon confirming the presence of a pirate ship, immediately issued orders. Pirates are to be captured on these seas. Since we have encountered them, we shall bombard them. Relay the command. Advance at full speed. Approach the pirate vessel and sink them with cannon fire. Upon hearing Major Moles' instructions, the Navy soldiers straightened their posture and saluted. Yes, sir. Upon this colossal naval vessel, a formidable contingent of 10,000 sailors stands resolutely. This warship, stretching an impressive 300 meters in length and several tens of meters in width, greatly pleases Bai Jing. Such a grand maritime vessel, once set sail, would undoubtedly exude an air of opulence. In any case, he need only employ this naval ship to reach the Shambolt Islands, with other considerations being of little concern to him. As for being pursued by the Navy, nonsense, equipped with the powers of the Thunder Fruit and the Flame Fruit. Alongside the formidable Ace and Little Oars, they constitute a robust trio of warlords. Unless a Marine Admiral were to intervene, none could impede their progress. The pirates ahead are urged to surrender if they wish to retain a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, they should not blame the cannons for their merciless wrath. The voice of the Navy echoes from the warship, reaching the ears of the trio. Ace and Bai Jing remain composed, steering their pirate ship directly towards the naval vessel, showing no inclination to evade. Meanwhile, Little Oars positions himself behind the pirate ship, concealing his massive head to maintain an element of surprise against the Navy, though there is but a solitary naval ship. It suffices, for Bai Jing alone is more than adequate. His body is impervious to sea stone, and he harbors the powers of a devil fruit. This advantageous trait renders him nearly invincible as the warship draws nearer. The mole, witnessing the pirates' utter lack of remorse, commands, "Fire! Bring those pirates down!" In that moment, immense cannonballs are unleashed from the ominous barrels. Dozens of shells soar towards the pirate ship. Flames engulf Ace, who extends his fingers in a cross formation. Targeting the incoming projectiles. "Cross fire," he proclaims. The crossed fingers emit a beam of light, launching flames that pierce the air, creating a fiery column that obliterates the cannonballs before they can reach the pirate vessel. The shells explode in midair, never touching the ship. Having executed this feat, Ace crouches slightly before propelling himself towards the distant warship. In midair, his fists ignite into fiery projectiles as he strikes the sea's surface with tremendous force, leveraging the resulting recoil to land on the naval vessel. Observing Ace's deft maneuver, Bai Jing muses, "I must seek out Kizuru another day. His light fruit would allow me to traverse such distances effortlessly. Otherwise, it lacks flair. His thunder fruit grants him the most potent thunder god form, enabling brief flights. When transformed in a flash, he becomes a bolt of lightning, surging toward the naval ship, vanishing from the pirate vessel." The two suddenly find themselves aboard the Navy's ship, leaving the sailors momentarily stunned. As they come to recognize the figures before them. The Navy's Vice Admiral Mole is struck with disbelief. His pupils widen in shock. His face stiffening, and a chill creeps into his limbs. Trembling, he exclaims, "Fire Fist? Ace! How is this possible? I saw you perish." He had witnessed Ace being fatally struck by a Kainu during the Marineford War. The sight of Ace, unscathed, standing before him defies all logic, particularly as the power of the flame fruit remains intact. Noting the astonishment among the sailors, Bai Jing breaks the silence, stating, "There is no need for speculation. This mountain was carved by my hand, this tree planted by me. Should you wish to pass, you must offer tribute, and why utmost pleasure in life is to forge friendships through trade, that I graciously give you my pirate ship in exchange for this naval vessel." Is that too much to ask? With a mischievous grin, he scans the surroundings for the helm of the ship. The sailors, regaining their composure, are incensed by Bai Jing's audacity. "You fool! What delusion are you under? Who dreams in broad daylight?" Chapter 17. A fierce battle aboard the warship. Two flame fruit users. Despite their anger, the foremost thought in their minds is the realization that they, as Navy personnel, are being robbed by a pirate. No less. How could such audacity exist? Pirates should flee at the sight of the Navy. Yet here they are, brazenly leaping from their ship onto the naval vessel, facing 10,000 sailors without a thought of retreat. Are you out of your mind? Do you not comprehend the disparity in our identities? A nearby naval soldier interjects. Bai Jing nods, feigning innocence that, of course. "I'm well aware. Surely, you do not wish to lose your lives over mere worship. Moreover, who says that those aboard a pirate ship must be pirates? I stand here on a naval vessel. Why not consider me one of you?" Vice Admiral Mole, gazing at Fire Fist Ace, tightens his grip on his longsword. The justice he upholds will not waver, even in the face of Ace's formidable warlord strength. Ace greets the Vice Admiral. "Vice Admiral, I trust you've been well. It is hard to believe 2 years have passed since our last encounter. How might I repay you, dear Navy?" No sooner has he spoken than Ace's figure vanishes. Divine fire. Unknown fire. He bellows, transforming his hands into flames and launching a fiery spear at his foe. As it pierces the opponent, it ignites and inflicts damage, ideal for close combat. With blazing hands, Ace propels himself towards Vice Admiral Mole with tremendous speed. Before the Vice Admiral can react, he frantically swings his longsword, enveloping it in haki. Yet, Ace's swiftness proves overwhelming, and the two massive fire spears pierce through Mole's form. Fortunately, his haki had fortified him. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to grievous injury. He stumbles back, spitting blood, yet retains considerable fighting spirit. The Vice Admiral is not merely a title. He possesses formidable strength, wielding a blackened sword and engaging in combat using the Navy's 6 powers against Ace, observing the legendary Fire Fist Ace. The surrounding sailors begin to harbor thoughts of retreat. Seeing Bai Jing as an unfamiliar newcomer, they converge upon him. Choose the soft fruit to squeeze, they murmur. Thousands swarm, encircling Bai Jing, weapons raised as they unleash a barrage of gunfire. Bai Jing shows no inclination to defend himself, allowing the bullets to pierce his form. His body transforms into an elemental state, igniting sparks as the projectiles pass through him, turning him into a figure of flames. He grins, first courtesy, then conflict. It's a custom for my homeland. Matters of right and wrong are irrelevant, merely differing stances that I assure you, I will be gentle. With that, Bai Jing's hands ignite with ferocious flames. He spins in place, exclaiming, "Flame ring." Fire pillar. Utilizing the flame ring, he channels the gathered fire into a blazing column that shoots skyward, capable of descending to strike foes below. Countless sparks rain down from above, incinerating the surrounding Navy personnel. The instant the flames touch them, they ignite, and the sailors frantically roll on the ground to extinguish the fire. While they struggle, Bai Jing moves like a specter, darting across the ship, transforming into bolts of lightning. His fists crackle with high-voltage electricity, knocking out adversaries with each strike in mere moments. The number of Navy personnel fallen beside him reaches hundreds, and the tally continues to rise, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Navy. Ah, ah, ah. He too possesses the powers of the flame fruit. Everyone flee. We are no match for them. We must seek the assistance of Rear Admiral Yen Shu, for he is our only hope for protection. The surrounding Navy scattered in disarray, their voices filled with terror as they cried out to their astonishment. Aboard this naval vessel were not one, but 2 wielders of the Mera Mera no Mi. One was Fire Fist Ace, and the other was Bai Jing. Rear Admiral Yen Shu stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the presence of 2 Mera Mera no Mi users. Even the current Navy government had not developed such a fruit's power. It was beyond what Vegapunk had achieved. Yet here it was, right before his eyes. He had never anticipated such a turn of events, and now, in his battle against Ace, he found himself at a disadvantage. Rear Admiral Yen Shu hurriedly swung his Navy sword, desperately trying to deflect Ace's relentless barrage of punches. Ace's fists were imbued with haki, and the 2 black fists clashed in fierce combat. Despite the sword being enveloped in haki, it proved ineffective against Ace's overwhelming elemental transformation. Though Ace was easily slain by Akainu due to the fruit's inherent weaknesses, Rear Admiral Yen Shu was not a fruit user. His strength was comparable to that of the warlords of the sea, yet he faced the formidable Fire Fist Ace. Can you tell me why you have suddenly returned? I witnessed your demise during the Marineford War. Rear Admiral Yen Shu queried, perplexed. His sword and fists continued their relentless dance, showing no signs of abating. Flames surged around Ace, enveloping him in a fierce inferno as sparks flew in all directions. Ace merely responded with a sardonic smile. There are many things you would never expect. Old grudges and new vendettas can all be settled today. The flames around Bai Jing gradually dissipated, revealing crackling lightning. The might of the rumble fruit posed a serious threat to the numerous Navy personnel present. However, he felt conflicted. Having initially seized another ship, if he were to kill them, how would he differ from the pirates who indiscriminately slaughter villagers? Though he held disdain for the Navy, he could not deny that most of them were indeed burdened with a sense of justice, while most pirates were simply marauding savages, bringing nothing but harm to the world. Yet he yearned for the freedom to sail the seas unfettered. Thus, to be the pirate king was to embrace true freedom. Chapter 18. The Navy reinforcements arrive. Rumble fruit unleashed. Blue lightning crackled ceaselessly in Bai Jing's hands, illuminating a 10-meter radius around him. The air was filled with the sound of crackling electricity. Bai Jing surveyed the gathered Navy and issued one last warning. Withdraw immediately, or you shall bear the consequences beneath this thunder. Although the Navy felt fear, they were the embodiment of justice and could not simply retreat. Moreover, upon being attacked, they had promptly dispatched messages to nearby naval ships, summoning reinforcements in the distance. two massive Navy vessels could be seen approaching. Their seagull flags, unmistakable though. They've called for backup, Bai Jing noted, having spotted the three ships racing toward them. However, he remained unfazed. Electrocute, 20 million volts. An immense surge of blue lightning erupted from him, radiating power across the battlefield. As it traveled through the air, thousands of Navy personnel were rendered paralyzed, their bodies stiffened, their eyes rolling back as consciousness slipped away. Their fates were uncertain. The remaining Navy troops, filled with trepidation, quickly sought out weapons made from sea prism stone to take aim at him. Bai Jing advanced steadily toward the remaining 3,000, unfazed by the bullets forged from the sea prism stone. The Navy fired their weapons, and, as the bullets hurtled toward Bai Jing, he merely snapped his fingers, summoning lightning to intercept them. The sea prism bullets detonated upon contact with the lightning. Realizing their efforts were in vain, the Navy gritted their teeth and raised their swords to charge at him. At this moment, the two Navy ships had arrived, bearing a dark mass of 20,000 sailors. 3 admirals stood at the forefront. Upon witnessing Fire Fist Ace, they all trembled in shock, unable to believe their eyes. How could this be? Fire Fist Ace is alive. Their reaction mirrored that of Rear Admiral Yin Shu. How could it be possible? Why is Fire Fist Ace alive, and his Mera Mera Nomi ability remains intact? Was he not dead? Forget that. We must assist Rear Admiral Yin Shu immediately. Otherwise, this villain will surely overwhelm him alone. They hastily set up a long Navy ladder from their ship to the one where Rear Admiral Yin Shu stood. The dark mass of 20,000 Navy troops prepared to surge forward. The 3 admirals took the lead, joining the fray to pummel Fire Fist Ace. Bai Jing, witnessing the overwhelming number of Navy personnel converging upon them, felt a twinge of concern. They were up against a Rear Admiral and 20,000 Navy soldiers. Among them was Kabi, one of Luffy's most loyal companions. Confronting him would not be an easy task. In a swift motion, he leaped to Ace's side. Ace, noticing the arrival of 3 admirals, took a few steps back. The two stood back to back, surveying the encroaching Navy. Ace was unafraid, even if 2 more Navy divisions arrived. What was there to fear? With the strength of a warlord of the sea and the power of the Mera Mera no Mi, he could handle them alone. Otherwise, he would not have held the position of 2nd Division Commander under Whitebeard. Fire Fist Ace, why are you alive? Kabi asked, his eyes reflecting surprise rather than fear. The thought of Luffy reuniting with his brother brought a flicker of joy to his heart, though, as a Navy soldier, he could not let it show. The admirals, too, were fixated on Ace, their haki enveloping their bodies, poised for battle at any moment. If these men clashed with Ace, the outcome was uncertain. Perhaps Ace would emerge victorious. Bai Jing turned to Kabi and inquired, would you permit us to leave? Let us all take a step back. The sea is vast, and no one need come harm. Let you both leave? Are you dreaming? Today, you will be captured and brought to Navy headquarters. One shall escape. Interjected a square-faced admiral before Kabi could respond. Capturing Fire Fist Ace and this pirate would undoubtedly pave their path to promotion and wealth. Bai Jing disregarded the admiral's words and continued to focus on Kabi, hoping for a different response. Unfortunately, Kabi shook his head slowly, glancing at the 7,000 Navy personnel sprawled on the ground. I'm afraid that's quite difficult. You should surrender and accompany us back to Navy headquarters. Bai Jing sighed, realizing that negotiations had failed. You wouldn't want to see all these Navy soldiers fall beneath my thunder. Would you? He had many cards yet to play. He could awaken the rumble fruit and unleash its thunder god form, effortlessly carrying away all present. Yet, out of respect for Luffy, he refrained from slaughtering his comrades. In a hushed tone, Bai Jing declared, Thunder's welcome. An immense surge of lightning coursed through him, drawing upon the electrical elements in the sky. In an instant, the heavens darkened, shrouded in thick, ominous clouds. From within, a low rumble echoed ominously. Boom! Boom! This technique, utilizing the arc maxim, conjures an immense thundercloud, unleashing bolts of lightning of its own creation. This serves to stimulate the thundercloud, transforming it into a colossal, spherical black mass reminiscent of ball lightning. Within this dark cloud resides a tumultuous flow of air and electric currents. Ultimately, the black sphere of thundercloud descends from the heavens, erupting with a formidable lightning strike that obliterates all targets within its range. This is a technique of Enel, capable of reducing an entire sky island to mere dust in the blink of an eye. When Enel exerts his full power to generate this thunderstorm, he can annihilate the populace of an entire nation. The sheer terror of such power is palpable as the surrounding lightning grows increasingly fierce, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder above. Boom, boom, boom! The 11 vice admirals fix their gazes upward, filled with utmost trepidation. Should this terrifying lightning strike, they would all perish, with no hope of escape. The reach of this thundercloud extends to several thousand miles in diameter. Bai Jing speaks again, his demeanor now devoid of the earlier benevolence, his gaze icy and indifferent. Addressing the others, he declares, "This naval vessel now belongs to us. All personnel on board, evacuate at once, or perish beneath this thundercloud." Chapter 19. The 1,000-mile sea of thunder envelopes, threatening the vice-admirals. Though the two were encircled, Bai Jing's singular prowess with the thunderstorm has inexplicably reversed the tide of battle. Despite their numerical advantage, they now find themselves at a distinct disadvantage. This incites considerable frustration among the group. Yet, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the heavens, they find themselves powerless to act. The expressions of the 3 vice-admirals have darkened to an extreme, their faces devoid of color, reflecting their distress. For the first time in their careers, they face scorn and ridicule from a pirate, and yet they remain powerless to retaliate, a sentiment of utter humiliation overwhelming them. KB is filled with concern. Should they choose not to retreat, they would all be buried here. His eyes resolute, he makes a decisive proclamation. Withdraw. Face can be sacrificed, but the lives of the others must be preserved. As their representative, he bears the responsibility and mission instilled in him by Mr. Karp. Hearing KB's command, the Navy personnel promptly retrace their steps. However, a number of sailors remain, awaiting instructions from the 3 vice-admirals. The trio finds themselves in a dilemma. Advancing would lead to certain death for all, while retreating would mean losing face. Yet they are Navy, cloaked in the mantle of justice, for the sake of justice and the resistance against piracy. What does it matter if they must sacrifice themselves? This is their duty as members of the Navy. Bai Jing's demeanor grows even more frigid, while Firefist Ace observes the unfolding events with admiration for KB. His interest in the other vice-admirals waning. Flames begin to flicker in his hands as his demeanor calms, preparing for the real confrontation. His earlier actions were merely a warm-up. Above, the infinite lightning has commenced its descent. The colossal destructive force rends the nearby naval vessel to fragments, leaving nothing in its wake. Moreover, alongside these 2 naval ships, chaos reigns as violent lightning fills the air. The entire area within a 1,000-mile radius has plunged into a sea of thunder. Utterly terrifying, the voltage reaches an astonishing tens of millions of volts. Even a general would suffer greatly from such a strike, if not perish entirely. This is the grotesque power of the rumble fruit. An almost invincible devil fruit, yet inherently countered by Luffy's rubbery abilities. Rubber possesses a natural immunity to electricity. However, Bai Jing is unconvinced. He believes that if the voltage of his lightning is sufficient to generate heat, it could still strip away the outer layer of rubber. Unfortunately, Luffy's fruit is the sun god Nika form, granting him immunity to fire and other unique traits. Ironically, the flame fruit shields him for what would otherwise be a lethal blow. Bai Jing's voice grows colder still that I will count to 3. If you do not leave by then, you shall perish where you stand. Today, his actions are merely to uphold a fragment of his own sense of justice. He possesses his own judgments. Hence he does not wish to indiscriminately slay over 20,000 individuals. Furthermore, should he kill these people in KB, how would Ace face Luffy afterward? KB is, after all, a friend of Luffy's. Since there is no conflict of interest and KB remains alive, should Bai Jing encounter him again, he would not show any mercy. Observing the 11 vice-admirals still hesitating, KB anxiously implores, "Vice-admirals, lives are paramount. This is our Navy. Knowing we cannot win yet still charging forward is unwise. During the Marineford War, it was the same. Why not minimize unnecessary bloodshed?" KB ardently persuades, prompting the first vice-admiral to resolve himself and turn away. Withdraw the troops, he commands. One voice leads to another, and though the 10 vice-admirals begrudge the situation, They grit their teeth and swallow their humiliation. With a cold snort, they turn away, leading the thousands of Navy personnel back to the only remaining naval fleet. How dare you exhibit such an attitude? You even have the audacity to snort. Bai Jing, displeased, devises a new plan. Once everyone has departed, he turns to Ace, saying, "Have little oars come aboard. We are heading to Sabeti Archipelago." As for these Navy personnel, he glances over, a smirk playing on his lips as a wicked thought crosses his mind, that I did say I would spare you, but I never promised you would not find yourselves in the water. Allowing you to go free was already generous. How dare you snort in defiance? You'd best not blame me for what follows. The massive form of little oars emerges from the sea, crashing heavily onto the deck of the naval vessel. His mountain-like size fits perfectly atop the ship's deck. Meanwhile, Ace enters the cabin, unleashing his full fiery might as he steers the vessel toward the direction of Sabeti Archipelago. I asked at the captain of another ship from the Whitebeard fleet. Little oars? How could this be? Wasn't he dead? This is monumental news that must be relayed back to the Navy headquarters. Moreover, the information regarding Fire Fist Ace's resurrection must be taken with utmost seriousness. The sudden revival of this fallen pirate could signify something momentous. Or perhaps the Marineford War was merely an illusion. The three vice admirals hastily convene a small meeting aboard another naval ship. Discussing the situation, they use their din mushy to urgently relay this information back to Navy headquarters, insisting that forces be dispatched to hunt down Fire Fist Ace and Bai Jing. Their strength has surpassed what vice admirals can currently contend with, especially Bai Jing, whose terrifying rumble fruit is akin to a game-breaking existence. When engaged in a team battle, his thunderstorm rains down, claiming lives indiscriminately. Furthermore, he is a dual fruit user. Only those of the highest caliber stand a chance against him. A.S. Bai Jing's naval vessel sails far from the area. The surrounding thunderclouds and lightning show no signs of dissipating. Bai Jing turns to gaze at the distant Navy ship, a smile gracing his lips. Have you ever seen dumplings fall from the sky? If not, allow me to show you. With that, he channels the electrical energy within him, summoning the boundless thunderclouds above. A colossal and ferocious sphere of lightning forms within the clouds, measuring several tens of feet in size, the overwhelming electric power and high voltage forbidding anyone from approaching. Those who dare venture close shall meet their demise. Not even the vice admirals could withstand it. The lightning sphere plummets swiftly, and as the gathered individuals realize what is happening, their faces turn pale. They cry out, "Quick, scatter to the sides. Hurry, or we shall all perish." Thousands of Navy personnel dash toward either side of the ship. Just as they manage to escape, the lightning strikes the vessel. The immense surge of electricity ruptures the ship from its center, flipping it over and reducing it to endless fragments. As for the thousands of Navy personnel on board, along with the three vice admirals, they're all thrown into the water. The extent of their injuries, and how many have perished, remains uncertain. Bai Jing's eyes gleam with amusement. How delightful. Let us see if you dare to act so brazenly next time. Oh no, the next time we meet, you shall not be so fortunate. The next encounter will coincide with the gathering of my 9 Nether Chi. The naval warship, piloted by White Scene, Ace, and Little Oars, was slowly departing, its destination set for the Sabeti Archipelago. Chapter 20. Armament Hockey and Weapon Forging. Ace, with a puzzled expression, turned to White Scene and inquired why they did not simply eliminate their adversaries, but instead allowed them to escape. With a subtle smile, White Scene replied, "Do you recognize that young naval officer with pink hair? He is a devoted admirer of your dear brother. He holds great admiration for Luffy, and should we take his life, it would be difficult for your brother to reconcile such an act." This was White Scene's hidden intention, that if he and Ace were to slay Kobe, it might not alter the bond between Ace and Luffy, yet would undoubtedly create a certain discomfort. Understanding dawned upon Ace as he gazed at White Scene with newfound respect. This man was shrouded in mystery and possessed a meticulous mind, making Ace feel like the mere youth he was, while White Scene appeared as a sagacious middle-aged figure. This was, of course, attributable to White Scene being an avid fan of the series. After all, having followed One Piece for so long, how could he remain oblivious to the fundamental characters? Let us proceed to the Sabeti Archipelago and seek out Rayleigh. I wish to learn about armament hockey and observation hockey. If you desire to learn hockey, I can teach you, White Scene added. Ace then raised his right hand, enveloping his fist with a black sheen of armament hockey. Armament hockey can be applied to weapons, the body, and even objects created by devil fruits. Its purpose is to enhance damage, protect one's weapon, and even allow contact with Logia-type users. Observation hockey, on the other hand, enables one to sense the presence of others and foresee an opponent's next move. However, each individual's observation hockey manifests differently. As Ace spoke, White Scene nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of the concepts. Luffy could sense the emotions of others, while Katakuri could foresee the future. That Usopp's observation hockey allowed him to perceive the aura of those around him. Particularly with regard to observation hockey, White Scene had already acquired it. With this ability, he could clearly discern the intentions of others, their every movement, and even predict future actions, coupled with his Thunder Fruit. He could achieve even greater feats, albeit he had yet to fully develop its potential, given his relatively short time in this pirate world. The foundational stage of armament hockey, known as armament hardening, allows one to envelop their body or weapon in hockey to enhance both offensive and defensive capabilities. That a prominent feature of this stage is that the weapon or body covered in hockey turns pitch black. White Scene focused his mind and emulated Ace's actions. A faint black coating began to envelop his fist, first covering his thumb, then gradually spreading over his entire palm. However, he found it challenging to progress further, leaving him perplexed. Ace was astonished. He had not anticipated that the individual who had just been a novice in armament hockey could now apply it to his entire palm, though this was merely the most basic form of armament hockey. It highlighted White Scene's extraordinary talent. Just by mentioning the concept, White Scene had managed to execute it himself. Little Oars, noticing the scene, remarked, "You truly are a marvel. This pirate world is destined for change because of you. The position of one of the four emperors may very well await you. I do not exaggerate." White Scene chuckled at Little Oars' words, replying, "Even the honest Little Oars has taken to flattery." Little Oars sheepishly scratched his head, his cheeks reddening, clearly caught in a moment of truth. While he indeed had a hint of flattery in his words, it was undeniable that he spoke from the heart. White Scene harbored grand ambitions. His aspirations were not merely to become one of the four emperors of the sea. Though he held little interest in the title of Pirate King, he still wished to see it for himself. He aimed to help others fulfill their dreams and mend the regrets of pirates, a responsibility he felt as a fan who had traversed into this world. However, as a man with aspirations, he yearned to ascend to that throne. Particularly, he was determined to clash with the strongest forces of this pirate world. By that time, he would undoubtedly possess numerous devil fruit abilities and have mastered all that he sought to learn. As a fan, he was also aware of his historical mission. The Pirate King could remain unclaimed, but certain individuals must meet their demise. During these past few days aboard the naval warship, White Scene found it increasingly difficult to cover more ground with armament hockey. Despite his relentless practice, frustrated and seeing no progress, he decided to study the techniques of the Navy's 6 styles, which were documented aboard the vessel. He diligently noted each technique, quickly mastering many of them within a mere half-day. Little Oars, having some leisure time, was amused as White Scene utilized his Thunder Fruit abilities to locate discarded steel aboard the naval ship, crafting a massive fishing rod for Little Oars. This would provide him with some entertainment at sea, allowing him to fish and enjoy a meal. Unexpectedly, White Scene discovered an abundance of gold and jewels hidden within a room, likely plundered from other pirates. Since he had inherited the abilities of the Thunder Fruit, it would be a pity not to forge a weapon from this gold. With lightning crackling around him, he murmured, "Thunder metallurgy," as he harnessed high-voltage electricity to generate immense heat, melting the gold into his desired shape. In a matter of moments, it transformed into a trident with 3 prongs at the head and a slender shaft, reminiscent of the weapon wielded by Yang Jian, its proportions perfectly crafted. White Scene examined the golden weapon with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. The naval ship drew ever closer to the Sabeti archipelago, and soon they would arrive. This semi-automated naval vessel was significantly faster than a pirate ship. Chapter 21. Igniting the EC. White Scene's bounty of 300 million. In recent days, the entire EC had been abuzz with rumors. The naval headquarters was in a frenzy, hastily printing countless copies of newspapers to disseminate across the world. Fire Fist Ace has returned. Fire Fist Ace has returned. Not only had he resurfaced, but he also possessed the powers of the Flame fruit. Appearing alongside a mysterious young man as they brazenly commandeered a naval warship, the EC was engulfed in a seismic uproar. No one could have anticipated that Fire Fist Ace, who had perished 2 years prior during the Marineford War, had truly come back to life and re-entered the public eye. The bounty for Fire Fist Ace was once again issued, this time soaring from 550 million to 600 million simultaneously. White Scene, having robbed a naval warship and wielding a terrifying devil fruit ability, prompted the naval headquarters to evaluate the severity of his threat, creating a flurry of activity. Within the naval headquarters, situated in Marineford, discussions were underway regarding White Scene's bounty, with his battle photograph displayed prominently. Surrounded by swirling lightning, he appeared as a regal figure amidst the tempest. His bounty should be set at 300 million berries, one officer proposed, highlighting his ferocity that surpassed even that of the Straw Hat crew. I find it agreeable, and I second that. I believe it is indeed possible. This individual is truly terrifying, with such formidable abilities, particularly alongside his partner. Portgast Ace.1 can't help but wonder how much turmoil they will stir in this world. In an office of the Navy, Karp reclined with his legs crossed. Upon receiving the news, he was utterly incredulous, suspecting it to be a cruel jest, which incited his fury. However, after accurately capturing the moment with photographs of Bai Jing and Ace, Karp, though still somewhat in disbelief, after all, how could the deceased return to life? Subjectively chose to believe, his eyes welling with tears. It is difficult to fathom that such a naval hero would shed tears. Alone in his office, tears streamed down his face. Ha ha, ha ha, it's wonderful to be alive, truly wonderful. His laughter echoed throughout the office. The loud sound irritated Sengoku and Tsuru, who stood outside, exchanging disapproving glances. What could be the matter with Karp? Laughing so brazenly? Did he not realize the implications of his status as a naval hero? What sort of decorum is it to concern oneself with a pirate? Yet, observing the now aged Sengoku, Tsuru remarked, "You know Karp well. Family has always been his utmost priority. Moreover, had you not intervened in that battle, Akainu might never have ascended to the rank of Admiral at the Navy headquarters." Akainu sat at his desk. A cigar clenched between his teeth. The enormous scar on his face remained, and upon sensing the revival of Portgast Ace, he sprang to his feet, smashing the desk with a heavy fist that he was clearly dead. Why is he alive again? These pirates are indeed relentless. If not dealt with, they will repeatedly resurface. This is the most perilous era. All pirates deserve death. Before them lay the Sabeti archipelago, where Ors Jr., Ace and Bai Jing gazed at the seemingly endless islands approaching. Their eyes gleamed with excitement. This must be the Sabeti archipelago, a crucial gateway to the New World. They hope to enter the New World early and perhaps locate the legendary Gold Roger. The Gold Emperor is immensely wealthy, possessing nearly 1/3 of the world's riches. If they could recruit him onto their ship, they would have access to anything they desired. Additionally, the Gold Emperor's opulent ship piqued Bai Jing's envy. Not to mention the power of the gold fruit, which was equally enticing. Upon reaching the island, they sought out the Dark King, Rayleigh, in a tavern. With Ace's assistance, they believed Rayleigh would be inclined to teach them. Considering Ace's reputation, though Bai Jing was confident, he was not foolish enough to attempt to coerce the former first mate of the Pirate King into teaching him hockey through brute force. Rayleigh, despite his age, was not someone Bai Jing could contend with at present. Unless Bai Jing were to acquire several more devil fruit abilities or resurrect Roger and Ace's mother, Lu Jiao, from the afterlife, he would not stand a chance. These matters remained unspoken between Ace and Bai Jing, for in Ace's mind, his parents were mere strangers who abandoned him at birth. Bai Jing, however, harbored his own thoughts. If he could encounter them in the realm of the afterlife, he would wish to revive them. To explain to Ace why they had abandoned him was not out of malice, but necessity. As they stepped onto the island, they marveled at the massive surroundings. It was only through personal experience that one could truly grasp the peculiarities of the Sabeti archipelago. The entire island was composed of 79 numbered trees, each housing towns and facilities, 1 to 29, primarily slave trading posts, human auctions, and lawless zones 30 to 39. So Park, a leisure area 40 to 49. Tourist attractions and specialty shops 50 to 59. Shipyards and coating craftsmen. 60 to 69. Naval bases and government entrances. Due to the events of the war on the summit 2 years prior, the Navy's overall combat power was withdrawn from the Sabeti archipelago, rendering it a lawless land. Pirates congregated, engaging in rampant violence and plunder. Ace and Bai Jing's objective was clear: to locate the Dark King, Rayleigh, in the tavern, aptly named Shaki's Knockdown Bar. Following the map's guidance, they entered the bustling tavern, which was filled to the brim due to the rampant piracy that a myriad of pirates, unlike any Bai Jing had encountered before, filled the space to avoid unnecessary attention. Ace concealed his appearance. "Have you heard? Port Gaston Ace has returned to life." Such news had already set the East Blue ablaze, though it had yet to spread to other seas. That it was astonishing that Ace had survived. One could only wonder if Whitebeard had also returned. Whitebeard? What good would it do if that old relic were to return? He carries too many wounds. It's better for him to pass on. This is the era of the youth. Can such an old man truly survive? The tavern was rife with raucous discussions, some praising Ace while others derided Whitebeard. Hearing such insults, a dangerous glint sparked in Ace's eyes. His fists clenched as he prepared to confront the table of pirates. Yet, Bai Jing placed a hand on his shoulder, gently shaking his head. Chapter 22. A furious encounter with the 8 million berry bounty pirate. Ace thought Bai Jing was urging him to restrain himself. But how could he remain composed in the face of such disrespect towards Whitebeard? Just as Ace was about to take action, Bai Jing moved. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing before the table of ruffians. Grabbing the throat of the most vociferous pirate, he lifted him off the ground, causing his face to flush crimson. Bai Jing's gaze was icy as he delivered a resounding slap across the pirate's face. Had he not firmly gripped the man's throat, he would have surely been sent flying. The force was terrifying. The sharp sound of the slap reverberated throughout the tavern, plunging the once raucous atmosphere into a profound silence. The peculiar occurrence immediately drew the attention of all present, who turned their gaze towards the commotion. Like discarding a dead dog, Bai Jing cast the man aside. The other pirates at the table erupted in fury, 4 of them leaping to their feet, hastily grabbing their swords to attack Bai Jing. "You bastard! How dare you bully us pirates? You're truly asking for death." Bai Jing moved again. Flames erupted from his hands, engulfing the 4 pirates and incinerating their clothing. His left hand crackled with blue lightning, which he unleashed upon them. The violent high-voltage electricity struck the 4, rendering their bodies paralyzed and causing them to collapse into unconsciousness. The man who had been tossed aside was seething with rage, his face turning a deep shade of purple, as he had never been so humiliated as a pirate, thrown aside like a dead dog and slapped in public. Desperately, he drew the long gun at his waist and fired several shots at Bai Jing. 3 bullets pierced through Bai Jing's form as he advanced step by step toward the man, leaning down with a cold gaze. "What were you barking about just now? Do you think you can tarnish Whitebeard's name? Don't you understand the consequences of your words? Now be gone." After speaking, Bai Jing lowered his voice. Marine 6 styles, Gale Foot Line. This special extension technique of the Gale Foot concentrated the power of his kick into a lethal strike aimed at his foe. The Gale Foot attack shot forth like a straight line, striking the man with tremendous force. Bai Jing sent him flying like a dead dog, the impact likely shattering countless bones and bringing him to the brink of death, his internal organs crushed. Suppressing his fury, the man struggled to crawl away, but Bai Jing paid him no mind, instead taking a seat at the spot previously occupied by the pirates. "Barmaid, bring me a few bottles of fine liquor." As Shaki, who was diligently polishing the glasses at the bar, cast a fleeting glance in their direction, she failed to recognize Ace, for he had obscured his entire visage beyond recognition. As for Bai Jing, although a flicker of curiosity sparked within her, she had encountered numerous pirates far more formidable than herself. Yet, it was exceedingly rare to see someone as young as Bai Jing. After instructing a bartender to serve drinks to the 2, Shaki departed, her gaze lingering on Bai Jing. In recent days, the news of Port Gaston, Ace's resurrection, had reached her ears, leaving her in a state of perpetual astonishment. Consequently, she had already contacted Rayleigh, urging him to come to the bar to discuss the veracity of this matter. Perhaps it was fate, for Rayleigh was already en route. Ace regarded Bai Jing with astonishment, re-evaluating him as if meeting him for the first time. The anger Bai Jing had just displayed was somewhat terrifying, as if Whitebeard held immense significance for him. How could he not be important? Throughout her observations of pirates, Bai Jing had always admired Whitebeard the most. His commanding words and invincible demeanor made one wonder how he could have been defeated by the Navy if not for his age. He was destined to be a legendary pirate, unrivaled like Roger. If he were to acquire a fruit that restored youth, he would undoubtedly give Whitebeard a taste of it. The grandiloquent declarations he made were so inspiring that they ignited a fiery passion within Bai Jing each time he recalled them. A surge of heroic spirit continuously welled up from his chest. I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship in the new era that can carry me. Golden light flickered in Bai Jing's eyes as he murmured to himself. Words only he could hear. The new era has indeed birthed a ship that can carry you. It merely awaits your revival. Curiosity glimmered in Ace's eyes as he inquired, "Do you also know, father?" Bai Jing smiled enigmatically, replying, "Not only do I know him, but I have long admired Whitebeard. Such a grand man is the true king of these seas, the epitome of manhood. Rest assured, it will not be long before Whitebeard is revived. And he will also join us aboard this pirate ship." A glint of anticipation flickered in Ace's eyes as he clinked his glass with Bai Jing's, both downing the exquisite wine in one go. The surrounding pirates regarded them with trepidation, whispering among themselves, "These two must be unaware of the trouble they've stirred." That pirate was a member of the Senmu pirate crew. Their captain, Vincent, has a bounty of 80 million berries. Moreover, Vincent is a lackey of the Navy, having connections that allow him to roam freely here. He is a formidable figure in the Sabaody archipelago, and it is surprising that these two have crossed paths with him. Keep your voices down. These two do not seem like easy prey, especially that young man who acted so decisively just now. Did you not see the 4 dead bodies lying there? They are unaware of their fate. Unperturbed, Ace and Bai Jing continued to drink, for to them, a pirate's presence was inconsequential. They remained unfazed even in the face of an admiral. "Who is it? Who killed my crew? Show yourself, or I shall tear you to shreds today. I will chop your flesh piece by piece to feed the dogs." A gruff voice boomed, and suddenly, thousands of pirates surrounded the bar, their numbers steadily increasing. The man at the forefront was none other than Vincent, the very pirate they had just mentioned. He was a gaunt old man leaning on a cane, yet his voice was remarkably loud. Bai Jing, possessing the keen observation of hockey, sensed the heartbeat of the crowd and had already detected every movement outside. Moreover, he quickly discerned that this old man was also a devil fruit user, though the specifics remained unknown for the moment. Ace stood up, prepared to deal with these bothersome flies. However, Bai Jing smiled at him and shook his head, saying, "Allow me to handle this. After all, I am the one who stirred the trouble. They are merely ants to me. Dispatching them would require only a flick of my finger, no effort at all. Go and speak to Shaki. Revealing your identity should pose no issue. I trust she can contact Rayleigh. Given your status, it should not be difficult for you to arrange a meeting with him." Ace nodded, rising to approach the bar, while Bai Jing exited through the door. Chapter 23. A single strike to vanquish thousands. The rampaging fruit, I am the one who killed them. What? You think you can bully the young and then send the old? Speak. Do you wish to brawl in numbers or duel one-on-one? I understand the principles of chivalry in this world. Bai Jing's voice was languid as he gazed down at the gathered throng, displaying a distinct lack of interest. Despite their numbers, they appeared to him as nothing more than ants. Exterminating them would be a mere matter of a flick of his finger, requiring no considerable effort. Inside Shaki's bar, many pirates poked their heads out, curiously observing the unfolding conflict, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Heh, I told you this kid was drawing too much attention. Now he has stepped on a landmine. Look at how he is going to handle it, provoking thousands of pirates, including the captain of a crew with an 80 million berry bounty. He is bound to admit defeat. Shaki, upon seeing Bai Jing step outside, withdrew her gaze, turning to the masked figure approaching her without displaying any emotion. Ace's voice emerged from beneath the mask. "Sister Shaki, it's been years. Do you not recognize me?" Shaki paused at the sound of his voice. her expression shifting as she immediately recognized Ace. She then glanced at the emblematic smiling and frowning faces on the hat he wore, drawing Ace into a secluded corner of the bar. She gasped, "You're really alive?" Her voice trembled slightly, disbelief evident in her tone. Ace slowly removed the mask from his face, offering a gentle smile that, of course, its made Shaki's voice quivered with astonishment. Although she was not intimately familiar with Ace, she had seen him a few times. Given her connection with the Straw Hattis Luffy, she had naturally kept an eye on Ace as well. She truly had not anticipated that the rumors were indeed true, and that Ace stood before her in the flesh. Ace inquired, "Where's Rayleigh? My friend wishes to meet him. He seeks to learn about Hakai." As he spoke, he directed his gaze towards Bai Jing, who lingered at the door. Shaki paused momentarily before responding. "Rayleigh is on his way. I intended to confirm the truth of this matter, but I did not expect you to appear before me. He should arrive shortly. By the way, do you think your friend will be able to handle so many pirates?" There was a hint of skepticism in her eyes. Ace chuckled lightly, saying nothing further. Bai Jing was extraordinarily capable. That terrifying thunder fruit, the day of the thunderstorm, and the vast expanse of lightning. It had startled even him. If that high-voltage electricity were to strike him, he would surely suffer. Let alone these mere thousands of pirates. Eliminating them would be a matter of but an instant. Vincent, the gaunt old man, grinned wickedly upon realizing Bai Jing understood the rules of the underworld. Brawl or duel? Little brat, your optimism is amusing. I present you with two choices. 1, we thousands will gang up on you. 2, you can challenge us all alone. Or 3, you can take your own life here. Perhaps then you'll comprehend the consequences of angering the Senmu pirate crew. In this Sabiti archipelago, we are the law. You live or die at our whim. Bai Jing pinched his nose in disdain, waving his hand dismissively. What is that foul stench? Oh, it's your breath. Did you eat dung for breakfast? Since you propose a duel or a brawl, I shall grant you that opportunity. With that, blue lightning crackled around Bai Jing's body. He flashed a sunny smile at Vincent. Yet to Vincent, it appeared unsettling and sent shivers down his spine. Bai Jing lightly snapped his fingers, stating, "Let there be lightning. 20 million volts." The lightning coursing through his body erupted with ferocity. Centered around him, a powerful surge of electricity instantaneously reached the surrounding pirates. In that fleeting moment of contact with a high-voltage current, they were rendered lifeless, their bodily functions obliterated in an instant. Stiffened and motionless, they lay sprawled on the ground, lifeless. This was the tyrannical nature of the Thunder Fruit, capable of dispatching all minor foes in the blink of an eye. Of course, had he possessed the Conqueror's haki. A mere glance would have sufficed to eliminate such numerous adversaries. Thousands from the Senmu pirates collapsed simultaneously, utterly deceased. Only Vincent stood amidst the chaos. Vincent sensed the strange aura enveloping him, and, as he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that all members of his pirate crew had perished at a single snap of Bai Jing's fingers. Good heavens, just moments ago he had been engaged in a one-on-one confrontation. And now they were all dead beyond revival. That a wave of trepidation washed over him. He increasingly felt that this young man before him was undoubtedly playing the role of a cunning predator. Yet, having reached this juncture, he had no choice but to press on. His reputation of 80 million berries was not merely for show. It had been earned through relentless struggle drenched in blood. His gaze sharpened as he sprang into action. In that instant, his upper body erupted with muscle, tearing through his clothing as he transformed from a lean elder into a muscular powerhouse. His combat prowess surged tenfold in a mere heartbeat, which piqued Bai Jing's curiosity, compelling him to scrutinize this peculiar fruit further. What kind of fruit was capable of such an instantaneous enhancement? In response to Bai Jing's contemplation, Vincent's fist charged towards him with astonishing speed. The force behind it so immense that it elicited gasps of awe. Bai Jing, embodying the lightning itself, deftly evaded the strike, all the while continuing to appraise the gaunt elder's capabilities as he sought to discern the true extent of this individual's strength and the nature of his fruit. Meanwhile, within the tavern, the 4 individuals recently incapacitated by Bai Jing were momentarily restored to lucidity. As their gaze fell upon the brawl transpiring outside, they were invigorated by the sight of their captain battling the very assailant who had rendered them unconscious. They sprang to their feet with newfound energy, cheering, "Go, Captain! You're the best!" The raucous encouragement echoed in the air, for they were certain their captain, armed with the berserk fruit, would make this young man cry out for mercy and avenge them. Bai Jing's keen hearing captured this information immediately. The berserk fruit, as its name suggested, likely granted a momentary surge of power, unleashing overwhelming strength, akin to the elder's current state. Ace, intrigued, turned to Shaki and asked, "What exactly is this berserk fruit?" Given her extensive experience in these waters, Shaki was well acquainted with the local pirates and their abilities. Shaki replied thoughtfully, "The berserk fruit enables its user to amplify their strength, speed, agility, and resilience tenfold for a duration of 1 hour. However, once the hour elapses, they will enter a debilitating state of weakness that can last for up to 3 days. This poses a lethal threat to the user." Presenting both advantages and disadvantages, Ace nodded in understanding. It seemed that during his absence, peculiar new fruits had emerged that a fruit capable of enhancing one's offensive and defensive capabilities tenfold was undeniably formidable. Yet the subsequent weakness was a grave drawback in the midst of combat. Such a duration could lead to devastating consequences. Had Luffy succumbed to a state of weakness while battling Doflamingo, he would have been swiftly defeated. Bai Jing, now fully aware of the situation, saw no reason to continue feigning ignorance. The bounty of 80 million berries was far too tempting. Flames danced upon his left fist while crackling lightning enveloped his right. Gradually, he fused the two elements, causing the very air to tremble with violent energy and resound with thunderous roars. This notion had struck him as he recalled the fantastical tales from his previous life, where lightning and fire coalesced in such a manner. To his surprise, this fusion proved feasible. "Little brat, prepare to die. Nowhere to run." Vincent was determined not to let Bai Jing escape, fully aware of his fruit's significant drawbacks and the loss of his crew. He needed a swift resolution before seeking refuge for the next 3 days. His fists surged with escalating power and speed as they barreled toward Bai Jing. Coated in armament hockey, his fists were blackened, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Bai Jing, with a slight hop, evaded the onslaught of punches, reaching for the golden trident he had fashioned. Infusing the trident with the lightning he had conjured, he gripped it tightly and hurled it at Vincent, releasing a torrent of lightning and flame. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. The electric energy coalesced into a magnificent Thunderbird, soaring toward its target with blinding speed, aiming to scorch Vincent. The colossal avian figure, born of crackling electricity, lunged at Vincent with unfathomable velocity, its sharp beak poised to strike. Vincent, caught off guard, found it too late to evade the incoming attack. The explosion of 30 million volts detonated upon him, flames igniting his body. A fusion of the powers of the blaze fruit and the thunder fruit. The acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air as the electric current coursed through him, rendering his limbs rigid and momentarily clouding his mind. "Damn it, you little brat!" Vincent had entered a frenzied state, where his rage amplified his strength tenfold. What was destined to be a fatal blow now rejuvenated him, muscles swelling as he transformed into a veritable behemoth. His defenses, resilience, and tenacity peaked. The berserk fruit, it seemed, had piqued Bai Jing's interest. He had initially dismissed it as a trivial power, but now he felt a budding curiosity. In an instant, Bai Jing morphed into a streak of lightning. Vanishing from sight, Vincent's speed had reached a point where it was imperceptible, and his massive fists crashed down toward Bai Jing's head. Bai Jing, enveloped in armament hockey, prepared to counter with a single punch. As an inferno began to blaze around him, lightning crackling in synchronization, the impact echoed throughout the battleground, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. The patrons within the tavern held their breath, paralyzed with awe as they witnessed the clash. The sound of bones fracturing was a testament to Bai Jing's might, yet he had underestimated Vincent's berserk mode. The tenfold enhancement proved to be exponentially more potent, elevating Vincent's capabilities to a level Bai Jing had not anticipated, resulting in a momentary injury. However, in exchange, he had also gained insight into the fruit's potential. Pain was inconsequential to him as a smirk began to form on his lips with a fierce glare. He bellowed, 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Let us see if you can survive this. From his fists surged a colossal Thunder Dragon, its head larger than 3 Vincents combined, charging forth with the intent to obliterate its target. The thunderous roar of the dragon reverberated throughout the arena as it pierced Vincent's body, creating a gaping wound that shattered half of his form. Rendered utterly unconscious, Vincent collapsed to the ground. Lifeless. Having completed this display of power, Bai Jing retracted his hand, casting a glance at his right fist, and chuckled ruefully. It seems I underestimated my opponent. However, he chuckled softly, and his right hand began to transform. Taking on the form of lightning, in merely a few seconds, the shattered bones fully restored themselves, leaving only some wounds behind. The armed color hockey could indeed contend with the powers of a Logia fruit. Thus, he suffered a minor setback, yet he gained this formidable fruit, reaping a significant profit. With his left hand holding a golden trident poised above his neck, he made a swift cut, and half of the head fell to the ground. He retrieved a piece of cloth to wrap the body, lifting it with ease. Blood seeped from the fabric, trickling down as he turned and returned to the tavern. Hiss! The crowd gasped in unison, taken aback by such a fierce pirate, as it was their first encounter with someone so fearsome. They murmured, "What kind of fruit ability is this, wielding both lightning and flames? And how could it be so overwhelmingly powerful? Who could withstand that colossal lightning dragon?" They wondered about the origins of this pirate, clearly not an insignificant figure, and questioned why he had only just appeared in the Sabeti archipelago, as they had never heard of him before. Xiaoqi was so astonished that she could not utter a word, her gaze fixated on Bai Jing, attempting to see through him. The 4 members of the Senmu pirate crew, witnessing their captain being dispatched in an instant, were nearly paralyzed with fear, their smiles frozen in place. Bai Jing re-entered Xiaoqi's tavern, and the crowd, filled with dread, sidestepped, not daring to utter a word. Strength, after all, was the ultimate authority in the pirate world. The 4 pirates trembled, retreating further, gazing at Bai Jing, who advanced like a demon. Why the silence? Weren't you all so lively just moments ago? Bai Jing remarked with a smile. According to the law of conservation of smiles, when one person's smile fades, it inevitably appears on another's face. And now, it has found its way to mine. Chapter 25. The Dark King Rayleigh, seeking guidance on hockey. Spare us. Spare us. We want to oppose you again. They pleaded, their lack of dignity evident as they knelt, begging for mercy. Tears and snot flowed freely, and Bai Jing caught a whiff of a foul stench as he glanced at the floor beneath them, now dampened. Losing interest entirely, he turned away, disregarding them, his focus shifting to Xiaoqi at the bar. His goal was to meet the Dark King Rayleigh to learn about hockey, not to waste time on these insignificant characters. Seeing Bai Jing lose interest, the 4 felt a wave of relief, but their hearts remained filled with malice. This time they had lost, but next time they would make him pay. I will call for reinforcements. Will you survive until tomorrow? We shall see that a glimmer of malice flashed in their eyes. Bai Jing's thunder fruit allowed him to hear the heartbeat of those around him, and his observation hockey could eavesdrop on their thoughts. At that moment, Bai Jing turned, lightning crackling at his fingertips. The 4 bolts of electricity, with a voltage of 60 million volts, were sufficient to end their lives. The lightning pierced through their skulls, striking their foreheads, rendering their eyes void of light. They collapsed in unison. They died without comprehending why Bai Jing, who had promised not to kill them, had gone back on his word. Bai Jing turned back, observing the shocked expressions of those around him. Covering his mouth in mock sympathy are the deceased unharmed. No worries. Just be more cautious in your next life. He then pivoted, approaching the bar to inquire with Ace about the situation. The crowd was baffled by Bai Jing's peculiar demeanor. Questioning how such a shameless pirate could exist was the decisive individual who had just obliterated an 80 million bounty pirate. Vincent, truly the same person. How could he be so brazen? Bai Jing seemed to perceive the oddity in their gazes. Offering a gentle smile, "Nothing is amiss that, if you don't eradicate the roots of the weeds, they will sprout anew. The wicked must meet their end. After all, I am a pirate, if you believe in pirates. What do you think you are? Are you out of your minds?" Such reasoning struck a chord with them. How could this pirate be so audacious, so much more pirate-like than they were? Ace's perception of Bai Jing was once again transformed. Previously, he had been a cunning strategist. Now, he appeared to be a humorous trickster, adept at playing the fool while hiding his true strength. Just then, an elderly man wearing transparent glasses walked straight through the door. With long, curly hair and a silver beard, he bore a scar across his right eye. This man was none other than the Dark King Rayleigh. Bai Jing finally laid eyes on the person he had longed to meet. He glanced at Ace, offering a look of approval. "Your efficiency is truly commendable." Ace smiled awkwardly. "I actually didn't do much. Shachi had already arranged for Rayleigh's arrival, which had nothing to do with him." As Rayleigh arrived, the pirates stood in solemn respect, both wary and reverent towards him. He was the right-hand man of the Pirate King, wielding tremendous authority and strength that protected Shachi's tavern, deterring any pirate from causing trouble within. "Excuse me, everyone, but today the tavern will be closed. Please leave promptly," he said with a smile that belied his formidable authority. The pirates, hearing this, dared not linger, fleeing the tavern in haste, leaving only Bai Jing, Ace, and Shachi behind. Rayleigh noticed Ace in the corner and was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly believe that the person before him was indeed Ace and that the rumors of his survival were true. He approached Ace, a hint of curiosity in his eyes, and slowly asked, "I apologize if this is intrusive, but you truly have returned to life." Ace waved his hand dismissively. "It's no trouble. Yes, I'm truly alive. This time, I will not act recklessly." Rayleigh, upon hearing Ace's affirmation, felt a significant shock. After a moment, he turned his attention to Bai Jing and inquired, "And who might this young man be?" Bai Jing quickly replied, "I have come to seek your guidance on hockey and hope you can instruct me in its application to O." Rayleigh asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Ace interjected, "Please assist him." Rayleigh, "It was Bai Jing who saved me. Otherwise, I might have truly perished and never returned." Hearing Ace's words piqued Rayleigh's interest in Bai Jing. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and smiled. "So it's merely a matter of seeking guidance on hockey. You make it sound so simple. Speak, what do you wish to learn?" Bai Jing inquired, "Why can my hockey only envelop my fists and not extend other parts of my body?" "Oh, is that so?" "Show me," Rayleigh replied. Bai Jing nodded and quickly enveloped his palm with the armed color hockey, but he was unable to cover his entire arm or other parts of his body. "Interesting," Rayleigh noted, recognizing that Bai Jing also possessed observation hockey, which was unlike others. It not only had the ability to foresee the future, but also to eavesdrop on others' thoughts and anticipate their next moves. This observation hockey was on par with his own. Rayleigh, with his keen insight and rich experience, quickly discerned the underlying issue that it's not due to a lack of energy within you. Rather, hockey must be honed through practical combat experience to elevate to higher levels. Your current hockey level is basic. Hockey has 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and the 4th level. Even Ace remains at the beginner level. Rayleigh glanced at Ace, who did not deny it, well aware that his hockey level was not high and that his strength stemmed from his exceptional physical abilities and mastery of the Maramara no Mi. "Now, follow me." Rayleigh turned and walked towards the back of the bar, while White Jing hurriedly followed, as did Ace. Shachi pouted, her cheeks puffed, watching the 3 men depart. 3 insufferable men, leaving me here all alone. Well, with them gone, today's business is shot, and there's no money to be made. Chapter 26. The Conqueror's Hockey. Rayleigh's astonishment now. Attempt to infuse your armament hockey into your fists. Strike me with a punch, and see if you can transcend the limits of armament hockey, spoke the Dark King Rayleigh. As soon as he finished his words, his figure moved. Though age had caught up with him, he remained the vice-captain of the Pirate King, his strength not to be underestimated. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he stood before White Jing. His fists were enveloped in black armament hockey. Striking fiercely at White Jing, without holding back, that a good teacher must be strict. Leniency would be a disservice to White Jing. White Jing's pupils constricted as he hastily gathered his own armament hockey to meet Rayleigh's punch. His strength paled in comparison to Rayleigh's, and he was sent staggering back several steps before regaining his balance. Before he could utter another word, Rayleigh's second punch was upon him, with both left and right fists unleashed, each covered in armament hockey, relentlessly pounding against White Jing to 8T this moment. White Jing felt the pressure mounting and quickly raised his right fist to defend, knowing that with his left fist lacking sufficient hockey coverage, it would not fare well if he managed to deflect one punch, but the other connected with his abdomen, sending him flying back a dozen steps before he stabilized himself. Yet again, Rayleigh appeared before him, delivering a flying kick imbued with armament hockey, aimed at White Jing's head. Ace, watching from the side, couldn't help but marvel at Rayleigh's formidable martial prowess, observing that he was aging like fine wine in the midst of the battle. White Jing seemed to gain insight. He extended his left hand, covering it with armament hockey, and urgently blocked the incoming kick. Rayleigh then executed a somersault, delivering a punch aimed at the crown of White Jing's head. This time, White Jing seized the opportunity, raising his right hand above him, as the armament hockey quietly enveloped it, successfully parrying the blow. Rayleigh, witnessing this, felt a smile creeping into his eyes, thoroughly satisfied and impressed. Good lad, just 3 moves, and you've already broken through your combat limits. Now he was capable of covering both hands with armament hockey, showcasing an extraordinary comprehension. Rayleigh was eager to see if White Jing could transcend his own limits once more. With that, he bellowed, once more. He showed no signs of leniency, having only been testing the waters earlier. Now he was serious. His speed surged several-fold, and the punches cloaked in armament hockey rained down upon White Jing like a torrential storm. White Jing activated his observation hockey, predicting Rayleigh's strikes and the trajectory of his fists. Under the influence of his observation hockey, time seemed to slow, and he could foresee every movement. Like a specter, White Jing dodged Rayleigh's relentless punches, his fighting spirit ignited. Both fists now enveloped in armament hockey. The hockey continuously flowed down his arms, intensifying his strikes. The clash of their fists reverberated through the air, a cacophony of thuds echoing as they exchanged blow after blow, neither yielding. The sound of their fists colliding rang out, each strike more satisfying to Rayleigh than the last. Suddenly, Rayleigh's right leg shot forward with incredible speed, catching White Jing off guard that moment. White Jing sensed a life-threatening danger, an instinctive awareness surging within him that a powerful impulse emanated from his being. In his eyes, a domineering aura radiated, as if he were the sole ruler of heaven and earth. Golden ripples, visible to the naked eye, trembled through the air. It was this golden aura that rendered Rayleigh's kick ineffective, and in that fleeting moment, White Jing seized the opportunity. What a chance! This is a flaw, he thought, as arcs of lightning and flames enveloped his fist. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. He unleashed the lightning he had conjured, forming it into a wolf-like lightning beast that surged toward Rayleigh with blinding speed. Caught off guard, Rayleigh was sent flying, retreating a full 10 steps before he stabilized himself. The unexpected turn of events drew the attention of Ace, Rayleigh, and Sha-Chi. The 3 gazed intently at White Jing. Uttering in unison, Conqueror's Hockey, White Jing retracted the lightning from his hand, realizing that his earlier counterattack was an instinctual reaction. Hearing their mention of Conqueror's Hockey brought a smile to his face. The golden aura he had unconsciously released was indeed Conqueror's Hockey, and he felt that mastering it was not an insurmountable task. Moreover, after battling Rayleigh, he had already achieved the ability to cover his entire body with hockey, elevating his prowess to a new level. Rayleigh's astonishment at White Jing was palpable, and he regarded him with a slow smile, shaking his head. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. We old bones are becoming obsolete, and you, my boy, are truly a monster. Conqueror's Hockey, and in just 3 moves, you've elevated your armament hockey to a new intensity, while also possessing observation hockey. There's little more I can teach you. White Jing scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Ace stepped forward, draping an arm over White Jing's shoulder, guiding him into Sha-Chi's tavern to indulge in some drinks. Rayleigh, seemingly in high spirits, followed suit, eager to share a few drinks with such a promising youth. The group drank until nightfall, becoming thoroughly inebriated. White Jing, feeling the urge to explore the night market of the Chambord Islands, slipped away from the tavern alone. Meanwhile, Rayleigh and Ace continued to recount tales of their past, with Ace glossing over most details, fabricating a story, and refraining from mentioning the world of the dead. Revealing their resurrection from the underworld would not only be hard to believe for Rayleigh, but would also expose White Jing's abilities. He would not betray his friend. Having indulged in excessive drink, White Jing wandered aimlessly along the streets. He lost track of time until he stumbled upon a dilapidated bar tucked away in an alley. The bar bore an intriguing name, Joel the Roger Bar. Upon entering, he found the place in utter disrepair, with hardly anyone inside, save for a decrepit old man, his mouth devoid of teeth. Bai Jing slowly settled into a seat. A peculiar spot indeed, for it was once visited by Luffy. This very old man had recognized Luffy's potential to become the Pirate King. Chapter 27. Supreme Talent. The Celestial Dragon's fish auctioneer, the elderly man, adorned with golden earrings and a woven hat, gazed at the suddenly arrived Bai Jing without uttering a word. I could see that moment. Bai Jing seemed to shake off some of his drunkenness, taking in his surroundings and the old man's appearance. He instantly realized where he was. Yet, this clarity was fleeting as he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Joel Roger Bar, how amusing!" At that instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of confidence as he rose from his seat. His conqueror's haki emanated uncontrollably, while the powers of his two fruits formed a dazzling display of lightning and fire behind him, enhancing his presence. Standing there, he resembled an army of thousands that he proclaimed, "I do not resent the past for being unseen, but lament that the past did not witness my madness." The old man was taken aback, sensing an extraordinary presence in front of him. Having previously discerned Luffy's potential for greatness, he now observed that this unexpected intruder radiated an aura of invincibility. His vision blurred, he began to feel a sense of foreboding, as if he were gazing upon a future deity. He murmured to himself, "This young man's luck and aura surpass even that of the Straw Hat lad from years past. I have a premonition that a remarkable being is destined to emerge." In merely a moment, Bai Jing retracted his imposing demeanor, collapsing onto the bar, where he succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the old man merely ambled to the side, nursing a drink in solitude, reminiscing about tales of yore, and continued to drink throughout the night. The following day, as Bai Jing awoke from his stupor and shook his head, he turned to the old man, suddenly recalling the events of the previous night. He offered a sheepish smile. "Apologies, elder." Having uttered those words, he sauntered out of the Gore Roger Bar. Without a second thought, he had stumbled into this place by sheer chance, and there was little here worth cherishing. As for the tales of Gore Roger, he had already heard them. Observing Bai Jing's silhouette grow increasingly distant, the old man pondered, convinced that this young man was destined for greatness, destined to shine brightly in this world. A peculiar smile crept across the old man's face as the bar vanished from its spot, as if it had never existed. For this bar resided in Log Town, not here. How the old man appeared and how the bar manifested remained mystery. On this street, a messenger seagull descended from above, issuing a bounty notice. The visage of a man immediately captured the attention of many pirates, with features chiseled as if sculpted by the finest artisans. He exuded an air of regal authority, a smile of carefree defiance adorning his handsome face. Upon seeing Bai Jing's bounty notice, the pirates' pupils dilated in shock, seemingly unable to comprehend the reality before them. They began to count his bounty amount. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. How could this be? This newly emerged pirate was merely a novice, yet his bounty had reached a staggering 300 million. Moreover, the notice explicitly stated that he was a dual devil fruit user, possessing the powers of the Flame fruit and the Thunder fruit. A dual devil fruit user. Could such a being truly exist? And why did he possess the Flame fruit, which belonged to Fire Fist Ace? The issuance of this bounty sent shockwaves throughout the East Blue pirate community. Previously, the pirates who had gathered at the Chess Tavern also laid eyes upon this bounty notice, quickly realizing that the man depicted was none other than Bai Jing, whom they had encountered before. Upon grasping this situation, a cold sweat broke out among them. Fortunately, they had not provoked him. Otherwise, they would have been dealing with a bounty of 300 million, capable of crushing them with a mere finger. Bai Jing wandered through the Sabiti archipelago, blissfully unaware of the exposure of his bounty. As he strolled down the street, he unknowingly arrived at the auction house, where an intense auction was underway. The item being auctioned was a mermaid. Inside the auction house, several peculiar individuals donned air helmets and wore oversized, plush-down jackets. Bai Jing felt a flicker of interest. After all, how could one venture into the pirate world without witnessing its wonders? It would be a disservice to himself. Transforming into a streak of lightning, he darted through the entrance, evading the guard's attention. Were these not the scum of the celestial dragons? Bai Jing's gaze fell upon the men auctioning below. Their hair stood erect, curled at the tips, and they wore white suits reminiscent of space attire. Below, they gazed with lecherous grins at the mermaid displayed above, who was kept in a tank, from the waist up. She was a strikingly beautiful woman. From the waist down, she sported a stunning fishtail adorned with scales, her entire form exuding both allure and the capability for swift escape. Her upper body was delicate and smooth, with skin as flawless as jade. Moreover, her ample bosom was tightly encased in her garments, revealing not a hint of skin. Her beauty was beyond compare, rivaling even that of Nami and others, thus igniting the interest of the celestial dragons below. Surrounding the celestial dragons were a cadre of black-clad enforcers, tasked with their protection. Heh, this girl is intriguing, I want her. I'll keep her for my amusement, housed in a tank for my enjoyment, sneered one celestial dragon. His nose dripping, his face twisted with depravity as he leered at the mermaid. Beside him, two other celestial dragons were displeased. One declared, "This belongs to my family, the Jamalia clan. I want her." His appearance differed from the dripping-nosed dragon. He wore sunglasses, obscuring his eyes, fixated on the mermaid's upper body. The other, a female celestial dragon, glared with envy at the mermaid's beauty. Though she was not unattractive, she felt overshadowed by the mermaid's radiance. No way. This girl must return with me, so that I can mar her beauty. No one shall outshine me. All three celestial dragons, encased in their glass helmets, held the power of life and death over those above. Once the mermaid was auctioned off, they would brand her with the celestial dragon's mark. The auctioneer found himself in a predicament, unable to offend any of the three. Awkwardly, he glanced between them, hoping for a consensus. However, the three were far from conciliatory, bellowing, "If you do not hand her over, I will annihilate your entire family." The dripping-nosed celestial dragon was the first to threaten. The other two joined in, declaring, "If you do not give her to me, I will flay your skin and toss you to the sea to feed the fish." The female's face bore no trace of beauty at this moment, transforming into the most venomous of women. "Unless you deliver this girl to me, I will ensure that your descendants and family are exterminated by my celestial clan. You shall see the consequences," she hissed, her words laced with malice. Just then, Bai Jing appeared, witnessing this scene, and could not help but exclaim, "Scum! The celestial dragons deserve to die. I had intended to grow stronger to confront you, yet fate has brought us together here." With that, he stepped into view from behind the auction house, rising to his feet and proclaiming, "I shall decide the outcome." Chapter 28. The Threat of the Celestial Dragons, resolving the guardians upon hearing his voice. The crowd turned to see a mere youth, their interest waning. The auction house was filled with influential figures, individuals who were not short on wealth. The three celestial dragons at the forefront, however, perked up at Bai Jing's words. They stood in unison, casting indifferent glances at him, their expressions as dismissive as if regarding an ant. From their elevated position, they looked down upon him and said, "Speak. How shall we divide this?" If he spoke poorly, they would kill him. If he spoke well, they might reward him with a pittance and urge him to leave. "Just seeing your face annoys me," the dripping-nosed dragon remarked disdainfully, as if he had caught a whiff of something foul. Bai Jing found himself invigorated by this. I, for one, wish to end your lives, yet you foolishly provoke me. Are you not walking into the mouth of my cannon?" A faint smile graced his lips. This smile radiated warmth, as bright as the sun, casting a glow that warmed the hearts of those around him. All eyes turned to Bai Jing. Even the auctioneer looked to him, hoping for a resolution that would alleviate their tension. The mermaid within the grand tank appeared frantic, terror-stricken, on the verge of tears. These men were predatory, and she, frail, knew that once captured, she would be sold to the highest bidder. How could she not be terrified? Bai Jing faced the three celestial dragons, speaking deliberately and unhurriedly. "You three fools shall die before my eyes. This mermaid belongs to me." What did you just say?" The dripping-nosed celestial dragon seethed. "Do you even know who you have just offended?" The three celestial dragons, upon hearing the commotion, were consumed by a furious wrath, particularly two of them. One with a runny nose and the other donning sunglasses, immediately drew their long rifles. They aimed at Bai Jing, pulled the triggers, and fired multiple shots in succession. The bullets pierced through Bai Jing's form, effortlessly passing through him, for his body had already transformed into a state of elementalization, rendering ordinary projectiles ineffective. Meanwhile, the female celestial dragon hastily seized her own rifle and joined in the barrage. The trio continued their relentless assault until their ammunition was entirely expended, at which point they slowly lowered their weapons. Yet Bai Jing remained unscathed. Unable to contain themselves, they turned to the surrounding cloaked figures and exclaimed, "What are you all staring at? Hurry up and assist. This native will become my eternal slave, and I shall relish in tormenting him." Bai Jing began to advance, stepping down from the elevated platform above. Below, the black-clad agents surged towards him, brandishing their rifles and swinging their blades. Bai Jing mockingly addressed the snotty, celestial dragon, his eyes filled with utter disdain. "Did your mother never tell you to look in a mirror? How is it that you still resemble a 3-year-old child? You look utterly foolish, with snot running down your face. You, a celestial dragon fool. Presume to look down upon others, believing yourself superior. If I do not kill you, I shall take your surname." In the midst of his taunts, Bai Jing transformed into a bolt of lightning, the arcs of energy weaving around the oncoming agents and materializing before the celestial dragons. His massive hand pressed against the air shield, flames surged around it, causing the temperature within to spike dramatically, leaving a searing red mark upon the shoulder of the celestial dragon. It was a pure burn. With a swift motion, he launched his left fist towards the celestial dragon's abdomen. The flames consumed his clothing entirely. This punch was delivered with all of Bai Jing's might, without the slightest restraint, sending the celestial dragon flying, who then coughed up blood and bile. The 2 other celestial dragons were thrown into a panic, witnessing Bai Jing's overwhelming strength in a frantic attempt to intimidate him. They shouted, "You wretched spawn! Do you comprehend what you are up against? We are noble celestial dragons, and you are merely a native. Kneel and admit your transgressions, and we may spare your life. Otherwise, your entire family and every person connected to you shall meet a most gruesome fate." Fed to the dogs, "Oh, you hear me. Are you deaf? Cease your actions at once." As the 2 continued to retreat in fear, their eyes still held an air of superiority, for in their minds, all but the celestial dragons were mere natives. That moment, the black-clad agents converged, their expressions hardening as they declared, "Natural-type devil fruit." They were enveloped in a powerful aura, rushing towards Bai Jing, attempting to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. Simultaneously, the guards had already sent word via Din Mushi to the Marine headquarters, urging them to arrive swiftly, for the celestial dragons were under attack. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. The surrounding guard were mobilizing rapidly. Armed with sea stone bullets, they all fired at Bai Jing, while those wielding blades advanced upon him. Hundreds of individuals cordoned off the auction, creating chaos as Bai Jing's actions disrupted the event. The other nobles fled in terror, unwilling to remain within the fray. The scene devolved into utter chaos, with the auctioneer cowering beneath the stage, trembling at the audacity of Bai Jing. How dare he confront the celestial dragons? The mermaid within the tank appeared flustered, yet when she glanced at Bai Jing, a mysterious glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes, for she viewed him as her savior. The sea stone bullets penetrated Bai Jing's form, yet he merely elementalized once more. Having not consumed a devil fruit, he was impervious to the effects of sea stone and seawater. Moreover, his ability to elementalize could only be countered by haki. Nothing else could restrain him. This was the extraordinary nature of Bai Jing. With a cold demeanor, he murmured, "Electrify. 80 million volts." A torrent of lightning surged forth, countless arcs of blue energy crackling through the air. The high voltage exploded within the atmosphere, resonating with a series of ominous sounds. The hundreds of agents, upon contact with a high-pressure electricity, lost consciousness, collapsing as they were struck down. This was the tyrannical nature of high voltage. Yet Bai Jing intentionally restrained his power, ensuring that the 3 celestial dragons remained unharmed. With all the agents and their guards dispatched, only the 3 powerless celestial dragons remained. The auctioneer, hiding beneath the stage, could utter no more than a single bolt of lightning, rendering him unconscious. The snotty celestial dragon staggered to his feet, his voice trembling with fear. "You are doomed. You dare to confront a celestial dragon." The Marines will arrive shortly. And do you comprehend the magnitude of your transgression? I will see you torn to pieces, obliterated." As he neared the climax of his rant, his voice escalated to a near howl. While the other two celestial dragons retreated further, Bai Jing advanced steadily toward them. The one wearing sunglasses and the female celestial dragon issued fresh threats. "If you take your own life now and kneel to apologize, we will let the past be bygones, sparing your family and friends. Otherwise, they shall meet a grim fate, and your entire household will be enslaved and tormented to death. Do you understand the consequences? Surrender at once." Chapter 29. Tormenting the celestial dragons, slaughtering the celestial dragons. The Marines surround fools. You are on the brink of death, yet still refuse to repent. Do you have any idea how many lives have perished under the dominion of your celestial dragons? How many have sacrificed themselves due to your so-called noble status? If the Golden Emperor were here, he would certainly see these three tortured to death. Bai Jing was acutely aware that at least one admiral was en route. For the celestial dragons, when endangered, would summon their mightiest. Regardless of who arrived, he remained unperturbed. However, he was determined to eliminate these three scoundrels. With deliberate steps, he advanced into the fray, his feet propelling him forward with such force that he vanished from sight. His massive hands shattered the glass air shields of the two remaining celestial dragons. Lifting them effortlessly, flames surged from his palms, incinerating their garments completely, leaving not a single fiber behind. Even their hair was reduced to ash. The snotty celestial dragon was tossed to the ground like refuse. The three now resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly vulnerable. The female celestial dragon shrieked in horror, covering her vital areas. Bai Jing's gaze was as tranquil as a still lake. For when dealing with scum, one must employ their own methods. He coldly stated, "Do you not revel in branding others with the celestial dragon's mark? Very well, today you shall experience the same treatment. Let us see how you relish this flavor." He unfastened the trident strap to his back. The 50 million volts of electricity coursing through it heated the trident's tip, rendering it searing hot. Flames enveloped his left arm, roasting the weapon further. Once sufficiently heated, nearly to the point of melting gold, Bai Jing withdrew his hand with satisfaction. At that moment, true terror gripped the three as they realized his intent. He was about to brand them. The trident's emblem was to be imprinted upon them, just as they had done to countless other slaves. The three retreated frantically, their hands pressing against the ground, their faces contorted with abject fear. No longer daring to utter threats that Bai Jing observed their terror. He conjured three lightning ropes that ensnared their necks, yanking them forcefully toward him. With a mocking glint in his eyes, he declared, "Do you not enjoy having others serve you like dogs? Do you not delight in binding others and asserting your dominance? Yet now, when the tables are turned, you tremble in fear. We truly do not dare any longer. We were wrong. Spare us. We're celestial dragons. We're the supreme celestial dragons. We can give you anything you desire." Three individuals were nearly howling, their voices raised in anguish. Tears streamed down their faces, and mucus flowed freely from their noses, leaving behind a pool of liquid on the ground. A mocking grin deepened at the corners of Bai Jing's mouth. Celestial dragons? Is that all they are? I had thought you would be unafraid. With that, Bai Jing seized them one by one, the searing trident first branding the sniveling celestial dragon. The intense heat left bloody marks upon his flesh, seeping deeply into his very sinews. The scorched meat emitted a savory aroma, accompanied by sizzling sounds. Sizzle! The celestial dragon shrieked, his eyes rolling back as he fainted from the unbearable pain. The other two celestial dragons, witnessing this, were so terrified they nearly lost consciousness themselves, teetering on the brink of collapse. However, the electric shock coursing through their necks kept them painfully alert. Bai Jing heated the trident again, restoring its previous temperature, and proceeded to brand the other two in turn. The sound of sizzling flesh echoed once more. After completing this grim task, all three fell into unconsciousness, their backs marked with a large imprint of the trident. It seemed the thought of how the celestial dragons treated others stirred something within him, leaving him unsatisfied. Just as he prepared to act again, his observation hockey detected the navy outside, having surrounded the entire auction. The sheer number of naval personnel surpassed 10,000, and their ranks continued to swell. Bai Jing had no choice but to relent. Of course, it was inconceivable to let these three unconscious celestial dragons go free. He intensified the electric current coursing through their restraints, reviving them from their stupor as they regained consciousness. Bai Jing leaned down, his gaze devoid of emotion. The tip of the trident sliced through three heads. The severed heads rolled aside, lifeless and devoid of any semblance of life, their eyes still reflecting boundless terror. After executing this act, Bai Jing turned away, using flames to dry the blood from the trident. He had no desire to touch the blood of such scum. The sight of these three wretches made him feel nauseated. It was not an absolute truth that all celestial dragons were vile. Some were good, yet the majority were despicable scum, unworthy of lament. Reflecting on how they treated other slaves, on how they had treated Stella, the Golden Emperor's companion, who will be mentioned later, and on their treatment of Bartholomew Kuma, the abominable deeds of the celestial dragons loomed vividly before him. Was it not absurd to let them go free? The mermaid in the aquarium witnessed the entirety of the scene, observing Bai Jing's ferocity and the brutality he had just displayed. Yet, despite her evident fear of the auction, she felt not a shred of dread towards Bai Jing's actions. Instead, a smile graced her face as her gaze fixated on him. She expressed her gratitude with a smile and boldly spoke. "Sir, please take me away. I will repay you well, even if it means serving you like a beast. Just don't leave me here. I beg you, sir." Bai Jing was indeed inclined to take her away. Though not for her beauty. Certainly not. Not at all as one might assume. Truly not. Manual irony. However, the area was surrounded by countless naval forces, and he sensed that a vice admiral was approaching. This vice admiral was someone Bai Jing was familiar with. It was none other than Kazu, the greatest actor in the Navy and the uncle of Monkey D. Luffy. Venturing out now posed no issue for him. But facing a vice admiral like Kazuru would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Moreover, having killed these three celestial dragons would ensure they would not let the matter rest, and they would pursue him to the ends of the earth. Therefore, taking on such a burden as a mermaid would yield him no benefit, only harm. He hesitated, yet leaving a woman behind left him uncertain of the fate she might face, given that he had slain celestial dragons. It was certain she would not survive, either. A flicker of compassion stirred within Bai Jing, leaving him torn. The mermaid seemed to perceive his inner conflict and spoke. "I am also a devil fruit user. My power is quite unique. Take me with you, and I won't bring you trouble." Chapter 30. The mermaid's devil fruit ability. Kizaru's arrival. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing understood the mermaid's implication. She feared he would abandon her. He sighed slowly, realizing that he ought to lend a helping hand. Regardless of the truth behind her words, her yearning for life was unmistakable. He resolved to do the right thing. Approaching the large aquarium, he felt somewhat awkward, unsure of how to proceed. The water within was clear, allowing the mermaid to reside comfortably. Sensing Bai Jing's dilemma, the mermaid took the initiative to leap from the tank. Bai Jing quickly extended his arms to catch her securely. The mermaid landed gracefully in his embrace, with one hand supporting her lower half and the other resting on her back. The cool, silky texture of her lower body was a striking contrast to the upper half, which felt like fine silk, smooth and delicate, evoking a peculiar sensation within Bai Jing, leaving him astonished. The mermaid's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. She found it difficult to maintain eye contact with Bai Jing and spoke up. "I truly am a devil fruit user. My ability allows me to enhance others' strength threefold and grant them a 5-second invincibility during combat. This invincibility renders them immune to blades and flames. Even if you're a devil fruit user, Sea Prism Stone will have no effect, allowing you to withstand lethal damage." Bai Jing, taken aback, gazed at the mermaid in his arms, astonished by such an extraordinary ability. Particularly as a support type, while it might seem redundant for her, it was immensely powerful for others. The mermaid's trust in Bai Jing allowed her to speak freely, knowing that others would have confined her to a life of servitude had they known of her abilities, which contributed to her fear of being sold. The naval forces continued to swell around them, and Kazuru stepped into the auction hall, his demeanor as nonchalant as ever, with a short, slightly curly black hair. He sported sunglasses and a stubbled jawline. Tall and lean, He donned a yellow and white striped suit, complemented by a purple tie, green shirt, and white shoes. He strolled into the scene casually. This man and the beautiful girl exchanged introductions. "My name is Hua Jing." A soft blue light emanated from her, gradually entering Bai Jing's body. In an instant, she vanished from his embrace, leaving Bai Jing marveling at the miraculous event. Within him, a miniature version of Hua Jing emerged. Her voice resonated in Bai Jing's mind. "My fruit can provide a threefold enhancement for a duration that depends on my endurance. The duration will cease if the damage exceeds what I can withstand. Otherwise, it can last indefinitely." In Bai Jing's mind, Hua Jing's ethereal figure appeared alongside his own miniature form. Notably, in this space reminiscent of a soul realm, they stood before each other without any adornments. Stripped of all distractions, Bai Jing felt his cheeks flush, acutely aware of the two pink blossoms visible atop a distant mountain, the grandeur of the landscape before them. Her lower half remained in her mermaid form, so there was no cause for concern. It must be said that the mermaid displayed considerable courage in this act. It was her first time using her powers on a stranger. Previously, she had never revealed her abilities to anyone. Meanwhile, Kizuru had entered the auction house, and upon seeing the numerous corpses scattered about, he maintained his composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed. However, when his gaze fell upon the three headless bodies nearby, his pupils constricted sharply. Losing his nonchalant air, his attention shifted to the solitary Bai Jing, his expression darkening. You realize the magnitude of the disaster you have caused. These were celestial dragons. How dare you kill them?" The body of the yellow ape transformed into a golden flash, vanishing from its original position, as his massive foot aimed to kick at Bai Jing's head, intending to send him flying. That moment, Bai Jing, endowed with threefold combat strength, was not to be underestimated by the yellow ape. He brandished the golden trident in his hands, enveloped in the armor of Haki, and prepared to confront the yellow ape's kick. Due to the superior might of the yellow ape's martial arts, he was forced to stagger back several dozen steps before regaining his footing upon the auction platform. His expression serious, he remarked that the disparity between him and the admiral was indeed substantial. Despite the thrice enhancement, whether in physical prowess or attacking power, he had still been pushed back several steps by that single kick. The yellow ape uttered a soft exclamation, seemingly surprised that Bai Jing had managed to retain some strength after such an assault. He did not hold back in the slightest. His body shimmered once more as yellow light reappeared behind Bai Jing, delivering another kick aimed squarely at the crown of Bai Jing's head. This time, Bai Jing did not dodge or evade. Instead, he summoned the armor of Haki, surging it through his hands, raising them high above his head to shield against the impending blow. The force of the kick was tremendous, embedding Bai Jing deeply into the auction platform, sinking him a full 10 zhong into the ground. In that moment, within the realm of the soul, Hua Jing also felt the impact of this kick, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly in discomfort. The intensity of the blow resonated through her, causing her some pain, yet it remained within her capacity to endure. Bai Jing, feeling a pang of sympathy, realized that the fruit was indeed beneficial to others, yet brought him nothing but harm. While assisting others, he had to bear such suffering himself. He murmured softly, expressing his gratitude. Gradually, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Since he had made direct contact, he resolved to seize the powers of the glint fruit. With a serious demeanor, he began to shimmer, disappearing in a flash of yellow light and reappearing at another location. Not only that, but upon relocating, his entire being transformed once again into a radiant yellow glow. Vanishing from the arena and bursting forth beyond its confines. In merely a second, Bai Jing had accomplished this feat with fluidity, devoid of any hesitation. The yellow ape, witnessing Bai Jing's possession of the glint fruit's abilities, regarded him with increasing seriousness, the previous contempt in his eyes having vanished. Outside, a multitude of Navy soldiers had encircled the area, creating an impenetrable barrier, with layers of artillery bristling around. Each soldier stood poised, waiting for Bai Jing to emerge. The yellow ape immediately pursued him, transforming into a flash and appearing directly behind Bai Jing, relentless in his chase. Bai Jing, upon noticing, accelerated to his utmost limits, utilizing the powers of the fruit to their fullest. The glimmering light he had assumed flickered back and forth, appearing outside the arena, where he finally came to a halt, with the yellow ape hot on his heels. Yield. Do not resist futilely. Surrendering is your best option. Otherwise, the surrounding Navy soldiers regarded Bai Jing with trepidation, clearly recognizing the notorious supernova pirate before them. He was a newcomer from the East Sea, and despite his novice status, boasted a bounty of 300 million. This time, he had slain 3 celestial dragons and hijacked slaves meant for auction, and his bounty was likely to soar even higher, attracting the Navy's pursuit and the wrath of CP zeroed out with yellow light. The yellow ape conjured a sword of light, aiming to cleave through Bai Jing. His speed surged, now twice as fast as before. This time, he was genuinely intent on killing Bai Jing, having resolved to take lethal action. As the yellow ape charged towards him once more, Bai Jing found himself surrounded by the advancing Navy, their ranks closing in on him. His expression darkened, realizing that to escape entirely, he must evade the yellow ape's relentless pursuit. Clarity dawned upon Bai Jing's mind, and he quickly devised a strategy that a surge of lightning enveloped his right hand, while the glint fruit coalesced above. The golden trident in his grasp now harnessed 3 forces: flames, light, and lightning. Empowered with haki, he boldly met the yellow ape's sword. The force of their collision erupted, shattering the light sword into a myriad of luminous fragments, which vanished into the ether. The yellow ape was momentarily pushed back by the impact, while Bai Jing staggered 10 steps. Although this strike had placed him at a disadvantage, the fusion of the 3 elemental powers had obliterated the yellow ape's sword, igniting a spark of inspiration in Bai Jing's mind. The Navy soldiers continued to surge forward, the sounds of gunfire and bullets resounding incessantly. Endless bullets, composed of sea stone and otherwise, rained down upon Bai Jing. He unleashed a torrent of lightning, obliterating the onslaught of projectiles. Yet, as the Navy surged forward, one soldier swung a blade at his back. However, how could the incorporeal Bai Jing be harmed by such an attack? A flash of fierce determination flickered in his eyes. The lightning from his hand pierced through the body of the attacking Navy soldier, rendering his bodily functions utterly incapacitated, causing him to collapse. Meanwhile, a new wave of gunfire erupted, with countless bullets aimed at Bai Jing. The yellow ape hovered above, gathering his ultimate move. Bai Jing, feeling increasingly exasperated, muttered, "Is this never-ending?" His hands formed a cradle, as golden light brewed within. "Yada no Kagami," he whispered. In his hands, he amassed a light akin to a mirror, launching beams that refracted and rebounded toward surrounding targets, thereby creating a pathway of light which allowed for instantaneous movement. With this newfound speed, Bai Jing moved faster than ever before. The yellow ape, witnessing Bai Jing employ Yada no Kagami, was taken aback. "Isn't that my technique? How can this brat use it too?" At that moment, he had completed his own ultimate move, the Navy cannons roaring in unison. Forming a circle with his thumbs and crossing his hands, he declared, "Yada no Kagami." After transforming into photons, he unleashed a multitude of dazzling light orbs towards his target, a wide-ranging attack. Bai Jing soared into the air. The yellow ape's assault followed closely behind, prompting him to swiftly assume a defensive stance, summoning a light of deceleration in his hands. His arms embraced the sphere, emitting countless beams of deceleration light, forming a colossal barrier that gradually slowed the incoming projectiles. The Navy below swiftly readied their artillery and firearms, aiming at the airborne Bai Jing. In that moment, Bai Jing concentrated an immense amount of haki, emanating a powerful golden wave that radiated outward from his center. This overwhelming conqueror's haki caused the weaker-willed Navy soldiers to collapse, unconscious on the ground. Among the tens of thousands of soldiers present, only a small fraction remained standing. Those remaining, primarily officers, retained a degree of resolve. Bai Jing, emulating the yellow ape, crossed his hands, with his thumbs and index fingers interlocked. From within this aperture, an infinite array of light points flickered. They surged forth from his hands, targeting the unconscious Navy soldiers below, as well as the oncoming light points. "Yada no Kagami," he proclaimed. Countless light points erupted from his hands, bombarding the downed Navy soldiers, leaving their fates uncertain. Meanwhile, the light points aimed at the yellow ape passed right through him, yet none inflicted harm. such as the dominance of a Logia fruit user, and the clash of two Logia abilities was nothing short of spectacular. At that moment, Ace, Rayleigh, and Shaki seemed to sense the commotion emanating from the auction house, beginning to observe from the shadows. Upon discovering it was Bai Jing, Ace prepared to charge forth, ready to summon oars for assistance. Sensing Ace's concealed presence, Bai Jing felt a surge of urgency. Utilizing the power of the thunder fruit, he gathered thunderous sounds and transmitted them to Ace's ears. You need not come to my aid. I have my own methods. For now, you and oars should prepare a massive pirate ship that has already been coded. We will dive into the underwater world and set our sights on a new world. Remember to stock up on food and beverages. This mere navy will not pose a threat to me. Ace, upon hearing the transmission from Bai Jing, though uncertain of how he managed to communicate across the void, complied with his request. He had just witnessed Bai Jing's fruit abilities, which had now seemingly multiplied. Trusting him completely, he decided to place his faith in his companion. Bai Jing had already taken the lives of countless individuals, and the ominous aura of the Nine Hells had nearly coalesced to a sufficient level for him to linger in the underworld for 3 days. Thus, he would soon be able to venture into the underworld to resurrect those he wished to bring back. Chapter 32. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Just as Rayleigh was hesitating whether to intervene, Ace exchanged a few words with him and departed. Rayleigh cast a deep glance at Bai Jing before also leaving, allowing Bai Jing to engage with Kizaru and the numerous Marines. Although Bai Jing had eliminated a considerable number of Marines, rendering most of them powerless, reinforcements continued to arrive ceaselessly. The life of the Celestial Dragon was far too precious, prompting the Marines to protect them at all costs. Furthermore, should the Celestial Dragons desire it, they could summon powerful guardians for their protection. This incident could be deemed a failure on the part of the Marines, as they had allowed 3 Celestial Dragons to be so easily slain by Bai Jing. Kizaru's expression was grim. He realized that his light fruit abilities had been flawlessly replicated by this young man before him, who also possessed other fruit abilities. This was a truly formidable challenge, undoubtedly the most difficult he had encountered since becoming an admiral. Even during the War on the Top, he had not faced such arduous circumstances. Bai Jing was truly a formidable opponent. The number of Marines around them subtly increased. The Marines had begun to encircle the entire Sabeti archipelago, preventing Bai Jing from escaping, with reinforcements arriving in a steady stream. Due to his still developing physical prowess, he found himself at a significant disadvantage compared to Kizaru, despite currently experiencing a 3-fold increase in combat power. Nonetheless, he had his own methods. Kizaru began to move with genuine intent, his speed reaching its zenith, filling the sky with golden light. With his hands outstretched, he shouted, "Amit Sukatake," as he condensed photons into his hands, forming a sword of light to serve as his weapon against the target. Kizaru's light sword was imbued with haki, and he unleashed his signature techniques, accelerating to the utmost limit. While Bai Jing possessed observation haki that allowed him to foresee Kizaru's next moves, he was still at a disadvantage. For Kizaru was an admiral. His own strength lagged behind, especially in physical combat and fruit development. The light fruit, flame fruit, and slow fruit were all newly acquired and not yet fully mastered, requiring more time for development. The only fruit he had thoroughly developed was the thunder fruit, as it was his first ability. Thus, Bai Jing fully unleashed his potential. While the surrounding Marines continued to arrive in droves, he released a wave of Conqueror's haki, sending golden ripples that reverberated through the area. Those unable to withstand the pressure of his haki fainted, while those who managed to endure sank to the ground in exhaustion. As Kizaru approached him with intent to attack, Bai Jing solemnly declared, "Let us see whether your light is more powerful than my thunder. If there exists a deity in this world, it would surely be me, the Thunder God. The 200 million volts, Thunder God." This was Enel's most formidable technique, releasing all the electricity within him, enveloping himself in a storm of lightning, thus transforming into a colossal thunder god. Bai Jing drew inspiration from this method, releasing all the electricity he had amassed. It surrounded him in layers in that moment. His slender frame appeared majestic as the lightning coalesced in a muscle, enveloping him entirely, towering several meters high and expanding to 3 or 4 meters wide. Bai Jing's physique dwarfed Kizaru's. In this state, Bai Jing was at the peak of his strength. He sought to gauge his own power against that of an admiral. The abilities of the berserk fruit surged within him, amplifying his stature once again. The boundless lightning engulfed the entire auction house, plunging it into a sea of electricity. The inadvertent discharge of lightning rendered all the Marines unconscious, their fates uncertain. His hair stood on end, and his immensely powerful form resembled a deity of thunder at that moment. His physical prowess, defensive capabilities, attack power, agility, speed, and resilience multiplied exponentially. With the enhancement from the berserk fruit, the assistance of the mermaid girl's fruit, and the thunder god form, Bai Jing could be considered invincible. As deities clashed, mortals suffered. The Marines were decimated. Kizaru's photon form hesitated in the sky, affected by the overwhelming lightning, although he covered himself in haki. The sheer force of the electric storm was insurmountable. Even his ability to naturally transform into photons could not withstand the tempest. His speed began to wane, and Bai Jing seized this opportunity. He leaped high, his form transforming into a massive bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight. This speed surpassed even Kizaru's light fruit. His colossal fist descended with tremendous force, prompting Kizaru to hastily defend himself. Kizaru's light sword met Bai Jing's thunderous punch, and upon impact, a thunder dragon erupted forth. The ferocious lightning sent Kizaru hurtling backward, crashing into the auction house and shattering numerous stones. Yet Bai Jing had no intention of ending the battle so easily. He transformed once more into a streak of lightning, disappearing from view as a violent purple storm of electricity engulfed the vicinity. At that moment, the Sabeti archipelago was caught in a tempest of wind and rain. The Marine headquarters dispatched another admiral to the fray. Kizaru rose from the rubble, preparing to charge at Bai Jing once more. Bai Jing was already before him, offering not a shred of opportunity. His colossal fist descended rapidly, with endless lightning cascading from the heavens. The pillars of lightning, as thick as barrels, fell in unison with Bai Jing's strikes. With each punch he threw, a corresponding lightning bolt struck down. The unending torrent of electricity rendered Kizaru's form numb, despite his elemental fruit. This was the unyielding might of the thunder fruit. This was the strength of Bai Jing in thunder god form. Kizaru could only defend passively, utterly devoid of the chance to retaliate, struggling even to block. Bai Jing relentlessly pummeled him into the rubble, one fist after another, each strike landing with brutal force. The ground beneath them sank into a massive crater with a radius of 10 meters, forcibly created by his assault. Despite the blood spilling from his mouth, Kizaru, a true Marine admiral, remained resilient in his defense. Yet he was increasingly overwhelmed, his state deteriorating under the pressure of the 200 million volts. At that moment, the admiral found himself at the mercy of Bai Jing's relentless assault. The surrounding Marines looked on in shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief. When had an admiral become so weak? Chapter 33. Defeating Kizaru. Fujitora arrives. Heading to the underworld, it is equivalent to saying that he has already reached the pinnacle of this world. The position of admiral places him among the strongest individuals in the realm of pirates. It may also be attributed to Kizaru's aging, rendering him less formidable than in his prime. Nevertheless, he remains an admiral, endowed with the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi. Bai Jing harbors a persistent suspicion that Kizaru is an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army, strategically embedded within the Navy. Therefore, he believes that Kizaru possesses some authentic strength that is yet to be revealed. For instance, the awakening of the Goro no Mi in the realm of the Thunder God, which he has not yet employed. These are his ultimate trump cards. Currently, having been so thoroughly beaten by Bai Jing, retreat is not an option. Their opposing allegiances dictate as much, given that Bai Jing has slain a celestial dragon. The Navy will undoubtedly pursue him with relentless fervor. He now awaits Ace to locate a pirate ship, the Little Oars, to embark alongside him. Their destination is the New World, plunging into the depths of the ocean, where the Navy will find it exceedingly difficult to capture them at AS, for whether his bounty will rise thereafter, that is of no concern to Bai Jing. The higher the bounty, the more exhilarated he becomes. Kizaru has already lost at least half of his combat capabilities. The overwhelming 200 million volts of electricity have taken a toll on his body. The terrifying lightning is wreaking havoc on him, and his condition is steadily deteriorating. Observing that the area has been largely cleared and noting Kizaru's waning state, Bai Jing transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from sight, retreating into the distance. Though Kizaru wished to pursue, he lacked the strength to do so. Having been thoroughly pummeled by Bai Jing in his Thunder God form, he was far from unscathed to add to his woes. The Trifruit power he possessed was no small matter. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, gasping for breath. Until that moment, he had been forcing himself to endure. 200 million volts of electricity were simply beyond his capacity to withstand. The Thunder God form was exceedingly formidable. However, he felt no sorrow or despair. Instead, he chuckled lightly. I must be getting old. A few hits and I'm done for. This kid is truly a freak that he resigned himself to the fate of a celestial dragon. If they were to die, so be it. That he began to heal himself on the spot. While some of the fallen Navy personnel managed to rise, while others remained permanently down. This high-voltage current was not something everyone could endure. Despite it being merely tens of millions of volts, had it been 200 million volts, not a single Navy soldier present would have been able to stand, just over 10 minutes after Bai Jing's escape. Fujitora arrived at the sound, observing Kizaru seated on the ground, and inquired, "What happened? Where did he go?" Kizaru casually replied, "He got away. That kid is exceedingly bizarre. He possesses the abilities of 3 different fruits and can even replicate the powers of others. My Pika Pika no Mi was copied by him. If you wish to pursue, you must act swiftly. Otherwise, he may truly escape." Fujitora nodded in acknowledgement, though he could not see. Nonetheless, he began to pursue slowly. Utilizing his observation haki, it was quite simple to discern the path. Meanwhile, Bai Jing had arrived at the outskirts of Sabati Archipelago. Ace and Little Oars had boarded a massive pirate ship, one that had been coded and procured by the Dark King Rayleigh himself. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Bai Jing leaped aboard the vessel. Ace, Little Oars, and Rayleigh gazed at Bai Jing in his Thunder God state with great curiosity. The ferocious power of the fruit was about to fade, and he would soon enter a 3-day period of weakness. Thus, setting sail early into the deep sea was a prudent choice. Moreover, since Little Oars was not a devil fruit user, he would not be rendered defenseless should they encounter any mishaps with seawater. The 3 exchanged glances, dropped the anchor, and prepared to submerge into the depths of the ocean, heading towards Fishman Island. Rayleigh waved his hand at them, smiling. "When you meet that Straw Hat kid, make sure to see how his training is progressing. And you, kid, with such bizarre abilities, if you encounter Luffy, remember to hold back a little," he jested with Bai Jing, who merely responded with a faint smile. The 3 waved goodbye, and the pirate ship gradually descended into the ocean. It submerged a third of the way when Fujitora rushed over, just in time to witness the ship beginning its descent. He swiftly drew his sword, intending to strike down the falling meteorites to destroy the vessel. Upon realizing that his pursuer was Fujitora, Bai Jing's mind began to race with possibilities. He held a keen interest in the powers of the gravity fruit, with his Thunder God state still active. He harnessed the capabilities of the Goro Goro no Mi, intensifying his lightning and enhancing his speed once more with the added effects of the Pika Pika no Mi before Fujitora could react. Bai Jing had already reached his side and delivered a powerful punch. The blow, charged with electricity, sent Fujitora staggering several steps back. A faint smile danced on Bai Jing's lips as he completed this action and retreated. At that moment, the meteorite had just begun to descend. The pirate ship had completely submerged beneath the waves. Bai Jing leaped down, plunging into the sea and entering the ship. Meanwhile, the meteorite, measuring hundreds of feet across, continued its slow descent. Just as it was about to touch the water, Bai Jing snapped his fingers, unleashing the powers of the gravity fruit. Utilizing anti-gravity, he sent the meteorite soaring back into the sky. Yet, all this was futile. The surrounding navy began to encircle Sabati Archipelago. However, they had already been outmaneuvered, and with the assistance of Rayleigh, what could the navy do? Fujitora's expression turned grave. That kid had actually sent him flying with a single punch and could manipulate gravity. He glanced at Rayleigh in the distance, merely nodding in acknowledgement without uttering a word before departing. After all, the escape had already occurred, and pursuing would yield no results. It was better to return sooner. He found the celestial dragons equally displeasing. Hundreds of thousands of Navy personnel had come away empty-handed, and numerous naval ships had also failed in their mission. This operation had resulted in a resounding defeat for the Navy, with 3 celestial dragons having their heads severed. A disgraceful demise that it is difficult to imagine the repercussions that will ensue, considering the death of a celestial dragon in recent decades. No pirate had ever dared to kill a celestial dragon. This was the first instance. Moreover, it happened right beneath the Navy's nose, under the protection of others. Meanwhile, the pirate ship was sinking into the boundless depths of the ocean, the light gradually dimming, surrounding them. Several other pirate ships also descended. Bai Jing's thunder god form slowly faded, the lightning dissipating as he returned to his original appearance. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and he felt an overwhelming sense of weakness. Every movement a struggle, his muscles aching. Ace and Little Oars expressed their concern, asking, "Are you all right? Did you really defeat Kizaru? How is it possible to battle an admiral and still escape? Just how strong have you become?" Bai Jing could only manage a wry smile. It was merely luck. This is the after-effect of the fruit's power. I will enter a period of weakness over the next 3 days, so I must entrust the navigation to you during this time. After saying this, he found it difficult to utter another word. He had never anticipated that the after-effects of the Goro no Mi would be so severe. Chapter 34. Electric Therapy, Recovery, and the Fishmen Who Cannot Touch Seawater. The two nodded, steering the ship toward Fishman Island. In Bai Jing's mind, within a space akin to his soul, the Fishman girl Hanjin, though not severely injured, continued to lend her supportive powers to Bai Jing. Having endured so much suffering, she did not retreat from this supportive state. After all, if she were to withdraw, Bai Jing's resilience and resistance capabilities would diminish by a third, hindering his recovery. Thus, she maintained her assistance. An hour later, Bai Jing seemed to regain some strength, managing to speak and stand. Suddenly, he recalled how Enel used the Goro no Mi to stimulate his heart with electricity, restoring his bodily functions. If he could utilize the Goro no Mi in a similar fashion to heal his injuries, perhaps he could try it as well. Thus, he resolved to attempt electric therapy. Using electrical energy to perform electric shock massage on one's own heart can stimulate a halted heartbeat to resume its rhythm. He did just that, repeatedly invigorating his heart, which began to beat anew. Blood circulation quickened, restoring bodily functions, while the lightning expelled the stagnation within, promoting metabolism. This sudden surge of comfort enveloped Bai Jing, as his after-effects visibly diminished at an astonishing pace. Merely 3 hours later, Bai Jing had completely returned to his former state, ready to utilize the berserk fruit once more. He couldn't help but click his tongue in awe, exclaiming how grotesquely powerful the thunder fruit was, truly deserving of its title as the fruit of the gods. Indeed, adding a divine element was remarkable. One could only wonder how formidable Luffy's gum fruit in its sun god Nika form truly was. He resolved to explore it further and perhaps acquire one for himself in the future. Now, Bai Jing possessed an array of fruits. The flame fruit, thunder fruit, light fruit, slow fruit, berserk fruit, gravity fruit, and the underworld fruit, 7 formidable abilities. It could be said that he was extraordinarily powerful, with each ability exhibiting remarkable strength. Having fully recovered, Bai Jing turned to the 2 individuals beside him and inquired, "Where's my room? I wish to rest for a while." They nodded and pointed towards a direction, indicating that all rooms were vacant and available for selection. Witnessing Bai Jing's swift recovery, within just 3 hours left them in even greater astonishment at his extraordinary capabilities. This remarkable recovery and strength were so astonishing that if Bai Jing were not a newcomer, Ace, who was familiar with him, might have suspected him to be a cunning figure among the 4 emperors. Within his mindscape, a miniature version of Bai Jing and a miniature version of Hua Jin exchanged glances. The miniature Bai Jing, representing his consciousness, spoke slowly, "I have now fully recovered, and you need not maintain this state any longer." He reassured her, "This is my room. No one will be able to see you. This pirate ship also contains an aquarium. We shall head to the deep sea now, and I can return you to the mermaid world." The miniature Hua Jin shyly nodded, and her figure vanished within Bai Jing's mindscape. Gradually, a faint blue light detached from Bai Jing's form, materializing before him into the shadow of a mermaid. It slowly coalesced into the figure of Hua Jin. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, evidently impacted by the battle. Fortunately, Bai Jing's injuries were not severe, so her own afflictions were also manageable, due to her lack of legs. A mermaid only undergoes a transformation into a human form after the age of 30, still too young for this transformation. She stumbled and fell heavily within the room. Bai Jing swiftly lifted her and placed her onto his bed. His room featured a large aquarium at the back, which currently housed no other creatures. Bai Jing, feeling it inappropriate to leave her on the bed, gently placed her into the clear water. Upon contact with the water, the mermaid girl, Huajin, seemed to come alive. In the aquarium, her complexion visibly improved. She opened her large eyes, gazing at Bai Jing, and said, "In the mermaid world, I am but an orphan, utterly alone, unaware of where I was born. There is no need for me to return. Would you allow me to stay with you?" Her eyes held a glimmer of yearning, as if she possessed an innate wisdom, sensing the kindness of others. She could clearly perceive that Bai Jing harbored no malice. Even the slightest hint of lewdness was absent from his gaze. Bai Jing felt a twinge of conflict. He too desired to keep Huajin by his side, as her fruit ability was remarkably supportive, greatly enhancing his own strength. With the berserk fruit amplifying his power tenfold, in a state of utmost rage, it could reach an additional tenfold increase, coupled with the triple enhancement from her supportive fruit. His strength could soar to a terrifying 300 times as his own power grew. Augmented by such an extraordinary supportability, he believed no one could defeat him. Torn by indecision, he gazed at the girl's pitiful expression and ultimately nodded in acquiescence. "Really? That would be wonderful," she exclaimed, her face lighting up as she swam excitedly back and forth within the aquarium. However, he was reminded that they were in water, her clothes soaked and clinging to her. Revealing her figure, Bai Jing felt it was time to find her something to wear. Otherwise, he would be too embarrassed to introduce her to Ace and Uz. For now, she would have to make do. "What would you like to eat? I'll bring it to you. Given your current attire, I cannot let you meet the others. After some time, once we reach Mermaid Island, I will buy you some clothes before we head to the New World. And then I can introduce you to Ace and the others." Huajin blinked in surprise, lowering her gaze to her upper body. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly covered her chest with her hands and nodded shyly. Bai Jing chuckled and shook his head, amused by her modesty. After all, she had previously utilized her support ability in front of him. He had seen everything that needed to be seen, so there was no reason for her to be shy. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Bai Jing found himself asking, "Have you ever revealed your fruit's ability before?" The moment he posed the question, he regretted it, realizing the inappropriateness of his inquiry. However, the mermaid girl did not conceal the truth. Shaking her head with a serious expression as she looked into Bai Jing's eyes, "This is my first time using this fruit's ability, and it is only with you. This fruit has a limitation. It can only be used on one person. In other words, once it is utilized on the first individual, it can only serve them for life." Bai Jing was taken aback, standing frozen in place. If that were the case, then leaving her behind would render the mermaid girl powerless. A mermaid consuming a devil fruit would struggle to survive in the ocean. Moreover, this fruit was akin to the fruit of loyalty. It was meant for one person alone. How could he, Bai Jing, be so ungrateful? His eyes filled with regret as he apologized. "I was just contemplating whether to take you with me. I should have been more decisive. Henceforth, I hope for your guidance." Chapter 35. Mermaid Island. Mermaid CAF. In the days that followed, Bai Jing consistently brought an abundance of food and fine wine into his room. This peculiar behavior puzzled Uz and Ace. Yet they said nothing, respecting each individual's choices. Standing at the bow of the ship, Ace and Uz gazed into the pitch-black ocean, marveling at the prospect of re-entering the New World after their rebirth. Uz's colossal form occupied most of the deck, while Ace smiled slightly. "I recall when we first entered the New World. We were strangers, having yet to meet our father. Now, many years have passed, and we embark on a new journey. It truly fills one with anticipation." Uz's eyes reflected nostalgia as he gently caressed the enormous straw hat that Ace had woven. "I wonder where father is in the underworld." Ace smiled gently, assuring him, "Bai Jing will handle it. I have faith in him. Moreover, we need not impose any expectations that it was Bai Jing who resurrected us. We should be grateful, not demanding. Soon, we shall meet Luffy again." was nodded heavily, embodying his sincere nature, which Ace shared. 3 days later, their pirate ship approached the Mermaid Kingdom. Ace and his gazed in eager anticipation at the Mermaid Realm, their second visit. Their previous journey had been aboard Whitebeard's ship. As the pirate vessel docked, the surrounding scenery illuminated, revealing a world unlike the depths of the ocean. The mermaid world was remarkably radiant, encased in a vast air bubble that provided ample oxygen for all to breathe. We have arrived at the mermaid world. Let us procure any necessary supplies before heading to the new world, Ace declared. Bai Jing gazed at Mermaid Island, curiosity stirring within him. The crew anchored their pirate ship at a certain spot before departing en masse. Little Oz, still too gigantic, remained aboard to guard the ship, as his size would inevitably cause havoc on the streets. Ace, Bai Jing, and Huajin ventured into the town to procure supplies. Huajin transformed into a blue light, entering Bai Jing's body. Numerous merfolk traversed the area, casting inquisitive and friendly glances at Ace and Bai Jing. In the years following Luffy's rescue of Mermaid Island, the merfolk, fishmen, and various tribes had developed a far friendlier attitude towards humans. Yet, there remained those who still harbored disdain for humanity. The pair strolled through the streets for nearly half a day, amassing a considerable amount of food and drink before returning to their ship. Afterward, they ventured out once more, seeking merriment, for such an opportunity to visit Mermaid Island was rare and warranted some enjoyment. Bai Jing's objective was clear. He desired to visit the Mermaid Sef. This was a place that could enchant Sanji, causing him to lose himself in ecstasy and nearly succumb to a nosebleed from sheer delight. Bai Jing was determined to experience it for himself. Upon entering the Mermaid Sef, they found it unusually desolate, with not a soul in sight. This was primarily due to the fact that most had ventured into the New World, leaving few visitors to Mermaid Island. Additionally, Princess Shirahoshi and the other princesses from various kingdoms had attended the Celestial Dragons World Conference, resulting in a sparse population on the island. As the duo entered, the merfolk immediately turned their attention to them. The hospitable ones eagerly took Bai Jing's hand, ushering him inside. "What would you like to order?" they inquired. "This is the Mermaid Sef. You can even enjoy a performance of mermaid dances. One particularly alluring mermaid playfully entwined Bai Jing's hand within her own, her touch soft as cotton, causing his right hand to relax. Bai Jing maintained his composure, for they were all adults. There was no need to be coy. This was the world of pirates, after all, not the previous world. Surrounding them, the enthusiastic merfolk welcomed the two warmly. As music began to play, the mermaids above commenced their melodious dance, their graceful forms twisting elegantly. Ace, unaccustomed to such spectacles, appeared somewhat embarrassed. His cheeks flushed, clearly overwhelmed. He quickly took a seat away from the others, determined to keep the mermaids a wide-in contrast. Bai Jing showed no resistance. After all, nothing inappropriate had transpired. Such a level of interaction was hardly concerning. The two placed their order for a few cups of coffee and requested some to go. As the dance concluded, the beautiful mermaids gazed at Bai Jing with longing eyes, being notably young and strikingly handsome. Naturally attracted their admiration. That moment, within Bai Jing's mind, Huajin inexplicably felt a slight flush, letting out a cold huff as she turned her face away. She could see everything happening outside with clarity. Her disdainful sound brought Bai Jing back to reality, and he offered an awkward smile. But he seemed to understand what the mermaids were after. Yet given their fish-like lower halves, he decided it best to refrain from pursuing any further. After leaving a generous sum of belly, they turned to depart. During their excursion, Ace was taken aback to find Bai Jing entering a women's clothing store. His expression became increasingly peculiar as he witnessed Bai Jing purchase numerous garments meant for women. Yet he said nothing. After 3 days of revelry, the two returned to the pirate ship, bringing back a bounty of food for Little Oz. After changing Huajin's outfit, she was now snugly wrapped in a voluminous robe crafted from special leather that would remain dry even in the depths of the sea. Bai Jing invited Ace inside, while Little Oz peered in with wide eyes from a distance. Bai Jing enthusiastically introduced, "This is our new companion, Huajin, a fellow devil fruit user. Her abilities are unique, allowing her to assist others, albeit only one at a time. She's my friend." Ace, upon meeting Huajin, graciously bowed and warmly greeted her. "Hello." Little Oz followed suit, awkwardly offering his greeting. He had hardly interacted with girls before, having only sailed with a crew of rugged men. Over the following days, they grew more familiar with one another as they prepared to set sail for the new world. Once they broke the surface, they would be on their way. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ocean's surface, colossal sea kings discussed among themselves. Have you sensed that aura? It feels almost divine. Indeed, I sensed it too in these past few days on Mermaid Island. A divine presence lingered for 3 days before vanishing. How can it be that this world, seemingly devoid of such things, still experiences such phenomena? Who knows? Is this a blessing or a curse for the king? On the pirate ship, Bai Jing seemed to hear their voices, gazing down into the abyss. Yet, all he saw was darkness, nothing discernible. Roger possessed the ability to hear the voices of all things, as did Luffy. And now he too found himself attuned to such whispers that he murmured to himself, "What deity?" Chapter 36. Re-entering the underworld, seeking Whitebeard, they were nearing the new world. The pirate ship was about to surface. Bai Jing introspected, feeling that he had collected sufficient 9 nether energy. It was time to venture into the underworld. I shall make a journey to the underworld. You two need only safeguard my physical form, he stated solemnly. Ace and Little Oz nodded gravely. Rest assured, no one aboard this ship can usurp your body. The previous incident will not recur. Bai Jing felt reassured as the powers of the underworld fruit awakened once more. A chill enveloped him, as an icy aura from the underworld froze the surrounding seawater into ice, causing the temperature aboard the ship to plummet. Guided by the 9 nether energy, his spirit began to detach from his corporeal form. The three watched in astonishment as Bai Jing's soul abruptly vanished, leaving his body behind. Huajing, witnessing this state for the first time, observed with wide, curious eyes as Bai Jing's spirit exited his shell. Ace and Little Oz continued to navigate the ship towards the new world, eagerly anticipating whom Bai Jing might resurrect, for having only 4 aboard felt a tad lonely. Following the guidance of the 9 nether energy, Bai Jing traversed the familiar ancient bridge and ventured through the endless underworld, gazing upon the myriad of densely populated cities in the distance. The first city was known as Underworld City, where he had previously encountered Ace and Little Oz. Since they had both assured him that Whitebeard was not present in that city, he decided to seek him in the next one. His gaze shifted toward the city behind Underworld City. The 9 nether energy concealed his form entirely, rendering him invisible to all. He floated to the rear of Underworld City, beneath a grand archway. Lifting his gaze to the 3 prominent characters inscribed above, "No Return City," he entered slowly, walking along the street while dispersing the 9 nether energy. It was prudent to conserve energy. He was uncertain whether he would encounter any familiar faces during his 3-day sojourn. The streets of No Return City bore a striking resemblance to those of Underworld City, with buildings and structures aligned in similar fashion. He observed the countless unfamiliar souls bustling about. None bore recognition to him. During his exploration, Bai Jing encountered armored souls wielding pitch-black staffs. The surrounding souls instinctively made way for these figures. The dark staffs were undoubtedly the soul-reaping rods spoken of by Ace and Little Oz. Their identities soon became clear. They were the enforcement team within the city. "Have you heard? The 10 strongest in No Return City have been chosen," one soul remarked. They now possess the right to cut in line for reincarnation, choosing their timing, whether to advance or delay. Who would wish to linger in this forsaken place? Wouldn't it be better to reincarnate sooner? Surely, no one wished to postpone. Everyone longed to expedite their passage into the next life. The opportunity for reincarnation was exceedingly rare. Some individuals spent decades in pursuit of it, only to remain trapped within No Return City. There is no way around it. In the realm of the Undying City, strength reigns supreme. Although everyone has become a soul entity in recent years, many souls have perished as well. Whispers abound in the surroundings, filled with speculation. Bai Jing, intrigued by the murmurs, wondered what this arena competition was all about and who the strongest 10 individuals might be. He continued to listen intently, catching snippets of conversation about the 10 individuals from the northern part of the city who had emerged and were about to make a decision regarding their reincarnation, whether to reincarnate early or delay the process. He thought it prudent to observe these formidable figures, perhaps even reconnect with a few familiar faces among the throng. thus easing his own search efforts. As he floated towards the northern part of the city, he was met with a bustling crowd. No, not a crowd of the living, but a congregation of spirits. Numerous phantoms swirled above, their attention fixated on the 10 individuals in the arena. Each of these 10 varied in stature, physique, and form, representing not just humanity, but other races as well. Bai Jing's gaze fell first upon the last contender, a ghostly figure with blue skin, evoking the image of a smurf in his mind. Was this indeed a smurf? He then shifted his focus to the 9th, 8th, and the preceding figures, noting that the first few were imposing, their faces exuding an aura of menace, even in their spectral forms. The scent of blood lingered around them, suggesting a history of violent deeds in their former lives. As he scrutinized the figures further, he was increasingly astonished by the diversity of the world. The 4th contender was a bizarre amalgamation, possessing 4 arms and 6 legs, resembling a creature from nightmares. The 3rd and 2nd contenders appeared more human-like, each bearing a massive sword upon their backs. However, it was the 1st contender who captured Bai Jing's undivided attention. His face was adorned with a crescent-shaped white beard, and he donned a black cloth on his head. The grand robe draping his muscular frame revealed numerous scars across his chest. This figure was none other than the Whitebeard Bai Jing had been seeking, and he was astonished at the serendipity of finding Whitebeard in this second city. That moment, Whitebeard's expression was notably impassive as the enforcer ascended the arena, inquiring when he intended to reincarnate. The choice was his. He could enter first or delay, entirely at his discretion. Hearing this, Bai Jing felt a surge of urgency. If Whitebeard chose to reincarnate, his hopes of resurrecting him would vanish into thin air. The throng of souls below gazed up expectantly at Whitebeard, for where there are strong individuals, respect follows. Moreover, Whitebeard's peculiar ability to induce earthquakes was nothing short of monstrous. Were it not for the presence of the enforcer, Whitebeard would undoubtedly be the strongest in the Undying City. Bai Jing felt a mixture of relief and anxiety, but it was no surprise that a man dubbed capable of destroying worlds by the warring states would emerge as the mightiest in the afterlife. Yet he worried, if Whitebeard had no attachments and chose to reincarnate first, all his efforts would be in vain. With so many eyes upon him, he could not risk disrupting the proceedings if the enforcer struck him with that soul-hunting staff. He would surely suffer. Nevertheless, time was of the essence. He had to take a gamble. Unbeknownst to him, among the crowd was a familiar female figure observing Whitebeard, exclaiming in admiration, truly the strongest man, even in the afterlife. He shines brightly. Chapter 37. A duel with Whitebeard, there was no turning back. A dead horse could only be treated as a living one. Bai Jing gritted his teeth and boldly ascended the arena. His demeanor radiating righteousness, embodying the spirit of a hero ready to sacrifice, that I refuse to accept this. I challenge you to a duel to see if your title of the strongest holds true. His declaration stunned the crowd, particularly the enforcer. Though a ghostly being, it was evident that his countenance was far from pleased. Rules were rules. The battle had concluded. Even if Bai Jing wished to contest again, it would be a matter for another time. His reckless intrusion into the arena threatened the established order and warranted punishment. The enforcer raised his soul-hunting staff, preparing to strike at that moment. Whitebeard cast a glance at Bai Jing and declared, "You refuse? Then I shall beat you into submission. Grant him the opportunity to duel with me." Whitebeard's voice was deep and commanding, although he was merely a spectral entity in his elder state. An aura of dominance emanated from him. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. This was the first powerhouse of the Undying City, Edward Newgate. The enforcer hesitated but ultimately nodded, conceding to Whitebeard's stature. His strength was undeniable. If not for the special, soul-hunting staff, the enforcer and his companions would likely find themselves at Whitebeard's mercy. The assembled spirits instinctively created a space, leaving only Bai Jing and Whitebeard in the arena. Whitebeard regarded Bai Jing with a mix of curiosity and admonition. "You young, arrogant fool. Do you understand the price of such hubris?" Bai Jing was acutely aware of the stakes. If he did not act, he could not prevent Whitebeard from reincarnating. Once Whitebeard took that step, all hope of resurrection would dissolve into nothingness. With the absence of his supreme blade, Whitebeard's power lingered in the air. his hand extended towards the void, manifesting a white light shield. The sound of shattering glass echoed, followed by a violent tremor that rippled through the space around Bai Jing. The intensity of the disturbance threatened to injure him severely or even bring about his demise. This was the power of the tremor fruit, an extraordinary ability capable of shaking the fabric of reality. In response, Bai Jing swiftly transformed, channeling his own elemental prowess. If Whitebeard possessed a fruit, so too did he. His form morphed into an embodiment of lightning, the electric energy dispersing slightly under the tremor's influence but remaining largely intact. Like a bolt of lightning, he flashed towards Whitebeard, intent on engaging him in close combat. 200 million volts. Thunder God! He bellowed, the manifestation of boundless electricity enveloping him. His muscles rippling beneath the electric shroud that a halo of purple lightning formed behind him, resembling a divine ring. Whitebeard observed Bai Jing's transformation with interest. Though he was not at his peak in this afterlife, engaging with this audacious youth posed no challenge. His massive fist collided with Bai Jing's electrified punch, yet Whitebeard remained steadfast, not budging an inch. In contrast, Bai Jing was forced back several steps, stabilizing himself only with great effort. Seizing the moment, he pressed forward, unleashing a flurry of electrified punches. The effect of the electricity was particularly devastating against spirit entities. Each strike inflicting significant damage upon Whitebeard. As he fought, Bai Jing called out, "You can choose not to reincarnate. I know a way to bring you back to the pirate world. Ace and Little Oars have already returned." Whitebeard paused, momentarily taken aback by Bai Jing's words. Yet his fist continued to rain down upon Bai Jing's electrobara. "Is that true, boy?" he inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. Bai Jing continued to trade blows, speaking softly amidst the clash. "No wonder I couldn't find Ace and the others in the Undying City. It seems I am the only one here. As long as they have returned, Ace must be seeking his foolish brother. Let them be together. My foolish sons." Whitebeard's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any indication of a desire for resurrection. Bai Jing, noticing this lack of intent, felt a surge of anxiety. Why did all of them seem so indifferent upon arriving in the afterlife? What could possibly be occupying the minds of these pirates? Bai Jing inwardly cursed, recalling how Ace had been previously, and now Whitebeard was no different. Curse his stubbornness. His own unreciprocated feelings were indeed a bitter burden. He spoke again. "What do you say? If you desire it, I can resurrect you and lead you away from this realm of the dead." Whitebeard slowly shook his head, the shadows of their fists clashing ever faster, striking against each other's bodies. Whether to believe or not was uncertain. They were both deceased, and there was nothing worth returning to. Furthermore, the new world was one of supernovas. It was best for old-timers like them not to vie for attention with those young brats. His entire generation had perished. What meaning was there for him to return alone? "Youngster, do you understand that no one can reclaim their youth?" Bai Jing listened quietly, fully aware of this truth. However, it was a regret within the pirate realm, a lament for the fans of the sea. He had this opportunity to traverse worlds, and if he did not fulfill it, his heart would be heavy with discontent. Witnessing the battle of Marineford had been painful enough. As he listened, the force behind his punches intensified, and he exclaimed in anger, "What about your family? Are you truly so irresponsible towards them?" Marco, the Phoenix, yet lived. The family still existed, seeking vengeance against Edward Teach. Diamond Joseph had fallen, yet many remained. They held you in high regard, and now you abandon your family. Are you still the Sea King, Edward Newgate? Under this pointed inquiry, Whitebeard momentarily hesitated, and in that brief pause, Bai Jing's fist grew heavier, imbued with flames and radiance, enhanced by the powers of his fruit. This fierce blow sent Whitebeard staggering back several steps, panting heavily, his eyes ablaze. Whitebeard opened his mouth, intending to speak. But Bai Jing pressed on with relentless questions. "Indeed, you may be a remnant of the old era, yet the ship of the new age has already set sail. Join my pirate crew." As for your assertion about the irretrievable youth, I possess a means to restore you to your youthful state, and your family still awaits. Do you not yearn for another thrilling adventure? Do you not wish to reclaim glory upon the seas alongside your family? The new generation of pirates has emerged, the most wicked and ruthless yet, and such adventures are most befitting of a man of the sea. Are they not? The ocean is the epitome of freedom, vast and boundless. Chapter 38. A Gamble with Whitebeard. A 10-year pact. Listening to Bai Jing's words, Whitebeard surprisingly held his tongue, but he sighed softly, his expression complex. The scars upon his body shimmered with the glory of his past. It was not that he lacked desire, but a return would not restore him to his former pinnacle. What purpose would it serve? To return as the ailing Whitebeard, tethered to life by the care of others. What significance could that hold? Rather than cling to life, it would be preferable to embrace death. At least, he could leave behind the legend of Whitebeard upon the seas. He could accept his frailty, but could not abide the gradual erosion of his strength. To return in the same state as before would render everything meaningless. Who was he? He was Edward Newgate, the former Yonko of the seas. Youngster, do you comprehend the strength I possessed in my youth? I spared no one a second glance. What makes you think you possess the ability to persuade me to willingly join your crew? This statement did not stem from disdain, but from the stark reality of his past. The young Whitebeard, in retrospect, was terrifying that in his prime, wielding the might of the strongest paramecia, the tremor fruit, even the world government trembled in fear. As for Bai Jing's claim of being able to restore Whitebeard to his peak. It was indeed due to one of Zephyr's two students possessing the power of age reversal. And it was this power that gave Bai Jing hope for Whitebeard's resurgence. Bai Jing proposed. How about a wager? In your prime, should you lose to me, you shall join my pirate crew. Considering me family or friend, I will take an ace and the remnants of your crew. The world of pirates needs your stories and grand adventures. Whitebeard, intrigued, burst into laughter, his mirth resonating across the arena, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Just moments ago, they had been locked in fierce combat. Now they had paused. The spectators had just witnessed an exhilarating exchange as this newcomer, Bai Jing, had managed to push back the strongest man, Whitebeard. This spectacle left them exhilarated, and even the enforcers regarded Bai Jing with newfound respect. When had such a formidable presence emerged in this city? Why had he not participated in the previous tournament? Had he done so, he might have secured at least second place. That if you were still yourself, still the indomitable Whitebeard, do you not wish to behold the grandeur of the ocean once more? What if in the next life, you were to become an ordinary man? Would you truly be content? After all, you have cultivated so many bonds in this life, so many whom you cherish. Can you bear to part from them now? Bai Jing inquired softly. The crowd, finally catching the drift of Bai Jing's words, appeared perplexed. You claim the new world holds no acquaintances for you. Sengoku and Garp still live. If I desire, I can resurrect Roger and the Golden Lion as well. The clash of the old and new eras is a thrilling prospect. Bai Jing felt a surge of excitement at the thought of the new generation clashing with the old, the new Yonko facing off against the old. Whitebeard appeared to relent, addressing Bai Jing. When you truly possess the capability to restore youth, we shall battle once more. Should you triumph, I shall join your crew without reservation, that if you fail, my crew will owe you a favor. Should you require assistance in the future, simply call upon me. Bai Jing nodded in agreement. As long as Whitebeard was willing to concede, the prospect of resurrection was within reach. Whitebeard's implication was clear when Bai Jing acquired the fruit that granted the power of rejuvenation. They would meet again for a duel. If Bai Jing emerged victorious, Whitebeard would join his crew. If not, he would remain the peak of his former self, continuing his adventures upon the seas, for he was a Yonko. Proud and unyielding, strong individuals possess their pride and convictions. This is nothing out of the ordinary. This was the true essence of a man, as Bai Jing envisioned in Whitebeard. After concluding their exchange, Bai Jing's aura surged, and he vanished from the arena. The onlookers gasped, bewildered by his sudden disappearance. Where had he gone? What sorcery allowed him to vanish so conspicuously? Whitebeard regarded the space where Bai Jing had stood, believing 3 parts of what he had said. Meanwhile, within the city, the enforcers turned to Whitebeard, urging him to declare his choice. Your ranking remains unchanged at first. Whitebeard nodded, stating, 10 years hence, I shall choose to reincarnate. For now, I shall remain in this city. With that, he turned and strode away, leaving behind a striking silhouette. From the shadows, Bai Jing observed Whitebeard's declaration, nodding in satisfaction. In these 10 years, all he needed was to locate one of Zephyr's 2 students. This was hardly a challenge for him. With Whitebeard confirmed to be in the city, finding him again would be straightforward. His 9 nether energy could sustain him here for over 2 days. He prepared to seek out other cities, hoping to discover others. Unintentionally, he cast his gaze upon the crowd below and caught sight of a familiar female figure. Bai Jing was taken aback, murmuring to himself, "I never expected to find 2 acquaintances here in this city. If you are here, then this will be easier. Our next destination is the New World." His silhouette quietly vanished, a smile gracing his face. For he had just gained another fruit ability from his recent battle with Whitebeard. His voice lingered in the air. Edward Newgate, with a heart as vast as the ocean, embraced his crew, most of whom were outcasts in society, as sons and family. This profound bond instilled in everyone a deep sense of reverence and gratitude, affectionately referring to him as Old Dad. Even children across the world sang songs, portraying him as more fearsome than any monster. Although dubbed a living legend, he himself did not place much value on the title of the strongest. He believed that the true strongest among humanity was simply one who possessed a singular heart, destined to confront death one day. This is your choice. After death, you have your choice. Yet, I too have my choice. Whitebeard, I shall ensure your resurrection. To his crew, he declared, I will take you in. It matters not who comes. Chapter 39. The Past of the Golden Emperor. Encountering Stella, the crowd reacted with uproar upon hearing Whitebeard's choice. Is he not aware of how precious this reincarnation opportunity is? Does he not understand the rarity of the first reincarnation? To choose to reincarnate 10 years later? What is he thinking? Lower your voices. He is the strongest in the city of no return. If we provoke him, we shall reap no rewards. They gazed warily at Whitebeard's retreating figure, only daring to whisper once he had departed. Meanwhile, the rest of the onlookers observed the choices of the remaining individuals above. As anticipated, they too opted for immediate reincarnation without delay. After the choices were made, the crowd in the northern part of the arena gradually dispersed, leaving only a few solitary figures behind. Bai Jing's gaze fell upon one of them, a spectral figure appearing beside the woman. Startled by the sudden appearance of Bai Jing, the woman recognized him as the one who had just battled Whitebeard, instinctively growing wary. There's something you wish to discuss? She inquired, tall and well-proportioned. With striking features and a cascade of golden hair, she stood out prominently. She was Stella, the very individual for whom the Golden Emperor had been captured by the Celestial Dragons 2 years later. She would meet her demise, primarily due to the Golden Emperor's theft of the gold fruit, which propelled him to become the wealthiest figure in the pirate world within a short span. Bai Jing smiled faintly. Do you wish to be resurrected? Do you yearn to escape this realm of the dead? I possess the means. Listening to his words, Stella felt perplexed, ultimately shaking her head slowly. It was prudent to maintain distance from this strange individual. After all, who would trust someone proclaiming they could send you directly to paradise? Surely, one would dismiss them as a mere oddity. Bai Jing, understanding Stella's apprehension, pressed on. Did you ever love Guild Tezelo? Do you still remember him? Does he linger in your heart? With each of Bai Jing's inquiries, Stella's brow furrowed, her expression shifting to one of disbelief as she exclaimed, How do you know about Tezelo? Bai Jing did not answer directly, but continued, I have a little story that may pertain to you. Their conversation did not attract much attention, for this ghostly city was rife with eccentricities and peculiar happenings. Once there was a boy who adored singing, born into poverty. His destitution led to his ostracization, yet he delighted in entertainment performances. His father, a gambler, passed away one day due to illness. Subsequently, their situation worsened. His mother, loathing Tezelo's singing, abandoned the family. The boy, driven by hunger, resorted to theft, using the money to forge friendships. At this juncture, he paused, his expression unchanged. One fateful day, after a devastating loss at the casino, he was captured by human traffickers. The friends he had known did not hesitate to flee, leaving him to endure a brutal beating as he desperately escaped. That it was in that moment, amid the human trafficking market, that Tezelo encountered a girl named Stella. Bai Jing observed Stella's reaction as he recounted the tale. She found his singing enchanting, and they connected effortlessly. Determined to secure Stella's freedom, he resolved to cease committing wrongdoing. He toiled tirelessly, day and night, amassing the funds necessary for her rescue. Just as he was on the verge of gathering enough to purchase Stella's freedom, the celestial dragons appeared and easily acquired her, in a fit of rage. The boy confronted the celestial dragons, but was captured. For Stella, Teselo's presence brought genuine happiness. The wealth of the celestial dragons enabled them to procure anything they desired, while Teselo became a notorious criminal. Enslaved to the celestial dragons, forbidden even to smile without permission, he believed that Stella, too, had been captured and taken to marry Joa, prompting him to set out for the Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Stella's pupils constricted, stunned into silence. Bai Jing's narrative mirrored her own past with the Golden Emperor, word for word, without deviation. She stared intently at Bai Jing, pressing for the next part of the story. In truth, her curiosity was more about the Golden Emperor than herself. The subsequent years spent in Mary Joa were akin to living in hell, filled with torment that it was then, 2 years later, that she perished. Upon learning of Stella's death, the boy's heart shattered. He lamented that if he had been wealthy, things would have been different. Thus, he became increasingly fixated on wealth. Fisher Tiger orchestrated the slave liberation event in the Holy Land, and the boy escaped, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the aristocracy and the affluent. Eventually, he consumed the gold fruit, establishing a prosperous career, amassing loyal followers, and constructing the magnificent ship, Granasuro. The power he once despised transformed into his own strength. Faced with the wealthy, he aspired to become even wealthier, compelling them to submit beneath his feet. One day, he vowed he would see the celestial dragons grovel before this power, and the despair etched on the faces of those who lost money at the casino would be his finest performance. Aptly named the Gold Stella Show, he once declared, "I am destined to become a god in this world. There is nothing that money cannot procure, and without it, one can achieve nothing. This is the present of the Golden Emperor." Stella's face reflected anguish, her eyes vacant, whispering to herself, he must have endured so much along this journey. It is my fault that his character has changed so drastically. I have truly caused him suffering. Teselo, her expression was a myriad of complexities. Then, a hint of fear and concern crossed her features as she cautiously inquired, "Does he have a partner now? Is there a woman who loves him by his side? Is he still alone?" Her timidity evoked a pang of sympathy within Bai Jing. The woman before him, even in death, remained concerned for the Golden Emperor. Was this the essence of love among pirates? Was this the poignant tragedy of their existence? Love among pirates is often steeped in sorrow, with the two destined to be separated by life and death. Bai Jing chuckled softly. "Whether he has a partner, I cannot say. I only know that he wears a golden ring on 9 fingers." Keeping an unnamed space for one. With that, he asked her, "Do you wish to return? Do you wish to meet him?" Upon hearing Bai Jing's last words, Stella sighed softly, her expression becoming increasingly intricate. She was conflicted. After all these years, he had not forgotten her, nor sought someone better. It was a relief that he still remembered her. And now she had a chance to reunite with him. As for her past experiences, she resolved to forget them. After all, having died once, being resurrected felt akin to rebirth. With a determined expression, she bowed deeply to Bai Jing, requesting his assistance. Observing her earnestness, Bai Jing beamed with joy, thinking, "Now this is what a true ordinary person looks like." Upon hearing of the chance for resurrection, she is eager, unlike the previous two who hesitated for ages. Chapter 40. Plain water, oolong tea, and a spark of fire. Bai Jing enveloped Stella's body with the ethereal energy of the 9 nether, causing both their presences to vanish completely from their original location. Stella, intrigued by this peculiar spectacle, had never encountered such an enigmatic technique during her prolonged stay in the underworld. Bai Jing, with a serious demeanor, solemnly instructed, from now on, refrain from uttering a single sound or making any movement. Simply follow the 9 nether energy I guide, and we shall depart this underworld together, ensuring your safety. Stella nodded earnestly, and gradually, their bodies began to levitate from their original spot, soaring above the city of no return. Leaving it behind, they traversed the skies over the underworld city, crossed the vast expanse of the Yellow Springs, and passed over the ancient bridge in one seamless motion. This was Stella's first experience of such magnitude, and her eyes sparkled with a blend of astonishment and delight. Ahead, a familiar beam of white light awaited. Crossing through it would transport them to the realm of the living. Bai Jing and Stella's figures once again traversed this luminous world. Returning to reality, the 9 nether energy Bai Jing utilized was still potent enough to allow him to remain in this realm for another 2 days. That Stella's form, or rather her soul, had crossed from the underworld to the world of the living. Her ethereal essence solidified at a visible pace, restoring itself to its original state, revealing a breathtaking visage. Suddenly, a mysterious woman appeared on Ace and Little Or's pirate ship, drawing their attention at that moment. Bai Jing's soul gradually returned to his corporeal form, and upon opening his eyes, Ace and Little Or's immediately understood that this was the individual Bai Jing had resurrected from the underworld, though they did not recognize her, despite not seeing the anticipated white beard. They refrained from expressing their thoughts. There was no need for haste, as Bai Jing had his own plans. Hua Jing glided out from within the cabin. Notably, her means of transport consisted of a small aquarium mounted on a cart, allowing her to float within it for ease of movement. As night fell, she rested upon Bai Jing's bed. The 2 worlds exhibited a stark contrast. While only a few hours had passed for Bai Jing, an entire day had elapsed outside. Curiosity piqued, the 3 turned their gazes towards Stella. Bai Jing introduced her, saying, "This is Stella. We also have another companion to board the ship, and we can consider acquiring a larger pirate vessel. Henceforth, she will be one of our allies." Little Or's and Ace exhibited no signs of surprise. Ace smiled at Stella, his freckles dancing slightly, as he removed his hat and said, "Hello, I'm Ace, truly." He was a gentle-hearted lad. Little Or's chimed in with a simple, "I'm Little Or's S" for Hua Jing. Ever since witnessing Bai Jing's encounter at the Mermaid CF, she regarded any woman he brought with a hint of wariness, though she could not articulate why. Softly, she introduced herself, Hua Jing, of the Mare Folk. The sudden appearance of 3 new individuals rendered Stella somewhat disoriented. She greeted each one with a smile, introducing herself in turn. Bai Jing sensed Stella's confusion and explained, "We are still within the underwater world, and there remains some distance to the new world. Additionally, we are quite far from the Golden Pirate City established by the Golden Emperor. So it will take time to locate him. We shall bide our time aboard this pirate ship." Stella nodded appreciatively, feeling immensely grateful to Bai Jing, as if he were a second parent to her. Thus, another companion joined their ranks aboard the pirate ship. The 5 of them stood on the deck, observing the shimmering deep-sea fish around them. Their interest piqued. The underwater phenomena were indeed a vibrant tapestry, showcasing a myriad of fish species and the vast, mysterious depths of the ocean, radiating an aura of enigma. The 5 held a small banquet on the pirate ship, bringing forth a considerable supply of food from the storeroom. Indulging in a feast of fine wines and delectable meats, Bai Jing poured Hua Jing a glass of wine. She hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, "I cannot drink alcohol. It causes me to behave strangely." Bai Jing was momentarily taken aback. Having spent the past few days with her, he had come to regard Hua Jing as a friend. Thus, he jested, "Fear not, this is not wine. It is merely a glass of plain water." Hua Jing, skeptical, scrutinized the transparent liquid in her hand. Believing him, she accepted the seemingly ordinary water and took a delicate sip. To her astonishment, she discovered it was anything but plain. It was surprisingly spicy and subtly fragrant. After swallowing, a hint of sweetness lingered in her mouth. Meanwhile, Bai Jing watched her with a mischievous grin. Realizing the ruse, Hua Jing exclaimed, "This is not plain water at all. It is wine." Turning to Ace, she requested, "Ace, could you lend me a flame?" Ace, chuckling, approached and conjured a flame upon her glass. In an instant, the fire erupted, igniting the content. It was unmistakably alcohol, and Bai Jing, reveling in the moment, remarked, "It's nothing to fret over. Merely a glass of wine." Unexpectedly, Hua Jing's face flushed crimson, and her eyes grew slightly dazed. This was precisely why she avoided alcohol. Her tolerance was abysmally low. After just one small cup, she was already tipsy. Bai Jing, noticing her altered state, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What is the big deal about being drunk?" He then filled his own cup and downed it in one go, while little oars Ace and Stella followed suit, drinking to their heart's content. As the night deepened, the deep sea was enveloped in tranquility, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere aboard the pirate ship. The joy of piracy lay in embarking on adventures with companions. A truly exhilarating experience. Hua Jing, now somewhat inebriated, gazed dreamily at Bai Jing, causing an involuntary chill to run down his spine. Ace, little oars, and Stella exchanged knowing glances, amusement dancing in their eyes. Hua Jing's state, especially in her hazy stupor, presented an intriguing dynamic with Bai Jing. Seemingly intrigued, Ace offered Bai Jing a cup of oolong tea, saying, "Here, drink this to sober up a bit. You appear somewhat intoxicated as well." Bai Jing, feeling the weight of Hua Jing's gaze, nodded and downed the oolong tea in one swift motion. However, midway through, he sensed something was amiss. This oolong was even spicier than the wine he had previously consumed. With half a cup remaining, he ignited a flame within it, setting the drink ablaze. A tea dawned on him that he had fallen into a well-crafted trap. Moreover, this drink was far more potent than anticipated. Glancing at the bottle Ace held, he noted the label red whiskied, and oh wonder, it was so strong. The hue in question is presumably correct for the cola, yet astonishingly, he remains oblivious to it. Chapter 41. The Deep of Night's Feast, slumbering heavily as the night deepens. The darkness of the deep sea intensifies. Aboard the pirate ship, however, the atmosphere remains vibrant with mirth. This whiskey is undeniably potent. Bai Jing finds himself slightly intoxicated, a rosy flush gracing his cheeks, and a subtle warmth creeping around his neck. In this world of pirates, exquisite wines are abundant, predominantly of the strong variety, far from the gentle allure of wheat beverages. Both Bai Jing and Hua Jing are mildly inebriated, while the likes of little Ooze and Ace, having spent time within the Whitebeard pirates, possess a commendable tolerance. Compared to Bai Jing, their capacity is notably superior. Stella, aware of when to draw the line, instinctively ceases her drinking, observing little Ooze and Ace as they indulge. After half an hour, Bai Jing is thoroughly intoxicated, his vision hazy as he gazes at the three figures. Perceiving them as 8 indistinct shadows, his consciousness teeters between wakefulness and slumber. During this half hour, Hua Jing's demeanor grows increasingly erratic, her gaze upon Bai Jing emanating fiery intensity. Midway through, she retreats to Bai Jing's quarters. Overwhelmed by the effects of alcohol, she decides to leave the ensuing revelry to the others. That a short while later, Bai Jing, too, succumbs to intoxication, staggering as he makes his way into his room, within the confines of a small chamber. The lights blaze brightly. Meanwhile, Hua Jing does not linger in the small aquarium, but reclines on the tea this moment. Bai Jing remains blissfully unaware, inching closer to his grand bed before unceremoniously flopping onto it. His consciousness fades further, the potency of the liquor rendering him completely insensible. Little Pa Kai. Hua Jing shyly peeks out, her demeanor furtive. The alcohol has emboldened her, rendering her demeanor utterly transformed from before. Now, with thievery in mind, she feels a twinge of guilt. She, too, finds herself in a state of half-drunkenness, the alcohol having thoroughly dulled her senses. Owing to her constitution, a single sip amplifies her desires 100-fold. While simultaneously bolstering her courage, Stella discerned her peculiar state, while Ace sensed something amiss. Yet, driven by a spirit of camaraderie, they ensured Bai Jing was thoroughly inebriated, facilitating Hua Jing's intentions. Bai Jing's breathing steadies. He begins to drift into slumber. This juncture, Hua Jing stirs, her form ethereal as she approaches Bai Jing. Previously cocooned in the blankets, her appearance is now fully revealed. Should Bai Jing awaken at this moment, he would undoubtedly compose a poem. Alas, he is merely a drunken fool, entirely subdued, devoid of awareness. Hua Jing, emboldened to an extraordinary degree, whispers softly, her voice reminiscent of a gentle murmur, "Thank you for saving my life. My existence has been profoundly solitary, with no one to care for me." Now there is, with longing in her gaze, she leans closer, tenderly pressing her crimson lips against his. After a prolonged moment, their lips part. She resolves to make her most significant decision, gazing at her mermaid half. Sighing softly, I cannot offer you anything now, but this will have to suffice." Upon their first encounter, her face is slightly flushed. In his slumber, Bai Jing perceives a peculiar sensation, while Hua Jin's cheeks burn crimson, startled by Bai Jing's earlier behavior. Realizing he remains asleep, she exhales a sigh of relief, her face still aflame. Outside, the revelry continues. With Ace and Little was partaking in hearty libations, while Stella retreats to her own quarters, succumbing to a deep slumber due to the effects of alcohol. It has been ages since I've enjoyed such a hearty drink. Hereas to our brotherhood. Ace and Little Uz raise their glasses high, clinking them together and downing their contents in one go. Below, they feast on prepared beast meat, devouring it with gusto. Meanwhile, within the confines of his room, Bai Jing senses something amiss. Hua Jin's complexion grows increasingly flushed, her state becoming more alarming. The disparity between her initial demeanor and her current one is stark. Initially, Bai Jing's unconsciousness rendered the situation less daunting. However, now it appears increasingly perilous, intensifying her embarrassment. Cold sweat beads upon Hua Jin's forehead. This tense circumstance only emboldens her after the effects of intoxication. Hua Jin feels a wave of awkwardness, whether on the deck of the pirate ship or within this chamber. The atmosphere is jubilant. Tonight, everyone has indulged excessively. The consequences of drunken revelry are no mere trifle. It is not the finality of such actions, simply the commonplace. Bai Jing seems to awaken from this peculiar state. His bleary eyes fluttering open, discomfort evident. While he had hoped to avoid such a scene, the sight before him is alarming that a graceful arc appears in the air, as she seems taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, this moment, Bai Jing's mind races, and he instinctively feigns slumber, as the awkwardness is overwhelming. Chapter 42. After the feast, sobering up after Hua Jin completes her actions. She awkwardly tidies up, stealthily slipping back under the covers like a thief. Once she has composed herself, she gently departs from the bed and leaps into the nearby, small aquarium, this moment. She embodies youthful innocence, her hands covering her eyes, blushing furiously. Yet, through the gaps in her fingers, she steals glances at Bai Jing, her gaze lingering upon him. Once she confirms he remains in slumber, she exhales a sigh of relief. Her cheeks a vivid crimson. Bai Jing, of course, is awake. During this time, he has been pretending to sleep, utilizing his observation hockey to hear the beating of his own heart, biding his time. When Hua Jin's focus shifts away, he seizes the opportunity to turn, presenting his back to her. His face is etched with astonishment, as he never anticipated Hua Jin would engage in such behavior, especially while he slept. Bai Jing's mind is a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Sighing deeply, pondering, what is the meaning of this? Is this truly necessary? What if something goes awry? They do say drunkenness leads to folly, and indeed, it seems to hold true that I finally comprehend why she cautioned against drinking. It all seems to revolve around me. What a predicament. Yet, a newfound confidence flickers across his visage. The image remains vivid in his mind, and he is acutely aware of what transpired. He is content with his own capabilities. Neither can find rest, each burdened by their respective thoughts. Bai Jing contemplates, while Hua Jin's cheeks remain flushed. Tonight, it is destined to be sleepless. Bai Jing, influenced by these events, finds slumber elusive, his mind consumed by visions of Hua Jin. Similarly, Hua Jin is ensnared in thoughts of the recent occurrences. Outside, Ace and Little Uz continue their raucous drinking, downing cup after cup. In another room, Stella pines for Taizolo, lost in thought as she gazes vacantly at the candlelight. The world may claim that infatuation brings suffering, yet the most profound anguish belongs to the lovesick. The following day, as Hua Jin awakens from her dreams, she gently taps her forehead, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. The remnants of last night's libations linger as fragmented memories. Upon recollecting the events of the previous evening, her cheeks flush anew, burning with embarrassment. Internally chastising herself, she laments, Hua Jin, how could you have acted so recklessly? If word gets out and others perceive you as a frivolous woman, what then? Oh dear, truly, alcohol leads to folly. Upon awakening, Bai Jing shook his heavy head, recalling the events of the previous night. After glancing at Hua Jin, who offered no indication of her feelings. He discreetly nodded in agreement. It was best to keep this matter buried within their hearts. Otherwise, future encounters would be exceedingly awkward. This delicate veil should remain unpierced, lest their relationship become irreparably strained and uncomfortable. 5 individuals congregated on the deck, commencing their breakfast. This meal, prepared by Stella herself, consisted of a light congee made from lean meat, its flavor rather insipid. Given the excessive drinking from the previous night, a lighter fare was necessary to cleanse the palate. Bai Jing and Huajin sat in profound silence, observing each other with an intensity that bordered on discomfort. Neither dared to break the silence, creating a palpable tension in the air. Meanwhile, Stella and Ace sensed that something was amiss between the two, undoubtedly hinting at an incident from the night before. Their eyes sparkled with a peculiar amusement, while the oblivious Oz continued to sip his congee, utterly unfazed. Huajin, sensing the discordant atmosphere, turned her gaze toward Bai Jing, upon discovering his expression to be untroubled. She exhaled a sigh of relief. Breakfast passed in a dull monotony. Ace discreetly approached Stella, whispering that the two must certainly be embroiled in something. Although he was not well versed in matters of romantic affection, he could perceive the subtleties. Stella, fully aware, recognized that the look in Huajin's eyes after her drunken escapade was one of longing for her beloved. It was evident that she harbored feelings for Bai Jing, and the previous night's revelries must have led to some significant exchange between them. However, as a mermaid, Huajin would only fully transform into human form upon reaching the age of 30, piquing Stella's curiosity as to what peculiarities might arise. Inside the cabin, Bai Jing was engrossed in reading a pirate log, which chronicled numerous islands and historical figures within the pirate realm, alongside bizarre occurrences. Huajin lingered in the small aquarium, observing Bai Jing as he read. After a while, seemingly fatigued, Bai Jing lifted a cup of oolong tea and took a gentle sip. The moment the liquid touched his lips, he felt something amiss and abruptly spat it out. Flames ignited above his fingers, consuming the oolong tea in a vivid blaze. Huajin burst into laughter, teasing him about his previous request for plain water, now finding him ensnared in his own trap. This delightful mischief was indeed orchestrated by Huajin, seeking retribution for Bai Jing's earlier prank of serving her special plain water. You thought that being in the aquarium would render me powerless, did you? Bai Jing declared, rising to his feet. You wish to outsmart me. My dear, you still have much to learn. A faint crackle of electricity appeared upon his hand. This minuscule current, barely perceptible, coursed into the aquarium, sending a delightful shiver through Huajin's body, an indescribable sensation of comfort. Bai Jing continued to channel the current, pushing her to the brink of endurance. A peculiar feeling enveloped her heart, coursing through her body. She quickly pleaded for mercy. I promise I won't do it again. Please spare me. Bai Jing lifted his chin, exuding triumph. As long as you acknowledge your mistake, all is well. Their eyes met, and laughter erupted between them. They chose to set aside the events of the previous night, maintaining their usual camaraderie. As for what the future might hold, they decided to let it unfold naturally. The pirate ship neared the ocean's surface. On the precipice of entering the new world, the sunlight grew more abundant, illuminating the depths below. This indicated that they were not far from the surface, nor from the new world itself. Bai Jing resolved to seek out the Golden Emperor as their first destination in the new world. He planned to charm the Golden Emperor aboard his opulent pirate ship, believing that with such lavish surroundings, engaging in various endeavors would pose no challenge. After all, he was of Huaxia descent, quite accustomed to indulgent pleasures. Moreover, the Golden Emperor was wealthy, ensuring that the ship would be well stocked with amenities, making their journey far from tedious. However, the Golden Emperor had quite a few subordinates. A few would need to be dismissed, leaving only a select few behind. Perhaps he could even commission an extraordinarily luxurious pirate ship for their voyage. Chapter 43. The world shakes. Bounty increases after nearly half a month of traversing the ocean depths. Bai Jing and his companions finally arrived in the new world. The brilliant sunlight, the expansive sea, the familiar ocean breeze, and the azure sky lifted everyone's spirits. Bai Jing stood at the bow of the ship, filled with ambition, aiming for the grandest entertainment vessel on the sea. The Golden City. Stella gazed into the distance, a mixture of anticipation and trepidation swirling within her. She longed for a reunion with Tai Solo, yet feared that her current self might not be worthy of him. After all, Tai Solo had consumed the gold fruit, becoming one of the most powerful figures in the world, surrounded by many women. Did he truly still care for her now? She felt powerless, merely a burden. Bai Jing seemed to sense Stella's unease, offering a reassuring smile as he softly consoled her. Do not worry. He wears rings on all 9 fingers, save for the ring finger, which remains unadorned. This signifies much. He gently patted her shoulder before stepping aside to indulge in leisure, using his homemade fishing rod to catch fish from the sea. Hua Jin joined him, casually fishing as well. That Oz had recently caught an impressive number of fish, including many peculiar specimens. Any poisonous fish were discarded by Bai Jing, while the more aesthetically pleasing ones were placed in the small aquarium. The aquarium featured 2 distinct sections, separated by a partition. Point one housed the beautiful ornamental fish, while the other was situated within Bai Jing's room, providing a sleeping space for Hua Jin at night. The merfolk's sleeping patterns were quite peculiar, as they floated above without feeling cold. This curious trait had compelled Bai Jing to observe her discreetly on several occasions. Suddenly, a monumental newsflash rippled across the seas. 3 celestial dragons had been murdered by the most ruthless of the supernova pirates. Among these supernovae was none other than Bai Jing himself. His visage graced the newspapers in the most prominent position, accompanied by an increase in his bounty in the holy land of Mariewa. Upon hearing that celestial dragons had been slain by pirates, outrage ensued. Even the 5 elders summoned Akainu for a discussion. Akainu left Mariewa with a grim expression, returning to the Navy headquarters. Seated in his office, his demeanor was dark, and the scar across his face glimmered ominously. Opposite him sat Kizaru and Fujitora. Is he truly that formidable? Has he managed to replicate your light fruit abilities? If even you, a Marine Admiral, cannot defeat them, how many others are capable of bringing this vile pirate to justice? Akainu fixed Kizaru with a piercing gaze, his expression grave. Kizaru maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the situation. I'm getting old. I can no longer uphold the position of Marine Admiral. It's time for the younger generation to take over. Currently, no one is fit to ascend, and I would prefer to enjoy a peaceful retirement like Vice Admiral Garp. He indeed possessed the ability to replicate others' devil fruit powers. From what he could discern, he had already acquired 3. The light fruit, the flame fruit, and the legendary thunder fruit, often referred to as the god fruit. Kizaru's casual tone suggested he bore no concern for the defeat or escape of the pirates. Kizaru, as Luffy's uncle, you needn't feign ignorance. You are undoubtedly affiliated with the Revolutionary Army. As I perceive it, they could never have imagined, even in their wildest dreams, that Bai Jing's transgressions extend far beyond what they currently perceive. Furthermore, he has acquired the formidable powers of the Tremor fruit, Tung whose eyes are tightly shut, for he can no longer see. His own sight extinguished, yet he listens in silence. Molten magma bubbles forth from Akainu's body, the smoke from his cigar drifting upwards, obscuring his visage and leaving only his fierce gaze flickering within the haze. The Navy headquarters has once again issued a revised bounty for Bai Jing. This marks the swiftest update in bounty history since the Navy's establishment. It has barely been a month since the initial proclamation. Yet they have reissued it. His likeness remains the same. But this time, the bounty has undergone a dramatic transformation, soaring from a mere 300 million berries to a staggering 800 million berries, an increase of 500 million, solely due to the elimination of 3 celestial dragons. Moreover, there are no restrictions listed on Bai Jing's bounty order. It explicitly states that whether dead or alive, anyone who can bring him back to Navy headquarters will be rewarded. In the New World, CP0 has mobilized to initiate a crackdown on Bai Jing. Additionally, the Navy has dispatched numerous warships to patrol the New World, analyzing Bai Jing's route to intercept and capture him, bringing him back to Navy headquarters. This development has garnered the Navy's utmost attention, particularly due to pressure from the Celestial Dragons and the 5 Elders, leaving them with no choice but to act. Vice Admiral, the Navy hero, Karp, munches on crispy biscuits. Glancing at Bai Jing's bounty amount in his hand, he feels a spark of interest. What an amusing little rascal, having slain 3 vermin. Ha! How delightful! Such an entertaining pirate. Reminiscent of the bygone era, and to think he could still encounter one like this. Carp feels no pity for the three celestial dragons. Rather, he revels in their misfortune. Eye in his eyes, celestial dragons are nothing but scum, and their demise is for the best. Coupled with the recent news of Ace's resurrection, he feels an overwhelming joy, rejuvenating him by several years. Meanwhile, in various locations throughout the New World, messenger seagulls have begun to disseminate news of the bounty and recent significant events. When pirates catch sight of Bai Jing's youthful visage and the staggering bounty, their pupils dilate in shock. What? This kid is merely a newcomer, and within less than a month, his bounty has skyrocketed to 800 million berries, having killed 3 celestial dragons. Yet, that is not the most astonishing part. What truly stands out is his ability to hold his own against Admiral Kazuru and escape from his grasp. That is the crux of his formidable reputation. Why are the new generation of supernovas so extraordinary? First, there was the Straw Hat Kid and Red-Haired Kid, and now another abnormally powerful supernova has emerged, leaving us other pirates feeling utterly inadequate. Are you interested in meeting this newcomer to gauge his strength? Never mind. If you seek death, do not involve me. Anyone who can escape an admiral undoubtedly possesses tremendous power, whereas we would perish upon encountering one. Such sentiments resonate in every corner of the New World. Bai Jing's notoriety has truly permeated the entirety of the New World. I could see this moment. Bai Jing, upon receiving news of his increased bounty, is filled with exhilaration. He bursts into hearty laughter. My bounty has risen once more. What a delightful day. Let joy abound. Ace and his crew celebrate Bai Jing's success with yet another feast. This time, Huajin cautiously inspects each cup of water Bai Jing offers, only daring to drink after confirming its safety. Meanwhile, Bai Jing indulges in copious amounts of alcohol, becoming thoroughly intoxicated. Chapter 44. Navy Division. 10 warships in pursuit. Report, we have pinpointed the location of that pirate ship. It is situated 300 nautical miles away from us, and we have locked onto Bai Jing's position. Excellent. Mobilize all forces to apprehend Bai Jing. Having killed 3 celestial dragons, capturing him is our opportunity for promotion and wealth. And that opportunity has now arrived. In one of the Navy divisions, several vice admirals have already identified the location of Bai Jing's pirate ship. Utilizing the Navy's unique maritime reconnaissance system, from this Navy division, 10 warships set sail in an impressive formation. Each warship carries nearly 10,000 personnel, amounting to a total of approximately 80,000 Navy personnel. These sailors are well trained. The Vice Admiral has dispatched 20 officers. With Vice Admiral Smoker at the helm, he has returned to the New World and remains stationed at the Navy Division. Now, the pursuit of Bai Jing falls under his responsibility. At this moment, Bai Jing remains blissfully unaware of the impending danger in truth. For Bai Jing, this hardly constitutes a threat. Even if they were to send 10 more Navy warships, what difference would it make? Can they truly withstand the might of Bai Jing? With multiple devil fruit users, he fears neither seawater nor sea prism stone, and he wields Conqueror's Haki. Such an overwhelming advantage means that no matter how many Navy personnel come, they would all fall with a single blowed AS for the Vice Admirals. They would also be swiftly dispatched. Bai Jing's pirate ship is not particularly swift compared to the Straw Hat Crew's Thousand Sunny. It falls short. Lacking any speed-enhancing items, it is not as semi-automated as a Navy warship. Bai Jing reclines leisurely on his pirate ship, basking in the sun and fishing, humming a tune. The sky is blue, the autumn grass fragrant. It is the most beautiful paradise. Who painted longing with a pair of wings? Listening to Bai Jing's melodic humming, Huajin's gaze remains fixed upon him, unwavering since the events of that day. A fire has ignited within her heart, intensifying her affection for Bai Jing. She longs to age 20 years in an instant, yet she is still merely 20, with a decade ahead of her, which fills her with great anguish. An hour later, Bai Jing rises, gazing at his companions and announcing, in the distance, 10 Navy warships are approaching. With his observation Haki, he perceives their presence clearly. Closest to us lies an uninhabited island. Let us dock there and await the Navy's arrival. After all, our pirate ship has already traversed the New World. There is no need to submerge beneath the waves. This pirate ship can be discarded, and a Navy vessel would expedite our journey to Gold City. Ace listens intently, taking the helm and steering the pirate ship towards the nearest uninhabited island. Once they secure the ship, they disembark onto the massive island. Little oars of colossal stature stands atop the island, waiting for the others to arrive. If they can take it easy, there is no need for Bai Jing to intervene. It would be best if they could resolve the matter themselves. Thus, Bai Jing can simply observe from the sidelines, singing a little song to cheer them on. Report, Vice Admiral. Bai Jing and his crew have docked at the uninhabited island ahead and have all disembarked. A Navy soldier, clutching a telescope, observes from a distance and accurately reports their real-time situation. Excellent. Relay the command. Navy warships proceed swiftly, surround that island, leaving 100,000 personnel on the warships. Prepare the cannons and sea prism stones to fire at the group at any moment. The rest of you, disembark with me and capture Bai Jing. The opportunity for promotion and wealth has arrived. The Vice Admiral beside him displays excitement, unable to contain himself. Meanwhile, Smoker, with 2 large cigars clamped between his teeth, exhales clouds of smoke that swirl around him. Behind him is his familiar weapon, a sturdy iron rod with 2 iron forks. Dashki follows closely, ever the same, wearing her glasses. It has been nearly 2 years since they last parted ways with the Straw Hat Kid. By now, the Straw Hat Kid has likely reached Wano country, and a confrontation with Kaido cannot be far off. Don Quixote Doflamingo has been captured by the world government, and Jack has yet to be dealt with. If the opportunity arises, Bai Jing would indeed like to bring Doflamingo into his fold. He admires such a formidable character greatly. Moreover, the powers of the string fruit are quite intriguing as for whether he can manage Doflamingo. That will depend on Bai Jing's own capabilities. They're drawing near. Little oars, with a colossal stature, stood tall and gazed far into the distance. He spoke, and the crowd, already prepared, rubbed their fists together in eager anticipation. Stella stood nearby, safeguarded by Bai Jing. After all, she was merely an unarmed, ordinary person, a burden to carry. However, Bai Jing's duty and responsibility were to escort her to meet the Golden Emperor, rectifying the regrets among the pirates. Thus, she must not sustain even the slightest harm. And with Bai Jing's protection, there is absolutely no cause for concern as for whether the Navy would stoop so low as to ambush and seize Stella as a hostage. Bai Jing could not guarantee. Among the Navy, there were certainly individuals of justice, yet there would also be scoundrels. The intricacies of human nature are most elusive. No one can say for certain. 10 naval warships approached the shore, encircling the island in layers. Furthermore, the cannons of 5 warships were aimed directly at the position of Bai Jing and his companions. With great momentum, 100,000 naval soldiers descended from above, armed with guns and blades. Leading them were 20 vice admirals, among whom was Vice Admiral Smoker. The moment Smoker set foot on the island, his gaze fixed upon Port Gasti, he exclaimed loudly, "Are you truly Port Gasti? Ace, how is it that you have returned from the dead? You were supposed to be dead." Dashiki, positioned behind, adjusted her glasses and scrutinized Ace closely, confirming her suspicions. The two had previously battled in the desert, with no clear victor. Now, witnessing Ace's revival, Smoker felt a tumult of emotions within him. Ace's lips curled into a slight smile as flames blazed in his hands. With a massive fist pulled back, he thrust it forward, shouting, "Fire fist!" A colossal fist of flames surged toward the crowd. The naval soldiers, caught off guard, were about to be struck by this fiery assault. They could see that moment. Smoker sprang into action. His body swiftly transformed into smoke, the dense vapor shielding the flames ahead, while his fist morphed into a smoky punch to counter Ace's fiery blow. The two formidable forces clashed in the air, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Boom! Clouds of dust were thrown into the air. Smoker had confirmed that he was indeed facing Port Gasti at Ace. This was the power of the flame fruit, and although he was curious as to how Ace had returned and retained his abilities, now was not the time for such musings. Capturing Bai Jing was the priority as for Port Gasti at Ace. Smoker held no illusions about his strength. He was well aware of it. His focus was solely on apprehending Bai Jing. Allowing the others to escape, Smoker commanded, and the surrounding naval soldiers nodded in unison, charging toward Bai Jing. Chapter 45. Vice Admiral Assassination. Tremor fruit ability. Surrounding Bai Jing were Stella and Huajit. As he beheld the relentless naval forces advancing toward him, he was momentarily taken aback. Pray tell, why are you seeking to inflict suffering upon yourselves? Coming to challenge me is akin to courting death. Just look at that simpleton over there. He seems weaker. Target him instead. And what about that scrawny kid in the cowboy hat? Why not take him on? Why come for me? Bai Jing complained, observing the approaching naval soldiers with no hint of mercy, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Yet, despite his words, his actions told a different story. From the corner of his eye, he unleashed a wave of conqueror's haki. The golden aura radiated outward in rippling waves, sending shockwaves through the multitude of naval forces advancing upon him. Under the overwhelming influence of his terrifying conqueror's haki, thousands of soldiers rolled their eyes back and crumpled to the ground. In that instant, 40,000 of the 100,000 Navy soldiers fell. Only 10,000, resolute in their intent, pressed forward to confront Bai Jing. Little Oars grinned widely. Swinging his long blade forward, 5 vice admirals rushed ahead to intercept the massive giant. With a single swing, he sent thousands of naval soldiers flying. The 5 vice admirals engaged in fierce combat with Little Oars. The vice admirals were no pushovers, especially those trained in the Navy's 6 styles. The 2 admirals shouted as they leaped into the air. Soru! Iron block! They sprang from the ground, spinning rapidly before employing Soru to change direction at high speed. Using iron block, all their attacking power would converge at the apex, striking the enemy with tremendous force generated by their rapid rotation. Iron block, shatter. The other 2 naval soldiers, enveloped in the iron block state, unleashed powerful punches toward Little Oars, capable of shattering the ground. They could indeed inflict damage on the massive giant. Ace's expression twitched. He had heard Bai Jing's earlier remarks that it was clear that he was the strongest here, and yet he sought to divert attention. Quite cunning indeed. Old rivals clashed. Smoker faced off against Port Gasti. ACAS for the other naval soldiers? Without Sea Prism Stone, they were merely fodder. The Sea Prism Stone weaponry and ammunition gave Ace a headache, yet he would not hold back in his battle against Smoker. It was a life-and-death struggle. Ace extended his 10 fingers, forming a cross, and shouted, "Cross fire!" 2 fingers crossed to form a cross, unleashing a cross-shaped beam of light aimed at his opponent. Following this, flames erupted from the cross-shaped beam, hurtling towards Smoker. Smoker's fists, shrouded in smoke, collided with the crossfire, forcing him to push forward with great effort. Ace was no slouch, either. Having completed his attack, he vanished from his previous position, using his agility to appear behind Smoker. His fist struck Smoker with tremendous force, igniting a burst of flames. The surrounding naval soldiers raised their Sea Prism Stone bullets, aiming them at Ace. Ace cast a sidelong glance at the approaching naval soldiers and leaped aside. Evading the Sea Prism Stone projectiles, should they strike him, they would severely restrict his abilities. Meanwhile, Bai Jing was besieged by the 10,000 naval soldiers, with 10 vice admirals deployed to apprehend him. Bai Jing called out, "You truly overestimate me. I'm really quite incompetent. There's no need to send so many after me. Have you seen that simpleton over there? Your navy is being suppressed by him, and you still haven't dispatched more reinforcements. And what about that fire-wielding kid? He's strong too. There's no need to focus solely on me." Lightning crackled around Bai Jing. The onlookers grimaced. If they were to believe him, they would indeed be fools. Of course, everyone knew he was the strongest here. He was merely pretending to be a sheep in wolf's clothing. His bounty was the highest, after all. Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to die. Surrender obediently, or we will eliminate you, shouted the vice admiral, his body enveloped in the Navy's 6 styles, haki surging around him. The other 9 soldiers charged toward Bai Jing from all directions, leaving him no opportunity for counterattack. "You lot fight without honor. So many of you ganging up on me alone. Are you truly the righteous Navy? Where is your justice? What about your dignity?" Bai Jing retorted, only to sigh lightly. Why must it be this way? 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Lightning coalesced into a massive Thunder Beast in his right hand, which charged toward the approaching soldiers. The Thunderbird transformed into a colossal phoenix, soaring toward the naval vice admirals above. Meanwhile, Bai Jing leaped aside, palms pressed together as endless lightning surged around him. The powerful electricity spread outward, plunging in the void above, as he bellowed, "Divine judgment! transforming one's wrist into a conduit for thunder, releasing it according to the user's intent. Ultimately, the unleashed thunder descends from the heavens as a colossal pillar of lightning, obliterating its target. The rear admiral of the Navy is struck fiercely by this enormous, formidable column of thunder. The terrifying electricity sends them crashing aside, leaving them in a state of disarray. A few hastily summon their hockey to envelop themselves in defense. Yet, the overwhelming pressure of the lightning and its tremendous impact propel them all sideways, their figures in utter disarray. As they are sent flying, Point 10 Navy admirals are effortlessly dispatched by Bai Jing in merely 3 moves. Meanwhile, the remaining 10,000 Navy personnel continue to advance relentlessly. Encircling Bai Jing, the Sea Prism Stone artillery is now loaded, and the bullets are unleashed on the naval ships. Cannon fire echoes in a continuous barrage. Boom! Bang! Bang! Enormous cannonballs, the size of a head, rain down upon Ace, Little Oz, and Bai Jing. Huajin leisurely observes the surrounding navy from within a small fish tank. Stella approaches Huajin, her expression devoid of any panic. Since they are all allies, trust must be placed in one another. It was Bai Jing who rescued her, and he also afforded her the chance to reunite with Taizua. Even if she were to perish at this moment, she would harbor no grievances. Bai Jing gazes at the sky filled with black cannonballs. Dense and oppressive, resembling a rain of projectiles, he snaps his fingers. Snap! In the air, a sound resonates, akin to shattering glass. Crack! 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 The space above gradually fractures, revealing a pitch-black void. All the cannonballs in the air are obliterated by this force of air tremors, exploding above without falling to harm anyone below. Chapter 46. A thrilling battle, a surprise attack. This is the bizarre nature of the tremor fruit. The Navy personnel, who had been firing their weapons, are left bewildered. They cannot comprehend how the cannonballs that had been soaring through the air just moments ago suddenly detonated. They wonder, could they be duds? That seems unlikely, as they had just been thoroughly checked. It should be impossible for them to be fake. The crowd exchanges glances, tightening the ropes of their cannonballs. The pitch-black projectiles are launched from the cannons, soaring into the sky. The chambers are loaded once more, aimed at Bai Jing, and fired again. Pau! Boom! Boom! Bai Jing's right hand snaps his fingers once more, activating the power of the tremor fruit again. As he snaps his fingers, 2 transparent white glass domes rub against each other. This friction generates vibrations, known as air tremors. Cracks begin to form in the air, gradually shattering. The upper portion of the space completely fractures, causing all the cannonballs to explode mid-air, preventing them from reaching ground. The Navy personnel are left questioning their very existence, baffled by how Bai Jing merely snapped his fingers and all the cannonballs detonated. Could this young man possess the ability to detonate cannonballs? If so, what of their artillery? Smoker and Ace are deeply engrossed in their fierce battle, with Navy forces continually advancing. While Ace avoids the Sea Prism Stone bullets, he must also guard against Smoker. The two are locked in an intense clash, neither yielding. Meanwhile, on Little Oz's side, the number of Navy admirals has surged to 8. They leave numerous red marks on Little Oz's immense form, blood beginning to seep from his wounds. His strength, while formidable, pales in comparison to that of Ace and Bai Jing. Nevertheless, Little Oz swings his massive blade, sending one admiral flying after another. The number of fallen Navy personnel around him is substantial, amounting to several thousand. As for Bai Jing, the situation is even more dire. The relentless Navy continues to advance, and the golden waves of Conqueror's hockey erupt from his eyes, overwhelming thousands of Navy personnel into unconsciousness. He strategically locates densely packed groups of Navy, releasing his hockey, causing another wave of incapacitation. As for the bullets, he allows them to pass through his form, unaffected by the Sea Prism Stone due to his elemental nature, rendering the bullets harmless. Amidst the 400,000 Navy personnel present, more than half have succumbed to Bai Jing's cunning tactics, leaving only 100,000 standing. The 10 Navy admirals, who had just been blasted away by Bai Jing, awaken from their stupor to find Huajin and Stella unguarded, their eyes glinting with intent. The method is inconsequential. The outcome is all that matters. If they can capture Bai Jing, all will be well. The 10 exchange glances, silently preparing to approach the 2 women. Both are female and have not participated in the battle, indicating their lesser strength. Yet, having been brought along by Bai Jing, they are clearly his companions. By taking them hostage, they can threaten Bai Jing, ensuring he will comply and surrender willingly, unless he chooses to abandon them. This would create a rift between him, Ace, and Little Oz, allowing them to apprehend each one individually. It must be said that the 10 admirals possess quite the cunning, quickly formulating their subsequent strategy. They feel no guilt. Rather, they're driven solely by ambition and the pursuit of status. Smoker, however, is solely focused on engaging in a fierce and exhilarating battle with Ace. The two are locked in combat, smoke swirling around them as sparks erupt in a dazzling display to the height of their intensity. Sparks ignite, and smoke billows. Under Smoker's form, numerous burn marks appear. Yet Smoker is not to be outdone. His smoke solidifies, extinguishing Ace's flames. On Little Oz's side, 2 or 3 admirals have already been sent flying, unconscious and oblivious to their fate. Meanwhile, the surrounding navy continues to fire their artillery, striking his massive form. Such a large target is a living bullseye, with countless bullet holes marring his body, causing him pain as he retaliates with fierce slashes. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, Bai Jing's hands crackle with lightning once more as he shouts. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon, a gargantuan dragon of lightning, stretching 100 feet long and several dozen feet wide, sways its form and roars forward, targeting the navy surrounding Little Oz. Roar! This lightning dragon seems to come alive. Paralyzing thousands of Navy personnel, he must assist Little Oz. Otherwise, the relentless gunfire will inflict grievous wounds. He also notices the 10 Navy admirals nearby, harboring ill intentions, attempting to sneak in. This cannot be allowed. Transforming into a golden flash, he appears before the 10 admirals, who are merely a few dozen steps away from Hua Xin and Stella. Upon arriving, Bai Jing glances at the 10 admirals and scoffs. Are you truly admirals? You are more despicable than pirates. Even worse than I do not take hostages, yet you dare to attempt kidnapping. The leader among them bellows fiercely, shrouding himself in armament hockey as he unleashes the 6 powers of the Navy. Declaring loudly, the process is irrelevant. What matters is the outcome. We, the Navy, exist solely to uphold justice in these waters. Bai Jing watches the few rushing toward him and those charging at him, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Justice? What a load of nonsense. There may be justice within the Navy, but it certainly does not reside with you 10 scoundrels. They have done nothing wrong, yet you seek to take them as hostages? What a farce of justice. Hypocrisy is your forte. Have you ever experienced despair? Today, let you all truly experience this moment, the divine mark of the fire God manifested upon him from his being. An unceasing aura of flames radiated forth, centered around him. A colossal inferno formed, encircling the 10 individuals within its grasp. Those few who sought to break free found themselves ensnared, unable to move a single step. The searing heat, rivaling that of lava, reached temperatures in the tens of thousands of degrees. The terrifying warmth reduced their garments to mere ash. Moreover, these 10 appeared as if isolated from the world, with no one able to perceive their plight. Under the oppressive heat, the flesh and blood of the 10 began to melt ever so slightly. Their skin was entirely scorched, rendering them crimson with burns. It was as though they were immersed in an endless sea of flames, with Bai Jing standing at the very heart of this fiery abyss. The closer one drew to Bai Jing, the higher the temperature soared. This fiery realm extended infinitely, with the sky painted in hues of red and the ground ablaze, temperatures soaring to unimaginable levels. Their feet began to dissolve, bones becoming exposed. While their flesh slowly ignited in the merciless blaze, the 10 screamed in agony. Even the might of their armed hockey could not withstand such extreme heat. Fear etched across their faces. They were genuinely terrified at this moment. Initially, they had merely aimed to capture Bai Jing for personal gain, their notions of justice long since abandoned. Having occupied high-ranking positions for years, they had engaged in numerous treacherous deeds, thus becoming adept at such villainy. This familiarity had led them to devise a plan to abduct Hua Xin and Shi Daila, intending to use them as leverage against Bai Jing. Bai Jing, discerning their nefarious nature, felt emboldened to act decisively. Standing at the center of the inferno, Bai Jing remained unaffected. His form began to transform. He became entirely elemental, morphing into a colossal fire giant. Boundless flames constituted his body, while endless fire shaped his limbs. His head, too, was formed from fire, save for a pair of eyes that remained visible. His voice echoed from within the flames, welcoming them to the realm of fire. I am the sovereign of this fiery domain. The king of fire. This was the true power of the flame fruit, an ability that Ace had yet to fully unlock. Each individual's potential with their fruit varied, and Bai Jing was no exception. This was the manifestation of the flame fruit upon awakening, a world of fire. The 10 cried out in despair, their faces contorted in sheer terror, pleading, "Let us go. We will never dare to capture you again. Whatever you desire, we shall provide. Wealth, status, women. Anything you wish." They were half-melted, death looming near. The excruciating clarity of their pain was utterly lethal. This fiery realm diverged from the original pirate world that, of course, it could be further developed to engulf everything around it in flames, transforming it into an authentic world of fire. The fire realm they inhabited was within Wang Xuanji's domain, hence its boundless and infinite appearance. To onlookers, it merely seemed as though the 10 had fallen into Bai Jing's fiery domain, oblivious to the horrors transpiring within, only able to hear the anguished screams and pleas for mercy from the 10 vice-admirals. These cries significantly affected morale. The Navy, already disheartened, found their spirits further diminished upon learning that their vice-admirals had surrendered. Bai Jing paid no heed to their suffering. With a sweeping gesture, the endless flames morphed into fiery beasts, birds, and dragons, consuming them whole. In the blink of an eye, all 10 perished beneath the inferno, their forms reduced to ashes. Having completed this grim task, Bai Jing retracted his fiery form, returning to his original state, and gazed into the distance. Ace and Smoker were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. As for the 10 vice-admirals on Little Orr's side, many had been flung away. However, Little Orr's bore wounds and bled profusely. He transformed into a golden flash, landing upon Little Orr's shoulder. The crackling lightning surged into Little Orr's body, enhancing his blood circulation and metabolism, invigorating his heart. In that instant, his injuries visibly healed, old wounds gradually scabbing over. Bai Jing whispered electric therapy. After his recovery, Little Orr's became even more formidable, wielding his great blade with deadly precision. Many Navy personnel were sent flying, with several losing their lives. The vice-admirals, now thoroughly alarmed, witnessed the unfolding chaos. Smoker, sensing the urgency, decisively commanded, "Everyone retreat." On the other side, approximately 3 vice-admirals had been slain by Little Orr's. In this instance, they had lost 13 vice-admirals, with the Navy's ranks diminished by over 100,000. Those who remained conscious bore signs of life, while those rendered unconscious by the conqueror's haki rushed toward the Navy ships. Once those who had been stunned regained their senses, they hurriedly retreated to the naval vessels. Bai Jing was a true monster, possessing the capabilities of the sparkle fruit, the flame fruit, and the thunder fruit, an insurmountable force. They had initially believed that a dozen vice-admirals could subdue him, yet the overwhelming power of the thunder had claimed so many lives. Moreover, Huajin had yet to possess Bai Jing, thus failing to augment his combat prowess. With Shi Daila as a burdensome companion, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Ace observed as Smoker retreated, choosing not to pursue, and Little Orr's followed suit. All of this was orchestrated by Bai Jing's intent. Their immediate goal was to repel the Navy, seize a naval ship, and lure the Golden Emperor onto their pirate vessel. This was the true path forward. As for whether the Navy would pursue them afterward, the answer was unequivocally yes. As long as Bai Jing roamed free, the Navy's pursuit would only intensify with each passing day, growing more ferocious. After all, he had slain 3 celestial dragons and countless vice-admirals. There was no doubt his bounty would skyrocket upon his return. With Bai Jing's leniency, the Navy retreated, having nearly boarded their ships. As for the deceased naval personnel, they could not be taken, left to their fates. The truth was harsh, and with hands clasped together, Bai Jing formed a reflective mirror. A beam of light shot forth from this mirror, directly landing upon a naval vessel. Bai Jing's form became elemental, transforming into a radiant point of light that descended upon the Navy's ship. The onlookers were filled with utmost dread, confronted by the remorseless pirate before them. A being beyond comprehension. Bai Jing casually scratched his ear and remarked, "Is it not against the rules to let you all leave so easily? And you leave nothing behind? It seems too lenient." He continued, "Leave behind a naval vessel, and you may depart. Otherwise, you shall remain here today." Their expressions soured, darkened with discontent. Navy personnel, when had they ever been threatened by a pirate in such a manner? Without hesitation, Smoker issued a command. "Give them that naval ship. All personnel, swiftly transfer to our ship." The crew promptly disembarked from their vessel. Bai Jing, witnessing their efficiency, was immensely pleased, a smug grin spreading across his face. He welcomed them aboard with an air of flamboyance, escorting Shi, Daila, and Huajin onto the Navy's ship. Little oars fit snugly upon the deck of the naval vessel. He waved his hand. An ace activated the ship, steering away into the distance. Bai Jing called out, "Farewell. Should such an opportunity arise again, be sure to include me. I shall accept as many naval ships as you have to offer. But next time, send stronger foes, preferably those with devil fruit abilities." He added, "Oh, and do take the deceased back with you. After all, the dead deserve respect." The crew listened to Bai Jing's infuriating remarks, their faces darkening in response. How could such an insufferable brat exist? It is akin to pouring salt upon their wounds, and then further roasting them over flames, as if to ensure that their suffering is maximized this time. The multitude has encountered insurmountable obstacles, both spiritually and physically, suffering profound injuries. Smog cast a begrudging glance at Bai Jing and his companions as they departed, slowly averting his gaze, his expression darkening. He drew 2 cigarettes. Exhaling clouds of smoke, and spoke in a low tone, "Return to the naval base. We must deliberate on this matter at length. Communicate this incident to the naval headquarters. This individual possesses such strength that even the admirals cannot subdue him, and the vice admiral poses no threat to him whatsoever. Fire Fist Ace's power is already nearing that of an admiral, and this vessel is filled with monsters at this moment." The naval ship was racing towards Golden City at full speed. The faces of the crowd were filled with anticipation. Bai Jing, too, was engulfed in excitement, particularly intrigued by the fruit that could enhance fortune. He was equally fascinated by the gold fruit that on this journey he could potentially obtain 2 devil fruit abilities while also doing good and rectifying past regrets. Chapter 48, Golden City. The giant pirate crew. After 2 weeks of sailing, the naval vessel finally arrived at the grandest entertainment hub of the sea, Golden City. This colossal naval ship docked at one corner of Golden City. The onlookers at the entrance were momentarily taken aback. After all, this was a pirate haven. What business did the Navy have here? Their eyes gleamed with malice. Within this entertainment district, the Navy had a presence, but they were generally not well received. Many high-ranking naval officers were known to have connections with the pirates. Only after discerning the individuals aboard the naval ship did they retract their gazes. Realizing that this was not the Navy but a band of pirates, such audacity to commandeer a naval vessel. Clearly, these were ruthless individuals. When it comes to pirates, how many are not vicious and remorseless? One could only conclude that they must be reckless in their pursuit of life to dare seize a Navy ship. These individuals not seem somewhat familiar. I almost forgot to mention. Look at that bounty poster. He resembles that young man. This is the latest supernova, Bai Jing, worth 800 million berries. Who would have thought he would also come to Golden City? Several pirates at the entrance gasped in astonishment. As they scrutinized the figures aboard the naval vessel, their intrigue deepened. Stella's expression was a complex tapestry of fear and trepidation. Perhaps this was the duality of love and apprehension that was entirely understandable. The naval ship sailed into the vast expanse of Golden City, traversing a long iron passageway for sea vessels. Upon entering, they found themselves in the center of an expansive golden sea, entirely composed of gold. Bai Jing gazed in awe, deeply impressed by the capabilities of the gold fruit. My goodness, how much gold has been amassed here. Had I been able to sell it back in Huaxia, I would undoubtedly become the wealthiest person alive. The high platform encircled the competitive arena, while the center boasted the vast golden sea, Surrounding the arena were seats filled with numerous spectators, gamblers, and even some Navy personnel, whether naval officer or pirate. As long as your bounty was sufficiently high or your rank notable, you would enjoy VIP treatment here, receiving special privileges as the naval ship made its entrance. Many initially believed it to be the Navy. Upon recognizing the occupants, they exclaimed in shock, "That is the supernova pirate Bai Jing, the one who can contend with Admiral Kizuru. This young lad appears so unassuming. Can he truly match an admiral?" The crowd's reactions were mixed, filled with skepticism and awe. Their audacity was remarkable. Seizing a naval ship, truly, they were the most merciless of supernovas, having slain 3 celestial dragons, and now attempting to commandeer a Navy vessel. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Bai Jing stood proudly at the forefront of the naval ship, hands on his hips, a smug smile gracing his features. "You flatter me. This is merely standard procedure, nothing out of the ordinary." The moment Bai Jing stepped into Golden City, numerous prominent figures shifted their attention towards him. Every supernova was a potential stepping stone for others seeking to elevate their own reputations. Many high-ranking naval officers also turned their gazes in this direction. If your influence was significant enough, there were myriad opportunities to exploit within the confines of Golden City. "Shall we approach Taizolo directly? You seem to need some time to gather yourself." Bai Jing observed Stella within the naval ship. Noting her less than optimal condition, Stella nodded gently, aware that only she truly understood her circumstances. After a separation of over a decade, she had yearned for this moment. Now that they were close, she felt a wave of trepidation. This situation was hers to navigate, while Bai Jing could only provide guidance. For now, they could enjoy the sights of Golden City, with songs and dances echoing through the air. Golden pillars stood resilient over the golden sea. Beautiful women performed passionate dances above, the rhythm of the music compelling the audience to sway in unison. Illuminated by vibrant lights, 2 massive circular lights shone upon Bai Jing's naval vessel, casting them into the spotlight over the SEAT. Another entrance, a gigantic pirate ship, equal in stature to their naval vessel, collided directly with them. "You little brat, I refuse to believe the rumors are true. You can face an admiral and defeat one. Why have you only now arrived in the new world? This must be a fabrication. Hand over all your treasures for our enjoyment. We've lost everything. And now, you are our golden opportunity." Aboard the enormous pirate ship were 5 giants, accompanied by hundreds of pirates, each adorned with flamboyant flags tied around their right arms, likely their pirate emblem. The 5 giants clearly held the status of leaders among them. As the giant pirates prepared to speak, Bai Jing waved his hand in irritation, declaring, "Insects should refrain from speaking. It seems every wretched creature dares to cross my path these days." The commotion below drew the attention of the crowd. "Look, they are clashing. Bai Jing and his crew are in for it now." These are the fearsome giant pirate crew, known for instilling terror throughout the New World. Each of their leaders has a bounty of 100 million berries. Now, encountering an 800 million berry pirate. Who can say who is stronger? The excitement was palpable. The spectacle was unfolding. From a high tower in Golden City, Taizolo observed the scene. He had heard of Bai Jing's rising prominence, particularly after the audacious act of slaying 3 celestial dragons. His gaze towards Bai Jing was different now, devoid of ulterior motives, tinged instead with curiosity. He held a deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons. If their interests aligned, Bai Jing could very well become an ally. United by their disdain for the celestial dragons, in a sense, they were kindred spirits. The 5 leaders of the crew, towering nearly 100 meters tall, possessed immense strength, dwarfing even little Oz. An adult giant typically stood at 20 meters, while little Oz reached 38 meters, considerably taller. Bai Jing grew increasingly impatient with the 5 giants. He mused, "If you have a little money to challenge us, that is somewhat understandable. I could potentially retaliate. Yet you, a mere pauper, possess nothing. Defeating you would yield me no benefit." Ace and little Oz prepared to engage. Bai Jing transformed into a flash of light, propelling himself towards the ship of the 5 giant pirates. "Little brat, you seek your doom." Upon seeing Bai Jing charging towards them, the 5 giants raised their clubs, ready to execute a powerful strike to send him flying. With armed hockey enveloping their weapons, Even Bai Jing's elemental form would be of little use. Chapter 49. Two Fists Against a Pirate Crew. Entering Golden City, Bai Jing fully understood the gravity of the situation. While airborne, he conjured a colossal flaming fist, striking downward with tremendous force. The fire blazed fiercely, crashing into the Golden Sea below. The immense recoil propelled Bai Jing's body upward, allowing him to evade the giant's swinging clubs. He soared several dozen meters high, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, for it was not just any creature that could provoke him. His expression sharpened as he bellowed, "Fist of the Fire God." Behind Bai Jing, flames gradually coalesced into a colossal phantom, reaching skyward and earthward, resembling a divine being forged from fire. His entire form was constituted of flames, and as Bai Jing's right fist descended with tremendous force, the massive fiery fist of the flame giant mirrored his action. This technique was an original creation of Bai Jing, entirely uninfluenced by Ace. His left fist crackled with lightning, and behind him, a gigantic phantom of a thunder deity formed. As two immense manifestations of fire and thunder, one to the left and one to the right, unleashed their mighty fists. These colossal fists, spanning 100 zhang in length and dozens of zhang in width, struck the enormous pirate ship, also ensnaring the five giants and the subordinate above. The flames, fueled by a violent impact and explosive force, cleaved the pirate ship in two, severing it at the waist. The five giants were hurled away by the overwhelming shockwave, plummeting into the Golden Sea alongside the wreckage of the ship. Following closely, the fist of the thunder deity followed suit, unleashing a tempest of lightning that electrocuted everyone aboard the pirate ship. Especially in the Golden Sea, where water conducts electricity and gold serves as an excellent conductor, the immense high-voltage surge rendered all individuals incapacitated, leaving their bodies stiff, eyelids rolled back, and lifeless point one by one. They floated upon the surface of the Golden Sea. Onlookers were mesmerized by the spectacle of Bai Jing's two punches. Truly, he was a pirate worth 800 million berries. With just two punches, he had decimated an entire giant pirate crew. The pirate ship lay in ruins, and the five captains now floated lifelessly above. Was this the power of an 800 million berry pirate who could withstand the thunder deity's assault? Moreover, that was the power of the Mera Mera no Mi. His fiery punches surpassed even Ace's. Many gazed upward in astonishment, their expressions shifting as they observed Bai Jing descending from the sky. Ace had been fixated on Bai Jing, contemplating the punch he had just unleashed. The flame coalescing into a giant phantom and striking with such force significantly surpassed his own fiery punches, demanding an extraordinary reserve of flames. Having accomplished all this, Bai Jing gracefully executed a 360-degree turn in the air, landing perfectly in the water with a splash. Plop! He fell into the Golden Sea, and was he not a devil fruit user? Now submerged in the Golden Sea, had he lost consciousness? Would anyone dare to retrieve him? Then eliminate him, leveraging his head to earn 800 million times the reward. After all, 800 million berries is a fortune that go if you must. Who knows what tricks this pirate might have up his sleeve? He appeared quite cunning, and death was not something one courted so easily, as the crowd debated above. Bai Jing emerged from the water, hands clasped together, channeling a radiant mirror of light. This mirror refracted golden beams, and Bai Jing's form transformed into a multitude of light points, following the luminous pillar back to the naval ship. How could this be? Was he not a devil fruit user? How could he move underwater? This defied logic. This young man was enigmatic. It was fortunate they had not pursued him earlier, or they might have fallen prey to him that in this water, which conducts electricity, if he unleashed his lightning power. One would perish with each strike to the pinnacle of the Golden Tower. Taizolo observed Bai Jing below with a contemplative expression. The corners of his mouth curled slightly in amusement, finding the situation intriguing. No wonder he could defeat the celestial dragons. The powers of the Mera Mera no Mi, the Goro Goro no Mi, and a capability akin to the Pika Pika no Mi combined made for a formidable opponent. The Goro Goro no Mi was indeed a natural counter to him. The Taizolo's gaze flickered with contemplation, his eyes glimmering with uncertainty as they darted back and forth. Concealed in shadows, no one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. Gold conducts electricity, Regardless of how Taizolo transformed, he could only wield the powers of the Guru no Mi yet. Bai Jing possessed the Goro Goro no Mi, which was destined to counter the Goro Guru no Mi, just as the Goma Goma no Mi counters the Goro Goro no Mi. Even if you awakened your fruit and transformed the surroundings into gold, as long as Bai Jing released even a hint of lightning, it would traverse all the golden material and strike you. This was the inherent flaw of the Goro Goro no Mi. After all this, they piloted the naval ship into Golden City. Disembarking from the ship, they collected all the treasures, gold and silver, filling a large sack carried by little oars. Stella also concealed her face, ensuring her identity remained hidden, her thoughts a tumultuous blend of complexity as she engaged in intense psychological struggle. This period also allowed Ace, Bai Jing, and others to observe and explore Golden City for a while. The group found a massive hotel within Golden City to stay. Due to his size, little oars, being of the giant race, had access to accommodations meant for giants, albeit with considerably lesser conditions. Nevertheless, it was still a place to rest. Alone in the luxurious hotel, Stella pondered deeply, ultimately letting out a soft sigh. As one nears home, feelings of trepidation grow. They hesitate to inquire visitors. When close to loved ones, they fear meeting old acquaintances. Meanwhile, Bai Jing reveled in the nightlife of Golden City. He first sought out a grand casino, where he squandered a considerable amount of gold and jewels. However, he never won a single hand. His luck was abysmally poor. Half an hour later, Bai Jing emerged from the casino, his expression darkened with curses. What atrocious luck was this? He had lost dozens of games without winning even once. He suspected that perhaps the Golden Emperor had siphoned off all his good fortune. However, he had never encountered them, so he could only blame his own wretched luck. His face was a deep shade of black. Chapter 50. Following the trail, encounter with the Golden Emperor. Bai Jing stroked his chin, deep in thought, muttering to himself that he would find Baccarat and steal her luck fruit to enhance his own fortune. Then he could win every bet, and his luck would surely improve. With this plan in mind, he chuckled to himself, determined to proceed. Casinos, at their core, rely on luck, although there are undoubtedly individuals orchestrating behind the scenes, which is why an endless stream of gamblers frequented them. Bai Jing strolled along the streets of Golden City, a vast expanse with towering buildings aglow in the night. The IT was a veritable city that never sleeps. The entire city was constructed of gold, with golden pavements reflecting its opulence. Is someone watching me? How intriguing. Bai Jing's observation Haki suddenly detected someone tailing him in the shadows, yet he chose not to disclose it. Instead, he continued walking alone down the street. He clearly spotted the man, a subordinate of the Golden Emperor Taizolo. The one with a large black head, resembling a doll. He possessed the escape fruit. However, in Bai Jing's eyes, the escape fruit was akin to the light fruit. If he touched it, he could acquire an additional power without any detriment. With a few swift movements, he transformed into a flash of light and appeared behind the man. Huh. Where did he go? He was just here, and now he has vanished. The large-headed doll's eyes widened in confusion as he looked for the suddenly absent Bai Jing. At that moment, Bai Jing appeared behind the large-headed doll, gently patting his head. Due to the disparity in their heights, his shoulders being considerably lower than the oversized head, this was the only way to reach him. The sudden movement startled the large-headed doll, causing him to leap up and dive into an overhead black hole, disappearing from view. A slight smile graced Bai Jing's lips, his eyes gleaming with delight. He had succeeded. Mimicking the large-headed doll, he leapt upward, entering a black circular portal, reappearing at a corner of the street. Meanwhile, the large-headed doll was perplexed, wondering how Bai Jing had found him and observed him so easily. What was so strange about it? Wasn't I right here? Bai Jing's soft laughter echoed once more, and the large-headed doll, looking as if he had seen a ghost, turned to Bai Jing and exclaimed, "How did you know I was watching you?" A trace of shock flickered across his face, but he was also under the directive of the Golden Emperor Taizolo, tasked with constantly monitoring Bai Jing, observing whether there were any unusual movements, or perhaps employing some cunning tricks to keep Bai Jing within the Golden City as one of his subordinates. It is important to note that this was not a coercive endeavor. It did not rely on brute force, but rather on a form of gambling to entice him to stay, for he held a great admiration for Bai Jing. If Bai Jing dared to kill a celestial dragon, then he and Bai Jing were of the same ilk. The reason behind his desire for such vast wealth was rooted in the belief that with money, one could acquire everything. The death of Stella had profoundly affected him. Bai Jing was certainly aware that this was undoubtedly the instigation of the Golden Emperor Taizolo. After all, was it not the same method employed against Luffy in the theatrical version? The only difference lay in the brutality of the tactics used against Luffy. With a light chuckle, Bai Jing said, "Let us go. Take me to meet the Golden Emperor. It is time for our encounter. We should have a discussion. Do you wish to meet the master?" The big-headed doll observed Bai Jing with suspicion. Breaking the silence first, seeing this, Bai Jing shook his head and muttered, "Never mind. I will find him myself. Just inform me when you locate him. I could be waiting an eternity otherwise that I prefer to keep the initiative in my own hands." After finishing his words, Bai Jing leaped upward, a small black hole appearing in the air, into which his figure vanished, leaving no trace behind. The big-headed doll, witnessing this display, felt his pupils contract sharply in disbelief. Murmuring to himself, "How is this possible? Isn't this my technique? Why can he use it too? Does he also possess the power of the escape fruit? Who on earth is this person?" Stunned for a moment, he promptly leaped into the black hole above, disappearing as well, to report this matter to the Golden Emperor Taizolo. Bai Jing did not bring Stella along, as he believed she was not yet prepared to enter this domain. Thus, he decided to negotiate with the Golden Emperor on his own. Should discussions falter, he would resort to forceful suppression. If they reached an agreement, he would release Stella at the slightest sign of dissent from the Golden Emperor. Using her as bait, luring the Golden Emperor onto a ship would not pose much difficulty. This was Bai Jing's cunning strategy. Meanwhile, little Oars rested in a hotel, deeply asleep, utterly exhausted from the recent days. Ace, on the other hand, was filled with curiosity about everything in the Golden City, surveying his surroundings and engaging in gambling, immersing himself in the atmosphere. For at heart, all of this was an embodiment of the pirate's longing for freedom. Bai Jing traversed through several black holes, his objective aimed squarely at the tallest structure within the Golden City, the Golden Tower. He passed through numerous black holes and various locales, ultimately arriving in the dimly lit Grand Hall. At that moment, the Golden Emperor was bathing in a pool, surrounded by a dozen women dressed scantily, merely covering their essential parts, offering red wine and towels. Behind him loomed a massive pink five-pointed star emblem, a disguise for the mark left by the celestial dragons. With gray-green hair slicked back and adorned with purple sunglasses, Taizolo murmured to himself. Evidently, having noted Bai Jing's movements, he intended to implement his plan in the coming days. Assessing whether Bai Jing was akin to him and whether he should invite him into his ranks, the celestial dragons, those wretched beings, must perish. Now that he possessed sufficient wealth, he could not remedy past regrets. Thus he would eliminate all celestial dragons. When Bai Jing appeared before Taizolo, he plummeted into the water with a splash. Emerging, he gasped for air, and Taizolo seemed equally startled by this sudden turn of events. Rising abruptly to gaze at Bai Jing, now standing, returned the gaze to Taizolo and the group of women by his side, as the grand hall fell into an awkward silence, with both parties staring at one another. Bai Jing cast a glance at the women behind Taizolo, grinning mischievously as he waved, "Hello." The Golden Emperor Taizolo, recognizing Bai Jing, felt a surge of interest and jested, "What brings you to my domain? Are you not afraid of being apprehended?" The women, momentarily taken aback by Bai Jing's audacity, wondered who this peculiar man was. Despite his handsome appearance, they were still under the Golden Emperor's command. Bai Jing chuckled, "I am not afraid." Chapter 51. Conditions for boarding. Fido! Why is that? Pirate Bai Jing, you must understand, this is my golden pirate domain, and within this city, my people are countless. I am the emperor of these seas. With a mere word, I can summon life or death at my whim. Taizolo's eyes glinted with mockery as he retrieved a glass of red wine from the tray, held by one of the maidens, swirling it in his hand before taking a sip, all while observing Bai Jing closely, eager to hear his response. Bai Jing merely smiled and replied, "You have your aspirations, and I, too, have mine." The star emblem behind the Golden Emperor was merely a fade to conceal the mark left by the celestial dragons. Upon hearing this, a glint of menace flickered in Taizolo's eyes, and an oppressive aura filled the hall. The Golden Emperor emanated a regal might, radiating an aura of terror. He was the king of the seas. The Golden Emperor, and he would not tolerate anyone speaking of their past pains before him, nor would he allow anyone to smile in his presence. The only one permitted to smile before him had long since become a memory. Emerging from the pool, the Golden Emperor donned his garments, placing a golden hat upon his head and dressing in gold attire. Bai Jing, too, leaped up, his body shimmering with blue lightning. The high-voltage electricity generated heat, instantly drying his soaked clothes. The Golden Emperor regarded Bai Jing's display with narrowed eyes, sensing that Bai Jing would not be easily dealt with, for he wielded the power of lightning. However, he dismissed it with a wave of his hand, sending all the women in the grand hall away, leaving only Bai Jing and himself in the vast emptiness. Now that we have reached this point, let us speak candidly that I hold you in high esteem. If you agree to join my golden pirate crew, I can grant you anything you desire. Wealth, status, beauty, everything you could wish for. A smile graced the Golden Emperor's face as he raised his hands to the sky. Appearing utterly relaxed, Bai Jing shook his head with a smile, fully aware of the Golden Emperor's intentions to recruit him. Perhaps he thought they shared a common goal due to Bai Jing's deeds against the celestial dragons. Yet Bai Jing had traveled from another world. He had his own aspirations and would never submit to another. With a light chuckle, he proposed, "How about this? Let us engage in a wager. We shall battle. If I win, you will join my pirate crew. If you win, I will unconditionally join your crew to celebrate. Oh, this is quite intriguing." The Golden Emperor Taizolo raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting Bai Jing to propose terms on his own turf. He pondered briefly before nodding. He had his own calculations. Even if he were to lose, he would have a retort ready. Moreover, he did not believe he could be defeated. After all, this was his domain. The entire Golden City constructed of gold. Bai Jing had astutely grasped Taizolo's mindset, which emboldened him to speak so freely. He possessed numerous methods to ensure the Golden Emperor would eventually fall under his sway. First, he would decisively defeat him in battle, compelling his body to submit. Then he would summon Stella, making his heart yield as well. With this back and forth, he was confident that the Golden Emperor would eventually be ensnared. Bai Jing discreetly glanced at the Golden Emperor's hands, adorned with numerous gold rings, save for the ring finger, which remained bare. This spoke volumes in the vast hall. The two exchanged glances before Bai Jing vanished from sight, transforming his hand into a massive fiery fist, aimed squarely at the Golden Emperor. With a roar, Bai Jing declared, "Flame God, Fire Fist." This technique was one of his own creation, and a phantom of a fiery deity seemed to materialize behind him, swinging a blazing fist towards the Golden Emperor. The speed of this attack was unparalleled, causing the Golden Emperor's pupils to constrict in shock as he failed to anticipate Bai Jing's swiftness. He raised both arms in defense, his forearms transforming into gold, shielding himself from the oncoming blow. The impact was tremendous, forcing him back several steps before he managed to stabilize himself. With one hand braced against the ground, the Golden Emperor shouted, "Golden Bomb!" transforming fists into armored weapons, infused with the might of Haki, unleashing the effects akin to a golden molten cannon. Utilizing the tremendous shockwave generated by the explosion, alongside the thermal radiation and shattered golden shards. Devastation is wrought upon the intended target. The gold upon the ground surges forth like a gushing spring, racing towards Bai Jing, who stands resolute and unyielding, his fists coalescing into a massive fiery punch aimed at the Golden Emperor. He allows the torrent of gold to crash upon him, with Haki enveloping his chest as the golden deluge strikes. Bai Jing merely furrows his brow slightly, enduring the pain with ease. His fiery fist crashes down upon the Golden Emperor, sending him hurtling away with another powerful blow in Taizolo's eyes. A strange glimmer flickers as golden dust appears upon his fingertips. This golden powder, once utilized in the pirate movie against figures like Luffy, now serves a new purpose. The Golden Emperor, rooted in place, points a finger, unleashing an endless stream of golden dust that erupt from his hand towards Bai Jing. With a smirk, he murmurs, "Golden splashes," dispersing the golden powder like water splashes through devices scattered throughout the city, sending it soaring over 10,000 meters into the air. Once the golden particles infiltrate a body, regardless of the strength of its wielder, Taizolo can effortlessly control them. Through this technique, he successfully dominated all within Golden City. easily ensnaring Zoro in the narrative. As the golden dust settles upon Bai Jing, he feels his body stiffen. Taizolo, with a mocking demeanor, steps slowly towards Bai Jing, declaring, "Pirate Bai Jing, you are still far too naive. This golden splash can control you. You have already lost this duel. What more is there to say?" He crosses his arms, exuding an air of assured victory. Bai Jing, however, merely shakes his head. He had just delivered a series of heavy blows to the Golden Emperor, implying he had indeed made contact. Having acquired the powers of the gold fruit, could he still be influenced by its abilities? Preposterous! A smile dances upon his lips as he gathers a significant amount of golden powder upon his fingertips. Floating on his thumb. "Oh, is this what you mean?" He quips. "With this you think to control me. The battle is far from over. Let us continue." Chapter 52, Awakening of the Gold Fruit. Golden Giant, what? How is this possible? The Golden Emperor's pupils constrict in disbelief, never anticipating that a method he deemed foolproof would falter against Bai Jingxin. He regains his composure, adopting a calm demeanor. "Pirate Bai Jing, indeed you are a recent supernova. Your tactics are as unpredictable as they are intriguing. That it is no wonder you escaped the grasp of Kizaru, and having slain a celestial dragon only piques my interest further. You are destined to fail. Today, you must join my golden pirate crew." Bai Jing's enigmatic prowess in overcoming his golden splashes only intensifies Taizolo's intrigue, and he sees the potential for a valuable ally. He touches the ground. He extracts a brick of gold, effortlessly melting it into a trident form, hurling it towards Bai Jing. In response, Bai Jing unsheathes the trident from his back, charging towards the Golden Emperor. Two creations of gold clash. Both enveloped in haki, clang, the sound of metal colliding resonates, accompanied by a force that leaves Bai Jing's hand tingling. The Golden Emperor's martial prowess surpasses that of others, and Bai Jing grapples with a significant flaw: his physical combat skills. A voice echoes in his mind, the shadowy figure of Hua Jiyin asking, "Shall I augment your abilities?" Bai Jing replies, "No need. I can manage this. Trust me." Undeterred, despite the numbing sensation in his hand, he channels his strength through his left hand, summoning a surge of lightning and fire, striking heavily towards the Golden Emperor. Boom! A conflagration of flames and boundless thunder erupts. Taizolo, seeing this, reinforces his other hand with haki, charging towards Bai Jing. Fist meets fist, flesh meets flesh, colliding with tremendous force. Bang! This time, Bai Jing gains the upper hand. His devastating punch, imbued with the might of flame and lightning, rattles the Golden Emperor's hand, leaving it momentarily numb. The electric shock courses through Taizolo's right hand, despite the haki shielding it, revealing the vulnerability of his fruit's powers. "What? This lightning, it truly counters my fruit." The Golden Emperor's left hand grips the trident tightly, forcefully rebuffing Bai Jing, who stumbles back a few steps. His expression grave. The superiority he once felt dissipates, replaced by a newfound seriousness. Closing his eyes, he whispers, "Awakening of the fruit." His body erupts with terrifying muscle, tearing through the fabric of his upper garments, his physique resembling that of a raging beast. His green hair transforms into a golden hue, embodying the essence of gold itself, as muscles swell and golden energy radiates from his fists. Radiant pink patterns form upon his chest. Shimmering with intensity, his visage morphs into pure gold, fully transforming him into a golden man. As the awakening of his fruit takes effect, the surrounding objects begin to shift, morphing into a flowing, liquid gold state. With wide eyes, he gazes at Bai Jing and proclaims, "This awakened state enhances my attack power, defense, resilience, and tenacity. Can you withstand it? Surrender now and join my golden pirate crew to avoid suffering." Taizolo fixes his gaze on Bai Jing, eagerly awaiting his response, but ultimately, he is met with Bai Jing's colossal fist. Leaping from his position, he harnesses the power of the flash fruit, transforming into a golden streak. Appearing before the Golden Emperor, a massive fire punch forms upon his right fist, accompanied by a resounding roar. Flame God, Fire Punch, 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. This punch descends upon the Golden Emperor's face, striking it with devastating force, sending him flying backward. The thunderous roar of the dragon resonates throughout the grand hall, surging forth to bite at the Golden Emperor's abdomen. Upon contact, it erupts into an explosion of lightning, propelling him over 10 meters away, out of the grand hall. The Golden Tower, towering above, bears witness to the Golden Emperor's descent from such heights. Instead of anger, a grin spreads across Taizolo's face as he chuckles. How amusing! Truly amusing! Huh! He stabilizes himself mid-air, shifting poses and gesturing grandly, transforming the entire Golden Tower into a golden bridge, landing gracefully atop it. He crouches slightly, then launches upward, returning once more before Bai Jing, his speed magnified tenfold as his colossal golden fist hurtles towards Bai Jing. Golden Inferno! He bellows, in the state of the Golden Giant. Tezolo executed a technique that transformed the fists of the Golden Giant into armor, unleashing a molten gold effect. The explosion generated such intense thermal radiation that it illuminated the entire city, wielding a power capable of incinerating all in its path. This strike was potent enough to incapacitate Luffy severely. Bai Jing endured this formidable blow. The terrifying heat erupted upon his abdomen, propelling him across the expanse. Despite Bai Jing's timely application of armament haki to protect his midsection, the speed of the attack was overwhelming, sending him crashing out of the Grand Hall and plummeting from the Golden Tower. Tezolo, the Golden Emperor, evidently had no intention of allowing Bai Jing to escape unscathed. Upon landing in the hall, he propelled himself off the ground once more, launching upwards like a cannonball. His acceleration surpassed that of his descent, closing the distance between him and Bai Jing with alarming swiftness that he swung his fist, aiming to strike Bai Jing, who remained composed despite the imminent threat, forming his hands into peculiar shapes. From the aperture, a beam of light shot forth, striking the Golden Emperor. This beam embodied the power of the slow fruit. The slow beam, in that instant, the Golden Emperor's movements faltered dramatically, his speed reduced 100-fold, as he seemed to float in mid-air, descending slowly. This was Bai Jing's opportunity. Chapter 53, Golden Divine Fire. Bai Jing's counterattack, though Bai Jing was descending. He showed no intent to halt, crashing heavily onto the street below, startling the onlookers. What on earth just fell from above? One exclaimed, I don't know, but it scared the life out of me. Another added, shaking his fist at the Golden Tower. What kind of fool throws things from such heights? If I catch you, I'll have your skin. His companion tugged at his sleeve, whispering, that's the Golden Tower, home to the Golden Emperor. You shouldn't say such things. The realization struck the man like a bolt, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, and he quickly retreated with his friend, desperate to escape the area. Bai Jing rose. Taking his time to brush off the dust from his shoulders, he glanced at the slowly descending Tezolo, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, projecting an innocuous demeanor. Yet for reasons unknown, Tezolo felt an unsettling twinge in his gut. His index finger and thumb met, crossing his hands over his chest. From the openings formed by his crossed fingers, countless points of light began to gather. Bai Jing murmured, Yada no Kagami. Countless light points erupted from Bai Jing's hands, soaring towards the Golden Emperor, who now resembled a living target, suspended in the void with agonizing slowness, while Bai Jing's light points rushed forth with remarkable speed. These points bombarded the Golden Emperor relentlessly, and yet he was still affected by the slow fruit's power. Though the blast could have sent him flying a considerable distance, his sluggish speed rendered him incapable of evading them, resulting in the light points striking him squarely in the abdomen. Bai Jing smirked, noting that while Tezolo had awakened his fruit and expanded his physique, the increase in size had merely enhanced his defenses and durability. The barrage of light points continued to rain down, amplifying the impact area and overwhelming Tezolo, despite his enhanced resilience. Bai Jing's assault persisted until all the light points had been unleashed, at which point Tezolo's speed finally returned to normal, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The unusual commotion attracted a crowd, and when they realized it was the pirate Bai Jing clashing with the Golden Emperor, astonishment rippled through them that Tezolo's subordinates quickly assembled, poised to encircle Bai Jing and apprehend him. Despite the pain he endured, Tezolo, bolstered by his extraordinary physical prowess and the awakening of his golden fruit, found the damage inflicted upon him to be manageable. He surveyed his approaching comrades and bellowed, Stand back. This is my battle with the pirate Bai Jing. Do not interfere." The burly man and Corolla hesitated but ultimately obeyed Tezelo's command and retreated. Tezelo laughed heartily, accelerating to his maximum speed, transforming the surrounding streets into a shimmering sea of gold. Bai Jing struggled to maintain his footing as he found himself submerged in this golden liquid. The entire street had been transmuted into a golden tide. Utilizing the awakened powers of his fruit, Tezelo altered the forms of nearby objects and rapidly solidified the ground, layering it with gold to ensnare Bai Jing within this gilded prison. Although Bai Jing had not anticipated Tezelo's cunning or his bizarre techniques, he remained unperturbed, for he too was a wielder of the gold fruit. Breaking free from gold was not an insurmountable challenge. He radiated the power of his fruit, transforming the surrounding gold into a liquid state. Gradually, it solidified, forming a golden pillar that elevated him above the ground, allowing him to gaze defiantly at the Golden Emperor. By this time, Tezelo had closed the distance, his fists enveloped in armament haki. Bai Jing swiftly crossed his arms defensively, the haki shielding him as Tezelo's powerful punch struck with tremendous force, sending Bai Jing reeling. Tezelo shouted, "Golden divine fire!" In the form of the golden giant. Tezelo harnessed haki as an energy source, utilizing the mechanical systems within the giant's body to generate heat, creating high-temperature, dense energy that rapidly expanded. He unleashed a powerful laser from his eyes, capable of sinking warships dozens of kilometers away. 0.2 beams of radiant energy erupted from Tezelo's gaze, racing towards Bai Jing with blinding speed, intent on vanquishing him. Sensing the terrifying beams approaching, Bai Jing promptly elementalized, transforming into a flash of light, narrowly evading the deadly rays. Regaining his composure, Bai Jing wiped the cold sweat from his brow, acknowledging the sheer power of the attack. Tezelo, undeterred, fired off another pair of beams, and the onslaught continued, relentless and rapid, as Bai Jing darted to and fro, evading the lethal strikes. The streets behind him crumbled under the relentless bombardment of the lasers. The destruction, catastrophic. The spectators had long since fled, seeking safety from the chaos. From a distance, they observed through binoculars, marveling at the battle unfolding before them. Truly, the pirate Bai Jing is formidable, able to hold his ground against the Golden Emperor Tezelo. Just look at the sheer ferocity of Tezelo's current state. Is this the true power of the gold fruit? It's utterly monstrous. The commotion attracted the attention of Ace, Little Oars, and Stella, upon discovering the clash between Tezelo and Bai Jing. They hastened towards the scene, determined to intervene in the conflict. Bai Jing, however, had yet to engage in earnest, merely curious to see how far Tezelo could develop his fruit's potential. He intended to learn from it. For the opportunity to emulate such power would be invaluable. Chapter 54, Golden God versus Thunder God. Thunderous wrath. It appeared as though Tezelo was toying with him, with a powerful push from his legs. The Golden Emperor vanished from sight. The rays continued to emit from his eyes, while his golden fist surged towards Bai Jing. The haki enveloped him, and with a flick of his wrist, the golden liquid surged once more towards Bai Jing, transforming the surrounding matter into a liquid state, leaving him no avenue for escape. Bai Jing observed the encroaching liquid gold, his expression shifting. Though he possessed the gold fruit's abilities, he had yet to reach the stage of awakening, as he had only recently acquired it. Unlike Tezelo, who had long mastered his powers, Bai Jing felt the pressure of the situation. Yet he remained unfazed. If Tezelo sought to engage in a contest of strength, he was not one to shy away. "Pirate Bai Jing, do you intend to hide forever? Are you afraid to face me in a direct confrontation?" bellowed the Golden Emperor Tezelo, his eyes radiating a relentless energy that showed no signs of abating. Bai Jing, scoffing, retorted, "Why would I run? Am I foolish enough to stand here for you to strike me?" It seemed that the Golden Emperor Tezelo, growing weary of the exchange, prepared to unleash his ultimate move. Once more, he harnessed the powers of the gold fruit, encasing Bai Jing in a confinement of golden seawater, rendering him momentarily immobile. Bai Jing struggled against the liquid prison, utilizing the abilities of the gold fruit to break free from the golden grasp. At that moment, the Golden Emperor Tezelo suddenly appeared high in the sky, summoning forth a continuous flow of golden water that coalesced into towering golden pillars that he shouted, golden divine punishment. His gaze sharpened with intensity. With his right hand raised high, he launched hundreds of golden pillars downwards. This was Taizolo's most formidable technique, executed in his awakened state, amalgamating multiple golden pillars into a missile-like strike, fortified by an overwhelming armament of haki. In the world of One Piece, it had once subdued Luffy in his Gear 4th form with its sheer ferocity. The terrifying impact, explosive force, and the haki that enveloped it descended mercilessly upon Bai Jing. Should he endure this blow, he would surely be rendered unconscious. Bai Jing's eyes narrowed. Realizing that this was no time for levity, he needed to act decisively. That a smile crept across his face as he mused. Let us see whether your golden divine punishment is mightier than my thunder god punishment. You can enlarge yourself. I can do the same. An infinite surge of blue lightning erupted around him, crackling and pulsating in a wild display. In that instant, his muscles swelled dramatically, akin to the Golden Emperor Taizolo, causing his upper garments to burst apart, revealing a physique of formidable muscle. His hair whipped back, infused with a terrifying blue lightning, forming a circular aura that flickered ominously at his shoulders, rendering his appearance akin to a deity of thunder. Bai Jing silently gathered boundless lightning in his hands, gazing at the golden divine punishment conjured by the Emperor. Unyielding, he roared, 200 million volts. Thunder God. He unleashed all 200 million volts of electricity, enveloping himself in a tempestuous storm of lightning, transforming into a colossal thunder god. The violent sea of electricity filled his entire field of vision, crashing towards the golden divine punishment in a cataclysmic collision. The horrific heat within those 200 million volts melted the golden pillars of the divine punishment, which cascaded to the ground as molten gold. Meanwhile, the torrent of lightning surged towards the Golden Emperor Taizolo. Bai Jing's body surged forward. The speed, defense, and resilience of his thunder god form magnified exponentially as he charged towards the Golden Emperor. His fist crackled with lightning. Thunder Fist, he proclaimed, infused with the might of 200 million volts. The Golden Emperor Taizolo hastily summoned the surrounding golden water to shield himself. But in his haste, he overlooked the fact that gold is an excellent conductor of electricity. The moment the golden water made contact with the lightning, it rapidly conducted the electricity, sending a jolt through Taizolo's body, causing his entire being to tingle, his blood and heart momentarily stalling. Bai Jing did not hold back, for to do so now would be an act of cruelty against himself, an utter folly. He did not intend to kill the Golden Emperor, but he must decisively subdue him. Taizolo's eyes rolled back, consciousness fleeting in an instant. Yet with unwavering will, he swiftly regained awareness, though he was ensnared in a tempest of 200 million volts. Immobilized and writhing in agony. At this sight, Bai Jing's Thunder God fist struck mercilessly at the Emperor's abdomen, sending him flying like a deflated ball. From a distance, the large-headed man and Corolla exchanged glances of concern, ready to intervene. Just then, Ace arrived on the scene, a formidable fire fist raised to block their approach. Bai Jing continued to advance, his gaze cold as he addressed the Golden Emperor. You have lost. Will you surrender? Who says I am defeated? I demand a rematch. The Golden Emperor Taizolo's eyes blazed with defiance, a frenzied expression crossing his face. The endless power of gold emanated from him once more, as he sought to extract every ounce of potential within himself to transcend his limits. The surrounding sea of gold reformed, enveloping his body and transforming him into a colossal golden giant, towering over 100 meters tall and broad as several tens of meters, resembling an ancient titan. Within the golden cocoon, Taizolo wielded the massive fists of the golden giant and charged towards Bai Jing with astonishing speed. In that moment, Bai Jing's Thunder God state seemed diminutive in comparison to the towering giant. Slowly shaking his head, Bai Jing declared, You have already lost, for the Thunder Fruit is the natural nemesis of your gold fruit. No matter how the Golden Emperor Taizolo attempts to harness his golden powers, even if he manifests a golden giant, as long as my fruit retains a trace of lightning, he shall inevitably suffer harm. Yet, aware of Taizolo's penchant for adversity, Bai Jing was willing to oblige him. With a gentle snap of his fingers, an expanse of dark clouds erupted in the sky, unleashing a torrent of potent lightning that struck downwards. Myriad thunder, Bai Jing commanded, utilizing the ark's revelation to generate a vast storm of thunderclouds, releasing his self-created lightning to stimulate the electrons within, resulting in an explosive cascade of electricity raining down. The sky was filled with lightning, relentlessly bombarding the Golden Emperor, eliciting cries of agony from him. Bai Jing observed below, shaking his head. What kind of ludicrous display is this? How will you face your beloved in such a sorry state? Chapter 55. The two finally meet, a passionate kiss in his current thunder god state. Bai Jing stood unparalleled, having reached the pinnacle of his power. Even the awakened gold fruit of the Golden Emperor did not intimidate him. His thunder fruit was the bane of the gold fruit. Under the oppressive voltage, the Golden Emperor still felt the numbing effects coursing through his body, his expression tinged with discomfort. 200 million volts. The maximum voltage that Enel could wield was merely a fraction of Bai Jing's true potential. He too could awaken the thunder fruit and become a true deity of lightning. However, he deemed it unnecessary against the Golden Emperor. In his thunder god state, he was already more than sufficient. Once more, the Golden Emperor shouted defiantly, once again manipulating the surrounding golden water to strike at Bai Jing in an attempt to thwart his advance. The golden water coalesced into a formidable golden barrier, obstructing his path. Bai Jing launched himself from his original position. He pierced through the golden water, which began to solidify around him that moment. The Golden Emperor moved, believing that the golden barrier had completely ensnared Bai Jing, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Alas, this was merely his misconception. Bai Jing remained still, feigning capture, his eyes alight with mockery. As a fellow wielder of the gold fruit, the golden confinement posed no threat to him whatsoever. When the terrifying giant of the Golden Emperor loomed before him, Bai Jing deftly extricated himself. On his right fist, not only was lightning swirling, but it was also intermingled with flames and radiance, infused with a hint of a yomi fruit's chilling essence. The explosive power of these four attributes combined was extraordinary, surpassing mere addition to create a compounding effect. Bai Jing intoned, Flame God, Fire Fist, 200 million volts. Thunder God, he unleashed a fist imbued with the terrifying amalgamation of four formidable attributes. Colliding directly with the Golden Emperor's colossal fist. Boom! The terrifying impact sent both Bai Jing and the Golden Emperor hurtling through the air. Bai Jing, with a significantly smaller physique, withstood the force of the Golden Emperor's strike. Yet his own punch, landing upon the Golden Emperor, was no trivial matter. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back, for varieties of horrific power surged through the Golden Emperor, creating a massive breach in his form. It utterly shattered his right arm, crafted from gold, and sent him sprawling away from the golden giant, blood erupting from his mouth, his eyes rolling back as he crashed heavily to the ground. Gasping for breath, he clung desperately to life, gravely injured. His internal organs had shifted, and he was wheezing, the bones in his body likely shattered beyond count. His chest caved in. Bai Jing observed the Golden Emperor's wretched state descending before him. He summoned a spark of electricity in his hand, stimulating the Golden Emperor's heart and inducing a state of exhilaration within him. This accelerated the recovery of his bodily functions, and before the naked eye, the Golden Emperor's condition rapidly improved, his complexion gradually returning to normal, though his lips remained pale. With a smile in his eyes, Bai Jing gazed at the Golden Emperor and spoke, "You must concede. In this battle, you have lost." The expression on the Golden Emperor's face was complex. He had initially intended to bring Bai Jing onto his side, yet it seemed instead that he had unwittingly thrown himself into Bai Jing's service. Accepting defeat, he was to become Bai Jing's subordinate. Yet, as the sovereign of the seas, the notion of serving another left him feeling somewhat resentful, despite the undeniable fact of his defeat. Bai Jing was acutely aware of the Golden Emperor's discontent. But who was he? He had traversed from Huaxia, mastering the 36 stratagems. The foremost strategy was to attack the heart. He trusted that Stella was already aware of the commotion and was hastening toward them. While Ace and Little Oz were engaged in holding back the large-headed man, and Corolla, as Bai Jing had anticipated, Stella had indeed arrived. Upon seeing the figure of Tezelo, the man she had yearned for over decades, tears of joy welled up in her eyes, spilling forth uncontrollably like a flood unleashed from a dam. She rushed toward the distant, fallen Tezelo, her vision blurring with emotion, though years had taken their toll, leaving her looking weary and aged compared to her youth. And even with the slight resemblance to a middle-aged man, she felt no repulsion. Teselo had been the object of her affections for years, and she gazed at him with love in her eyes. Stella approached gently, helping him to his feet and enveloping him in her embrace. Teselo, upon seeing the woman before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had dreamt of every night, was momentarily stunned. His entire body trembled violently. Disbelief etched across his features. His lips quivered. He sought to confirm that this was not a figment of his imagination. It was rare to witness the Golden Emperor so uncharacteristically shaken. Even during his recent battle with Bai Jing, he had not displayed such vulnerability. Lost in a trance, he gazed at the ethereal image of the woman before him, unable to grasp the reality of the moment. Though he was utterly weakened, he still found the strength to extend his right hand, gently caressing Stella's face, his voice filled with tenderness. "Is it truly you?" Stella held him close, her tears flowing freely. Unable to contain her emotions, she nodded emphatically, wishing to merge him into her being, yearning to unite with the man she had longed for all these years. Teselo felt the same. He had yearned for her for what felt like an eternity. After years apart, the scene was undeniably poignant. When Stella affirmed his hopes, Teselo's tears could no longer be restrained, cascading down his cheeks. In that moment, even a man possessing a fifth of the world's wealth could not hold back his tears. Men seldom weep, except at the most sorrowful of times. Now, they wept like children, embracing one another. Under the gaze of all present, Stella leaned down, kissing Teselo, whose lips were still stained with blood. Bai Jing, standing nearby, rarely displayed a smile, his lips curling upward. The large-headed man and Corolla were taken aback. They had never witnessed their master in such a vulnerable state before. This was a first. They refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to observe quietly. Ace and Little Oz were equally astonished, for the Golden Emperor's reputation preceded him. Yet, witnessing him weep like a child was an unprecedented sight. His power was comparable to that of the 4 emperors of the sea. Yet here he was, shedding tears like a mere child. Everyone watched this surreal scene in silence, too stunned to utter a word. Chapter 56. The Golden City, a Grand Revelry. Bai Jing recognized that the two were likely to remain in their emotional embrace for some time. So he simply watched, saying nothing. In his mind, Huajin observed the touching scene before her and suddenly burst into tears. This caught Bai Jing off guard. Why was she crying at their reunion? It was simply too moving. The narrative was overwhelmingly poignant. Huajin sobbed and choked on her words. Bai Jing was taken aback, as he had never shared the story of the Golden Emperor and Stella with her. How could she possibly know? He thought to himself, "You are unaware of the context of this tale, so why are you moved?" Huajin, through her tears, retorted, "How could I not know? I saw everything you were thinking just now." Their story is truly heart-wrenching. A man striving to earn wealth for the woman he loves, only to lose her, leading him to ambition to become the richest man in the world. 9 fingers adorned with golden rings. Yet only the nameless remains for her. It was indeed touching, and Huajin continued to weep in Bai Jing's mind. This made Bai Jing chuckle, startled by the realization that whatever he thought would be visible to Huajin in his mind. This could pose a problem. He would have to be cautious about what he thought when she was present in his mind, that if she were to look into his thoughts, he would be in a precarious situation. Seeing that the two had been lost in their moment for a considerable time, Bai Jing approached them with a smile and inquired, "How does it feel to be reunited? Are you satisfied with the outcome?" Bai Jing chuckled lightly, and Stella cast a grateful glance at him. Everything was conveyed in silence. In the future, should Bai Jing require anything, Stella would undoubtedly do her utmost to assist him. This act of rebirth, allowing her to reunite with Teselo, was a debt she could never repay. Teselo, still somewhat perplexed, looked at Bai Jing, struggling to comprehend his words. Stella then recounted the entire sequence of events to the Golden Emperor, omitting certain details, particularly those concerning the world of the dead, as she knew he would find it implausible. Upon hearing Stella's account, the Golden Emperor's gaze toward Bai Jing transformed entirely, now filled with gratitude. At that moment, the Golden Emperor was genuinely convinced. Not only had he been defeated by Bai Jing, but he had also received such substantial aid, mending the deep regret of years past. This was precisely what Bai Jing had intended to achieve. He surveyed the onlookers around him, who had been covertly observing, and chuckled softly. It was time to leave. Lingering here and allowing others to witness such a spectacle felt rather shameless. Besides, if the two wished to indulge in their reunion, they should do so privately, he thought with a raised eyebrow, playfully signaling to them. There would be time for gratitude later. He would leave them to their moments. With that, Bai Jing turned to depart, eager to return to the casino for further revelry. Observing this, the Golden Emperor immediately addressed Corolla and the large-headed man, instructing them, "In these coming days, treat Bai Jing as you would treat me. Whatever he desires, you shall provide. Serve him well." The two individuals, upon hearing the command of the Golden Emperor, immediately nodded in assent and approached Bai Jing's side, showering him with flattery, particularly the stout man among them. Previously, he had encountered Bai Jing, having secretly observed him. Now he found himself transformed into Bai Jing's subordinate. Meanwhile, the woman, upon seeing Bai Jing, gently placed her hand on his shoulder, her snowy white form deliberately leaning against him. Soft and yielding, Bai Jing was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. He internally exclaimed, overwhelmed by the tumult of emotions, "Ah no, it truly is soft. Ah no, I cannot be blamed. This is not a power I sought, but rather one that has come to me unsolicited." Henceforth, he found himself endowed with the abilities of the luck fruit. The woman's actions were deliberate, intended to bestow the gift of fortune upon Bai Jing. Subsequently, Bai Jing, accompanied by Corolla and the lingering presence of Hua Jin in his mind, found himself in a state of exhilaration. In his mind, Hua Jin had been pouting, clearly displeased, having observed Bai Jing's revelry with Corolla. She curled her lip in disdain, a siren, humph. Unbeknownst to Bai Jing, who was blissfully unaware of the discontent in his mind, he and Ace, along with little Oz, had indulged in a series of jubilant escapades. They had sampled every game the casino offered, and with the luck fruit's boon, their fortunes soared to unprecedented heights. Victory was assured in every endeavor. Their initial investment of 0 had ballooned into hundreds of millions of berries. And this momentum continued to escalate. After 3 days of merriment, Bai Jing, feeling somewhat weary, returned to his chamber, as did Ace and little Ozz. In his room, he contemplated, stroking his chin, that we possess no pirate ship, not even a single vessel, while the Golden Emperor's floating city of gold essentially functions as a pirate ship, readily available for use. Utilizing this ship for travel is feasible. However, the objective is overwhelmingly ambitious, and its speed leaves much to be desired. Should the Navy come knocking, escape would be an impossibility. After much deliberation, he resolved to request the Golden Emperor to commission the construction of a large pirate ship to accommodate their party. Initially, the crew would be minimal, as Bai Jing had no intention of bringing along the Emperor's subordinates. It was best for them to remain in the Golden City, as they were simply too weak. One possessed a luck fruit with little utility, while the other had an escape fruit that merely facilitated flight. As for Stella, she had yet to return, likely indulging in affectionate moments with the Golden Emperor, perhaps crafting little beings or sharing tales of their respective journeys over the years. In Bai Jing's eyes, a sense of regret had been alleviated. In the time that followed, he contemplated visiting other locales, checking on Xiao Feng to ascertain whether he still lived or if he remained trapped within impelled down. Should he have perished, Bai Jing would revive him. If he still breathed, he would liberate him from his prison. There were other regrets to address, one by one, and once all were reconciled, they would seek out Luffy for a grand reunion. Bai Jing, on the side, intended to acquire a rubber fruit in the form of a sun god for his amusement, and perhaps seek out Kaido for a fish fruit to play with. The more fruit abilities Bai Jing possessed, the stronger he would become. Presently, however, his weakest aspect remained his physical prowess. Chapter 57. Convening a meeting to commission a pirate ship. Days later, Bai Jing had nearly exhausted all the entertainments the Golden City had to offer, having engaged in nearly 15 activities. Though this number seems modest, the sheer scale of the Golden City rendered such a feat considerable. In this brief span of time, he could do little else. The city boasted not only amusement parks, but also racing tracks, with an abundance of recreational options. If one could imagine it, it could be found within. There were even establishments of ill repute, resembling paradise, as long as one had wealth. anything was possible. Just imagine. This golden city housed a population of hundreds of thousands. With sufficient funds, one could command an entire populace. Those in the know would understand that, of course, Bai Jing refrained from visiting such places, as the presence of Hua Jin in his mind made him shy away from even harboring such thoughts. Should she discover his musings, he would be left in a most embarrassing predicament. Finally, on one particular day, Stella and the Golden Emperor, Taizolo, returned simultaneously to their quarters, where Ace was also present. Bai Jing and Ace exchanged glances. Observing Stella nestled in the embrace of the Golden Emperor, feeling as though they had just been served a generous helping of dog food, with a smile that danced on the edge of amusement, Bai Jing quipped, "So, how's the past few days been?" "Oh, how has the intimacy been?" Stella shot Bai Jing an exasperated glance, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson that extended to her ears. The Golden Emperor, Taizolo, let out a hearty laugh. Offering no further explanation, he regarded Bai Jing with gratitude in his eyes. Without Bai Jing, there would have been no Stella, and their reunion might never have occurred. Bai Jing noted the ring adorning Taizolo's fourth finger and observed that Stella also wore multiple rings, a custom-designed pair for couples. Given this, it seems you are now fully committed. Shall we embark on the ship? Is that agreeable? Bai Jing inquired. Without hesitation, Taizolo nodded in affirmation. During their time together, they had not only shared moments of affection, but Stella had also conveyed much to the Golden Emperor, convincing him to willingly join Bai Jing's pirate crew. Wherever Stella went, he wished to follow. For her sake, he was prepared to relinquish all his wealth. Bai Jing felt immense satisfaction, his heart swelling with joy as he proclaimed, "Let us commission the construction of a pirate ship. Otherwise, this golden city is far too vast, and if the Navy would pursue us, escape would be perilous." Rest assured, Taizolo replied confidently, "I possess 20 of the world's wealth, and I stand firm upon the seas, impervious to any attempts by other pirates to usurp my position, backed by my formidable strength." As he spoke, a resolute confidence radiated from Taizolo. After all, he had amassed such wealth over many years. Daring to operate an oceanic casino that catered to both the underworld and the Navy, as well as various other professions. Yet he remained unscathed, thriving in this venture, which indicated a significant backing, possibly linked to governmental influences. Bai Jing, however, shook his head slowly, cryptically stating that the Golden City still posed logistical challenges. Thus, a custom-designed pirate ship was necessary. Large, opulent, and capable of swift navigation, Bai Jing harbored his own concerns. In the near future, he was set to resurrect Whitebeard. Moreover, it was not only Whitebeard he aimed to revive, but also a host of legendary pirates. If the opportunity arose, even Joel de Roger could be among them. He aspired to become the terminator of pirate legends, uniting all legendary pirates and the new generation of pirates under his banner. Just imagine, a single ship not only carrying Whitebeard but also other fabled pirates. It was a terrifying prospect. There was even the former admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, to consider. The more Bai Jing pondered, the more excited he became, his body trembling at the thought of possessing so many legendary pirates by his side. As for whether they would pledge their allegiance, that would depend on Bai Jing's methods. His current fruit abilities were plentiful. Observing Bai Jing's resolve, the Golden Emperor Taizolo refrained from further comment. He was simply there to obey. After all, Bai Jing had saved Stella, and now he was part of Bai Jing's pirate crew. Taizolo nodded and immediately ordered the recruitment of the finest shipwrights to construct a magnificent pirate vessel, one that would rival the opulence of Whitebeard's ship. Thus, the brief meeting concluded, with everyone awaiting the completion of the ship, at which point they would set sail together. Bai Jing's next objective was clear: to seek out Black Arm Zephyr's 2 students. If he could find them and access the fruit that could reverse aging, he would then resurrect Whitebeard, confront him, and ultimately recruit him onto his ship. Such a power could restore Whitebeard to his former glory. The Emperor of the Seas, the legendary man, just the thought sent waves of excitement through Bai Jing. However, before that, he needed to refine his physical abilities, as they were currently too weak, even with a formidable fruit as a foundation. If his speed was lacking, it would be akin to building a skyscraper on an unstable foundation. He had already planned a training regimen to enhance his physical prowess, with Ace and Little or Serving as his mentors. and he was confident that he could make rapid progress in this time frame. After all, Ace's physical abilities were far superior, and being a giant, Little Oars was even more impressive. Over the past few days, Bai Jing had taken the time to study the various fruits he had recently acquired. Given the vastness of Golden City, he could train wherever he wished without difficulty. The Golden Emperor had decreed that Bai Jing was to be treated with utmost respect. His requests were to be fulfilled without question. Upon hearing this command, a wave of astonishment swept through the ranks. No one had anticipated Bai Jing would be revered to such an extent. Moreover, the Golden Emperor, in an unwavering tone, declared his intention to join Bai Jing's pirate crew as a member. Meanwhile, Golden City would continue to be managed by them, with the Golden Emperor returning to oversee matters when time permitted. Bai Jing ventured to a sparsely populated area of Golden City, seeking a relatively open space to commence his physical training and fruit development. His abilities centered around the Flame fruit and the Thunder fruit for offensive maneuvers, while the Flash fruit served as his means of mobility. Yet he felt his skill set was still too rudimentary, as he had yet to fully exploit the potential of his other fruits. Chapter 58. Enhancing physical abilities. Danger approaches. The slow fruit could be maximized in battle, effectively slowing down an opponent's speed. Additionally, he possessed the gravity fruit, capable of amplifying the gravity in the vicinity by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. When gravity reached 10,000 times, it could crush an enemy to death. The Tremor fruit, a force to be reckoned with, was also at his disposal, alone in the open space. Bai Jing harnessed the gravity fruit's power to create a massive gravitational field. Initially set at 10 times the normal force, he acclimated to the gravity while bearing sandbags and lifting barbells, squatting as he performed a series of frog jumps. Due to his body hosting multiple fruit abilities, his physical strength was naturally superior to that of an ordinary person, allowing him to easily lift several hundred pounds. Under this tenfold gravity, coupled with a 100-pound barbell, he was training with a total weight of 1,000 pounds. Talent alone would not sculpt muscles as if carved from marble. It is effort that will elevate one to heights unattainable by others. Bai Jing firmly believed in this principle. Thus, over the past few days, he dedicated himself to enhancing his physical prowess. Ace and Little Oars, witnessing Bai Jing's diligence, felt a twinge of guilt for their own leisurely pursuits. Ace, too, resumed the development of his fruit abilities in hockey, as both were not particularly strong, especially since the Flame fruit was countered by the Magma fruit, and in the New World, everyone possessed hockey, rendering the Flame fruit's power comparatively diminished. Little Oars focused on enhancing his offensive capabilities and agility. With such a massive physique, neglecting to improve would make him an easy target. The Golden Emperor's strength was beyond dispute. Possessing the abilities of the gold fruit and at least being at the level of a vice admiral, providing Bai Jing with a sense of security. Furthermore, these past few days had allowed the couple to reconnect after decades apart. What harm was there in indulging in a bit of warmth? The Grand Pirate ship was also under construction, and once it was complete, they would set sail. Bai Jing still had sufficient nihility energy to support his next journey into the realm of death, allowing him to seek out familiar faces to resurrect. With newfound direction, he intended to gather information about Black Arm Zephyr S2 students. The vastness of the sea made this no simple task. Thus he decided to head to Dressrosa, where he could help rectify a few lingering regrets. After a fortnight, news of Bai Jing and his crew began to spread across the seas. Their pirate ship was not yet completed. Constructing such a massive vessel, even with thousands of workers, was a time-consuming endeavor. IT would require at least another half-month. Meanwhile, the surrounding waters had begun to teem with naval forces, after Bai Jing had slain a celestial dragon. The Navy was not likely to let it slide, especially as the Marine headquarters had dispatched CPO Vice Admirals Kazuru and Fujitora led a fleet of several warships, each manned by tens of thousands of sailors. Notably, under pressure from higher authorities, Garp also joined the fray. As usual, he lounged on the deck of a naval ship, idly picking his nose, munching on biscuits, and gazing aimlessly at the vast ocean, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Ace, it seemed, was to be seen once more. The death of the celestial dragon was a matter of great significance, prompting the Navy headquarters to take it seriously. Furthermore, a death warrant had been issued from above. mandating the capture of Bai Jing and his return to Mariehua, where he would face the punishment, indeed, the torment, meted out for his actions against the celestial dragon at this moment. They remained unaware that a crisis was quietly approaching. Even if they were aware, Bai Jing would remain unfazed. His only concern was Garp as for Kazuru and Fujitora. He held little apprehension, for he now possessed the powers of the Tremor fruit. Not only would he remain unperturbed in the face of two vice-admirals, but even if a third admiral were to appear, he would not be fazed. Moreover, through his recent fruit development, he had awakened several other abilities. The awakening method of the underworld fruit not only allowed him to traverse the realm of death, but also to commune with the netherworld, summoning the souls of the deceased to fight on his behalf. The soul manipulation was rather straightforward as for the flame fruit. He had previously awakened its potential, transforming everything around him into a sea of flames. Becoming the Emperor of Fire, the Thunder fruit had already granted him the form of a thunder god, and its awakening would prove even more terrifying, capable of turning the entire realm into a tempest of lightning. A thunderous sea. One strike would claim a life, and the more adversaries present, the more fodder they would provide. Through days of research and development, Ace had posed numerous questions regarding the flame fruit, and the two had mutually benefited from their discussions. Bai Jing and Ace continued their customary drinking sessions, while Hua Jin had emerged from her fruit-possessed state, sipping homemade oolong tea from a specially designed transparent tank. Ace, his curiosity piqued by the effects of alcohol, turned to Bai Jing and inquired, "How did you know that the Golden Emperor had a beloved?" He found himself utterly bewildered, for Bai Jing's journey to the realm of the dead was marked by a clear and resolute purpose, driven by an intense desire to resurrect someone for the sake of another. Just as he too sought to bring back someone for Luffy and the others, Bai Jing aimed to revive Stella for the Golden Emperor. Throughout these months of companionship, each venture Bai Jing made into the world of the dead had been imbued with this singular intent. Both men, intoxicated, spoke their innermost thoughts freely, unguarded with one another. Hua Jin, equally intrigued by the topic, gazed at Bai Jing with an expectant glimmer in her eyes, eager for his forthcoming response. Bai Jing drained his goblet of fine wine in one swift motion and softly began, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia. In our world, there exist many unresolved chapters of heartache, lives that were tragically cut short, individuals who should never have perished, and love stories steeped in sorrow that remained unfulfilled. Despite their profound love for one another, they were torn apart by insurmountable forces, separated by the veil of life and death. If given the chance, we might send a blade to the creator of these tales, urging him to craft a more beautiful conclusion. Alas, we are powerless to do so. Yet now that an opportunity presents itself, why not seize it? Consider it a means to bestow a satisfying closure upon this narrative, and likewise, to bring a fulfilling end to my youth. Bai Jing murmured to himself, pouring another glass of exquisite wine and consuming it in one gulp. Hua Jin, observing Bai Jing in this state, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Chapter 59. Encircled by warships, two admirals, the hero of the navy. Garp listening to Bai Jing's words, Ace felt a twinge of confusion, yet nodded in agreement. He refrained from delving too deeply into Bai Jing's origins, for the assistance he had rendered and his intention to aid those around him sufficed. The debt of gratitude he owed Bai Jing could be repaid in due time. And that was enough. They were all pirates, bound by principles of loyalty, righteousness, and respect, an order that must not be disrupted, which was also Ace's creed. After drinking late into the night, Bai Jing and Ace succumbed to slumber. Slumped over the table, Hua Jin, gazing at Bai Jing in this manner, was reminded of past events, causing her face to redden. Bang, bang, the thunderous sound of cannon fire jolted Bai Jing and Ace awake, rousing Hua Jin as well. The trio exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion, unsure of the unfolding situation. They hastily exited the tavern, with Hua Jin transforming into a diminutive figure, manifesting within Bai Jing's mind. As the three rushed out, they found the streets of Golden City in disarray, a multitude of pirates shouting in panic. The Navy has arrived. Curse it! 12 warships and 2 admirals. Even Garp has come. Run! These Navy forces have gone mad, deploying such numbers today to 12 warships and 2 admirals. Bai Jing and Ace exchanged knowing glances, and at that moment, the Golden Emperor relayed information via a transponder snail. For reasons unknown, the Navy has mobilized an entire fleet of warships and 2 admirals, along with 100 vice admirals, surrounding Golden City. They appear to be here for you. This message was directed towards Bai Jing. He quickly grasped the situation that it was due to his act of killing a celestial dragon that his presence in Golden City had been revealed, prompting the Navy's full-scale response. The Golden Emperor, already negotiating at a high level, had his own network of influence that allowed him to operate a casino for such an extended period. However, he never anticipated that the Navy would take such decisive action, disregarding his authority and insisting on capturing Bai Jing. Yet as Bai Jing was now one of his crew, surrendering him was out of the question. There was no alternative but to fight. Bai Jing swiftly communicated through the transponder snail. Do not engage the Navy just yet. After all, the Golden City thrives at sea largely due to governmental support. This time, refrain from intervening. Allow me to handle this alone, became the hesitant reply. As the Golden Emperor, Taizhua, prepared to speak further, Bai Jing interrupted, and oh buts, just trust me that I do not regard these Navy forces as a threat. The only formidable opponent may be the hero of the Navy, Garp, but even that is manageable. With that, Bai Jing ended the communication, stepping out alongside Ace from Golden City to its outskirts. But he had his reservations. If Golden City were to continue thriving, it could not afford to sever ties with the Navy. Before them lay a throng of Navy personnel, with warships encircling the area, their cannons trained upon Golden City. Bai Jing chuckled softly, bemused by their overestimation of him, as a single individual had drawn such a large Navy contingent. Ace, standing nearby, teased, who would have thought your actions against the Celestial Dragon would lead to this? The Celestial Dragons are considered the ancestors of these Navy men. Little Oars, with his enormous stature, positioned himself atop a wall. Gazing at the multitude of Navy soldiers before him, his demeanor not one of fear, but rather brimming with a fighting spirit. During the Marineford War, the Navy had dispatched 100,000 troops. Now, to capture a single Bai Jing, they had mobilized a full 1,000,000. This underscored the Celestial Dragon's paramount importance to the Navy and the government. Yet Bai Jing remained unfazed. His gaze drifted towards the last of the warships, where he spotted the Navy hero, Garp. Garp was a tall, broad-chested man with a muscular build, a scar across his left eye, blue eyes, and a head of short, grizzled hair. He still favored his dog hat and donned a Navy's justice cloak. His shoulder pads a striking black and red. Bai Jing cast a meaningful glance at Ace, eager to gauge his reaction. Upon catching sight of the Navy hero, Garp, Ace's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he playfully scolded, "You old coot, I never imagined you'd show up. It seems the Navy truly holds you in high regard." He gestured towards Bai Jing. Ace's reaction was anticipated by Bai Jing. He knew Ace would respond this way, as addressing him as grandfather would likely feel awkward. He even managed to do so during the Marineford War, opting instead for the familiar title of Old Coot. Pirate Bai Jing, surrender promptly. You are completely encircled by the Navy. Do not resist stubbornly. A timely surrender will spare you some suffering. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear, a vice admiral on the warship bellowed. Meanwhile, Fujitora and Kizaru stood on 2 other Navy ships, watching with keen interest, their eyes fixed upon Bai Jing. Especially Kizaru, who, having recovered from his previous defeat at Bai Jing's hands, was eager for a rematch. Fujitora, on the other hand, wished to ascertain what kind of person Bai Jing truly was, after having narrowly escaped him last time. Garp gazed intently at the scene, recognizing Ace's distinctive freckles and features. There was no doubt it was him. His body trembled with excitement, tears of joy welling in his eyes, yet they did not fall, shimmering within the confines of his dog hat. The Golden Emperor stood atop the highest point of Golden City, surveying the chaotic scene below with concern. Beside him, Stella mirrored his unease. Stella inquired, "Will a battle ensue? Can Bai Jing escape?" The Golden Emperor's expression grew grave as he shook his head. If only 1 admiral were present, Bai Jing could certainly evade capture, but with 2, the outcome was uncertain. However, with the Navy hero Garp in the fray, the stakes were even higher. Should Bai Jing find himself at a disadvantage, I shall intervene. You must remain safe within these walls and not venture out. Golden Emperor gazed affectionately at Stella, tightly grasping her hand. Stella nodded, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She felt so weak, devoid of any capability. Whether it was Golden Emperor, White Scene, or Ace the Little Oars, they were all the primary forces aboard this pirate ship. Even Hua Jiyin played a supportive role. Chapter 60. The Tremor Fruit. A single punch shatters the warship. White Scene turned his gaze towards the distant naval hero, Carp, contemplating the prospect of facing him. Carp, after all, would not be weakened by the passage of time. This old fellow was capable of capturing Roger and apprehending the Golden Lion. He did not believe he could possibly contend with Carp at this moment, so he consciously shifted his focus to Ace, grinning mischievously. Ace, you know well that Carp is your grandfather. I cannot strike him. This matter must be left to you. As for those two blind men and that repulsive old man, I shall handle them. These two admirals must be formidable, whereas Carp, being merely a vice-admiral, surely lacks strength. Not accuse me of neglect. I am entrusting Carp to you. Having said that, White Scene soared into the air, transforming into a streak of golden light. Ace's expression darkened upon hearing White Scene's words. Was he serious? How could he suggest that Carp was relatively weak? Carp's monstrous strength, his iron fist of love, who could withstand such a blow? Even if one covered themselves with haki, or possessed a Logia-type or Paramecia-type fruit, it would all be in vain. With a single punch, one would find themselves with lumps sprouting on their head. Seeing White Scene charging towards them, the Navy stood on high alert as White Scene approached. The officers on each warship shouted in unison, "Fire!" These cannonballs were specially crafted to capture White Scene, made from sea prism stone, designed solely to subdue him. However, White Scene was unafraid of the sea and was not a devil fruit user. He merely possessed the ability of a fruit. Thus, these sea prism stone projectiles posed no threat to him. With a chuckle, White Scene's body transformed into ethereal lightning, and the cannonballs passed harmlessly through him, crashing towards Ace and the others in the distance. Ace and Little Oars gasped in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out. They had assumed the cannonballs were aimed at White Scene, only to find themselves in danger. Just as they prepared to act, Golden Emperor took action from above, manipulating the golden water to form a massive golden barrier, deflecting all the sea prism stone cannonballs. After all, if these projectiles struck his golden city, it would not fare well either. The onlookers, witnessing that the sea prism stone projectiles had no effect on White Scene, gritted their teeth and called out to fire again. With a grin, White Scene ascended to the sky above a naval warship. Declaring Skyquake. Concentrating, he conjured a white glass-like dome and slammed it down into the void. The surrounding space reverberated with the sound of shattering glass. Under the impact of White Scene's fist, the space appeared to fracture like broken glass. Splintering and cracking as this space shattered, it instantly extended to a nearby naval warship, cleaving in half, reducing the vessel to a multitude of fragments. In an instant, a large warship sank, and the Navy overhead plummeted into the water. Some, under the terrifying power of the Tremor Fruit, were ruthlessly dispatched. This was the ability of the Tremor Fruit, and witnessing White Scene's formidable strength, even Carp bore a hint of solemnity in his gaze. Kizaru, astonished, exclaimed, "Wow, quite impressive indeed." With that, he transformed into a flash of light, soaring upwards and delivering a powerful kick aimed squarely at White Scene's head. White Scene remained vigilant against this cunning adversary, wary of a potential ambush. For the speed of the light fruit ranked among the top of all abilities, that he met Kizaru's kick with a forceful punch, enveloped in armament haki, ice, light, lightning, and flames. The four elements converged in a single strike. His physical prowess had been amplified to an unimaginable degree, and with that punch, Kizaru was sent flying, landing on another naval warship. That moment, Fujitora, in concert with Kizaru, summoned meteorites from the heavens to rain down upon White Scene. The remnants of the shattered warships below surged upwards, attacking White Scene from below. With meteorites above and naval debris below, they aimed to encircle him. White Scene chuckled. "I too possess the ability of the gravity fruit. Such tactics are futile against me." With a flick of his hand, the debris of the shattered naval vessels plummeted back down, while the descending meteorites were reversed in direction, unable to touch White Scene in the slightest. Utilizing the momentum of his descent, White Scene leapt onto a naval warship, facing the encirclement of 100,000 Navy personnel with an unruffled demeanor. Kizuru, on another naval vessel, transformed into a golden flash, charging towards White Scene. In his hand, a golden sword of light materialized, piercing towards White Scene without restraint. Fujitora also moved, leaping from the naval warship, sword in hand, aiming to strike White Scene. Thus, the two admirals engaged in battle against White Scene, while the surrounding navy, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed their guns and cannons, all crafted from sea prism stone, firing in unison. Bang! Bang! The cannonballs hurtled towards White Scene, while others drew their naval swords. Pirate White Scene, you are surrounded. Surrender at once, or face our overwhelming might, commanded the vice admiral from above. Meanwhile, on 3 CP-9 naval vessels, Lucci, Kaku, and Bruno observed White Scene from above. Their purpose was to protect the celestial dragons, but with the dragons now slain, they had been mobilized at, "Oh, I am surrounded." "Are you quite sure?" White Scene's Conqueror's haki radiated outward, first dealing with these insignificant insects. This terrifying aura of Conqueror's haki rippled through the air, producing golden waves of pressure that enveloped the entire naval fleet. Many Navy personnel could not withstand such oppressive force, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed. From 100,000, only 20,000 remained. Kizuru's sword of light and Fujitora's long sword struck towards White Scene from either side at incredible speed. White Scene's eyes narrowed slightly. The angles of their strikes were cunning. He transformed into a flash of light, soaring into the sky. However, neither intended to let White Scene escape easily and leapt down after him. One wielded the light fruit, the other the gravity fruit, both capable of flight, swiftly closing in on White Scene once more. Chapter 61. The most rampant pirate in history, Bounty on the Navy, seeing White Scene engaged in battle. Little Oars and Ace felt it was time to cease their leisurely pursuits. Little Oars was the first to leap from Golden City, his colossal form diving into the sea, swimming towards a naval vessel where their adversaries awaited, CP-9. Ace's primary task was to hold off the naval hero Carp, as Carp instilled a sense of caution in White Scene. Carp had yet to make a move, his cloak of justice billowing in the sea breeze. With a contemplative gaze, Ace leapt onto the naval warship, gripping his cowboy hat with one hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Fire Fist, Ace, alive and well," he bellowed, with his right hand drawn back. Endless flames coalesced into a massive fist spanning several meters, sweeping towards the Navy aboard the warship. With that single punch, thousands of Navy personnel were reduced to ash. The vice admiral in the naval vessel could no longer bear the sight and gathered his haki, charging towards Ace with deadly intent. Little Oars, with his immense bulk, stood before the naval ship, using sheer strength to raise its bow. Gritting his teeth, he roared, pushing forward with both hands, flipping the entire naval vessel over. White Scene intoned, 500 million volts. Thor formed at AT this moment. Bai Jing has transcended the outdated capabilities that Enel could muster, breaking through the barrier of 200 million volts and reaching a terrifying 500 million volts. His muscles bulged with raw power, two azure rings hovering above his shoulders, pulsating with endless flashes of lightning. When the two swords struck him, they failed to cut through, repelled by the muscle structure formed of pure electricity. Observing this, both Fujitora and Kizuru's expressions shifted dramatically. While a smile graced Bai Jing's face, a fearsome thunder dragon erupted from his being, two colossal thunder dragons, each 100 meters long, crashing heavily into the two, unleashing a torrent of blinding lightning. The tremendous pressure of the thunder dragons momentarily disoriented the two, disrupting their internal functions and obstructing the operation of their organs. In that fleeting instant, their hearts were rendered still by the thunder's force, nearly depriving them of blood supply. They were hurled away, crashing heavily onto another naval warship, sending thousands of Navy personnel flying. Through the form of the Thunder God, Bai Jing harnessed the electric ions in the air, allowing himself to hover in the sky. Defying gravity, he gazed down at the dozen or so naval vessels below and proclaimed, "You are mistaken. It is not you who have surrounded me, but rather I who have ensnared you." With a snap of his fingers, he softly uttered 10,000 thunders. Utilizing the expansive thundercloud created by the Arc Maxim, He released his own generated lightning, stimulating the electrons within the storm, causing them to surge violently and descend to the earth as countless bolts of lightning. The skies above this maritime expanse became shrouded in a dense layer of ominous black storm clouds, thick and foreboding. Within these darkened clouds, terrifying electric ions radiated, forming lightning strikes as thick as barrels, accompanied by booming thunder. The heavens and earth were soon engulfed in darkness by this tempestuous thundercloud. The Navy personnel on the scene, witnessing the vast coverage of the storm above, wore grave expressions. Each bolt of lightning harbored a voltage of at least 100 million volts. Should this voltage strike, even a vice admiral would be left bloodied, let alone the rank-and-file soldiers. This was also Bai Jing's favored technique. His most grotesque maneuver, showcasing the unparalleled might of the Thunder fruit. Dubbed the Fruit of the Gods, the title was certainly well-deserved. Of course, he had yet to unleash his ultimate move, one so fearsome that it could obliterate an entire sky island. Should he unleash it now, Golden City might also suffer collateral damage. Hence he refrained from doing so. He turned his gaze to the Navy below and declared, "Withdraw at once. Otherwise, the ensuing casualties will be beyond my control." His eyes glinted with mischief as he watched the Navy below. Having instructed the Golden Emperor to prepare the fastest pirate ship within the city, he could already envision the unprecedented escape that was about to unfold. An unparalleled chase by the Navy. Yet he craved the thrill of it all. Death, like the wind, shall ever accompany me. Initially, Bai Jing had no intention of confronting Garp, but after some contemplation, he came to terms with it, knowing that his future actions would inevitably lead to daily encounters with the legendary Marine. However, he figured it best to engage in a brief battle, to ascertain whether the Navy's hero was stronger or if he himself was. He had grown weary of being hounded by the Navy, even to the point of exasperation. He produced a transponder snail to contact the Golden Emperor, stating, "Commence a live broadcast from this location. I want the world of pirates to witness my presence." The Golden Emperor nodded in acquiescence, offering no further commentary as he complied with Bai Jing's request. Standing tall in the heavens, Bai Jing knew that the live broadcast had begun, and he called out, "In the past, it has always been the Navy that hunted pirates. Who says pirates cannot hunt the Navy? Today the pirate Bai Jing, hereby place a bounty of 10 billion berries on the head of Admiral Akut. I also place a bounty of 10 billion berries on those who have oppressed you, the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons are the scum of the world, yet these individuals still serve them. If you can accomplish this, the reward will be yours in full." The roles have been completely reversed. IT was once the Navy pursuing pirates, but now they found themselves threatened by a pirate. The most audacious pirate in history. This, Bai Jing's words left not only those aboard the pirate ships in stunned silence, but even the Navy personnel on their warships were taken aback. How could a pirate be so brazen as to issue bounties on the Navy? And moreover, on the Celestial Dragons, Bai Jing's live broadcast would soon incite a monumental storm, creating seismic tremors in the New World. There were plenty of madmen in this world willing to risk their lives for wealth. Now it remained to be seen if they could be driven to such extremes. Garp had initially intended to refrain from intervening, but upon hearing Bai Jing's proclamation, his expression shifted as he glanced at Ace. After studying Bai Jing for a moment, he sighed softly. He could not confront Ace, but he must deal with Bai Jing. Bai Jing's statements had escalated to a confrontation with the world government and the Navy. If he did not take action soon, chaos would ensue. The Navy would be plunged into endless turmoil. It was clear that Bai Jing's reverse bounty would incite countless reckless pirates to hunt down the Navy. Thus, the identities of Navy and pirate had been irrevocably swapped. Chapter 62. Battle with Garp. Space-shattered Ace clearly understood Garp's intentions. He leaped high from the warship onto the vessel where Garp stood. The distance between them was 100 meters. Not too far, yet not too close. As they exchanged silent gazes beneath the canine mask, Garp's eyes twinkled with mirth as he fixed his gaze on Ace. Ace mirrored this sentiment. Neither uttered a word. Everything conveyed in silence, as if 1,000 years passed in a single glance. The Navy personnel aboard the warship, witnessing Ace's arrival, dared not act recklessly, fully aware of the relationship between the pirate Ace and the Navy hero Garp. They encircled Ace with wary expressions. Ultimately, it was Garp who broke the silence, saying, "It's good to have you back. I'm sure Luffy will be overjoyed that Garp's hearty laughter, though tinged with the weight of age, resonated with vitality. Ace chuckled, calling him an old fool. However, his expression quickly grew somber. Familial ties aside, the situation regarding Bai Jing seemed dire. He asked, "Is it possible to let him go?" Garp remained stationary, his face obscured beneath the canine mask, leaving no one to discern the expression hidden beneath. Only the righteous cloak billowed behind him, rustling in the sea breeze. The word justice gleamed brightly, yet bore the weight of a mountain, pressing down on the shoulders of the elderly man who had long surpassed his prime. A heavy sigh escaped from beneath the dog mask. No, with that, Garp vanished from his position in an instant, his speed astonishing to Ace's pupils constricted. He had intended to stop Garp, but the old man's velocity was so swift that he barely registered it before Garp was above Bai Jing. Bai Jing's observation haki was ever vigilant, anticipating Garp's attack. He was fully aware that his earlier statements would provoke Garp's action. Thus he remained perpetually on guard, as he observed the old man raising his love fist. A profound meaning flickered in the corner of his eye. Internally, he mused, Luffy, having felt the force of this love fist before, let me see if it possesses the same formidable strength as depicted in the anime. Bai Jing's gaze sharpened, and he pressed his right hand slightly downward into the void. That instant, the myriad of lightning in the sky surged with even greater ferocity. The entire realm was engulfed in a tempest of thunder, the grim rumbling resonating within the dark clouds. Boom, boom, and simultaneously, bolts of purple lightning as thick as barrels struck down upon Garp and the naval vessels below. The terrifying thunderstorm, with its immense voltage of 100 million volts and monstrous destructive capability, pierced through the naval warships, leaving gaping holes in their hulls. Furthermore, thousands of lightning strikes continued to rain down from above, the thunder roaring in a mighty crescendo. Boom, boom, boom. Countless naval warships, under the resounding thunderclap, once again transformed into mere wreckage. The shattered vessels sent hundreds of thousands of naval personnel plummeting into the sea. Meanwhile, Garp, with his iron-hearted fist, boldly met the descending lightning, shattering the 100 million volts of electricity with a single blow. Undeterred, he charged towards Bai Jing, embodying the essence of a naval hero. Bai Jing murmured to himself, recognizing that Garp's age had not diminished his formidable strength. Upon uttering these words, Bai Jing, too, summoned the power of armament haki within his right fist. Enveloped in crackling lightning and flickering flames, all while a chilling aura enveloped it. With a flash of brilliance, the gravity fruit multiplied the weight of his fist 100-fold, propelling it forward with tremendous force. The amalgamation of these 5 fruit powers would not merely send Garp flying. At the very least, it would be sufficient to withstand his assault. Bai Jing brimmed with unwavering confidence, understanding that the cumulative prowess of these 5 fruit abilities was far from a mere sum of 1 + 1. The two fists met with a cataclysmic clash, a formidable explosion resonating through the air. Boom! Neither could gain the upper hand. They remained locked in a stalemate, a glimmer of amusement dancing in Garp's eyes. It had been ages since anyone had withstood one of his punches. Bai Jing reveled in the thrill of facing the legendary naval hero. Below, Ace shouted, "Old man!" Garp paused momentarily at the sound, but resolutely unleashed his left fist towards Bai Jing's abdomen, while his right fist aimed once more at Bai Jing's chest. Both fists were enveloped in armament haki, indicating Garp's seriousness. Bai Jing called down, "You go take care of those CP9 members. The remaining navy is inconsequential. We shall depart shortly." This was directed at Ace. After speaking, he eyed Garp's approaching fist with an air of calmness. A colossal white glass dome materialized around his fist, the same occurring for the other fist. With a smirk revealing an innocent demeanor, he forcefully smashed his fists into the surrounding space. The air shattered like glass, cracking in intricate patterns reminiscent of a spider's web. Crack, crack, crack. The area around them collapsed violently. Once again, the space shattered. Garp's expression shifted as his fist, before it could reach Bai Jing, was repelled several steps back by the fragmented matrix of space, landing on one of the surviving naval ships below. He surveyed the scene, noting that out of the dozen warships that had been deployed, 10 lay submerged. Only 2 remained. The one beneath him and the other housing CP9 Ace and little oars had already made their way to the ship housing CP9, intent on defeating the three members. Otherwise, their relentless pursuit would become a nuisance. Bai Jing observed the remaining navy below, as well as the two warships housing the vice admirals. He once again enveloped his hands in the white dome. Karp's expression darkened as he grasped Bai Jing's intentions. Bai Jing possessed the most potent power of the paramecia type, the tremor fruit. Although uncertain of how he acquired it, Karp felt a tinge of anxiety. This fruit was one of the most terrifying in the world, possessing the potential to upend it. Bai Jing sighed softly. Leave now. Otherwise, you all shall face dire consequences. That he wished to maintain a cordial relationship with Karp. If possible, he aspired to emulate the bond between Roger and Karp. Enemies yet friends. With Ace aboard his pirate ship and plans to meet Luffy and Sabo afterward, creating a rift with Karp would serve no beneficial purpose. Soon he would unleash the sea quake powered by the tremor fruit, enough to wreak havoc across the entire maritime expanse. All those tens of thousands of Navy personnel, should he desire it, they would perish in an instant. Regardless of rank, Karp's expression soured. For the first time, someone dared to threaten him so brazenly. Yet, as Bai Jing had stated, if the Navy did not retreat, they would truly be unable to escape. Karp was acutely aware of the tremor fruit's terrifying capabilities. Having dealt with Whitebeard before, though he did not know how Bai Jing obtained it, he understood that the lives of the Navy had to take precedence. Bai Jing had already shown restraint. Should the confrontation continue, it was inevitable that everyone would be lost. The loss of such a significant naval force would be a staggering blow to the Navy. Without hesitating, he turned to the swimming Navy below and called out, "Retreat! This mission has failed. The pursuit of the pirate Bai Jing has failed. Return and raise the bounty." After his command, many of the Navy scrambled to ascend, filling the two remaining warships to capacity. With some unable to find space to stand out of course, a portion had already perished, for the casualties under Bai Jing's terrifying lightning strike were certainly in the tens of thousands. After all was said and done, Bai Jing floated in the air, surveying the scene with an air of superiority, his presence almost divine. This spectacle was broadcasted live across the globe, reaching every corner of the New World and beyond. Reshaping public perception of the pirate Bai Jing, it was astonishing that Bai Jing possessed such immense strength, enough to repel even the legendary naval hero Karp. Furthermore, it became evident to the world that the pirate Bai Jing was a wielder of multiple fruit abilities. The flame fruit, the thunder fruit, the flash fruit, and the most lethal of all, the tremor fruit, ATC, 2 flame fruit users, 2 flash fruit users, and 2 gravity fruit users emerged, alongside 2 tremor fruit users, one with Blackbeard and the other with Bai Jing. The Navy's encirclement had ended in failure, leaving them defeated and disheartened. Bai Jing and his companions returned to Golden City, where the Golden Emperor welcomed them, declaring that the pirate ship was ready. The Navy was likely to return, so leaving sooner rather than later was prudent. The colossal golden pirate ship, still under construction, would require at least 7 more days to complete. Bai Jing nodded, instructing that the golden pirate ship be set course for Dressrosa. "Next, we shall make our way to Dressrosa before exploring other locations." The Golden Emperor agreed, and the group of 5 departed from Golden City, laden with wealth. The specially customized pirate ship, while not extravagantly luxurious, was spacious enough to accommodate little Oars's size. The trio set their course for Dressrosa, while Stella and the Golden Emperor shared a room. Bai Jing and Huadi occupied another, as Bai Jing's quarters were specially tailored. Inside, a small aquarium filled with clear water was present. Ace had his own room, and little Oars had his. On board the pirate ship, Bai Jing resolved that his ample supply of 9 nether chi, coupled with the numerous Navy personnel he had slain, would suffice. Although they had thrown themselves into the fray, he had no desire to kill. It was merely a matter of survival. Thus, he contemplated another journey to the 9 netherworld, hoping to resurrect familiar faces, even if Zephyr's 2 disciples remained unfound. Additionally, the ship felt overly vast and desolate with only 6 individuals aboard, as the 6 sailed freely across the ocean aboard the pirate ship. The Golden Emperor held Stella close, gazing at the endless sea, reflecting on the years gone by. It had been over a decade since he had felt such a sensation, having not set sail since Stella's passing. He had remained confined to Golden City, devoid of companions, running his casino and tending to his business. Now he had forsaken his former life for the sake of a woman and embraced the freedom of the open sea. Ace and Little Oars exchanged glances, bemused by the display of affection. Bai Jing chuckled heartily, teasing Ace, "When we visit Wano, you might just meet Yamato, no?" "Yamato, you say?" Ace seemed to recall a figure from his memories. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he chose to remain silent. Wazian observed Bai Jing from the side, curling her lips in disdain. Pirates, after all, are the freest souls upon these vast oceans. Night fell. A grand banquet commenced once more, though this time Wazian had learned her lesson. The oolong tea she consumed was meticulously brewed by her own hands, never to pass through Bai Jing's, aboard this pirate ship. The air was filled with the joyous laughter and exuberance of its crew. In stark contrast, the world government found itself in a state of turmoil. The naval headquarters. Akainu sat upon his marshal's throne. Engulfed in fury, the terrifying magma radiated from him. His eyes gleaming with a predatory glint, he slammed his fists upon the table. Booming, "These damned pirates dare to issue bounties on the Navy. Do they truly believe themselves to be anything of consequence? And to think this pirate even dares to place a bounty on my head. What an absurdity. Let them come. I shall slay them by the dozens. Raise Bai Jing's bounty to 2 billion. This wretch is far too vicious. He even dares to broadcast his deeds to the world. This disturbance may spell even greater misfortune for the Navy in the future." Seated opposite him were intelligence officers, who, witnessing Akainu's wrath, left in a hasty retreat. In that moment, Bai Jing's bounty surged once again, reaching an astounding 2 billion. A staggering increase of over 1 billion. This marked a historical record for the most significant rise in a pirate's bounty, surpassing even that of the Straw Hat Boy, and now standing an alarming 2 billion. Moreover, this live broadcast sent shockwaves throughout the New World. Numerous pirates began to entertain nefarious ideas. If the Navy could issue bounties on pirates, then surely Bai Jing's bounty on the Navy was feasible. Within the eyes of many pirates, Bai Jing quietly rose to fame, his reputation rivaling that of the Straw Hat Boy and the Supernovas. He had undeniably become a name synonymous with the most notorious among the 7 warlords of the sea and a new generation of infamous supernovas. Chapter 64. Fourth City, Karasuno. As the night banquet concluded with the revelers indulging in hearty feasts and merriment, they each retreated to their respective quarters. Stella and Golden Emperor Roger shared a room together. In such a romantic setting, coupled with the influence of a few drinks, the atmosphere brimmed with heightened allure. What was to transpire next was certainly not suitable for the innocent. Bai Jing returned to his own chamber. Having informed Ace, Little Oars, and Stella that he might be absent for a while, they simply nodded in acknowledgement, accustomed as they were to such announcements. Meanwhile, Wazian gazed intently at Bai Jing, who sat cross-legged on the floor. Lost in reverie in her heart, she mused, how could a man be so strikingly handsome? Whether in profile or full view, his unparalleled aura was captivating. Reminiscent of the day he faced the Navy's 2 admirals, effortlessly sending carp flying with a single punch. Truly a sight to behold. Bai Jing's spirit gradually departed from his corporeal form as the Huangquan fruit awakened, vanishing from this world and entering the familiar realm of Huangquan. His essence drifted across the Naiha Bridge, traversing the endless Huangquan until he reached the other side of the world of death. Within the many cities, Bai Jing skillfully navigated past the city of no return and Huangquan City. In the city of no return, Whitebeard remained seated in meditation, awaiting Bai Jing for a full decade. Bai Jing continued towards the 3rd city, for he had already explored the first 2, and thus, venturing into the 3rd city was most prudent. This 3rd city was known as the City of Death. Bai Jing's form melded into the city, confident in his ample supply of 9 nether chi, alleviating any concerns of being trapped within. The abundance of 9 nether chi would allow him to linger in the City of Death for over half a month. He materialized above the City of Death, surveying the bustling streets below and the figures traversing them. Did such beings truly exist in the pirate world? Bai Jing mused, observing a creature on all 4s with 2 horns sprouting from its head. Was this not a beast of myth? How curious that such beings inhabit this realm of death, which should be home to other races. Intrigued, Bai Jing explored for 3 whole days, yet he encountered no familiar faces. However, many of the nameless deceased from the pirate world seemed to reside here. Yet, Bai Jing was unacquainted with them. Resurrecting them served no purpose unless he was utterly bored. Moreover, these mere pawns would be of little use upon revival. Bai Jing shook his head, muttering to himself, "It seems the third city holds nothing of value. I shall investigate the fourth city instead. The fortune fruit indeed makes a difference." The moment Bai Jing arrived at the fourth city, he spotted a man smoking at a street corner, clad in a black feathered cloak, a red woven hat draped down from his head, and a distinctive black downward-stabbing pattern marked the corner of his right eye. His identity was all too apparent. Carasino, the man who had bestowed all his tenderness upon Roger. Bai Jing descended from above, abruptly approaching Carasino, causing the latter to nearly jump in fright that Bai Jing's sudden appearance was startling and devoid of any forewarning. "Who are you?" Carasino inquired, eyeing Bai Jing with suspicion, his heart racing. Bai Jing smiled slightly. "Mr. Carasino, I have sought you for quite some time." This was, of course, a fabrication. He had not anticipated encountering Carasino here. A delightful surprise indeed. Meeting Carasino rendered this journey worthwhile. "How do you know my code name?" Carasino asked, taken aback, his gaze fixed curiously upon Bai Jing, filled with doubt. Bai Jing merely smiled in response, offering no further explanation. After all, one could hardly disclose. "I'm a traveler from another world, and you are all characters from an anime. Could they?" Bai Jing spoke slowly, his tone measured. "I not only know you as Carasino, but I'm also aware that you once aided a child in overcoming his afflictions." He feigned ignorance, tilting his head slightly before clapping his hands emphatically. "What was that child's name again?" "Ah, yes, Trafalgar Law." Carasino's pupils dilated as he stared at Bai Jing, astonished that someone not only recognized him, but also knew of his past deeds. Bai Jing seized the moment, continuing his monologue. "You have an elder brother named Don Quixote da Flamingo, and you once held a position within that family. However, you later severed ties with him." Carasino fixed Bai Jing with a penetrating gaze, demanding, "Who exactly are you?" Rising to his feet, the cigarette in his hand slowly extinguished. Bai Jing replied enigmatically, "The one who can save you." "Save me? In this world where all are dead, how can you speak of salvation?" Carasino chuckled, the sound tinged with mockery. "Though I do not know how you came by this knowledge, it is not surprising that a pirate in this world would be privy to such matters." "Oh, is that so?" Bai Jing noted that he could not sway Carasino just yet, and thus resolved to present more compelling evidence. As a seasoned fan of the sea, he effortlessly delved into Carasino's past. Continuing, "After losing your celestial dragon status, you faced retribution from those once persecuted by the celestial dragons. Your brother Doflamingo swore vengeance against them. Afterward, your mother succumbed to illness, and your father was killed by Doflamingo, revealing his true nature. Following this, you left, encountering Sengoku, who took you in as a member of the Navy to at this point." Carasino's expression darkened, his eyes fixed intently on Bai Jing, allowing him to continue uninterrupted. "After Doflamingo established his pirate crew and set sail, you returned as a Navy spy to thwart your brother. When the original Heart member, Virgo, took up his role as an undercover agent for the Navy, you succeeded him as the new Heart. You bullied the children taken in by your family to drive them away. Yet no matter how much you tormented Law and Baby 5, they would not leave. Even after 6 months, you could not find a competent doctor to cure Law's illness. Subsequently, you learned from Doflamingo that the Navy was preparing a substantial sum of money to acquire surgical fruits from the pirate crew of Diaz Barris, and that the Navy planned to ambush the Don Quixote pirates. Thus, you took Law to Minion Island, where you used your abilities to silently set fire to the house where Diaz Barris's crew resided, stealing the surgical fruits. Unexpectedly, after stealthily taking the item, a careless misstep led to a fall, resulting in capture by pirates. Although he triumphed over his adversaries and successfully secured the operation fruit, he himself suffered grave injuries. Upon returning with the fruit, Corazon administered it to L.W. at this juncture. Bai Jing paused, casting a glance at Corazon's face, which, as anticipated, reflected profound shock. Bai Jing continued, conveying intelligence to Law, who mistakenly delivered it to Virgo, an undercover agent within the Navy. Upon Virgo's arrival, he was astonished to discover Law's ability to speak. As he unwrapped the intelligence, he realized Law was a spy that a confrontation ensued between them. Yet Law was overpowered, prompting a hasty escape alongside him. Law was concealed within a trunk, and when the family arrived, Corazon deceitfully assured Law that he had already fled the birdcage, silencing his cries and pleas with his powers. After revealing the truth to his brother, Doflamingo, he met his end with a gunshot. All the while smiling, wishing to be remembered by Law with a cheerful visage. What a gentle soul he was. Am I correct in my recounting? Chapter 65. Taking Corazon, another acquaintance? Bai Jing's words mirrored the realities of his experiences with uncanny precision, even elaborating on intricate details that stirred memories within him. The look in Corazon's eyes shifted dramatically, his expression grave, half believing Bai Jing's narrative. Yet he harbored questions, perplexed as to how Bai Jing knew so much about his past. Especially with such specificity, he was certain that among the family's officers, there was no one named Bai Jing, and the tale of himself and Trafalgar Law was known only to them. The depth of Bai Jing's knowledge left him bewildered. Observing Corazon's astonishment, Bai Jing chose silence, pondering that no matter how hard he tried, he would not fathom that he was a time traveler. Corazon, still in shock, stared at Bai Jing, who remained patiently awaiting his comprehension. With a soft exhale, Corazon finally broke the silence, asking, "Who exactly are you? How do you know all this?" Bai Jing refrained from answering directly and instead posed a perplexing question. "Do you wish to see Law again? He has become a rising star on the seas, with a bounty of 500 million that I can offer you this chance. If I know all that you know, then I possess the means to take you away. This world of death is far too silent. Do you not yearn to return to the pirate world? To meet Sengoku, to see Trafalgar Law, or perhaps to reunite with your brother, Doflamingo?" Bai Jing's tone remained calm, and his expression serious. "How can I trust you? Is it merely based on your words?" Corazon questioned skeptically. Although Bai Jing's account was accurate, the notion of resurrecting others and escaping the realm of death seemed too supernatural. Bai Jing smiled, aware that convincing Corazon would take time. Therefore, he enveloped himself once more in the aura of the nine hells, rendering himself invisible. "But you believe me now. I am here, yet you cannot see me." Bai Jing's voice echoed from the air as he levitated above. "Now I hover above you, but you still cannot perceive me. With these abilities alone, I can lead you from this deathly realm. I have rescued many before you. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. The reason for your departure from this world is simple: to become my crew member." As Bai Jing's words settled, he gracefully descended, his gaze fixed on Corazon, awaiting his decision. "Have you made your choice? If rebirth is to occur in this realm, it may not be granted to you. Moreover, you ought to reconnect with some individuals. To meet old friends, do you not agree?" Bai Jing chuckled softly, giving Corazon's shoulder an encouraging pat. The silence fruit's power was now within reach. Corazon hesitated briefly, but soon found solace in Bai Jing's reasoning. Indeed, as Bai Jing articulated, he still had friends in the pirate world, at least acquaintances worth seeing again. After years of solitude in this realm of death, the prospect of adventure was enticing. "Very well," Corazon nodded. If Bai Jing could truly resurrect him, Corazon would feel an immense gratitude, and joining his crew would pose no issue, and he would repay the debt slowly in due time. Seeing Corazon's agreement, Bai Jing smiled. When he next encountered Trafalgar Law, another regret would be resolved. This gentle man would be successfully revived. Moreover, upon meeting Trafalgar Law, he could experiment with the abilities of the Operation Fruit. What a delightful prospect! Bai Jing was eager for the potential of the Operation Fruit, not merely for its ability to prolong life, but for the power to rearrange the very fabric of human bodies. Having met a familiar face, Bai Jing felt satisfaction and prepared to depart. Yet, an instinct urged him to remain a while longer, as the luck fruit subtly guided him toward a certain direction, perhaps to someone he recognized. Turning to Corazon, he suggested, "Let us head northwest from this fourth city. It seems I have another acquaintance to revive." Corazon nodded in agreement, saying nothing more. The identity of the one to be resurrected mattered little, as long as Bai Jing could lead him out of the realm of death, enveloping both their forms in the aura of the nine hells. Bai Jing instructed, "Do not make a sound, nor move erratically. Simply follow the flow of this energy. Corazon complied, and Bai Jing skillfully maneuvered them away from the streets of the fourth city. The two ascended into the air, journeying toward a remote corner in the northwest, while Bai Jing's gaze swept the area below. Guided by the luck fruit, he sought the presence of an old acquaintance. After a flight of nearly 10 minutes, Bai Jing spotted a man wielding a katana, causing a disturbance at a street corner, surrounded by law enforcement officers who eyed him warily. As Bai Jing and Corazon arrived, suspended above, Bai Jing wasted no time. He enveloped the swordsman in the aura of the nine hells, lifting him from the ground into the void. The swordsman, bewildered, found himself airborne, looking down at the confused law enforcement officers who shouted in alarm. What is happening? Where did he go? He was just here and now he has vanished. Could it be sorcery? It was not impossible. Some individuals possessed immense power in life, which lingered even after death, and this swordsman might very well be one of them. Damn it, he escaped. Quickly, alert the entire city and search for this man. Despite the unusual circumstances, the swordsman remained composed, choosing to wait and see where he would be taken. After all, this unexpected turn of events was fortuitous. Otherwise, the weapons wielded by the law enforcement would pose a significant threat. Regardless of one's past strength, encountering such weaponry could only lead to doom. Once Bai Jing had navigated them to the most secluded corner, he gently set the two down. Chapter 66, The Great Swordsman. Longma revived together as the aura of the nine hells receded from Corazon, Bai Jing, and the swordsman. They were finally able to see each other. The man wore a kimono adorned with dragon patterns on his arms and traditional wooden clogs, his appearance reminiscent of Zorro, albeit with a topknot. The figure before them was none other than Longma. It is indeed a stroke of fortune that, guided by the fruit of luck, he was able to locate Ryuma in the fourth city. Otherwise, he might have had to depart alongside Corazon. To his astonishment, Ryuma had been wandering this fourth city for decades after his demise, a fact that intrigued Bai Jing immensely. Yet, it is precisely this circumstance that has afforded Bai Jing the opportunity to resurrect Ryuma. Although in the anime Ryuma merely made a fleeting appearance, the subsequent narrative reveals an impressive account of him. A swordsman rumored to have slain dragons, he was a warrior from Wano, centuries past. Renowned for dispatching any adversary in the blink of an eye, a great swordsman who had never tasted defeat. After his death, he was revered as the sword god in Wano, enshrined alongside the famed blade. Akisui. Now, Bai Jing harbored new ambitions. When he next encountered Zorro, he envisioned Ryuma restored to his prime, engaging in a duel to determine who would prevail. Ryuma, aware of Bai Jing's role in his revival, regarded him with confusion and expressed gratitude, questioning, I appreciate your life-saving grace, but I seem to have no recollection of you. And who might this be? His gaze shifted quizzically between Bai Jing and the oddly dressed Corazon. Bai Jing responded with a gentle smile. Whether you recognize me is of little consequence. What matters is that I am acquainted with you, the great swordsman Ryuma of Wano. You wish to escape this realm of death. I can assist you in returning to the world of pirates and reclaiming your former body. This. Ryuma paused, mirroring the disbelief previously displayed by Corazon. You speak as if everything is well. While you saved me, your words are nonsensical. We have all entered the realm of the dead. Claim you can resurrect me is but a fool's dream. Corazon, observing this exchange, found it amusing. He had exhibited a similar skepticism not long ago. Yet he soon came to believe in Bai Jing's extraordinary abilities. Bai Jing interjected, You have just witnessed my capabilities, that I can make you ascend silently into the air, rendering you invisible to all. That alone is sufficient, that I ask you only this. Do you wish to be revived? Do you desire to return to the world of pirates and protect your beloved Wano as its greatest swordsman? Contemplation flickered in Ryuma's eyes. Bai Jing's methods were indeed strange. After a moment's reflection, Ryuma shook his head. It was not that he did not wish to return. Rather, after centuries of death, the world would have changed beyond recognition. What significance would his return hold? He was indeed a great swordsman, but the essence of a swordsman transcended mere physical form. As long as the spirit of the great swordsman endured, his existence remained. This was his code of Bushido, his enlightenment as a master swordsman. Once again, the cycle repeated itself, It seemed these individuals were all losing their minds, unwilling to embrace revival. Bai Jing could not help but express his frustration, realizing he must rely on his persuasive skills. Ryuma, have you pondered your decision? The undefeated master, revered as the sword god in Wano, yet in later times he fell to a younger opponent, bequeathing his famed sword. Akisui, to him, do you not wish to see how he has grown? Oh, and by the way, he now resides in Wano itself. Furthermore, your homeland is currently occupied by others. Wano is no longer as it once was. Many events have transpired in the years since your departure. Do you not wish to return and witness it for yourself? Or will you remain indifferent, watching your homeland be seized by others? Is this truly the spirit you seek as a practitioner of Bushido? Or is the long sword you wield merely a means to chase fame and fortune, rather than to safeguard your own home? Bai Jing's three probing questions struck deep into Ryuma's heart. As he listened, a terrifying aura of sword intent emanated from Ryuma, reminiscent of a blood-soaked demon. The two stood beside him, chilled to the bone, as this formidable sword force surged heavenward, shattering the structures along the streets and leaving a scar of 100 feet in the ground. This commotion once again drew the attention of the guards. Bai Jing couldn't help but feel a sense of glee. This was precisely what he desired, for the guard would compel Ryuma to make a choice, to return with him or to remain in this realm of death. Having laid out his arguments so thoroughly, he found it hard to believe that Ryuma would not choose to accompany him. Without hesitation, Ryuma regained his composure, addressing the two with an apologetic demeanor. I beg your pardon for my earlier outburst. Then, kneeling, he nearly bowed his head to the ground, stating, I humbly beseech you, sir, save me from this realm of death and allow me to return. I would be immensely grateful. And I am willing to serve you, even as a mere dog, if that is your wish. Bai Jing chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Corazon, as if to say, now, this is what I call an appropriate attitude. He is voluntarily joining my crew, unlike you, who needed to be persuaded. Corazon appeared to understand, his gaze drifting, hands clasped behind his back, offering Bai Jing an awkward smile. As the guard approached, Bai Jing swiftly enveloped the three of them in the ethereal energy of the Nine Nether, gently lifting them into the air and heading toward the exit of the realm of death. In mid-air, Bai Jing whispered, do not utter a sound, nor make any movement. Simply follow me, guided by this Nine Nether energy, and you will depart safely. The two nodded heavily, feeling a guiding presence. They traversed the fourth city, moved beyond the third layer, and soared past the city of no return. Bai Jing soon spotted Whitebeard seated alone in a familiar corner. Lost in thought, his aged but powerful body riddled with hundreds of bullet holes, remnants from the War of the Summit, they passed through the city of death, across the boundless yellow springs, and over the bridge of hesitation. Finally returning to the realm of the living, that a peculiar force enveloped the two. Swiftly reinvigorating their former bodies with the essence of their souls, they basked in the familiar sunlight and the briny air of the pirate world. Exchanging glances and smiles of joy. Chapter 67. The return to life. What a wonderful feeling it is to be alive again. Corazon marveled, gazing at his familiar hands and robust physique, a smile gradually forming. After years of solitude in the realm of death, a place devoid of light and filled solely with spiritual essence, he was finally back. Ryuma, too, was filled with nostalgia, having spent a century in death, stitched into a corpse by Moria, and then passing away for another decade before being resurrected to see the light of day once more. He greedily inhaled the ocean breeze, exclaiming, this is the feeling of familiarity. In the warmth of the sun, I once knew that moment. The two found themselves on the deck of a pirate ship, in the Nine Nether realm. Several hours had passed, and it was now midday in the outside world. Ace, Little Oars, and the Golden Emperor Stella had just emerged from their quarters. Intrigued by the sudden arrival of the two, particularly Ryuma's overwhelming aura as a swordsman captured their attention. The Golden Emperor had encountered numerous swordsmen, but none exuded the same potency as Ryuma. Ace, accustomed to the prowess of swordsmen like Bista, felt that Ryuma surpassed him considerably. Because Ryuma was fully revived, his appearance closely resembled Zoro's, prompting Ace to take a second glance. Having seen Zoro before, he noted that Ryuma bore a striking resemblance. about 60% alike, save for slightly longer hair and a different color to Corazone's presence, however, was less imposing than Ryuma's. He was, after all, a user of the silence fruit, and his aura was genuinely quiet at this moment. Bai Jing stepped out from within, employing the power of the gravity fruit on Hanazi Yin, allowing him to float effortlessly and no longer confined to a water tank, which had become stifling. Hanazi was now free to soar about the ship, a smile permanently gracing his visage. Observing that everyone had made their introductions, Bai Jing smiled gently, saying, "These are my two new crew members, whom I have brought back from the realm of death. This is Ryuma from Wano, the great swordsman." He gestured towards Ryuma before shifting his gaze to Corazon, "and this one hails from the Navy, though he too has found his way onto my ship." When a crowd hears the term Navy, their eyes momentarily sharpen, only to relax as they realize that since Bai Jing has stated it thus, they might as well trust in him. After all, the captain is still Bai Jing. Today, two new companions have joined our pirate crew, prompting a celebratory atmosphere. Bai Jing, brimming with excitement, has brought forth a bounty of beast meat, fine wines, and delectable dishes from the storeroom, laying them out on the table. Ace, however, finds himself somewhat reluctant, having indulged in revelry until the early hours of the previous night, the effects of the alcohol still lingering. Yet with a feast comes joy, and the crew shares smiles, eagerly gathering the ingredients and preparing the feast. The ship's quarters are sufficiently spacious, allowing two individuals to select their own accommodations. Bai Jing raises his goblet high, prompting everyone to follow suit, their glasses clinking together with a resounding cheer. Cheers! They exchange knowing glances and down their drinks in unison. This is the bliss of being a pirate, freedom at every turn. Corazon, typically reserved and seldom speaking, seems to have found his voice during this gathering, his heart opening up to the camaraderie around him. The festivities continue from noon until nightfall, with the crew thoroughly intoxicated. Huajin, however, opts for oolong tea, wary of the perils of drunkenness in high spirits. Bai Jing, thoroughly inebriated, collapses into his quarters in a corner of his room. Huajin hovers silently, observing Bai Jing with curious, darting eyes. Lost in thought. The following day, the crew has fully regained their composure. Lama casually retrieves two swords from the storeroom and fastens them to his waist. Dawn, he begins his training on the deck, wielding his familiar blades and unleashing a formidable sword aura that cleaves the sea before him, parting the waters momentarily. But a long scar, stretching 100 feet, remains in the ocean, the waters on either side reluctant to converge. Bai Jing watches Lama practice from above, a smile gracing his features. He muses in anticipation of the day when Zoro and Lama will meet again, one a mentor passing down his blades, the other a protege. Now that Lama lives, he wonders if this generational exchange will spark new flames of potential. Beneath the railing on the deck, Corazon leisurely smokes a cigarette, exhaling clouds of white mist, his gaze fixed on the distant sea, lost in contemplation. Ace and Little oars engage in light-hearted banter on the deck, while Stella and the Golden Emperor share endless conversations. The atmosphere aboard the pirate ship is warm and inviting. Bai Jing leaps down from above to join Corazon, producing a bounty notice regarding Trafalgar Law, presenting it to Corazon. "Here, this is the child you saved, now grown to such an extent." Corazon accepts it, his eyes reflecting a sense of fulfillment. Bai Jing continues softly, "Doflamingo, your brother, has now been defeated by Trafalgar Law and Luffy. He is likely imprisoned by the Navy, purportedly as retribution for you." Corazon is momentarily taken aback, his expression growing complex, eyes filled with reminiscence. It is unclear whether he reflects on Trafalgar Law or Doflamingo, whether it is the bittersweet pang of altered kinship or a friendship that transcends age. In Bai Jing's view, Doflamingo indeed treated Don Quixote Rocinante as family, as a dear brother. Yet, Rocinante chose to become a naval spy, betraying his lineage to become Corazon, which pains him deeply. Bai Jing empathizes with Doflamingo's plight, recognizing that if one had endured even half of his childhood, it may not breed the same kindness he possesses now. Corazon shares a similar understanding, yet the divergent paths of their lives may be tied to the wartime era they experienced. The reasons for their contrasting natures lie in their character. Doflamingo embodies the archetype of a celestial dragon. He craved a life of opulence and control, desiring slaves rather than the resistance of commoners. This is why he could later present his father's head to the celestial dragons, seeking their acceptance once more. From a young age, Corazone's demeanor revealed his distinct nature from Doflamingo. He is not radical. Though he may appear somewhat timid, at his core lies a kindness that, with proper guidance, could flourish into a benevolent spirit. Having said all this, Bai Jing refrains from elaborating further, allowing the silence to envelop Corazon. He continues to address Don Quixote Rocinante as Corazon, the gentle gentleman we have come to know. Chapter 68. Dressrosa, the bullfighting arena. As for Trafalgar Law, he is now carrying forth Rocinante's will, making strides forward. Regarding Doflamingo, opportunities will arise. Bai Jing envisions bringing Doflamingo aboard his ship. The feud between Corazon and Doflamingo, in Bai Jing's perspective, is not a matter of concern. Ultimately, what Doflamingo values most is loyalty. Corazon's betrayal led to his demise at Doflamingo's hands. The Don Quixote family, however, remained loyal, and as such, Doflamingo treats them with profound loyalty and affection. Their attitudes toward Doflamingo make it clear that he is undoubtedly the one they trust the most, one of the most worthy of their allegiance. Virgo was willing to serve as a naval spy for many years for him, and Monet maintained her trust in him until her last breath. Doflamingo has already taken Corazon's life once. With retribution served, the matter seems resolved. Now, witnessing Corazon's revival, one wonders what new sparks might ignite between them. A tale for another time. As time quietly passes and the ship sails the vast ocean. News of Bai Jing and his crew spreads once more throughout the New World. Repelled Carp defeated an admiral. Whether this will reach the ears of the Straw Hat crew remains uncertain, as they are still embroiled in battle with Big Mom, preparing to flee toward Wano. Thus, Bai Jing finds himself with ample time. If within a few months he can address his prior regrets and meet with Luffy, everything will ultimately fall into place. Days of sailing have brought them closer to Dressrosa. With each passing moment, Bai Jing's anticipation intensifies, primarily to see what Rebecca looks like, not simply due to her golden attire. There is also a photograph I placed in the comments. Does she truly resemble the alluring figure depicted in the anime? 3 days pass quietly, and with the swift progress of Bai Jing's ship, they arrive at the shores of the Dressrosa Kingdom. Docking the pirate ship, Bai Jing and his crew leap down in unison. Little Oars, due to his immense size, remains aboard to guard the ship. While Ace feels a pang of sympathy and chooses to stay behind with him, Bai Jing plans to acquire a fruit that allows for size manipulation. Otherwise, Little Oars will remain confined. Longma, Corazon, the Golden Emperor, Stella, and Huajin accompany Bai Jing to the kingdom of Dressrosa. Corazon wishes to revisit the place he departed from over a decade ago, pondering if it remains as he remembers. Longma seeks to procure a few fine swords, as the Golden Emperor is not lacking in funds. With hundreds of billions in belly and untold amounts of gold, purchasing exquisite blades is well within their means in the Dressrosa Kingdom. They await the completion of the Golden Emperor's lavish pirate ship. Bai Jing imposes no restrictions on their freedom, allowing them to explore as they wish. With communication established through transponder snails, the group nods in agreement before dispersing. Stella and the Golden Emperor head to the renowned Lovers' Avenue of Dressrosa. As the name suggests, it is a path frequented by young couples in love. Strolling along the street, they witness countless youthful couples embracing affectionately, some even sealing their love with a kiss, exchanging glances. They see within each other's eyes a tenderness uniquely theirs. Meanwhile, Corazon walks alone along the familiar street, a solitary figure enveloped by an air of melancholy. Longma, sensing his mood, gently pats Corazon's shoulder, offering reassurance. With new companions, it's time to let the past go. What once was can remain in the past. Upon speaking, Longma let out a smile as he beheld a place selling swords and knives ahead, and he strode directly inside. Bai Jing decided against being a third wheel. Instead, he sought to visit the bullfighting arena to gaze upon the statue of Cyrus and immerse himself in the lively atmosphere of the event. Ultimately, he aimed to meet Cyrus and Rebecca. As for Senor He had reportedly been taken away by the Navy, and Bai Jing intended to gather information regarding his whereabouts for a potential rescue. Hoping to bring this couple aboard his ship, the ethereal essence leading to the realm of death was still ample, and with the guidance of the luck fruit, locating anyone would prove significantly easier. Today, the bullfighting arena was bustling with a sea of spectators, and Bai Jing had registered early. Huajin followed closely behind him, puzzled, and inquired why he felt the need to sign up when he was clearly far superior to the others. Bai Jing chuckled, stating it was merely for show. After all, a man lives for four things until death: face, wealth, power, and women. Huajin, bewildered, nodded and cast a dubious glance at Bai Jing, transforming into a diminutive form. She became a glowing point that melded into Bai Jing's being. The atmosphere of the bullfighting arena today lacked the previous fervor, yet remained packed. The Roman architectural style featured an arena at its center. Surrounded by throngs of spectators, a chorus of voices cheered for the competitors below, urging them on. These individuals were often death row inmates or pirates who had willingly signed their lives away. Bai Jing's objective, of course, was to establish a record of consecutive victories. Since Cyrus had achieved it, he felt compelled to do the same. At the very least, he aimed to check off the notable sites in this realm of piracy and fulfill the records born from it. This was the very reason Bai Jing sought a thrilling battle today. His identification number was 666888, and he stood in the waiting area of the arena, gazing at the statue of Cyrus. He could sense the vigor he possessed in his youth, having triumphed in 300 battles, earning him the title of God of War. 666888. It is your turn to enter the arena, a voice announced from above. Bai Jing paused momentarily, then smiled faintly, whispering to himself, "It's my time. While I may not have an abundance of time, defeating 3,000 to 5,000 should pose no challenge if Cyrus could set a record exceeding 3,000 victories. Then achieving a count of 3,000 to 5,000 would surely etch his name into history within this bullfighting arena." With a carefree laugh, Bai Jing placed his hands behind his back and walked steadily toward the passage ahead. This place held significant memories, being the site of Luffy's reunion with Sabo that he had watched that particular episode countless times. Chapter 69. I shall conquer 3,000. This is our contestant number 666888. The pirate known as the Masked Garfy Cat. The commentator's voice resonated, invigorating the crowd within the bullfighting arena. Bai Jing donned a golden mask to conceal his identity, as he was now a celebrity valued at 2 billion. Should anyone discover that a pirate of such worth was here to dominate the weak, it would tarnish his reputation. Bai Jing still cared for his dignity. Who is this new face? I've never seen him before. I don't know. He is probably just a newcomer hoping for a stroke of luck in the bullfighting arena. Could he be one of the recent criminals from the kingdom? I've never encountered him. And what kind of name is Masked Garfy? Bai Jing ignored the jeers from above, much like an elephant disregarding the taunts of ants. Their levels were simply incomparable. Bai Jing stood tall, having expanded his horizon. Before his opponent emerged, Bai Jing raised his head and addressed the commentator, declaring, "I want to fight 3,000. The commentator was taken aback, and the crowd was left in stunned silence. "What? You wish to battle 3,000? Why not aim for the heavens while you're at it? 3,000? This kid must be out of his mind. Even taking on 3 would be a struggle." The commentator chuckled and dismissed the statement as a joke. Refocusing on introducing Bai Jing's opponent. This is one of the 10 most notorious criminals of the Dressrosa Kingdom, the bloodthirsty Sabrin. The man wielded 2 long blades, swinging them with a hint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. He licked his cracked lips and fixed a piercing gaze on Bai Jing, stating, "You think you can take on 3,000? Little brat, dream on. Today, you shall perish beneath my blades, becoming my 32nd victim." With that, Sabrin propelled himself forward, blades whirling with incredible speed, reaching Bai Jing in the blink of an eye. Bai Jing sighed, "You are utterly weak," that he then concentrated lightning into a spear at his right fist, hurling it forward with great force. The lightning spear crackled with blue arcs, illuminating the air with a series of pops as it pierced through Sabrin's body. Sabrin's eyes widened in disbelief as his blades hovered in the air. Still 3 paces from Bai Jing, unstruck, that he stiffly lowered his gaze to see the spear protruding from his abdomen. His eyelids fluttered, and his eyes rolled back as the terrifying lightning obliterated all functions within him. the explosive force shattering his abdomen and leaving a gaping wound. Bai Jing's expression remained indifferent. After all, he was a killer himself, with no reason to hold back that in the bullfighting arena, it was either kill or be killed, devoid of any mercy. Who is this person? How incredibly fierce and monstrous. Did he really just claim he wanted to take on 3,000? Could he actually achieve such a feat? Ridiculous. 3,000? I doubt he could manage 30. I'll bet you, if he truly can do it, what will you do? If he can, I'll dance while standing on my head and spinning 360 degrees while defecating. If he can't, then you must do the same. The two men above engaged in a bizarre wager regarding Bai Jing's capabilities. Gasps of shock and awe rippled through the surrounding crowd, their eyes widening as they beheld Bai Jing effortlessly dispatching one of the kingdom's most ruthless criminals. Bai Jing looked up at the commentator, continuing with his cold demeanor. I want to fight 3,000. One is simply too weak. That he surveyed the arena, noting that it could easily accommodate around 5,000 spectators, with the stage allowing for numerous combatants to fight simultaneously. The commentator quickly contacted the personnel at the back of the bullfighting arena, discussing whether to grant Bai Jing his request to battle 3,000 opponents. The number was undoubtedly sufficient, as these were all high-profile criminals, and with the kingdom's population hovering around 1 million, there were thousands of prisoners available. They decided to start with 300 to test the waters. Should Bai Jing manage to overcome them, they would provide him with 3,000. The voice from the communicating snail relayed the decision, and the commentator nodded, standing to announce. Now entering the arena, facing contestant 666888. The masked Garfy Cat are 300 criminals from the kingdom. Let us witness if the masked Garfy Cat can triumph over them one by one. The crowd erupted in excitement at the prospect of 1 against 300. Chanting, fight, fight, fight. Bai Jing understood that perhaps those behind the scenes still doubted him, and now it was up to him to demonstrate his prowess, proving he could indeed face 3,000, clenching his fists with anticipation. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He was on the verge of setting a record in this bullfighting arena, leaving his mark in the world of piracy. From another entrance, 300 villains slowly emerged, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed on the boy before them, wearing the golden mask. You will pay for your arrogance, kid, they sneered. You truly believe that you can float away after killing just one person? Today marks your demise, and no one can save you. Each of the 300 individuals before me is a formidable warrior, their gazes directed at Bai Jing filled with mockery. Yet, Bai Jing harbors no desire for idle chatter. He longs for victory, so he may return home to dine. In an instant, he transforms into a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight in less than a breath. As he arrives before the 300 men, his right fist is drawn back slightly, coalescing the power of thunder into a colossal fist measuring 10 zhong in length, thrusting forward with immense force. The staggering voltage of 90 million volts crackles above him. Bai Jing bellows, 90 million volts. Thunder God's fist. The terrifyingly massive thunderous punch surges forth, rendering the 300 men utterly incapable of evasion. Bai Jing's speed is so astonishing that before they can even boast, he has already struck, the fierce lightning descending upon them with merciless fury. One by one, these 300 ruffians are sent flying, with those at the front meeting a particularly grim fate, reduced to mere fragments. Chapter 70. 1 against 5,000, drawing attention with a single blow, so fearsome that nearly half of the 300 lie dead or unconscious. Another instant kill. Just moments ago, he hurled a thunder spear. Now, he has executed a fatal punch. The onlookers scarcely believe their eyes, astonished by the sheer brutality of that single strike. Who could have predicted that Bai Jing was capable of such monstrous feats? A single man slaying 300. It appears he truly holds the potential to challenge 3,000. Is this man truly so powerful? Is he a death row inmate or hailing from another realm? How has he attained such strength? And to add to this, he is a wielder of a devil fruit power, having just unleashed the might of lightning. We have never heard of a fruit that commands such electric prowess. As they ponder, it seems the next wave will indeed consist of 3,000. The murmurs of shock ripple through the crowd, all eyes fixated on Bai Jing, eagerly anticipating his next bout. Bai Jing lifts his gaze towards the commentator. Now we can bring forth 3,000, can't we? I did say to gather more. Otherwise, it would be far too weak to pique my interest. The commentator, rather than dismissing Bai Jing's arrogance, finds it rather justified. For Bai Jing has substantiated his claims through sheer might. Before he even has the chance to send a message via the communication snail, a voice from the other side agrees, instructing the dispatch of 3,000 participants. With this directive, the commentator is equally invigorated, leaping onto the commentary platform and proclaiming, "The masked Garfy cat faces off against our kingdom's most notorious 3,000 criminals. Let the battle commence." Opposite Bai Jing stands 3,000 tattooed men, each one unique. Some regard Bai Jing with curiosity, yet many more emanate a murderous intent in their eyes. Those who aspire to rise by stepping on their backs have but one fate: death. They are no novices either. Having heard of Bai Jing's initial assault, they resolve to cut him down without offering him a moment's respite, hoping to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. With a collective grin, the 3,000 men brandish their weapons as they step forward, some among them also wielding devil fruit powers, albeit of a rather unimpressive caliber. Bai Jing merely offers a benign smile, softly remarking, "I never expected these fools to grow wise enough to strike first." However, when the disparity in strength is so vast, it cannot be bridged. Behind Bai Jing, several storm clouds begin to gather, casting a shadow over the arena. As he snaps his fingers, he utters 200 million volts. Thunderfall. Thunderbolts, thick as barrels, cascade from above, laden with the furious might of lightning, manifesting a miniature thunderstorm. The overwhelming electrical force strikes down upon the throngs, cleaving the arena itself and leaving a gaping hole. The crowd finds themselves ensnared within a tempest of high-voltage lightning. The moment their flesh meets the electrifying onslaught, they are rendered unconscious. The high voltage obliterates their bodily functions, annihilating their vital organs and stagnating their blood flow. To Bai Jing, the 3,000 are merely 3,000 ordinary individuals, not significantly different from the previous 300 that, although some among them have enveloped themselves in hockey, they fall woefully short. Without any surprises, yet another instant kill occurs. The arena is lined with the bodies of 3,000, their forms sprawled across the battleground, remnants of flickering lightning still lingering in the air. The ominous black storm clouds overhead serve as a testament to the reality of Bai Jing's lethal strike. Among the two men who had been placing bets, one who had boasted that Bai Jing would be defeated is the first to regain his senses amidst the shock. He quickly flees in disgrace. In this moment, the gazes of all present towards Bai Jing undergo a profound transformation, erupting into a collective chant of his name. "Masked Garfy cat! Masked Garfy cat! Masked Garfy cat!" Bai Jing remains composed, undeterred. Once more, he raises his gaze to the commentator and states, "Bring forth 5,000 more." As his commanding words resonate, the audience joins in the fervor, chanting 5,000 more, 5,000 more, 5,000 more. The commentator, stirred by Bai Jing's audacity, bellows in a frenzy. The masked Garfy cat achieves victory once again. What shall be the outcome of this battle against 5,000? Let us await the revelation. Of course, this has been pre-approved by those behind the scenes, granting him the authority to make such demands. As the commentator's words echo, another 5,000 emerge from the entrance, a sea of men armed to the teeth, surging forward to confront Bai Jing. They are determined not to grant him a single chance to survive, for he is far too fearsome, a wielder of devil fruit powers. Atop the platform, two men observe Bai Jing's battle. This grand clash of thousands was orchestrated by their design. To the left stands King Riku, his frail form marred by age, yet his eyes gleaming with golden intensity. Beside him is a tall woman clad in a polka-dot purple dress, her hair cascading like a violet waterfall. Accompanying her is a blonde woman, this time adorned in a long purple gown, resembling a pristine rose. This is none other than Rebecca. Next to her stands a one-legged man, wielding a long sword that aids his balance. This is Cyrus. His eyes fixated on Bai Jing's fight, intrigued by the spectacle, he murmurs, "It appears this young man seeks to establish a record in this arena." Bai Jing, for his part, had not anticipated such attention. He merely wished to make a name for himself. However, he has inadvertently captured the interest of King Riku and Cyrus. This may prove beneficial, sparing him the trouble of seeking them out. Once this battle concludes, he plans to converse with Cyrus, hoping to address some lingering regrets. He will also gauge whether Rebecca is willing to accompany him. P.S. This story aims for multiple female leads. Should it focus on one or remain leadless? What are your thoughts on incorporating characters from the original One Piece saga, such as Shirahoshi and Vivi, who have existing emotional ties? I welcome your opinions. After this chapter, I will proceed to rescue Senor and address these remaining regrets. Chapter 71. The legendary past versus the legendary future, gazing upon the 5,000 men charging toward him. Bai Jing merely smiles, unfazed by their approach, after a fleeting glance at the four figures atop the platform. He shifts his focus back. The arena is indeed brimming with 5,000 individuals, each wielding heavy weaponry, some of whom are also devil fruit users, now mere strides away from him, with the powers of their devil fruits. They seek his demise. Truth be told, I'm quite formidable. To me, you are merely offering your heads. Bai Jing smiles faintly as he addresses the oncoming throng. Once more, he snaps his fingers lightly. Snap, from behind him. Several dark clouds of lightning surged forth from the heavens, descending upon the heads of the spectators. Bai Jing offered a faint smile, turning away without casting another glance, for he had foreseen the inevitable outcome. This was not mere bravado on his part. How infuriating, this little brat! How dare he act so arrogantly and disregard us? How dare he turn his back on us? Brothers, let us strike, withstanding the wrath of the thunder. Let us tear this little wretch apart and see if he dares to be so audacious again. The leading criminal charged towards Bai Jing, closing the distance to merely a few meters. Bai Jing turned around, no longer looking at them, and murmured, 200 million volts, let the lightning fall. The ominous storm clouds once again unleashed hundreds of bolts of lightning with unerring precision. Each bolt was thicker than a barrel, radiating a terrifying aura of annihilation from the sky. As the lightning descended, the 5,000 individuals had yet to comprehend their fate when they were struck, rendering them paralyzed and obliterating their bodily functions. Mere moments after their boastful taunts, their eyes rolled back, their bodies stiffened, and they collapsed to the ground. After carrying out this act, Bai Jing turned to observe the criminals now sprawled on the ground. A slight smile gracing his lips as he looked skyward and declared, Bring me another 5,000. He aspired to set a record of over 10,000. Although he could not replicate Cyrus's method of fighting one battle after another to accumulate 3,000 victories, he could certainly annihilate 1,000 in a single bout. After all, these were criminals of the kingdom, and there was little to mourn for their demise. King Liku gazed down at Bai Jing and inquired, Who is this person? Could he be a newly arrived criminal? Cyrus, holding a substantial stack of documents, shook his head after a thorough examination. This individual is not one of them. He volunteered and signed a life-or-death contract, seemingly to engage in combat within the bullfighting arena. Then there's no need for concern. This little fellow likely seeks to make a name for himself. However, if this continues, the bullfighting arena may be rendered unviable. King Liku chuckled, while Violet's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and Rebecca shared the sentiment. Masked Garfy Cat. Masked Garfy Cat. Masked Garfy Cat. The spectators in the high stands erupted with excitement, captivated by Bai Jing's invincible demeanor. His confident turn, that lethal snap of his fingers, a single punch, a spear thrust, a snap, all leading to the instantaneous demise of everyone in the arena. He was truly unmatched. What a remarkable young talent! Echoed King Liku, his applause resonating throughout the arena. Bai Jing glanced in his direction and merely smiled. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar figure in the audience. Longma, who had already secured 2 long swords at his waist and had arrived to witness the battle. Upon noticing Bai Jing's gaze, Longma offered him a slight smile, a gesture of acknowledgement. Bai Jing returned the nod. How about a duel? Little fellow. No life or death, just a contest of skill. Cyrus, feeling a surge of excitement, leaped high from the platform, landing heavily in the arena and stirring up a cloud of dust. With a thud, the dust settled, revealing Cyrus standing on one leg, his right hand gripping a long sword. Ablaze with fierce battle intent as he faced Bai Jing. Bai Jing was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to create a legend, but now found himself facing the very creator of legends, Cyrus. Initially, Bai Jing wished for Longma to battle Cyrus, as both were swordsmen, but upon reflection, he perceived Cyrus more as a warrior to achieve 3,000 victories within this bullfighting arena. Only a warrior could aptly describe him. Once he bested Cyrus and resurrected Cyrus's deceased wife, it should not pose a significant challenge. With this matter resolved, he could then seek information on Sen'er and revive his partner, along with their child. Since his wife and child were merely ordinary people, it was unlikely they would be reincarnated in the realm of the dead. This bestowed upon Bai Jing ample opportunity. Observing the fierce battle intent radiating from Cyrus, Bai Jing nodded, unfastened the trident from his back, gripped it firmly, and smiled at Cyrus. "Let us battle." Cyrus propelled himself off the ground, his speed unmatched, even surpassing that of some who used both feet. Transforming into a streak of light as he lunged towards Bai Jing. With both hands firmly gripping his longsword, he raised it high above his head. This strike was as unstoppable as a raging torrent. A glimmer flickered in Bai Jing's peripheral vision. This was the observation haki, granting him foresight into the future and allowing him to perceive the exact trajectory of Cyrus's impending strike. Bai Jing transformed into a flash of golden light. Retreating swiftly, the sword strike missed, and Cyrus remained expressionless, continuing to balance on one leg before thrusting his longsword downward with tremendous force, using the recoil to propel himself forward at an even greater speed. However, before Bai Jing, who possessed observation haki, this speed was somewhat insufficient. Bai Jing darted about like a golden specter, utilizing the powers of the flash fruit, moving with uncanny agility across the arena, evading every attack without countering. Masked Garfy Cat is truly formidable. He can evade the attacks of the arena's battle god. The crowd marveled at the spectacle, their anticipation heightened, and with each strike his speed is astonishing. Masked Garfy Cat is no ordinary foe. He is capable of slaying 5,000 with a single blow. This may indeed become a legendary tale in the bullfighting arena. The voices from above filled the air as the crowd avidly watched the confrontation below. Rebecca's eyes were filled with concern as she turned to Violet. "Do you think Father might lose? After all, he seems to be at a significant disadvantage against this man." Violet gazed on with profound insight and replied, "In this battle, brother-in-law Cyrus might indeed fall, for this man has yet to reveal his true strength. Instead, opting to evade, he may be seeking the perfect moment to strike." Chapter 72. The Fall of a Legend. The tale of Bai Jing. Rebecca listened, unusually silent. While she could accept the possibility of Cyrus's defeat, the thought still weighed heavily on her heart. No one wishes to witness their kin falter. Bai Jing was not as others perceived him. He harbored his own calculations, contemplating the technique and stance with which to vanquish Cyrus. For now, he allowed Cyrus to engage a bit longer, for being defeated upon entry would be undignified for him. Furthermore, it would tarnish the mythos surrounding the bullfighting arena. After all, one must remain mindful of social etiquette. After evading 100 strikes, Cyrus began to sense something amiss, and no matter how he accelerated his speed or augmented his strength, he could not lay a finger on Bai Jing. His moves seemed as though they had been foreseen, continuously evaded by Bai Jing. His eyes narrowed, his expression grave. He too possessed observation haki and could predict his opponent's next actions. He realized that Bai Jing must also wield this ability. Yet, as the undefeated champion of the arena, he remained unperturbed. His eyes sharpened as he charged once more towards Bai Jing, seemingly predicting the direction of Bai Jing's next evasion. He landed swiftly, but at that moment, Bai Jing darted to the left. A smirk crept onto Cyrus's lips as he raised his longsword high, leaping upward. This strike was the one that had felled Diamante, one of Doflamingo's executives. Accompanied by a thunderous shout, destructive sword of thunder, with a downward swing, he aimed to deliver a powerful blow to his foe. Bai Jing regarded the crescent-shaped sword light cleaving through the sky without a hint of panic. His countenance remained calm. He had anticipated this move, aware that Cyrus might resort to such an action. This was his most formidable strike. The highest form of respect one could show an opponent was to conquer them. Bai Jing forcefully pushed off the ground with his feet, accelerating his ascent into the air, where he wielded his golden trident with an air of dominance. The trident's tips shimmered with the powers of 3 elemental forces: lightning, ice, and fire. Among these, The power of ice was derived from the Huangquan fruit that, of course, Bai Jing possessed other formidable techniques. Although superhuman fruits typically do not allow for elemental transformation of the body, as exemplified by the Jingxin fruit, Bai Jing was not bound by such rules. His very presence in this world was a manifestation of countless wonders, rendering such limitations irrelevant. He simply forged ahead, embodying a veritable bug in the system. Natural fruits cannot awaken, he thought. I'll show you. In his invincible state, he transformed everything around him into elemental forms, synergizing with the abilities of other fruits. This was Bai Jing's greatest technique. With a thunderous roar, he declared, Wangji San Sha, as he unleashed his primary attack. Gripping the trident's tail with one hand, he swept it upward in a powerful arc, colliding head-on with Cyrus's strike. The metallic clang resonated through the air, causing both combatants to feel a slight numbness in their hands from the force of the impact. Yet, the disparity between possessing a fruit and lacking one became starkly apparent. The lightning power coursing through the golden trident surged into Cyrus, igniting a fierce blaze while the ice slowed his movements in a mere instant. Bai Jing sent Cyrus stumbling back 100 paces, while he stood resolute, the golden trident resting at his side, exuding an effortless grace. Cyrus, aware that his strongest move was futile against Bai Jing, accepted his defeat with a smile, stating, Indeed, I have lost. You have triumphed. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside. Bai Jing slowly shook his head and replied with a gentle smile. Thank you for your kindness. The crowd erupted in a roar, chanting Masked Garfy Cat, Masked Garfy Cat, Masked Garfy Cat, as they rose to their feet, waving their arms and gazing at Bai Jing with fervent admiration. King Liku laughed heartily, showing no signs of disappointment over Cyrus's defeat. Rebecca and Violet exchanged glances, sighing in resignation, for they had anticipated this outcome. As Cyrus prepared to turn away, Bai Jing softly called out, Captain, would you like to hear a story? Before Cyrus could respond, Bai Jing continued. The commander, venturing alone into the pirate camp, rescued the kidnapped Princess Scarlet. This fearless spirit captivated the heart of a nation's princess, and they began to harbor mutual affections. Their love, sincere and resolute, blossomed as Scarlet recognized Cyrus as a worthy partner. However, the disparity between a troubled youth and a princess was insurmountable, leading to a tragic twist of fate that forced the princess into peril, an unfortunate event orchestrated to uphold a deceit that allowed them to unite. Cyrus, initially turning to leave, froze at Bai Jing's words, his body trembling with an overwhelming realization. His grip on the sword quivered slightly. Bai Jing continued. The youth, stained with blood, viewed the princess as a flawless jewel. Never daring to meet her gaze. 2 years later, after their first daughter was born, the youth never held her in his arms, fearing he would taint her purity. His hands were those of a demon, while his daughter was a sacred angel, untainted and pure. Was only after achieving 30,000 consecutive victories that he donned gloves to finally embrace his child. This, Cyrus trembled even more, his eyes wide with disbelief, riveted on Bai Jing. Life was beautiful, yet fraught with hardships. The arrival of a single individual changed everything. King Liku was manipulated. Chaos ensued within the city, rendering everyone uncontrollable and murderous. The youth knew he had to save King Liku, charging recklessly at Doflamingo, only to be transformed into a toy by Sugar. That night, he lost nearly everything. Scarlet, shot dead while seeking bread, in a fit of rage. He slaughtered all, cradling his wife's body and weeping bitterly. Yet his toy hands felt no warmth. Before Rebecca, he lamented, I failed to protect your mother. This was surely a moment of utter despair. Bai Jing recounted this tale. A heaviness settled within him. Indeed, love among pirates often bore tragic fates. Hearing Bai Jing's words, Cyrus was plunged into the depths of his most burdensome memories, his eyes glazing over with a distant sorrow. As if he were reminiscing about a celestial being, tears quietly pooling in his eyes. True men among pirates embody profound valor. Bai Jing withheld a final statement. If one is forgotten by all, has one truly died? Had everyone forgotten her existence? Before her death, Cyrus had already transformed into a toy, grieving silently, unable to shed tears for his beloved. The most tragic path was that of the heart. Death lay in this state, rendering Scarlet unrecognizable to him. Scarlet had uttered, "Although I do not know who you are." Chapter 73. Cyrus's Hope. Re-entering the underworld, Cyrus looked at Bai Jing, his gaze now transformed. As he regained his composure, he realized his eyes had grown moist, tears escaping from the corners. Bai Jing approached slowly, speaking softly. "You may have lost this battle, but in the realms of fatherhood and love, you have never been defeated." Cyrus raised his head, sorrow etched in his features, his voice hoarse and low. "How do you know all this?" "I have never confided in anyone." His heart was filled with confusion. Now overshadowed by profound grief, he could not comprehend how Bai Jing possessed such intimate knowledge, even down to the minute details.